He tightened his grip, then stepped forward and asked, "Master, about what you said regarding the heavens giving Tam Ni a second life. What did you mean by that? Could it be that Tam Ni actually died when she fell into the water?" Old Mrs. Hoke scolded Vu Ni. "Do not speak such nonsense in front of the master," she replied resentfully. "Grandmother, I only spoke because I was worried for my sister Tam Ni. After all, ever since she fell into the water, there has been no peace in this house. I just fear that if by any chance Tam Ni—" Before she could finish her sentence, old Mrs. Hoke gave her a sharp slap across the face. "You insolent thing," she cursed. "To speak like that, isn't it the same as calling Tam Ni a monster?" Clutching her face, she asked her grandmother, "I would never think of my sister that way. It is just that rumors are spreading through the manor." Is grandmother truly not afraid? Old Mrs. Hoke thought to herself, "I did hear those rumors before, and I almost believed them. However, now that the master says Tam Ni is fine, Vu Ni is still trying to bring this up. She is becoming more and more ill-mannered." Thien Tam spoke up with a smile. "Grandmother, please do not be angry. I believe sister didn't mean it. It must be the old servants and the maids in the backyard making up stories. They want to drive a wedge between Tam Ni and grandmother." Hearing this, old Mrs. Hoke praised her for her kind heart. "You never hold a grudge against anyone. Now who would dare to spread such rumors?" Thien Tam pondered. "Let me think about who it could be." Thien Vu was startled upon hearing this. Thien Tam spoke up. "I really can't think of who it could be." "Luke Wai, can you think of anyone?" Luke Wei, standing outside the door, spoke up. "Reporting to the young mistress, you have always stayed in Madame's courtyard. Aside from concubine and Nuok's courtyard, you rarely have contact with people from other places. The rumors must have originated from Madame's courtyard." Hearing that, Thien Tam frowned. "Then that is strange. Everyone in Mother's courtyard is well behaved. They would never act without knowing right from wrong." Luke Wai folded her arms, glanced toward Luke Bin, and said, "But young mistress, Luke Bin is not from our courtyard. I see her running out every few days, often gathering with other maids and old servants. The rumors must have been spread by her." Thien Tam glanced at Luke Wei, giving her a signal. Luke Wai hurriedly ran outside. Luke Bin said in terror, "Old madam, please appease your anger. I know my mistake now. I will not dare to do it again." Old Mrs. Hoke commanded, "Take Luke Bin down and slap her mouth 50 times. Terrified of being beaten to death, Luke Bin hurriedly explained, "Old madam, I was forced. It was the eldest young mistress." Before she could finish, Thien Vu swung her hand, slapping her face and cursing, "You lowly wench! You dared to spread rumors to harm Sister Tam Ni, and now you dare to make excuses." Luke Bin let out a groan and asked, "Eldest young mistress, you clearly—" Thien Vu hurriedly stuffed a cloth into Luke Bin's mouth, saying, "This wench talks too much nonsense. With your mouth gagged this time. Let's see if you still dare to slander Sister Tam Ni." Then she was dragged away. Thien Tam smiled and thought, "Nuok too. The eyes and ears you placed by my side have finally been eliminated by grandmother. Now that I've destroyed this chess piece, let's see how much longer you can stay so arrogant." The master standing nearby spoke up. "Amitabha, although the maidservant offended the young benefactor, the heavens value all life. Why must you be so merciless, watching coldly from the side like this? Is truly chilling, Amitabha." Hearing this, Thien Tam was startled and thought, "I have indeed changed too much after being reborn. Before seeing a small bird with a broken wing would make me sad for a long time. Why am I so cold now? Watching a maid being beaten to death. Could it be that hatred has blinded me, turning me into a cruel and heartless person? If I continue like this, how am I any different from Tam Nuok Thu?" She pressed her hands together in a respectful gesture. "The master is absolutely right. This humble girl accepts your teaching." Then she turned to speak to old Mrs. Hoke. "Grandmother, please show mercy since it is Luke Bin's first offense. Please spare her life." Old Mrs. Hoke was surprised to hear that. Then she sighed, "Very well. Since Tam Ni has spoken up, the slap to the mouth will suffice. Take her away and sell her to someone else." The master pressed his hands together. "Amitabha, the young benefactor has a kind heart. In the future, with such great compassion for the masses, your virtue and nobility will be boundless." Old Mrs. Hoke smiled and asked, "Just now the master gave guidance to Tam Ni. I wonder if you could also give some guidance to Vu Ni?" The master replied, "Of course." "Please, young benefactor, hold out your hand." Thien Vu said softly, "I shall trouble the master then. I hope you can help this humble girl. Do not let me down." She reached out her hand while thinking, "I spent so much money, yet this monk still speaks well of Hoak Thien Tam. It's already irritating enough. If my fortune is told to be worse than hers, I will definitely make him pay." The master said, "Benefactor, your destiny is also noble. However, it falls a few points short of your sister's. If kindness is not nurtured, I fear your destiny may change for the worse." Hearing this, Thien Vu became furious. "Does the master mean to say that Vu Ni's heart is not kind and that I commit many evils?" Wu Ni is just a law-abiding lady of the inner court. How could I do evil? And what is this about my destiny changing? Isn't this a bit too much? Hearing this, old Mrs. Hoak quickly called out to Wu Ni. I think this old bald head... In a moment I will show you. Old Mrs. Hoak said to the master. My granddaughter has been pampered since childhood. Please do not take offense, master. He replied, the benefactor thinks too much. This poor monk has troubled you for long enough. I shall take my leave. Please, old madam, there is no need to see me out. The master then walked out of the Hoak manor. As soon as he stepped out, someone shouted, Halt! The master turned his head and asked Thienvu, Amitabha, is there something the young benefactor needs? Thienvu angrily questioned him. You bald swindler, you took 100 taels of silver from me, and yet you behave like this. If you don't give me a satisfactory answer, don't even think about leaving. The master pressed his hands together in a salute. This poor monk has already done as the young benefactor instructed. I have read the fortunes for both of you. May I ask where this poor monk went wrong? Furthermore, this poor monk has used that silver on behalf of the young benefactor. I exchanged it for white rice and green vegetables to give as alms for 3 days to the outskirts of the city. I have increased your merits in your stead. Amitabha. Amitabha. She gritted her teeth and cursed, that damn bald monk! How dare you deceive me again? After she returned inside the manor, her servant said, Young mistress, the old madam now firmly believes in this monk's words. She sees the first young mistress in a different light now. What should we do? She angrily barked, Get out! Hearing this, the servant fearfully called out, Eldest young mistress. Thienvu gritted her teeth. You fool. Wasn't it all because of your stupid idea? You couldn't even handle such a small matter. This is all your fault. Every single one of you is a useless piece of trash. The next day, in old Mrs. Hoak's courtyard, Thientam poured tea for her. Old Mrs. Hoak asked Tam Ni, Where did you learn these treatments for such complex conditions? Where did you see them? Thientam pondered and recalled, Grandmother, once when Tam Ni was out, I met an old man selling books. I felt sorry for the old man, so I bought them all on a whim, so that he could go home and rest early. Unexpectedly, when I flipped through them, I discovered I had found a treasure, the medical prescriptions for treating the epidemic. This time were all found within those books. Old Mrs. Hoak nodded and gave a soft grunt of approval. Your meeting him was the form of destiny, just as the master said. All things have cause and effect. Sow good seeds and you shall reap good fruit. I hope that from now on, you can continue to keep such a pure heart. Hearing that, Thientam smiled and nodded. Tam Ni will keep grandmother's teachings in mind. However, Tam Ni has one matter to report to grandmother. She was surprised. Oh, what is it? Thientam rubbed her chin and continued. Tam Ni wants to take these old books to be repaired. After all, they are extremely precious old editions. But it's a pity that I rarely leave the manor, so I wouldn't know. No one knows if they can be repaired or not. She patted her head and said, I thought it was something major. Leave this to me. I'll just send someone to do it. Thientam smiled. Thank you, grandmother. Grandmother truly has the heart of a bodhisattva. She burst out laughing. You clever little rascal. Wait a few more days to go to the academy to read. Grandmother has nothing to worry about anymore. Just then Thienvu pushed the door open, ran in and called, Grandmother, you said you'd let Tam Ni and me go. We've been talking about studying for a whole month now. Why isn't there a specific date yet? She asked, the other day when I said I'd send you sisters to study. I didn't see you looking happy at all. Why are you in such a hurry now? She thought of Dan Long, her face flushed red, and asked, Grandmother, what do you mean by that? Does Wu Ni look like an unlearned and incompetent person? Old Mrs. Hoak saw her expression and thought to herself, Wu Ni is suddenly acting so shy. Could it be that she has someone in her heart? But the women of the inner court rarely meet men from the outside. There was only one time Wu Ni met someone, and that was at the birthday feast. She smiled and asked, So it turns out you fancy the 9th Prince Wu Ni? Her face turned bright red. Grandmother is so mean teasing Wu Ni like that. Wu Ni is not talking to you anymore. She laughed. You child, what's there to be shy about? The 9th Prince is a dragon among men, and he is highly favored by the Emperor. It's normal for you to like him. If you two become a match made in heaven, it would also be a legend in this capital. Hearing that, she asked, Grandmother, does that mean you agree to take charge of Wu Ni's marriage? She replied, You are the eldest daughter of the general's manor. If grandmother doesn't take charge for you, then who will? Just leave this matter to grandmother. She replied, Wu Ni knows grandmother is the best. Thientam stood to one side, and upon hearing this, her face darkened. Thientam angrily walked out of old Mrs. Hoak's courtyard. Luke Wai hurriedly chased after her, calling, Miss, slow down. This servant can't keep up. She stopped immediately, and Luke Wai accidentally bumped into her. She let out a cry and asked, Miss, what's the matter with you? The old madam was very pleased with you today. She even rewarded you with these pastries before we left. Why are you unhappy and looking so angry instead? She snapped back, "Where exactly am I angry? As for these pastries, take them to the maidservants in the courtyard. Distribute them all, I don't want them." Luke Wai muttered, "But these were given to you by the old madam. How could a servant like me dare?" She turned around. "When I say distribute them, distribute them. I don't care who gave them to me. I don't need them." Seeing this, Luke Wai wondered to herself, why did the miss suddenly get so angry? Could it be that I said something wrong inside her own courtyard? Thian Tam sat at her desk and sighed. She accidentally brushed the ink stick against the inkstone, causing ink to spill onto the paper. She was startled. In a fit of frustration, she hurriedly threw the paper away, her face then flushing deep red. What am I even angry about? Whoever wants to marry him can marry him. What does it have to do with me? She imagined Dan Lang with his arms around other women and thought, he is the 9th prince. He will surely have a flock of wives and concubines. Hawk Tianvu will only suffer if she marries him. I should be happy, shouldn't I? But why can't I feel happy at all? Even hearing grandmother promise to help with the marriage, this time my heart only feels anger. It is incredibly uncomfortable. Just then there was a knock at the door. Her mother walked inside. As soon as she saw her, she asked, "Mother, why have you come here?" She replied, "I was feeling a bit bored sitting in my room, so I came to see how you were doing. I'm not disturbing your calligraphy practice, am I?" She answered, "Mother, what are you saying? Please come and sit down." She glanced over and saw papers scattered all over the floor. Thian Tam Than ran over and said to her, "Mother, have some tea first. There's no rush to look at the accounts." She said, "You know I've always been a calm person. How could I be in a rush? But you seem to be upset about something. Judging by your sorrowful appearance, quickly tell your mother all about it." "It's nothing, just hearing grandmother mention going to the academy. It feels a bit unfamiliar." Her mother said, "I thought it was something major." "So it's just this. Speaking of which, just now, grandmother also came to see me regarding you and Vu Ni going to study. She sought me out too." She immediately asked, "What did grandmother say?" The mother said, "Aside from the young masters of noble families at the academy, there are also several princes from the palace. Once you two go there, you will naturally see them day and night. If you take a liking to anyone," she was surprised. "So grandmother wants you to step in to help Hoak Thien Vu choose a husband." The mother continued, "The old madam did mention the 9th prince, but the 9th prince had a marriage contract with you before. Tham Nguyen Tu married your father. I don't want you to follow in my footsteps. So Tam Nhi, let me ask you, what do you think of the 9th prince in your heart?" Her face flushed bright red. "Mother, Motu told Thian Tam, "Listen to Bak Nhi. Ever since you and the 9th prince met at the village, the 9th prince has become extremely attentive to you. A few days ago at your mistress's grand birthday feast, he didn't just take the initiative to stay close to you when trouble broke out, but he also focused entirely on protecting you, so thoroughly that even I, an outsider, could see his affection for you." "Do you not understand?" She said softly, "I understand. But after all, he is a member of the imperial family. He seems deeply devoted for now, but it's hard to guarantee that in the future, he won't have a change of heart. I only fear that if he has a flock of wives and concubines in the future, where would that leave me?" Mothu asked her. "So from the very beginning, you had no intention of marrying him?" Hearing this, she pursed her lips and did not answer. Mothu sighed, "Never mind. If you do not wish to marry, I won't force you. I only fear there might be some trouble on your father's side." Upon hearing that, she asked in surprise, "He is not yet wed and I am not yet married. If there is no mutual feeling, from then on I can just reject him directly. How did my father get involved in this?" She covered her mouth and burst out laughing. "What nonsense are you talking? When the imperial family bestows a marriage, do you think you can just cancel it whenever you want? However, even if Tam Ni's wish is difficult to fulfill, mother will still agree with you. So inside that little heart of yours, what is it that you truly want?" She broke into a sweat. "Then mother, please let me think it over carefully." That night in old Madam Hoke's courtyard, the mama asked her, the legitimate miss being betrothed to the 9th prince is a great joyous occasion. It brings glory to the general's manor. Old Madam, why do you look so melancholy? Old Madam Hawk's hand, which was counting prayer beads, stopped and she let out a sigh. If I hadn't gone to see Mothu last night to talk about Vu Ni's matter, I still wouldn't know that she had been hiding the betrothal for Tam Ni from me. So it turned out, the thing that had been making the old madam so restless was this matter. Old Madam Hawk shook her head. I even stood before Tam Ni today, acting as a matchmaker for Vu Ni and the 9th prince. I wonder if that girl Tam Ni blames me. The mama smiled. The legitimate miss was after all raised by Madam. She is broad-minded. Old Madam, please do not overthink it. She stood up. I only hope so. Once I finish binding this medical book tomorrow, I will test that girl Tam Ni's heart. The next day, Thian Tam ran to Mothu's courtyard and called out to her mother. She was sitting in front of the mirror. Hearing her, she turned her head and asked, "What is it that has you in such a hurry?" "Mother, the 4 o'clock flowers I planted in the garden earlier have bloomed. I want to go see them with you." Mothu asked her, 4 o'clock flowers? Thiantam hurriedly pulled her along. "Mother, you'll know as soon as you come and see with me." This made her let out a surprised "Ha!" As the two of them stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered Thienvu approaching. She called out, "Mother." Thiantam looked at her and thought, it's her. She was not in her room. Early in the morning, she had already rushed to be before Mother, fawning and flattering her. It was to plead for Tam Nguok Tu. She stepped forward respectfully and said, "Vu Nhi pays respects to Mother. We haven't met for a few days. Is Mother's health still good?" She nodded. "Yes, it's better now. Has Vu Nhi been busy lately?" She replied, "Vu Nhi has been chanting sutras with grandmother lately, wanting to atone and accumulate merit for concubine mother." Mothu smiled and hummed, "It is good to have such a heart." She continued, "Mother, concubine mother has been confined in the Buddhist hall for many days. Vu Nhi wants—" Before she could finish, Thientam called out, "Mother, look, the garden is right in front of us. Let's go quickly to see the flowers. Whatever elder sister wants to say. It won't be too late to find Mother and say it later." Mothu nodded, "All right, as you wish." "As you wish. Let's walk a bit slower." Then the mother and daughter left, leaving Thienvu behind. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, thinking, "That cursed wretch. Do you think this will make me give up?" "In your dreams," she hurriedly called out, "Mother!" Mothu frowned. Vu Nhi, is there something else?" She smiled and said, "Vu Nhi sees that Mother is in high spirits today and wants to go with Mother." Thientam asked Thienvu, "Elder sister, aren't you going with grandmother to worship Buddha today?" She immediately replied, "Little sister Tam Nhi, it's still early. I will only go with grandmother in the afternoon. I'll stay with Mother first." Thientam turned her back and said, "Oh, if sister likes to follow, then just come along." Thienvu ran up to support Mothu. "Mother, please walk slowly. Let me help you so you don't bump into anything." Mothu hummed softly, "Vu Nhi is so filial." Along the way, Thienvu told Mothu, "Mother, yesterday I saw some purple jasmine flowers in the garden. They are very rare. You must see them later." The group of people continued walking together. Thienvu looked around and then pointed to the jasmine flowers, saying, "Mother, look, those are the purple jasmine flowers." Upon seeing this cluster of flowers, Mothu covered her mouth in surprise. "It really is purple. It doesn't look like ordinary jasmine." Thientam stepped closer, touched it, and said, "Actually, this jasmine is also known as the rouge flower. Not only is its color unique, but it also has properties to clear heat, detoxify, and promote blood circulation." She glanced at Thienvu behind her and thought to herself, "It's a pity that you took the opportunity to mention the flowers I planted to Mother. The more I look at you, the more agreeable you seem." Thienvu was startled when she noticed the glance. Mothu smiled and said, "Tam Nhi is so knowledgeable. I've heard that this type of purple jasmine is very easy to grow. It can grow anywhere. Years ago, before the war, every household used to plant them." Hearing this, she covered her mouth and laughed. "Is this flower really that lowly? And here I thought it was rare and brought Mother to see it. I've wasted my efforts." She stepped closer and plucked a petal. Thienvu also approached and plucked a whole flower. She sniffed it and then threw it down. It's lowly enough, and doesn't even have a bit of fragrance. It's not worthy of being planted alongside the magnolias and peonies around here. When I return, I'll have someone pull them all out." Thientam picked up the flower that had been thrown to the ground and said, "These flowers growing here don't bother you, elder sister. If you don't like them, just don't look at them. Why be so harsh? Besides, I planted these flowers myself. As they say, to beat a dog, you must look at its master. For you to want to destroy them without my consent, how can that be right?" Thienvu was startled upon hearing this. "Little sister Tam Nhi, please don't be angry. If I had known you planted them, I wouldn't have said that." Thientam only nodded and replied, "I see. Luki, take this flower and all the ones that have bloomed. Harvest them all to dry for use." Luki immediately obeyed. "Yes, this servant understands." Thienvu was curious. Little sister Tam Nhi's medical skills are getting more impressive by the day. "I'm just wondering what these flowers are used for." She replied, "Oh, it's just to help regulate the menstrual cycle. Since you have no use for it, elder sister, there's no need to worry about it." She said, "Little sister Tam Nhi is right. I truly have no need for it at the moment. It's just that since your medical skills are so great, why not take a look for me?" Thientam refused. "Although I have read a few medical books, I know nothing about the menstrual cycle. I cannot be of any help." Hearing that, she asked coldly, "If you even had a way to deal with the plague, how could you not understand a small matter like this? Or is it that you simply do not want to help me?" Thientam hurriedly hid behind her mother and asked, "Why is elder sister being so fierce? If I had a way, how could I not help?" She broke into a cold sweat. "No, it's not that I'm just a bit anxious. I didn't mean to shout at you, Tam Nhi. At this point, Mothu spoke up from the middle. Vunyi, you have seen many physicians, and none of them could do anything about your condition. I know you are anxious, but Tamni is only 13 years old. Do you really think she can cure it? Thienvu frowned and pursed her lips tightly, saying nothing. Thientam turned and said to her mother, Mother, don't blame elder sister. If I were elder sister's age, and still didn't have my period, I would certainly be even more worried than she is. She curled her lip and replied, Where did I blame her? I am only afraid your sister is unhappy in her heart, thinking that you are intentionally refusing to help, which might lead to a grudge against you. Thientam smiled again and turned to ask, Elder sister is not a narrow-minded person. Right, sister? She could only manage a forced smile and reply, Tamni, you're right, I was just impatient. Mother's thoughts are still the most considerate. But in her heart she was cursing wildly. This cursed wretch, taking advantage of my concubine mother being locked in the Buddhist hall. She dares to team up with her mother to look down on me. Mothu, too tired to speak with her, found an excuse to leave. It's good that you understand reason. I've been out for a while and my body feels a bit tired. I'm going back to my room. Hearing this, she quickly said, Let me escort mother back. But before she could finish, Thientam interrupted, Sister, you still have to go worship Buddha with grandmother. So the matter of escorting mother back to her courtyard, there is no need to trouble you. With that, she hurriedly followed her mother and left. Thienvu stood behind, gritting her teeth as she hissed out each word. That little wretch! In a fit of rage, she frantically trampled the flower beds that Thientam had planted, cursing, Big and little wretches. A servant nearby reminded her, Eldest miss, these are the flowers the legitimate miss planted with her own hands. If the legitimate miss were to find out. Upon hearing this, she flew into a rage, lifting her foot to kick the servant in the stomach. The maid collapsed in pain, clutching her stomach. With a darkened face, she scolded, Damn servant! Since when was it your turn to speak? Wait until concubine mother comes out of the Buddhist hall. I'll see just how long they can stay so smug. On the way back, Thientam asked her mother, Mother, do you think Sister Vu truly wants to make you happy? She laughed and asked, Silly Tamni, what do you think? She pouted, showing her disdain. Mother already knows she is pretending to be kind. So why do you still stay close to her? Othu chuckled and asked, If I don't stay close, how would I know she possesses such a calculating mind? Thientam was dazed. Tamni doesn't understand. Othu asked her, Then why don't you think carefully? Vunyi was raised by Tamnyuk too, and her temperament is extremely hot-headed. According to her personality, knowing that I imprisoned her mother, what would she do? Thientam immediately replied, She would definitely hate mother to the bone. Mothu's tone became more serious as she asked, Today not only did she step forward to please me, but she also repeatedly endured your sarcasm. Could this be how a simple-minded girl would behave? Hearing this, Thientam stopped. She recounted, Mother is right. A few days ago, she even came to my door to cause trouble over Tam and Guyat Thu's matter. Coming to the door to find me and cause trouble. It's only been a few days, and she seems to have turned into a completely different person. If it weren't for this conversation with mother, I wouldn't have noticed the change in Huac Tianvu. Seeing that her daughter understood, Mothu smiled and advised her, It is enough that you understand what I have said. Once you go to the academy, I will no longer be able to protect you. You must be a bit more careful. She hurriedly threw herself into her mother's arms. She happily replied, Yes, I understand, mother. Just as the two returned to the courtyard, someone ran up and called out to the legitimate miss, causing her to turn her head and ask, Who? The mama approached them and respectfully reported, This servant pays respects to madame. I pay respects to the legitimate miss. The old madam has a matter to discuss. She requests the legitimate miss to pay a visit. Hearing this, Mothu urged her on. Grandmother, she must have something urgent to tell you. Go there quickly. Old Madam Hawk led Thientam to a building and then said to her, Tam girl, get off the carriage first. She stepped down, looked around, and asked, Grandmother, where is this place? Old Madam Hawk gave a kind smile. You will know once we go inside in a moment. Thientam hurriedly ran after her, answering, Yes, yes. But in her heart, suspicion arose. Grandmother brought me here. Could it be related to that book? As they drew closer, a figure appeared. An old man with a high hair bun and a beard stepped out. Upon seeing the visitors, he immediately greeted them. Old Madam, you have arrived. Old Madam Hawk smiled and introduced Tamni. Let me introduce you. This is Uncle Fong, who will help you revise the Bok Tao 6. He was also your grandfather's capable soldier back then. Thientam bowed and greeted, Greetings, Uncle Fong. Uncle Fong gestured for them to enter. Good. Greetings, legitimate miss. Please come inside. Thientam stepped into the manor. She sniffed for a moment and then hurriedly ran off. She ran to the racks of medicinal herbs drying in the yard. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, There are so many medicinal herbs here. Old Madam Hawk spoke up in her defense. This grandchild of mine is very active. making you laugh at us. Uncle Fuang replied, why would old madam say that? The legitimate miss has a sincere nature, much like the general's demeanor back then. This is a good thing. Thien Tam picked up each type of medicinal herb, naming them as she smelled them. This is Plantago asiatica. It promotes urination and stops diarrhea, clears heat and detoxifies. Dandelion treats bone sores, and has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. Also purslane, which reduces internal heat, promotes diuresis and removes dampness. Mugwort is mild, removes dampness, and soothes coughs. After listening, Uncle Fuang stroked his beard and praised her to the old madam. The legitimate miss is so young, yet she already knows so many herbs. She is truly a rare talent in medical studies. The old madam smiled. That is why I brought her here. If she can continue her research here, it would be her greatest fortune. Uncle Fuang quickly said to the old madam, don't say that. When the general was still alive, he treated me very well. If I can teach the legitimate miss, it can be considered repaying the general's kindness. After a while, Thien Tam held a medicinal herb and ran back calling for her grandmother and Uncle Fuang. She held the herb up high. Tam Nhi wants to ask Uncle Fuang about something. Uncle Fuang smiled and asked, oh, I wonder what the legitimate miss would like to know. She then asked, it's just that Tam Nhi sees these herbs are very precious. Even drugstores throughout the capital cannot find many of them. I wonder where Uncle Fuang obtained these herbs. Upon hearing this, he stroked his beard and laughed out loud. I didn't expect the legitimate miss to be such a person, eager to learn. He leaned down to pat her head. Old madam, I will definitely take this disciple. Old Madam Hawk couldn't help but ask joyfully, is that true? Those words, once you've said them, you cannot go back on them. Uncle Fuang replied, people like us always keep our word. Once spoken, we will not go back on it. Thien Tam listened, but understood nothing at all. She immediately turned to ask old Madam Hoek, Grandmother, what are you and Uncle Fuang talking about? Why doesn't Tam Nhi understand? She asked her, Tam girl, do you still remember the Bok Tao 6 you gave me last time? She nodded. Yes, I do. After giving the Bok Tao 6 to her grandmother, it was Uncle Fuang who helped correct it. But Tam Nhi still didn't understand. She said while Uncle Fuang was revising it, he accidentally discovered that the content regarding herbs and medical knowledge inside both came from the Fuang family. Thien Tam was confused, but that Bok Tao 6 volume at the time, it was clearly given to me by a beggar. Uncle Fuang explained, it's a shame to say, but the beggar the legitimate miss met might have been my elder brother who went missing and became a wanderer due to the war. Hearing this, Thien Tam was startled. So that was it. She ran toward them. No wonder Uncle Fuang understood pharmacology so well and had so many herbs drying in the yard. It turned out he came from a medical lineage. He stroked his beard and laughed. We are not exactly a prestigious lineage. It's just that for several generations we have practiced medicine. Combined with the will left by our ancestors, every generation of the Fuang family has followed and developed medical skills. Thien Tam wondered. Then isn't Uncle Fuang very formidable? Uncle Fuang replied, I cannot say I am formidable. After all, medical knowledge is vast and infinite. One must persist with the original purpose of learning more and more. Thien Tam nodded after hearing that. Oh, what Uncle Fuang says is true? He reached out and made an offer. I see a talent for medicine in you. Are you willing to learn medicine from me? To help the common people under heaven. She frowned and hesitated. But Old Madam Hawk spoke up. Little girl, what do you have to hesitate about? If you can learn and become successful, even if you cannot shoulder the responsibility of bringing happiness to the common people, at least you can take good care of your mother. Thien Tam felt enlightened after hearing those words. Grandmother is right. Even if it is for my mother, I must seize this opportunity. So she immediately performed the ceremony to acknowledge him as her master. Your humble disciple pays respects to master. I only hope that master will not reject me. Seeing this, old Madam Hawk laughed loudly. Good. This is the kind of character a daughter of our house should have. Uncle Fuang walked over, patted her shoulder, and said, Now that you have taken me as your master, I also have a grand gift I wish to give you. Thien Tam furrowed her brows and asked, A grand gift? He put his hands behind his back, walked into the house, and called out, Come with me. She answered yes and hurriedly followed him. Inside the room, there was a chest placed on the tea table. She looked at it, her eyes full of curiosity. Master, what is this? He spoke nostalgically. These are medical books, passed down through many generations of the Fuang family's ancestors. He stepped forward and opened the chest. It was filled with books. He introduced them, including the Bok Tao 6 volume your grandmother brought. There are 11 volumes in total. Thien Tam spoke up. Then these are all rare treasures. He nodded. Every stroke, every sentence represents the life's work of my ancestors across generations. Now I am entrusting them to you? Thien Tam was startled. Giving them to me? She stepped back and waved her hands. But these are too precious. Tamni cannot possibly take on such a burden. He sighed. No matter how precious something is, if it is neglected, it will become worthless. Besides, as your master, I will naturally devote myself to passing my medical skills to you. Would I still keep secrets from you? She hesitated. But before she could finish, he sat down and interrupted her. There are no buts. Just take these and study diligently. Strive so that in the future you may have a medical book of your own. Thien Tam was stunned for a moment after hearing this, then she bowed. Yes, your disciple understands. I will certainly not disappoint you, Master. Uncle Fuang was satisfied. Good, that's my worthy disciple. After the master recognition ceremony, old Madam Hawk and Thien Tam left the Fuang Manor. She advised Tam Ni, your master, has entrusted the entire life's work of his lineage to you. In the future, you must preserve them with great care. Under no circumstances should you let your master down. Clasping the chest, she replied, Grandmother Tam Ni will certainly preserve these books very well. Uncle Fuang stroked his beard and said, I already said those words to her just now. Tam Ni is steady and cautious. One day, she will surely become a renowned female physician. Old Madam Hawk broke into a happy smile and said to Uncle Fuang, let it be as you say. If Tam Ni could truly achieve such success, that would be wonderful. It is getting late, we should head back. Uncle Fuang bowed in farewell. Safe travels, old madam. Thien Tam waved her hand to him. Goodbye, master. He smiled and replied, Goodbye, Tam Ni, go home early. Then, the grandmother and granddaughter boarded the carriage to return to the Hoak Manor. The carriage stopped as soon as it reached the Hoak Manor. Just as old Madam Hawk lifted the curtain, she heard Mo Thu call out, Mother, so she asked, It is cold out here, why are you standing there? Mo Thu came forward to help her into the manor and said, Your daughter-in-law is not cold, I am only concerned for Mother's safety. Only after seeing Mother return safely, can I feel at ease? Old Madam Hawk smiled and advised her, It is good that you have such a filial heart, but your health is not good. You should still go inside quickly. It so happens I have something to tell you. Mo Thu went into old Madam Hawk's courtyard. After listening, she asked in astonishment, What Tam Ni has taken Mr. Fuang as her teacher? Old Madam Hawk nodded and replied, Mo Thu asked again in surprise, Mr. Fuang has always been aloof. When my father-in-law was still alive, no matter how he persuaded him, he wouldn't agree. Why did he suddenly take Tam Ni as his disciple? Old Madam Hawk replied, This is our Tam Ni's good fortune. A few days ago, the Grand Master even cast a divination for Tam Ni, saying that our Tam Ni has a brilliant future. Is this not slowly becoming a reality? Mo Thu listened and replied, So that's how it is. She turned to caress Thien Tam and advised her, Then Tam Ni must study hard. Don't let your grandmother down. She patted her chest and replied, Yes, mother, please rest assured. This time master gave me many books. I'm preparing to study them for a bit. Mo Thu nodded. Satisfied, she praised, Good. It's enough that you have this level of determination. I'll tell the kitchen to keep dinner for you. Tu Hin take the eldest miss back to her room to dine. Tu Hin stepped inside and said, Miss, let's go. Thien Tam performed a salutation. Then Tam Ni shall take her leave. In Thien Tam's courtyard, she was reading the books that Uncle Fuang had given her. Luke Wai asked her, Miss, these illustrations are either bloody or showing dissections. Is this really a medical book? Thien Tam said softly. You don't understand. A physician usually treats illnesses by diagnosing and prescribing medicine. But lately, there are countless complicated diseases. How can they be cured with ordinary methods? Luke Wai was curious, but I feel pain just looking at them. Are you not afraid, miss? She opened a book and asked, Silly girl, it's not as scary as you say. Luke Wai was terrified the moment she saw the images in the book. But I still feel outside. Mo Thu passed by Thien Tam's courtyard and asked, Why is the lamp still lit in the room? Her servant replied, I heard Luke Yi say that after the eldest miss finished dinner, she immediately closed her door to read. Perhaps she is not finished yet. She smiled. So that's how it is. The servant asked her, So does madam wish to go in? She replied, I won't go in. It's rare for Tam Ni to find something she likes and focuses on. Just let her be. Instruct the kitchen to cook some food. Deliver it to Tam Ni in a little while. In Mo Thu's courtyard, she was holding a teacup and blowing on it gently, while Thien Tam sat beside her reading a book. Just then the sound of footsteps rang out, making her look up. Thien Vu stepped inside and performed a salutation. Your daughter pays respects to mother. I have arrived late. I hope mother will not be angry. Mo Thu smiled. Breakfast has only just been served, so it is not considered late. Since you are here, sit down and dine with us. She replied, Yes. After sitting down, she turned to ask, Tam Ni's sister, Are you not eating? Mo Thu smiled. As for her, she has been obsessed with reading these past few days. She won't even budge when called loudly. Let us eat first. Hearing that, she raised an eyebrow. Then she curled her lips smugly. She remembered Hong Mai telling her before that this little wench had brought back a chest from outside. She thought it was some rare treasure, but it turned out to be just a pile of ragged books. It seemed grandmother didn't favor her that much after all. Ma Thu spoke up at this moment. I called you here today because I have something to tell you. She replied, Please speak, mother. Mo Thu smiled. In the past my health was poor, so all matters in the manor, large and small, were handled by your concubine mother. Now that I am better, I wish to arrange your marriage. Hearing this, she immediately smiled and replied, Your daughter follows mother's arrangements. Mo Thu nodded. Very well, I will ask a matchmaker to look around. If there is a young master from a noble family of a suitable age, we will make a decision. Hearing this, she was stunned. A noble young master. But didn't grandmother say I would be married to the 9th prince? Mo Thu nodded. Yes, your grandmother did mention it to me. However, the 9th prince is of royal blood. The criteria for choosing his wife are very high. Since you are a daughter of a concubine, it would be very difficult. Upon hearing this, she patted her chest and said, Mother, even if I cannot be the primary wife, your daughter is willing to be a concubine. She slammed the table in anger and scolded, Outrageous! You are a descendant of the general's manor. Never has there been a descendant of a general who refused to be a primary wife, and instead chose to be someone else's concubine. With tears welling in her eyes, she asked, But I truly like the 9th prince. Can mother not find a way? Mo Thu replied, If I had any other way, why would I not help you? But the status of legitimate and concubine-born children is different. Forget about me. Even your grandmother has no way. But rest assured, without the 9th prince, young masters from noble families are also good options. She shouted in anger, I don't want a noble young master. I want the 9th prince. If mother does not want what's best for me, and won't help, then so be it. Why use this reason as an excuse to decline? Mo Thu said, Vunyi, I have always regarded you as my own child. I didn't expect you to say such things. It truly disappoints me. From now on, you shall decide your own marriage. I will no longer concern myself with it. Hearing that, she asked, What do mother's words mean? Now that I am of age, if mother does not arrange for me, who else will? Or does mother want me to be lonely until I'm old, to never be married and become the laughingstock of the whole city? She was so angry she broke into a dry cough. As soon as Thian Tam saw her in distress, she stood up with a frown and scolded, Sister clearly knows mother is not in good health, yet you still deliberately provoke her. You were raised by your concubine mother since childhood. Forget about showing filial respect. Even the number of times you've paid respects to mother can be counted on one hand. Since you were unfilial first, what right do you have to blame mother? Never mind not helping you match with the 9th prince. Even if mother closed her eyes and randomly picked someone, could you even refuse? Mother is kind-hearted and was kind enough to plan for you. Yet it became a reason for you to resent her. In my view, mother might as well just pick anyone and marry her off to be done with it. Thian Tam ordered loudly, Luki Lukhin, take her away. If you upset mother, I will not forgive you. Hearing her call, Luki and Lukhin immediately stepped forward and said, Eldest miss, this way, please. You all are bullying me. I'm going to tell grandmother. With that, she hurriedly ran away. Thian Tam watched her leave and said, She is truly ungrateful. Mother, there's no need to be angry. It might harm your health. If you are hurting, I will be the one heartbroken. Mo Thu smiled. All right, I'll listen to you. I won't be angry anymore. Let's not talk about this anymore. I heard that. The academy will start selecting students in a few days. For the next 2 days, stop reading medical books for a moment and review what the master taught you first. She nodded. Understood. Tam Ni will listen to mother, Mo Thu advised. This year, the enrollment quota is very small and the selection process is also very strict. However, you are mature and have your own opinions, so I'm not worried about you. I'm only worried about Vunyi. She asked about her now. She is so intent on getting married, how could she have the mind to study? Mo Thu replied, regardless of what she thinks, internally or externally, what must be done must be done. Yesterday I selected a few books to Hin. Go and deliver them to Vunyi. Thian Tam stood up and said, I will deliver them. To Hin should stay here to look after mother. Otherwise I won't feel at ease. Hearing this, she laughed and asked, You're so clever, what is there to worry about? To Hin stepped forward and said, The young miss cares about madam's health, so I must take careful care of you. I'll have to trouble the young miss with delivering the books. She held the books and said, It's just a short walk, no trouble at all. Mother, I'm going now. Mo Thu smiled and praised Tam Ni. You are truly becoming more and more sensible. At this time in Thien Vu's courtyard, she was angrily scolding a servant. You fool, giving me such scalding water to drink. Are you trying to burn me to death? Then she threw the cup of water to the ground and chased the servant away. Get out! The servant fell to the ground with a cry. Thien Tam stepped inside, saw this scene, and asked, Sister, you're in a bad mood, so you're taking it out on the maid. Aren't you afraid word will get out and damage your reputation for being gentle? She gritted her teeth and asked, What are you doing here? My place does not welcome a hypocrite, like you. Thien Tam continued, To be honest, I also detest people who are self-righteous, obstinate and cruel like you. Hearing that, she grew furious, picked up a cup and threw it at Thien Tam, cursing, Hawk Thien Tam, what right do you have to speak to me like that? Thien Tam tilted her head to dodge the cup. She screamed in rage, Get out of here now! Thien Tam tossed the 2 books into her face. With a darkened face, she said angrily, If it weren't for delivering these books, do you think I would want to see you? In any case, I have delivered Mother's goodwill. If you won't read them, then so be it. She angrily stomped on the 2 books and said, I don't need my foster mother's fake kindness. If she truly had good intentions, she wouldn't have spoken to me like that just now. Nor would she have locked my mother away in some gloomy ancestral hall. Hearing this, Thien Tam angrily slapped her. She clutched her face and screamed, You dare to hit me! Thien Tam said sternly, You slandered Mother. Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? She gritted her teeth and lunged forward. You wench! I'll settle this with you. Luke Wai immediately ran up to shield Thien Tam, protecting her while shouting, Hong Mai, are you a corpse? Hurry up and stop your master! If my young miss is injured, be prepared for the old madam to skin you alive. Hearing that, Hong Mai hurriedly ran over and hugged Thien Vu's legs. Please, eldest miss, calm down. She is the legitimate daughter. She frowned, kicked Hong Mai away, and cursed, Get away, you lowly servant. Are you blind, can't you see? That Hok Thien Tam is trying to walk all over me. Instead of helping, you're taking the outsider's side. Get out of my way. Thien Tam said to Thien Vu with a cold expression, Hok Thien Vu, let me give you a piece of advice. Instead of wasting energy venting your anger, you'd better read a few more pages and prepare well for the exam the day after tomorrow, to avoid shaming Father again. Thien Vu asked angrily, You little wench! Who are you to lecture me? If you won't listen, then forget it. Luke Wai, let's go. Then she turned and left. Thien Vu gritted her teeth in rage and muttered, Hok Thien Tam, I'm not done with you yet. After that, she ran to the ancestral hall to meet Nuoc Thu. As soon as she saw her, Nuoc Thu said, Vu Ni, you've finally come to visit your concubine mother. I almost thought you didn't want me anymore. Then she immediately replied, You're not dead yet, so what's all the crying for? Hearing that, Nuoc Thu was stunned and then said, All right, I won't cry. But Vu Ni, how did your conversation with the old madam go? When can I finally leave this godforsaken place? She explained, You made such a massive mistake. It's not like you don't know it yourself. How could grandmother forgive you so easily? Furthermore, I didn't come here today to talk about that. Hearing this, Nuoc Thu asked, Then why did you come here? She replied, The day after tomorrow I have to go to the academy to participate in the selection exam. Then she asked, Before, did Father actually speak with the academy in advance or not? She smiled and said, Don't worry about this matter. When the time comes, you just need to show up and you'll definitely pass. Hearing that, she was relieved. That's good then. Yesterday, that little wench even used this to threaten me. I thought there might have been some changes at the academy. It's good that there's no problem now. Hearing this, Nuoc Thu hurriedly asked her, Now that you are at ease, what about my situation? She frowned and scolded, What's the rush? You are my biological mother. Could I possibly forget you? It's just that for now, that pair of wenches is highly favored by grandmother and father. I have to slowly figure out a plan. Nuoc Thu hurriedly grabbed her hand and said, Then you must hurry up. If that wench keeps staying with the general and eventually gives birth to a young master, we will never be able to hold our heads up again. She pulled her hand back. I know, you just stay here and wait for grandmother's anger to subside. You will definitely be released. Hearing that, she still reminded her, Then concubine mother will wait for you, Vu Ni. You must not forget me. On Thien Tam's side, she dreamed that she was wearing a wedding dress, sitting and waiting on the bed. The door opened, and a man stepped closer. Holding a Rui scepter, he lifted her bridal veil. Then he leaned down, kissed her forehead, and said, Little girl, you are mine. The moment she saw his face, she screamed, No! Then she sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. Worried, Luke Wai dropped the water basin in her hands and ran in to ask, Young miss, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? She was dazed, realizing it was just a dream that had scared her to death. Luke Wai stepped forwards and said, That's right. Young miss, it must be because of the pressure of going to the academy today. That is why you had a nightmare. In a moment, I will tell the kitchen to make some snacks. I guarantee your mood will improve after you eat. Hearing this, she chuckled. Your mouth is truly sweet. Let's wash up and change clothes first. Luke Yi immediately replied, Yes. Then she came forward to change Thien Tam's clothes and said, Early this morning, Madam instructed that the academy is a sacred place and told me to help you dress a bit more elegantly. so that the master will have a good impression. Hearing this, she thought to herself, is it really because I'm going to the academy? And under so much pressure that I dreamed of that man. In my previous life, I hadn't even married him yet, before being killed by Thien Vu. We clearly hadn't wed yet. So why did that scene feel so real? After finishing changing her clothes, Luke Y praised, there. Like this you look both simple and elegant. You will surely be chosen by the master. She scolded playfully, what nonsense are you saying? The academy values a candidate's literary merit, not their clothing. All right, stop joking and let's go to the main hall first. Don't make grandmother and mother wait too long. Luke Y nodded. That's true. But Madam taught us that. There must be a good reason for her advice. The young miss will definitely pass the exam. Thien Tam and Luke Y walked toward the corridor. She looked up and was startled, seeing Thien Vu standing right in front of her. Wearing a vibrant set of robes, standing right behind her was her maid Hong Mai. As soon as she saw her, Thien Vu mocked her, saying, oh, Sister Tam Nhi, no matter what. You are still the legitimate young miss of the general's manor. Dressing so poorly like this. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by outsiders? Thien Tam replied, Sister, you should just worry about yourself. I don't need your concern. Hearing that, Thien Vu gritted her teeth. Huak Thien Tam, don't be so ungrateful. Hong Mai, standing behind her, tried to soothe her. Eldest young miss, please don't be angry. The legitimate young miss is surely jealous of your beauty, which is why she said that on purpose. Thien Vu, arrogant and smug, agreed. You're right. That little wench is just like her half-dead mother. That damned woman's death. She looks so pretentious that no one would find her interesting. Just wait until we reach the academy, I'll make her regret it. After that, the group entered the main hall together and sat down at the table. Old Madam Hawk smiled and asked, Tam Nhi Vu Nhi, you're going to the academy in a bit. How are your preparations going? Thien Tam replied confidently. Don't worry, grandmother. Tam Nhi will surely pass the exam smoothly. Thien Vu interrupted, Grandmother Vu Nhi too. Vu Nhi will definitely bring honor to the general's manor, and won't disappoint you. Hearing this, she nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Finish your breakfast and then set off. Don't be late. After breakfast, the group walked to the side gate together. Outside the gate, the carriage was already waiting. Both who gave her instructions. Thien Tam, when you're at the academy, you must make friends with others. Moreover, there are many noble families at the academy, so don't be too flashy. The knowledge taught by the master is very precious. You must listen diligently. Thien Tam nodded. Yes, yes. Tam Nhi will remember. Mothu smiled. Good, off you go, Luke Yi. During this time, you must take good care of the young miss. Luke Yi replied, Madam, please rest assured. I will not leave the young miss's side for a single step. She turned and said to her, Go carefully, Tam Nhi. After that, she boarded the carriage first. The carriage immediately set off for the academy. As soon as the carriage stopped in front of the academy gates, it attracted the attention of many people. Look, everyone, isn't that the carriage from the general's manor? Wait, isn't the eldest young master of the general's manor already studying at the academy? How could you not know? The ones arriving this time are the two young misses of the general's manor. Thien Tam, still sitting in the carriage, glanced outside. Thien Vu had already stepped down first with a confident smile. Seeing her, the crowd began to whisper. As expected, that fairy-like lady in front must be the legitimate daughter of the general's manor, right? Don't talk nonsense. That lady looks like the eldest young miss. The eldest young miss is of concubine birth. Only then did Thien Tam calmly step down from the carriage. The moment people saw her, they began to gossip. So the simply dressed girl, with the petite frame behind, must be the legitimate young miss. A concubine-born daughter dressing more flashily than the legitimate one. Isn't this General Hoke an ungrateful man, who favors his concubine over his wife? Exactly. I used to hear that. General Hoke and Lady Mo were deeply in love. It turns out it was all a lie. Hearing these rumors, Thien Vu cursed. These lowlifes. At that moment, Yen Hai stood up and spoke out. Old General Hawk is a hero who suppressed the rebellion. How can you be allowed to spread such messy gossip here? The moment people saw her, they were astonished. Why is the young miss of the Duke's manor here too? She asked, Is this academy your home? That I am not permitted to come. Furthermore, she ran over to pull Thien Tam close to shield her. Hok Thien Tam is my good sister. If I hear anyone gossiping behind her back again, don't blame me for turning against you. Hearing this, everyone whispered among themselves. I heard this young miss is not someone to be trifled with. A man once accidentally bumped into her on the street and had his arm broken immediately. So let's not get into a conflict with her. Disperse. Thien Tam praised, so it turns out Sister Yen's reputation is so famous. Tam Nhi truly admires you, Yen Hai whispered. You little brat, you call us good sisters. Yet you didn't say a word to me about coming to the academy. She replied, I didn't even know you were coming either. Besides, knowing now isn't too late. Yen Hai smiled. True, but having Sister Tam Nhi here It will surely be much more interesting than me being alone. Thientam asked curiously, then where is Sister Nadong? Has she also come to the academy? Just then Nadong ran over, appearing between the two of them and shouting, of course, in such a lively place. How could I not be present? As soon as they saw her, both Thientam and Yenhai were startled. Yenhai exclaimed, my goodness! Are you a ghost? You walk without a sound and appear as soon as you're mentioned. Nyadong said, you still have the nerve to talk. Didn't I say we should go together today? You made me have this carriage driver detour to the Duke's Manor gate, only to find out you had already left early in the morning. Yenhai quickly ran over to massage Nadong's shoulders. Don't be angry, you know how impatient my mother's temper is. It's not like you don't know her. She dragged me up before dawn. By the time I fully woke up, I was already at the academy. How could I remember anything else? Nyadong ran over and nudged Thientam along. Well, this young miss is choosing to be angry, Tam Nhi. Let's go in first. Ignore this person who doesn't keep their word. Yenhai's eyes welled up with tears. Good sister, don't leave me, I won't do it again. Afterwards, all three young misses lay down together on the grass. Yenhai, with a blade of grass in her mouth, said, I say your mother is just too kind-hearted. Only locking up that wicked concubine. If it were my house, she would have been put in a pig cage and drowned long ago. Nyadong said at Tam Nhi's house. There is an old madam with a devout Buddhist heart. Matters are always handled leniently whenever possible. It's not like your house where things are never peaceful. Getting rid of a person is as common as stepping on an ant. Thientam asked curiously. Is Sister Yen's house really that lively? Yenhai brandished her whip and replied, it's more than just lively. This whip at my waist isn't for self-defense every day. It's to protect others. There isn't a single day of peace. Thientam and Nyadong broke into a cold sweat upon hearing that. She couldn't help but ask, then aren't you exhausted, sister? Yenhai answered, I've forgotten what that feels like. Which manor in the capital doesn't have a pile of issues? They look glorious on the outside, but once the doors are closed, it's a different scene entirely. Who can claim to be cleaner than whom? Lying on the grass, Nadong said. My house, on the other hand, is very clean. Fortunately, my mother found a husband who is afraid of his wife. If my father truly had many wives and concubines, given my mother's temperament, she would have torn the whole house down sooner or later. Hearing this, Yenhai and Thientam exclaimed, your mother is truly impressive. Nyadong smiled. It's not that my mother is impressive, but rather that she found a good husband. That's why I always believe that I will also experience what happens in plays. One life, one soulmate, a couple staying together for all eternity. Thientam wondered, staying together for all eternity. Does such a promise really exist? Right then a noise rang out. She immediately turned her head and asked, who's hiding there? A young man stepped out from behind a tree. Upon seeing him, Nadong was startled. The fifth prince. Yenhai raised an eyebrow and wondered, why is the fifth prince not studying, but running to the ladies' examination grounds? The fifth prince smiled and said, I was just passing by. I happened to overhear the three young ladies talking. I hope you won't take offense. Yenhai then asked, is the fifth prince also interested in listening to girls' topics? Aren't you afraid your brothers will find out and mock you? The fifth prince replied, Miss Tu, you must be joking. I did not intend to eavesdrop. She asked in surprise, you know me? The fifth prince asked, Miss Tu of the Duke's Manor. Your reputation for being straightforward is famous throughout the capital. I have heard a bit about it. It's just that I don't know who this young lady is. Thientam performed a formal salute and introduced herself. This humble girl Hawk. Thientam pays respects to the fifth prince. The fifth prince nodded. So you are the maternal grandniece of the royal great-aunt. That means we are all one family. Thientam replied, oh, that's right. She thought to herself, claiming kinship the moment we meet. He certainly isn't formal at all. Suddenly, the fifth prince took her hand and said with a smile, I have heard that it was you who presented the prescription to Father Emperor, which led to the eradication of the plague in the city. Another day, I must seek guidance from Sister Tam Nhi. She said softly, I wouldn't dare. I just happened to guess correctly. She thought, goodness, he's even calling me sister now. You members of the imperial family really love making yourselves at home. Just then someone waved and called the three young ladies. The examination is about to start. They walked toward the examination hall. The group hurriedly said, Your Highness, we must go to the exam first. We will talk more another day. The fifth prince watched Thientam leave and thought, Huak Thientam, I didn't expect you to be so young. I wonder if my older brothers above me would be as surprised as I am when they see you. The academy is going to be lively this time. Inside the classroom, the students had all gathered and were sitting upright in their chairs. Their teacher spoke up to introduce herself. My surname is Kuk. My name is Nansong, a female teacher at Hamdan Academy. Although all of you here are young ladies from noble families in the capital, But in this examination, at the back of the class, Na Dong began to whisper, I heard the academy is only admitting 20 people this time, but there are 50 or 60 applicants. The exam pressure is really high. Thien Tam was astonished. I didn't expect the academy to have female masters. Tu Yenhai explained, the customs of our dynasty are very open. Not only are there female teachers, there are even female officials. On the podium, Kok Nyan Song continued speaking. There are no rigid rules for this assessment. As long as you are literate and possess a talent, that is enough. Next, we will examine each person individually. When I call your name, step forward. First person, Trung Ting Hui. The girl whose name was called stood up with a confident smile. She bowed and greeted, this humble girl is Trung Tin Ho. My respects to the master. Kok Nyan Sung pointed at the paper and asked, do you recognize these 8 characters? She nodded. Yes, I do. To Lam Tu Hin Yu Tung Chi Ting. These 8 characters are from the 1,000-character classic. I didn't expect the first student to be so knowledgeable. Very good, very good. So what is your specialty? She bowed and replied, this humble girl has studied the zither a little. May I try? A zither was brought out. She sat down and began to pluck the strings. Whispers broke out among the students in the classroom. She can actually play such a difficult piece. That's incredible. This is not something you can achieve by just studying a little. Compared to her, it's like she's in the heavens, and I'm on the ground. I probably won't pass the exam this time. Kok Nyan Sung smiled with satisfaction. Very well. This melody is high mountains and flowing water, serene and profound. I didn't expect one so young to have such high zither mastery. After being praised for her talent, she stood up with a confident smile. The master overpraises me. This student should still strive harder. Kok Nyan Sung nodded. Good, you may step down for now. We shall continue. Next person, Han Nguyen Dong. The girl whose name was called stood up and replied yes. Kok Nyan Sung took out another sheet of paper and asked, do you recognize the characters on this? The girl hesitated. Reporting to the master, Nguyen Dong does not know them. Kok Nyan Sung frowned. It is written Du Ap Hoa Ha Dong Tai Ni Kin. It is also taken from the 1,000-character classic. You may step down next to Yen He. She stepped forward with full confidence and bowed. Master Kok. I didn't expect it to be my turn so quickly. Kok Nyan Sung angrily slapped the table and scolded. The dignified young miss of the Duke's manor, yet you walk like a street rascal. Stand up straight for me. Terrified, she pulled back her carefree attitude and replied, yes, master. Please, master, present the test. Kok Nyan Sung took out a piece of paper. Holding it up to Yen, he mumbled as she read. Chao Quan Boy Lin Khu Kok Chanang. She glanced at Kok Nyan Sung, her tone full of hidden meaning. Master, surely it's not that you don't want to see me. So you intentionally chose such complex characters for me to read, right? Kok Nyan Sung coughed dryly. Don't talk nonsense. This paper was prepared by the academy. It has nothing to do with me. Tu Yenhai rested her chin on her hand in front of Kok Nyan Sung's desk. She said curiously, I believe the master has great virtue, and wouldn't hold a grudge. Against a little girl in her teens like me, would she? Kok Nyan Sung gave an embarrassed laugh. That is a matter of course. From the zither chess calligraphy and painting following this, you may choose one yourself. Tu Yenhai curled her lips into a smile. My father praises my calligraphy as excellent, so I'll write a piece then. Immediately, the paper was brought before her. She picked up the brush and began to write. After a while, the calligraphy piece was finally finished. Below, Thien Tam was full of astonishment. Sister is too bold to go and tease the master in front of so many people. Isn't she afraid the master will kick her out? Nyadong explained. What is there for her to fear? She's a little troublemaker. Forget the master, even the headmaster gets a headache when meeting her. At this moment, Tu Yenhai turned and asked, Master, please see how my writing is. Kok Nyan Sung nodded and praised the fluid and vivid writing. It's just that the brushwork is still weak and needs more practice. After speaking, she checked off Tu Yenhe's name. Then she called, Next Hawk Thien Tam. Thien Tam stood up upon hearing her name. Nyadong beside her cheered her on. Tam Nhi, good luck. Thien Tam stepped forward and performed a salute. Student Hawk Thien Tam pays respects to Master Kok. The master pointed to the paper and asked, Do you know the characters at the top of this page? She replied softly, Master, the 8 characters on the page are Huan Kong Quan Hop, Denyok Fu King. Kok Nyan Sung smiled and asked, You are correct. Do you have any specialties? She replied, This student is untalented and wishes to paint a picture, so I hope for the master's guidance. Immediately, someone brought paper and invited Miss Hoke to begin. Thien Tam picked up the brush and began to paint. Kok Nyan Sung stared at her, thinking to herself, I have heard before that the legitimate, eldest daughter of the general's manor not only developed a formula to eliminate the plague, but also presented it to the emperor to save the people of the capital. She truly is a rare woman in this world. After finishing the painting, she smiled. Master, this student has finished. Kok Nyan Sung nodded in praise. Well done, a very beautiful painting of the mountain ghost. The strokes are clean, delicate, and profound. To be able to capture such artistic conception at such a young age is truly rare. Tam smiled shyly. This student's work is merely clumsy, modeled after the paper that Sister Hai wrote. Hearing this, the other women inside all sighed in admiration. Below, Nyadong was excited. Sister Tam Ni's painting technique is truly excellent. Stop being so humble. Master Kuk rarely praises anyone. Thien Vu sat to one side. Seeing her receive praise, she was so angry she gnashed her teeth. That damn wench. On what basis does she attract attention wherever she goes? I absolutely cannot lose to her. At this point, Kok Nyan Song called for the next person and told her to go back. Sit down first. Next person, Huak Tien Vu. She stood up with a smug smile, thinking, finally, it's my turn. Keep your eyes wide open and watch. She stepped forward and saluted. Student Huak Tien Vu pays respects to Master Kok. As soon as Kok Nyan Song saw her, she thought to herself, the academy is a sacred place, yet she dresses and applies makeup so gaudily. Compared to that legitimate eldest daughter, she is far inferior. Master Kok nodded. First recognize the characters. A piece of paper was handed over and she read, reporting to the master. The characters on the page are Thien Dia Huyen Huang, Vu Tru Hong Huang. She thought to herself, fortunately I've read some books recently and recognized these two lines. I wouldn't know any others. Kok Nyan Song asked what her specialty was. She asked back, Master, is dancing acceptable? Hearing that, the other young ladies burst out laughing. Dancing? Where does she think this is? Exactly. It's one thing to wear such thick makeup, but to make such a ridiculous request, what does she take us for? I wonder how much knowledge a concubine-born daughter like her could possibly have. She definitely won't pass this exam. Kok Nyan Sung glanced at her and said, Prepare the music, you may begin. The music started and Thien Vu began to dance. As soon as the young ladies saw her dance, they began to praise her. Oh my, she can actually dance so well. She looks like a goddess descended to earth, so beautiful. Nyadong then approached and whispered, asking Thien Tam Tam Nhi, She's dancing to the mountain ghost piece, right? She said softly, It looks like it. I didn't know she had prepared this either. Yen Hai remarked, This concubine-born daughter truly has some skill. To be able to dance like that based on the words I wrote and your painting, can be considered a display of her talent, Nyadong added. So it seems she isn't completely useless. At least in terms of dancing, we are no match for her. Outside, the fifth prince was hiding behind a wall watching the exam. He said, Ninth brother, look at that woman dancing. Her movements are as graceful as a swaying willow. Truly heart-stirring. Hearing this, Dan Lang asked back, Fifth brother, do you have your eye on her? After the exam, everyone went outside together. Yen Hai asked Thien Tam, What's wrong with that elder sister of yours? She was staring outside just now, as if she'd spotted gold without taking her eyes off it. She was surprised. I don't know either. We should go quickly. It's getting late. We haven't even had lunch yet. Yen Hai comforted her. Don't worry. My second and fourth brothers are both masters at the academy. With me here, I will absolutely not let you go hungry. Hearing this, Thien Tam was astonished. Are your elder brothers really that impressive? Yadong chimed in from the side. They are more than just impressive. The legitimate eldest son and the fourth son of the Duke's Manor are the administrators of Hamdan Academy. They hold the entire academy in their hands. If not for that, would she have dared to act so unscrupulously in front of the master? Just now, hearing this, Thien Tam looked at Yen Hai with sparkling eyes. This is what it feels like to be next to someone powerful. At the dining hall, the female students had just sat down when they cried out in surprise, Quick, look who's coming! It's actually the ninth prince. Dan Lang walked inside, his gaze scanning the room until it landed on Thien Tam. Seeing her eating a bun, he raised his hand and called out, It's been a long time, junior sister. Hearing this, Yen Hai immediately looked at her and said, There's something suspicious here, junior sister. Yen Hai stood up and asked the ninth prince, Who are you calling junior sister? Dan Lang replied, The three of you are all new students about to enroll. Does that not make you my junior sisters? Hearing this, Nadong asked, Is that so? Dan Lang continued, Actually, since old Madame Hoak's birthday celebration, I haven't seen the two young ladies again. You've both grown even more beautiful. Thien Tam frowned, thinking, what a smooth talker. Nyadong asked him, The three of us are sitting at the same table. Why does your ninth highness only praise me and Sister Hai? Could it be that you don't see Sister Tam? Dan Lang explained. Praising you both is just courtesy. Between me and Sister Tam Nhi, there is no need for such formalities. Right, Tam Nhi? Thien Tam was startled when he addressed her. I've only met you a few times. Don't call me that. Nyadong heard this and said, Turns out you've already met several times. Yen Hai sighed. How complicated. Not simple at all. As soon as Thien Tam heard that, she immediately pushed the two of them away, saying, You two, what are you whispering about behind my back? Don't think I didn't hear, Nadong teased. You admitted it yourself. We were just expanding on it and having a little discussion. Yenhai added, that's right. Words like those always make people can't help but wonder. Watching this from the side, Huoc Thienvu frowned slightly. Dan Lang stepped forward on his own to offer a greeting. This humble girl, Huoc Thienvu, met your highness once at my grandmother's birthday banquet. I wonder if your highness recalls. Dan Lang replied, I remember. I was deeply impressed. The other young ladies began to gossip upon hearing this. I went to that birthday banquet too. It started out well, but ended abruptly halfway through. Afterward, people said it was because a concubine in the manor had a miscarriage. Who knew there was also a drama about poisoning? She is the daughter of a poisonous woman. We should keep our distance from her, just to avoid crossing her. Otherwise, we might not even know how we died. Overhearing these rumors, Thienvu lashed out angrily. Shut up, my mother! I am not a bad person. I am not a bad person either. All of you shut your mouths. Yenhai picked at her ear and said, the dining hall is meant to be quiet. What are you making such a racket for? If you aren't going to eat, then get out. You aren't welcome here. Hearing this, she turned to Dan Lang and said, Your Ninth Highness, But he ignored her and stepped forward to pour tea. Tam Nhi have some tea. Thien Tam was confused by his gesture. Thienvu stared at her with rage and thought, You damn wench! It's all your fault that I've ended up like this. I will definitely not let you off. Thien Tam, along with Nha Dong and Yenhai, stared with wide eyes at Dan Lang when he picked up a piece of fish and said, You are in your growing years, so eat a bit more fish. He then smiled mentally, adding the words to be smart. She looked at the fish and thought, What is this guy doing? Is he subtly calling me stupid? She quickly waved her hands. This humble girl doesn't have the fortune to enjoy such good food. Your Ninth Highness should enjoy it yourself. He laughed and said, Why so distant with me? Besides, as I said before, the Academy makes no distinction of rank. You can just call me by my name. Thienvu, standing nearby, spoke up. Tam Nhi, Its Highness Min Lang's kindness. You shouldn't refuse. Hearing this, Yenhai immediately choked on her soup. Nha Dong beside her patted her back to soothe her. How can you choke even while drinking soup? You really aren't careful at all. Yenhai glanced at Thienvu and scolded her coldly. This elder sister of yours is truly ridiculous. Is His Highness's name something you are allowed to say? You've clearly grown too comfortable in the general's manner, to the point of forgetting basic etiquette and seniority. Hearing that, she hurriedly argued, but Highness Min just said it himself. Dan Lang gave her a cold glance and asked, What did this prince say? She stammered, His Highness said. Dan Lang frowned and let out a cold, She quickly explained, The Academy has no distinction of rank and told us to call you by your name. He feigned confusion. Did I say that? The others quickly replied, No, Your Highness. Hearing this, she grit her teeth. You, all of you. Dan Lang glanced at Atong. Atong immediately understood the intent. He stepped forward, took her arm, and said, Eldest young lady, this way, please. Yenhai, seeing Thienvu finally being dragged away, broke into a smile. The eyesore is finally gone. Now we can enjoy our meal. Upon hearing that, Dan Lang glanced toward Yenhai and Nha Dong with an unfriendly look. Yenhai was terrified. Oh my, that gaze is so scary. Nha Dong whispered, It turns out in His Highness's eyes, we are also eyesores. Let's go, let's go. The two girls hurriedly ran away. Seeing this, Thien Tam shouted, Those two really run fast. Dan Lang rested his chin on his hand and asked, Tam Nhi tonight. And do you have any plans? If not, how about I show you around the academy? She immediately asked, Your Highness, don't you make use of your time to study? Are you always this free every day? He replied slowly, Studying also requires talent. A person who reads fast and has a photographic memory like this prince, a prince, doesn't need to compare himself with those who have to struggle to learn. Just then, the untalented person struggling to learn, Huoc Thienbak, walked by carrying a stack of books and called out to her, Tam Nhi. As soon as Thien Tam saw him, she jumped up and called, Brother. Dan Lang glanced toward Huoc Thienbak and asked, Huoc Thienbak? The exam is this afternoon. Why aren't you studying instead of coming here? Huoc Thienbak explained. I heard the new female students had arrived. I was sure Tam Nhi would be here, so I came to visit her. Dan Lang subtly dismissed him. Well, now that you've seen her, you should go back and review your lessons. After all, the days are long, there's no rush. Hearing this, Huoc Thienbak was confused. Thien Tam looked at Dan Lang judgmentally and asked, Are you a classmate of my brother? He studies hard, while you only care about playing. Aren't you afraid of failing and embarrassing the royal family? Dan Lang gave a confident smile. Don't worry, they are no match for me. Thien Tam continued. Your Highness's skin is truly thick beyond comparison. I'm impressed, truly impressed. Later, a bell rang to announce the exam results are out. Will the young ladies please go to the previous study hall to check the board? Everyone rushed to check and were astonished. No way. Over 100 of us took the exam. and only this many passed. Yenhai covered her face and asked Nadong nervously, "Quick, help me check if my name is on the list." Nyadong gave an and then became extremely surprised. She saw that the names of Hoak Thien Tam, Fo Nyadong, and Tu Yenhai were all on the paper. At this, Yenhai breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call! I actually thought Master Kok would make things difficult for me. Dan Lang stepped forward and asked, "Miss Tu, that's not right. Master Kok is too afraid of you to even breathe. So how could he play tricks on you?" Nyadong laughed and said, "You usually have the courage of a lion, but at the critical moment you turn into a paper tiger." Hearing this, Yenhai snapped irritably, "You brat! How dare you call me a paper tiger? Just watch what I can do." Then the two of them immediately ran off. Thien Tam watched them holding her head and sighing. "The two of you are so childish, stop chasing each other. Be careful not to trip." Dan Lang smiled and asked her, "You are clearly the youngest here. Playing around is perfectly normal. So why call it childish?" She was surprised. "According to your highness, could it be that you like women with carefree personalities?" He patted her head. "Silly girl, what are you saying? I just want you to be happy. Don't frown all the time, it's not cute at all." Hearing this, her face turned bright red. Then she pushed him away. "Whether I'm cute or not has nothing to do with your highness. From now on, do not come near me without a good reason." As soon as they heard that, both Nyadong and Yenhai were stunned. Just then someone walked in. Carrying 3 sets of uniforms, they said, "3 young ladies, these are the student uniforms of Hamdan Academy. In the future, you must only wear these to class. Additionally, everything regarding the Academy's rules is clearly recorded in here. I ask the 3 young ladies to read it carefully upon your return. Now I will lead you to your assigned rooms." After leading them to the location, the person introduced it. "This is the student back garden. Your rooms are located inside. The east room belongs to the headmistress. If you need anything, just look for her." The 3 of them nodded and replied, "Understood. We know now." The person bowed and said, "Well then go ahead and choose your rooms. I must go assist with work in the front courtyard." Yenhai asked him, "So are there any arrangements at the academy tonight?" The person replied, "No, you are free to do as you please. It's just that we have to wake up early tomorrow to get used to the environment at the academy." While walking, Yenhai suddenly stumbled and cried out. Thien Tam hurriedly ran over and said, "Sister Yenhai, be careful." Yenhai sighed in relief. "This place is so slippery. I almost fell. Luckily, Tam Ni was quick." Thien Tam grabbed Yenhai's wrist and thought with a start, "This pulse." She quickly made an excuse. "This place hasn't been inhabited for a long time. The ground is covered in moss, so you shouldn't be careless while walking. Also, I suddenly remembered I have to bring some things to my brother, so I won't go in. Sisters, please help me choose a room." Nyadong smiled and replied, "Then you go ahead first. Rest assured, we will definitely choose a good room for you." Thien Tam frowned and thought to herself, "Sister Yen's pulse is weak and hollow. It's fundamentally not normal. Could it be that I misread the pulse?" She recalled the words Yenhai had said earlier and then forgotten. In the capital, which manor doesn't have a heap of pointless drama? On the surface, everything looks fine, but once the doors are closed, it's a different story. No one is cleaner than the next. She ran to find Dan Lang for help. "Your Highness, I want to ask you for a favor." Hearing this, he asked in surprise, "Little girl, haven't you always emphasized that we aren't close, and that you don't like me at all? Why did you think of asking me?" She huffed. Why do you hold such a grudge?" "I apologized, isn't that enough?" Dan Lang laughed. "Silly girl, I was only teasing you. Besides, I saw your unusual expression just now. I guessed that you must be asking me for help regarding Miss Tu Yenhai, right?" Hearing this, she was startled and exclaimed, "Huh?" Then she recounted, "Earlier when I checked Sister Hai's pulse, I found that her pulse was very similar to the fishtail pulse, one of the 7 death pulses. The 7 death pulses are fatal pulses." Dan Lang nodded. Tu Yenhai is the legitimate daughter of the Duke's manor. Every month there's a physician to perform routine checkups. It's impossible for them not to notice. She frowned. "That is exactly the problem. If it is a fatal pulse, why couldn't the physicians detect it? Or if they did, why didn't they say anything at all?" Hearing this, Dan Lang was taken aback. "Do you mean Tam Ni, that within the Duke's manor there is someone trying to harm her?" She nodded. "Yes, that is why I want to ask your highness to secretly invite an imperial physician to diagnose Sister Hai." She bowed. "Regardless of whether the result is good or bad, Tam Ni wishes to thank your highness in advance." He spoke softly. "Silly girl. The fact that you thought of me in a moment of crisis already makes me very happy. Don't be so formal with me from now on. Tonight I will have the guards invite an imperial physician. So can you rest easy now?" She smiled and replied, "Yes, as you say." He patted her head. "Silly girl. I will arrange everything properly. You should head back first. Don't stay out too long or they will get worried." As soon as Thien Tam returned to the back courtyard, she saw Thien back. She asked in surprise, "Brother, why are you here?" Yen Hai was cleaning the room. Hearing this, she explained, "He arrived just after you left. I was afraid he wouldn't be able to find you if he went looking, so I told him to stay and wait. It's perfect, he can also help us unpack." Thien Tam teased. "Using my brother to help you unpack was your real goal, wasn't it?" Quoc Tien Bak asked her. "I heard from Na Dong that you said you were bringing some things for me." Hearing that, she thought with a start, "Oh no, I just made that up on the spot earlier." I didn't expect him to believe it was real. Quoc Tien Bak smiled and urged, "Hurry up and show me. What did Mother ask you to bring for me?" She put her hands on her hips and scolded, "What are you thinking? Mother told me to tell you to study hard. If you fail the exam this time, Father will certainly not be happy." Quoc Tien Bak laughed and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely not let Father down." Thien Tam nodded repeatedly. "With those words from you, I am relieved. Go on with your business, brother. I'm going to see Sister Yen Hai." Then she ran inside. Yen Hai called out, "Tam Nhi, this is the room I specially chose for you. Nha Dong already did some basic tidying up earlier. Hurry inside and see if you like it." She took Yen Hai's hand and replied, Yes, I'll check it later. I want to take you somewhere first." And so, she pulled Yen Hai along, causing her to ask in surprise, "Where are we going in such a hurry?" Thien Tam hurriedly led Yen Hai to a courtyard pavilion where Dan Lang was already sitting and waiting. Yen Hai was curious. "Tam Nhi, why did you bring us here?" Her tone became serious. "Sister Yen Hai, I have something to tell you." This left Yen Hai stunned. "Tam Nhi, don't tell me?" "You want to elope with the 9th prince and run away. No matter how brave I am, that would scare me." Nha Dong angrily tapped Yen Hai's head and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking? Tam Nhi is not that kind of person." Yen Hai sighed. "It's just that I was afraid." Thien Tam explained, "Today when you almost fell, I accidentally felt your pulse and found that your health seems a bit off." Dan Lang added, "Yes. Tam Nhi was worried about you, so she specifically asked me to invite Imperial Physician Tang from the palace to check Miss Tu's pulse." Imperial Physician Tang sat down at the stone table to check Yen Hai's pulse. Standing by, Thien Tam asked the physician anxiously, "Sister Yen Hai is all right, isn't she?" He replied, "It is nothing serious. Her constitution is just too cold, and her cycle is irregular. She needs careful recuperation." Hearing this, Yen Hai sighed. "I told you I'm as healthy as an ox. What was there for you all to worry about?" Nha Dong, who was standing nearby, spoke up. "Tam Nhi only meant well. Since the physician said it's nothing serious, then let's head back." Thien Tam made an excuse. Sisters, you go on ahead. I will see the physician out and take the opportunity to thank the 9th prince." Yen Hai stood up and nodded. "All right, don't be too long, to avoid missing mealtime." She spoke softly. "Don't worry, I'll be back soon." After the two of them had left, Thien Tam looked toward the Imperial Physician. "There are no outsiders here. The Imperial Physician can speak the truth now." Imperial Physician Tang sighed. "In my entire medical career, I have diagnosed 30 fatal pulses. Among them, 2 had the fishtail pulse. Miss Yen Hai is the 3rd. Thien Tam was startled and asked, "Is it truly the fishtail pulse? Then is there any way to cure it?" He replied, "Miss Hook, you also have medical knowledge. You surely know what the fishtail pulse signifies?" He frowned. "The fishtail pulse is one of the 7 death pulses. A death pulse is incurable." Dan Lang said, "It might not necessarily be beyond cure. Think about it. She is the 6th young lady of the Duke's manor. Who could get close enough to her to administer poison so secretly that neither gods nor ghosts would know?" Thien Tam asked. "Do you mean you wanted me to follow this clue? To find the person behind it?" He nodded. "Yes, if we can find the culprit, we might even be able to get the antidote from them. This is not entirely without hope for survival." She replied excitedly, "I understand. Thank you, Your Highness. I will go back and think of a way immediately." He asked her, "Silly girl, you are currently at the academy. What way can you possibly think of?" She answered, "You are right. I truly have no way to investigate information about the Duke's manor." He smiled and said, "You really are silly through and through. Isn't there someone standing right in front of you whom you can ask for help?" Hearing this, she was amazed. "Do you mean you intend to help me save Sister Hai?" He spoke softly. "Whether the 6th Miss lives or dies does not concern me. I just don't want to see you worried or sad. Otherwise, it would break my heart." The next day, after finishing the roll call, the young ladies who had been admitted were led on a tour of the academy. Handan Academy consists of a total of 3 libraries and 6 halls, covering subjects such as poetry, national studies, horseback riding, archery, and physical training, medicine, pathology, and so on. In the future, you will all have the chance to read through them. Nha Dong complained, "I'm so hungry." "But there are no late-night snacks in the academy. We'll have to starve all night." Yen Hai was dozing off while walking, her stomach growling loudly while Thien Tam had dark circles under her eyes. Nha Dong pointed at Yen Hai crossly. "How dare you say that? If you hadn't overslept this morning, would we have missed breakfast? Yenhai said, don't be mad. I heard my brother say that there are several top-tier eateries not far from the academy. Why don't we go out and find something to eat? Thien Tam frowned. That's not a good idea. If Master Cock finds out, he'll expel us. Yenhai walked over and put her arms around their shoulders. What's there to fear? Anyway, today is scheduled as free time for activities. Besides, if anything happens, I'll take the blame. Let's go quickly. I'm about to die of hunger. The group was pulled outside and stood in front of an eatery. Yenhai said, this place is the most luxurious and delicious restaurant in this area. A waiter ran out and greeted them. Please come inside, young ladies. Yenhai said, don't just stand there. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. This meal is on me. As soon as she finished speaking, Nyadong and Thien Tam rushed inside and told the waiter, quick, let me see what delicacies you have. I want to eat everything. The waiter replied, I don't mean to boast, but our restaurant is the best on this street. You may order whatever you like, young ladies. I guarantee you'll love it. Nyadong said, we won't look at the menu. Just bring out whatever famous dishes you have. Yenhai muttered, how reckless. The waiter answered enthusiastically, yes, ma'am. I will go tell the kitchen to prepare them for you right away. Afterwards, dishes were brought out one after another. Every single dish looked incredibly colorful and eye-catching. Yenhai's eyes lit up as she looked at the table and said, it smells so good. Let's eat, sisters. Nyadong and Thien Tam immediately raised their glasses. Thank you, Elder. Cheers. Thien Tam had just put a spoonful of food into her mouth when she was suddenly tapped on the shoulder, giving her a start. Dan Lang approached and asked, today is the first day of classes at the academy, yet you all snuck out. Are you not afraid? That Master Cock will find out and punish you. Upon seeing him, Thien Tam felt flustered. She crossed her arms and asked, didn't you also secretly sneak out? He replied, I volunteered to go out and buy books for the academy. I am not like you all. Yenhai smiled and asked, Your Highness, we are only running late. We were so hungry after breakfast that we had no choice. Could you act as if you didn't see anything? Dan Lang paused. I am not close with Miss Tu Yenhai, and besides, the ancients taught that one must be honest. Therefore, honestly, seeing this, Nadong hurriedly whispered, Tam Nhi, you and the 9th Prince are on good terms. Quick, use your connection. Hearing this, she frowned and asked, when was I ever on good terms with him? Nyadong said, just give it a try. Anyway, if the academy really finds out, we're in trouble. Hearing that, she sighed, then stood up holding her cup and said, Your Highness, please be magnanimous and consider that this is our first offense. Please show mercy. Since it is Tam Nhi who asks, then this time I will act as if I saw nothing. The 3 girls were stunned upon hearing this. Yenhai ran over and said, I didn't expect Tam Nhi's words to be so effective. Nyadong nodded. She's truly capable. In the future, if there's anything concerning the 9th Prince, we'll just have Tam Nhi go. Yenhai nodded. That makes sense. Let's happily settle on that. Thien Tam suddenly appeared and asked with a cold face, What are you two whispering about over there? Yenhai ran to her side and whispered, We were just discussing where to go after we finish eating. Nyadong waved her hand. Tam Nhi, people can see that His Highness treats you very well. How about we help His Highness go shopping? Hearing this, her face darkened. I can clearly see that it's just you two who want to go out and play. At this moment, Dan Lang spoke up. Sorry to make you worry. In a little while, come out and walk around with me. Hearing that, Thien Tam said, Wonderful. Nadong and Yenhai clapped their hands excitedly and said, That's so great. After finishing their meal, Nyadong pulled Yenhai and ran outside. Yenhai looked quickly. There's someone selling porcelain dolls up ahead. Hearing this, Nadong hurriedly ran after them. Let's go, Thien Tam sighed. Dan Lang approached and asked, Tam Nhi, why the sigh? Don't you intend to go over and take a look? I am not at ease about Sister Hai's health at all. How could I be in the mood to play? He stroked her head. You silly girl. Today I specifically went out to buy medicine. He handed her the bag of medicine and said, Imperial Physician Tang said that by simply steeping this medicine, her condition will improve. She picked up the bag of medicine and sniffed it, then said, It contains motherwort. It really does help relieve menstrual pain. Although it cannot completely cure Sister Hai's condition, it can reduce the pain a bit. Combined with my acupuncture and cupping techniques, in less than 3 months, all the cold energy in her body can be eliminated. Dan Lang nodded. That's a good method. But as far as I know, she is most afraid of pain. Are you sure she will behave and listen to you? That evening, Thien Tam opened the acupuncture needle case and took out a long needle. Yenhai was sitting obediently on the bed at the time. When she saw that needle, she was terrified. Sister Tam Nhi, I treat you so well. Why are you treating me like this? She spoke up. Sister Hai, I want to cure your cold uterus condition. Relying only on herbal baths will be completely ineffective. Acupuncture is mandatory. Nadong nodded. That's right, Tam Nhi is the doctor who helped you boil bath water. and prepared medicine for you. How could she possibly harm you? Just lie down obediently. Yenhai sat with her knees hugged, tears welling in her eyes, and said, Then Tam-ni. When you use the needle later, remember to be a bit gentle, okay? She smiled. Sister Hai, don't worry, my skills are very good. It won't hurt. As soon as she inserted the needle, Yenhai let out a loud cry. Tam-hai, didn't you say it wouldn't hurt? She reassured her it only hurt for a tiny bit. Look, doesn't it not hurt anymore? Yenhai lowered her face. And you say we're good sisters. I never thought you'd lie to me. It hurt like death. Nyadong advised her, How old are you already? Yet you're still afraid of a little pain like that. Aren't you afraid people will laugh if you say it out loud? Come here. Once you finish this bowl of medicine, you can go to sleep. Having said that, Nyadong placed the bowl of medicine on the table. Yenhai quickly covered her nose and asked, It smells absolutely foul. I won't have any problems after drinking this, right? Thientam softly persuaded her sister Hai. Good medicine tastes bitter. Only by drinking it can your illness be cured. Yenhai picked up the medicine bowl and said, If Tam-ni has said so, then I have no choice but to risk drinking it. After finishing it, she broke into a sweat. I've finished it. You two should leave now. I really need to sleep. Once they were outside, Nyadong said to Thientam, Tam-ni, tell me the truth. Yenhai's illness. Is it much more serious than what you said before? Nyadong told Thientam, Don't lie to me. If the illness weren't serious, how could she require medicinal baths and acupuncture? Tell me the truth. Is it true that even the imperial physicians couldn't cure her? Is that it? Thientam reassured Nyadong's sister. I don't want to hide it from you either. Sister Yen didn't just fall ill randomly. She was actually poisoned by someone inside her room. Yenhai wasn't asleep yet and was standing by the door eavesdropping. She was stunned upon hearing that. Nyadong held Thientam's shoulders and asked, How is that possible? Yenhai is the sixth miss of the Duke's mansion. Who would dare to poison her? She replied, Exactly. She is a noble young lady. Who else do you think could get close enough to poison her? Nyadong was shocked. You mean the person who poisoned her isn't an outsider, but someone from within the Duke's mansion? Thientam nodded. Sister Yen once said, The hearts of those in the inner courtyard of the Duke's mansion are unpredictable. Who would have known that despite her high level of martial arts, the outcome was that she stood in someone else's way? However, Sister Nyadong, please rest assured. I have started taking care of her health, and her condition has stabilized. Hearing this, Nyadong breathed a sigh of relief. Then I will leave Yenhi's health in your hands, Tam-ni. Thientam gave a soft, However, I hope that for now you won't mention this to Sister Hai. I'm afraid she won't be able to handle it. Nyadong reassured her. Don't you worry. Yenhai is the type to live so carefree and innocently. If we don't say anything, she'll stay happy, which in turn will help her get healthy. Yenhai, overhearing these words from inside, shed tears. I didn't realize everyone was so good to me. Rest assured, sisters, I will definitely become healthy again. Once I am well, I will certainly catch the person who poisoned me and show them what I'm capable of. The next morning in class, Kuknyan finished his lecture. Confucius said, It is virtuous to dwell in benevolence. If a man does not choose to dwell in benevolence, how can he be wise? Those who are not benevolent cannot long endure adversity, nor can they long enjoy prosperity. The benevolent rest in benevolence, the wise find profit in benevolence. That concludes this morning's lesson. Class dismissed. As soon as she heard this, Yenhai was overjoyed. Finally, school is over. Suddenly, Kuknyan continued. Additionally, this afternoon, the class next door will be performing floating wine cups down the stream. If you aren't busy, you can go watch and learn. Hearing this, the young ladies began to murmur and whisper. How boring, I'd rather go home and sleep. True. My family hosts this every month. I'm sick of it. Exactly. If we go, we'll just have to cheer for others. I'm not going anywhere. Hearing them, Kuknyan coughed once, to get their attention. I've heard that at that time, your senior brothers will also be there. Upon hearing that, the young ladies immediately perked up and raised their hands. Rest assured, teacher, we will definitely study hard. Yenhai saw this and whispered about their two-faced behavior. That was fast. Nyadong asked, Don't you think those senior brothers are either royalty and nobility, or from the capital's elite families? How could they possibly pass up this opportunity? Thientam hummed in agreement. Yenhai excitedly asked, All right, there are no classes this afternoon. Do you two have any suggestions? Nyadong said, I have to prepare medicine, so I can't go out anymore. Thientam shook her head. Sister Yen, don't look at me. My brother will be coming to find me soon. If he finds out I snuck away, he'll definitely skin me alive. Hearing this, Yenhai sighed. All right, then I'll just have to stay in the room with you two. Afterward, Yenhai walked out of the classroom. On the way, she ran into the Fifth Highness. The Fifth Prince asked, Yenhai, what's wrong? You seem to be in a bad mood. Yenhai's shout startled the Fifth Prince. Did this girl eat gunpowder today? Her words could practically kill someone. Thien Tam ran over with a smile to defuse the situation. Your Highness, Sister Hai is a bit hungry. That's why she's being emotional. We hope your Highness will forgive her. The fifth prince smiled. So it's because of hunger. It just so happens that today is my mother consort's birthday. So many delicious dishes have been prepared. You all should come too. With that, the fifth prince presented an invitation. Thien Tam gasped in surprise. Nyadong took the invitation, bowed and said, "Thank you, your Highness, for the kind invitation. Then we will go change our clothes before heading out." The fifth prince nodded. Go ahead. I have prepared a carriage outside the academy. The driver will take you to the imperial palace then. I will be waiting for you in the palace. Thien Tam bowed. Thank you, your Highness. Then we shall take our leave. Then she hurriedly pushed Yen He away. Quick, let's go. After a while, Thien Tam asked, Sister Hai, you really scared me to death just now. He is the fifth prince. Aren't you afraid he'll hold a grudge after you treated him like that? Nyadong covered her mouth and smiled. Tam Nhi, you're overthinking it. The fifth highness wouldn't dare hold a grudge against your sister Hai. Thien Tam asked curiously. Why is that? Nyadong then explained. Because when he was little, he was once beaten by your sister Hai. So how would he dare to provoke her? Yen Hai boasted. Needless to say, with this strong physique of mine, I'm not bragging. Thien Tam broke into a sweat. Impressive, truly impressive. Sister Hai truly is a heroine among women, even a prince. She dares to discipline. Tam Nhi is full of admiration. Full of admiration. Yen Hai said, enough talk. Enough talk, I'm about to starve to death. Let's go change our clothes and set off. Meanwhile, in the palace, the fifth prince's mother consort came over and asked, the banquet is almost ready. Have your close friends from the academy all arrived yet? The fifth prince replied, all my classmates have arrived. Only a few junior female students from the new class are left. His mother consort nodded and said, I see. I heard that. The sixth young lady of the Duke's house is also a new female student, who just entered the new class. You must become closer to her. If we can gain the support of the Duke's manor, it would be for the best. The fifth prince said, Mother consort, that girl has been all about fighting and killing since she was a child. I truly cannot bring myself to like her. I prefer someone gentle and graceful, Mother consort. Angrily said, nonsense. You are already so grown up. Why are you still so naive? Currently, your father emperor favors your ninth brother more than you. If you don't take this opportunity to win over the court officials, on what grounds will you compete for the throne? The fifth prince quickly coaxed her, Mother consort, please don't be angry. It was my lack of foresight. However, marriage is a major matter that can be decided slowly. I am in no hurry. Just then someone came in to announce, Your Highness, the female students from the new class have arrived. The banquet can begin now. She replied, very well, I will be there shortly. As soon as they saw her, everyone bowed greetings to Lady Consort Lo. Fifth prince, your highness. She smiled. Rise, rise, ninth prince. I didn't expect that you and the fifth prince would have made so many friends at the academy. You must help me host the guests later, Dan Lang said softly. What are you saying, your highness? Fifth brother is exceptionally talented. He can certainly handle things. At most, I can only help with minor tasks. Lady Consort Lee praised, Ninth Prince, you are always so well-spoken. All right. Everyone has traveled a long way. Please sit down first. Everyone sat down at the banquet tables. Upon seeing Thien Vu Yen Nhi immediately asked, Tam Nhi, she wasn't invited by you, was she? Thien Tam was surprised. I didn't ask her to come. Besides, the three of us have been together the whole time. Perhaps the fifth prince invited her. Hearing this, Nyadong was skeptical. It couldn't be that the fifth prince likes her, could it? Yen Hai curled her lip. Then he must be blind to choose her. Who would ever be interested in Huak Thien Vu? Thien Tam quickly covered her mouth and said, Sister Hai, there are many people here. Be careful with your words. Don't say anything else. Nyadong smiled. That's right. After all, we are only here today for a free meal. Don't let her ruin our appetite. Yen Hai sighed. True enough. Then she picked up a chicken leg and praised it. This chicken leg is so delicious. Instead of being angry at her, it's better to eat a bit more. Nyadong and Thien Tam were on the side, watching her with judgmental eyes. Just then people began to whisper, Are you the young lady of the Grand Preceptor's manor, Miss Tu? Hearing this, Thien Tam looked up and gave a hum. The men surrounding Thien chatted, I've heard that Miss To is both talented and virtuous, as beautiful as a fairy. Seeing you today, it's indeed true, Miss To. May I have the honor of offering you a glass of wine? Miss To, I painted a picture recently. I wonder if after the banquet, we might enjoy it together. To Thien sneered, Do you people think you're worthy of speaking to me? Get lost. I will tell Lady Consort Lee to throw you all out. Hearing this, everyone backed away. I didn't expect Miss To's temper to be this bad. It's almost as bad as the sixth young lady of the Duke's manor. Let's go, let's go. To Thien frowned. What disgusting things trying to get close to me. Seeing this, Thien Tam spoke up casually. Is she always like that? Nyadong replied, of course. Tian has an arrogant temper. Her father is the grand preceptor who holds great power. You must be careful with her. She reassured her, don't worry. I will be careful. As soon as Tian saw Dan Lang, she ran over and called out, Ninth Highness, you haven't visited the Grand Preceptor's manor in a long time. Have you been well lately? He said softly, thank you for your concern, Miss To. This prince is doing very well. She smiled and said, that's good. I heard from my father that your highness is studying at Hamdan Academy. I have also asked my father to let me study there. By then I will be able to see your highness every day. The three girls sighed in unison at the sight, thinking so it turns out she likes the prince. But Dan Lang spoke coldly. Today is Lady Consort Li's birthday. Miss To, please conduct yourself with self-respect. Hearing this, she asked, but my liking for you isn't something that just started today or yesterday. Why can't I say it? He gritted his teeth and told Tian, why can't I say it? He gritted his teeth and told Tian, this prince already has someone in his heart. Stop bothering me. She was stunned. Your Highness, what did you say? Dan Lang sat down at the table and announced coldly, I said, I already have someone I like. If you keep following me, then don't blame me for being unkind. Then he turned to look at Tian Tom. Seeing this, she blushed and thought to herself, oh my God! She hurriedly covered her face. If you're going to talk, just talk. Why are you looking at me? Yenhai teased from the side, no wonder. The ninth prince is so good to Tam Ni. It turns out he truly likes Tam Ni. Tian Tam said in a panic, don't talk nonsense. Which eye of yours sees that he likes me? Sister Hai, stop making fun of me. I'll really be angry. Yenhai hurriedly coaxed her, good girl. I only said that. Don't be mad now. Let's continue watching the good drama over there. Tian, unwilling to accept it, screamed, no way. I've liked your highness for so long. How could your highness like someone else? Dan Lang frowned. That is your unrequited love. This prince has warned you before. I hope you keep that in mind from now on. She was stunned. Your highness said that... Could it be that your highness likes her? Hearing this, Tian Tom was startled and frightened. Suddenly, Tian slapped her chest and asked, I am the eldest young lady of the Grand Preceptor's manor. In what way can I not compare to that girl from the Duke's manor who only knows how to wave a sword? Hearing that, Na Dong was shocked. Huh? Are her eyes poisoned? Yenhai was also completely taken aback. Exactly. How could the ninth prince like me? Tian came to Tian Tam's table and spoke up. If his highness doesn't like the sixth young lady, then it must be you. Yenhai spoke up. The ninth highness liking Tam Ni proves that his highness has good taste. Surely he wouldn't like a cruel and rude shrew, would he? Hearing this, Tian angrily grabbed Yenhai's clothes and scolded. To Yenhai, you dare call me a shrew? She replied, I said it. What are you going to do about it? Infuriated, she raised her hand. Then I will teach you a lesson. At that moment, Tian Tam stood up and grabbed her hand tightly. She was surprised. How dare a daughter of a mere general's manor like you stop me? Tian Tam went, oh, a mere general's manor. If Miss To's memory is failing, I don't mind reminding you. Besides being from the general's manor, I am also half royal. This left her stunned. What do you mean? Nyadong stood up and spoke. Even if Miss To has never attended school, could it be that you don't even pay attention to court relations? Our Tam Ni's maternal grandmother is a commandery princess of the current dynasty. Tian turned to ask her servant, is what she said true? The maid confirmed and replied to the young lady, it is indeed true. Young lady, I heard that the commandery princess dotes on Miss Hoke very much. My lady, if you offend her, the commandery princess will certainly be furious. It would be better to hold back for now and wait until the banquet is over before making a move. She frowned and snorted coldly. Then this lady, for the sake of the bond with noble consort La, shall spare you for now. If you still dare to seduce the ninth prince, I will show you. Yenhai curled her lip. You're the one seducing the ninth prince. Tam Ni doesn't need to do anything at all to be favored by his highness. Nyadong spoke up. Forget it, young lady. Let someone as arrogant as her be. Why bother arguing? Yenhai clenched her fists and said through gritted teeth, if it weren't for noble consort Li's birthday banquet today, I would have definitely given her a beating. Tian Tom smiled. I know Sister Hai is formidable, but as the saying goes, a great person knows when to yield. Why stoop to the level of someone petty like her? Yenhai nodded. Tam Ni is right. Let's ignore her. Let's eat. Let's keep eating. At this moment outside, Tian walked out. A woman carrying a medicinal packet approached. She frowned and asked, is the medicine correct? The person replied, rest assured, young lady. With just a bit of this spring day powder, it's guaranteed to set her body ablaze with desire, causing her unbearable agony. When that time comes, I will bring in the men we've bribed. Back in her room, Yen Hai sat on the bed and sighed. I'm exhausted. In the future, I won't torture myself, just for a bite to eat. Thien Tam called out, Sister Hai. You're already saying you're tired. There is still the dinner banquet to come. Yen Hai sat at the tea table and said, Thankfully, noble consort Li was meticulous enough to arrange a place for us to rest. Let's have some water first. You should get some rest in a moment. Having said that, she poured 2 glasses of water. Thien Tam ran over and said, Thank you, Sister Hai. She picked up the water cup, took a sniff, and was instantly startled. This scent isn't right. Smelling it, it seems like... At this moment, Yen He was holding up her water cup, preparing to drink. Thien Tam hurriedly shouted, Sister Hai, Sister Hai, and then she knocked the cup out of her hand, shattering the glass to pieces. Thien Tam frowned. Don't drink it, there's something wrong with this water. Terrified, Yen Hai asked, What's wrong? Thien Tam gritted her teeth. Someone put aphrodisiac in the water, intentionally trying to harm us. Hearing this, Yen Hai said, Lady Consort Li probably wouldn't do such a thing. Thien Tam raised an eyebrow. She knows well that the men's courtyard is right next door. Yet she drugged us like this. Does she want us to be completely ruined and disgraced? Yen Hai reassured her, Don't be agitated. This is the Imperial Palace. Tam Ni, do you have a plan? Nyadong asked, What kind of plan can we have now? Thien Tam's face darkened. Let me give them a taste of their own medicine. Nyadong nodded. What plan a good show? Let's switch the water and bring it to her room now. Yen Hai smiled. Just switching the water is too easy on her. For a good show like this, it needs many spectators to be truly lively, doesn't it? Meanwhile, outside, Thien Tien said angrily, This is infuriating. I already sent someone to find the 9th prince, yet he won't even look at me. She kicked the door open and walked in. Inside, the servants hurriedly tried to soothe her. Miss, please calm your anger. The 9th prince's temperament. It's not like you don't know it. Perhaps it will be better in a little while. She poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and then said, That's true. My mother said that by using my father's title of Grand Preceptor, His Highness certainly cannot refuse. Go see how the situation is outside. Don't mess up, she told the servant. The servant immediately replied, Yes, I'm going right away. Meanwhile, outside the room, after eavesdropping, Thien Tam spoke up. So that is how Thien Tien's mother teaches her. No wonder Thien Tien is so arrogant. Nyadong nodded. True, but unfortunately she picked the wrong person. The 9th prince is not the type of person to care about power. Suddenly, Thien Tam imagined a scene where Don Lang held a girl's hand and said, Since the Secretariat's manner is sincerely on my side, I naturally cannot mistreat their precious daughter. From now on, you two should just call each other sisters. She was immersed in this fantasy. Nyadong called out to her, Tam Ni. Tam Ni, what is wrong with you? She shook her head. Nothing. Sister Hai has been gone for so long, is she all right? Just then Yen Hai ran up and said, Don't worry. The people have already been led there. Look. As they turned around, they saw several burly men approaching. Nyadong was startled. Where did you find them? They look so real. Yen Hai smiled. I don't know either. I suddenly ran into them on the road. I saw they were lost, so I pretended to be a maid and led them here. At this moment inside the room, Thien Tien cried out in fear, Who are you? Don't come over here! A shrill scream rang out. The bald man stepped inside and said, Don't be afraid, girl. We will take very good care of you in a moment. Seeing this, Thien Tien was utterly panicked. The group of men seized Thien Tien. The bald man praised her, as expected of a young lady raised in an official's household. Look at that delicate and tender skin, as soft as tofu. Thien Tien said angrily, Don't touch me. Otherwise I will never forgive you. However, he moved forward, tore down Thien Tien's clothes, and threw her onto the bed. He said, playing hard to get enough of that. Let me play with you, okay? The others laughed and said, Big brother, don't waste any more words. Looking at her lustful state, I can't take it much longer myself. That's right, big brother, you go first. Thien Tien lay on the bed and screamed, No. Outside, Thien Tam said, If we hadn't discovered her drugging attempt in time, perhaps the ones facing this situation right now would be us. Yen Hai replied, So she brought this upon herself. Furthermore, I've prepared a grand gift for her. Nyadong was startled. Huh, what do you want to do? Yen Hai pointed to the side and said, Sister, look over there. At that moment, a crowd of people came swarming in. Thien Tam was amazed. I didn't expect you to call so many people here. Then the 3 girls hid to the side to watch. The men approached the door of Thien Tien's room and asked, Didn't Miss Tu specifically invite us here? Why is the door closed like this? One person stepped forward and opened the door. Then they saw on the bed, that bald man was shirtless with Thien Tien, who was wearing only her undergarments. Upon seeing this, they were all shocked. What is happening? Why would the Grand Preceptor's daughter do such a thing with a man here? She acted so pure at the banquet just now. Who knew she'd be so cheap and low? On one hand, she acts like a harlot, while on the other she wants to build a monument to her virtue. And she even said she was only devoted to the ninth prince. Seeing the people arrive, Thien cried out, "No, it's not what it looks like." At this time, Thien Tam's group also appeared at the door. Yenhai crossed her arms and asked, "Tam Nhi? Look, isn't this Miss Tu? Why is she so shameless?" Nyadong spoke up, "To dare do such a thing. In the resting area arranged by noble consort Le, is she really not afraid of shaming the Lord Grand Preceptor?" At this moment, a servant ran inside calling, "Miss, why has it turned out like this?" she cried, pointing at Thien Tam and asking, "You're the one who drugged me, right?" Thien Tam frowned. "Drugged? What drug?" The other screamed. "Stop pretending. If you hadn't put drug in my tea, I would not have come to this end. This wicked woman. I must kill you." She leaped off the bed and lunged toward Thien Tam, but Thien Tam raised her leg and kicked her down. "Miss To, since the banquet began, you have always been causing trouble for me, and now you are even resorting to slander. Do you truly believe that relying on your father being the Grand Preceptor means you can do whatever you want? This place is the Imperial Palace. Do you believe that with just one word from me, grandmother will arrive immediately? At that time, let alone the Grand Preceptor, even the old Chancellor coming would be of no use." She gritted her teeth. "You dare?" Thien Tam challenged. "Just try and see if I dare or not." Tien's servant protected her from behind and questioned loudly, "My lady is the daughter of the current Grand Preceptor. Are you not afraid of offending the Lord Grand Preceptor?" Thien Tam snorted coldly, "So be it if I offend the Grand Preceptor's manner. What can you do to me?" Hearing this, she gritted her teeth, drew a knife from her pocket, and rushed toward Thien Tam saying, "Then let me show you the fate of offending the Grand Preceptor's manner." Thien Tam was startled upon seeing this. Just as she was about to stab Thien Tam, Dan Lang appeared. He pulled her into his embrace, while simultaneously twisting the servant's wrist, causing her to fall down. Dan Lang frowned. "Silly girl. The knife was about to strike and you didn't even know to move away. If I had been a moment later, it would have been dangerous." She smiled and asked, "Because I have you by my side, and I know you will always protect me when I am in danger." "Right," he said softly. "Silly girl, you are right. I will protect you forever." He turned to reprimand to Thien, "Since you dared to let your maid attempt to commit murder, this prince will absolutely show no more mercy. Guards, take this maid away." His subordinates immediately appeared. "Yes, your highness." The servant, seeing that the situation was unfavorable, hurriedly cried out, "Miss, everything I did was for you. You must save me." Miss To Thien thought to herself, "This maid holding a knife to kill someone has enraged his highness. If I protect her, I fear his highness will detest me even more. For now, I can only eliminate her." Therefore, she said, "Your attempt to kill someone in front of everyone is a crime. What does it have to do with me? Quickly take your filthy hands off me." Upon hearing this, the maid said, "Miss, why, how could you say such things? It was clearly you who ordered me to—" Before she could finish her sentence, Thien stabbed her, leaving her in shock. Miss To Thien shook her head. "Don't blame me. You were the one in the wrong first. I am sending you on your way ahead on behalf of His Highness. Consider it a blessing for you. Don't worry, I will have someone take care of your burial." The maid was stunned to tears falling from her eyes as she collapsed to the ground. Dan Lang ordered her to be taken down and returned to the Grand Preceptor's manor. His subordinate saluted. "Yes, master." Thien Tam stood aside with furrowed brows, while Thien gritted her teeth, thinking, "I will definitely not let you die in vain." At this time, Yenhai spoke up. "Miss To doesn't seem to be convinced, does she? Your expression looks as if you want to swallow someone alive." She replied sullenly, "Miss To, you must have mistaken me. That maid deserved to die for her crimes. What would I have to be dissatisfied about?" Then her whole body swayed, her legs went weak, and she fell down in front of Dan Lang. He gave an order. "Guards, Miss To is not in good health. Take her to the side hall, and call a physician to examine her." Seeing this, she wailed, "Your Highness, why is it that you can support Miss Hoak, but you cannot support me? In the end, how exactly did I lose to her?" Dan Lang looked toward Thien Tam and said, "How could Miss To even be compared to Tam Nhi? Tam Nhi is my fiancée. In my heart, she is the most beautiful in every way, and no one can compare." Thien, supported by her servants, stood up and asked, "You say Hoak Thien Tam is your fiancée?" "Impossible, a brat like her, whose background and looks are both inferior to mine. How could you possibly like her?" Dan Lang said in a deep voice. "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Tam Nhi is indeed my fiancée. I will certainly investigate today's matter thoroughly, and I won't let her suffer even the slightest grievance." Then he turned around and left immediately. Thien cried out to him, "Your Highness!" Yenhai, standing behind, spoke up. "Miss To, Tam Nhi is the true future imperial consort. I advise you to let it go, and stop making yourself look so ugly. To Tian screamed, "Shut up!" As Yen He walked past her, she said, "Look at you. I've only said 2 sentences, and yet you act like a tigress wanting to devour me. No wonder no man likes you. Serves you right." "Serves you right," Nadong spoke up. "Sister, why waste so many words on her? Tam Ni is waiting for us. Let's go." The men around them began to gossip among themselves. "I see that Miss Hoak has a good temperament and her medical skills are superb. Plus she's the granddaughter of a commandery princess. She truly is a good match for His Highness. It turns out the 9th prince's fiancée is the eldest miss. The Hoak family is far superior to Miss To anyway. Now that her reputation is soiled, who would even want her?" To Tian gritted her teeth and thought, "Huak Tian Tam, I definitely will not let you off." After everyone had left, Tianvu passed by To Tian's room. She was startled, went inside, and asked, "Miss Tu?" "Miss To." She approached and was about to touch To Tian, but then she heard To Tian snap, "Don't touch me. I know you're just like the rest of them. You want to mock me and laugh at me, don't you?" Tianvu was slightly startled upon hearing that, then replied, "You have misunderstood. I am the concubine-born daughter of the Hoak family. From childhood until now, I have always suffered from Huak Tian Tam's contempt. Now seeing her bullying others, I only wanted to offer some comfort." Hearing this, To Tian asked, "You are Huak Tian Tam's older sister. Does she treat you poorly as well?" Gritting her teeth, she replied, "That's right. Not only does she treat me poorly, but she also keeps my mother imprisoned. A wicked person like her is completely unworthy of the 9th prince." Hearing that, To Tian cursed. "That wench did such a thing. She must have intentionally bewitched the 9th prince." Tianvu said, "If Miss To needs anything, I am willing to help you deal with Hoak Tian Tam unconditionally." To Tian was startled by this and replied, "There's no need. As the legitimate daughter of the Grand Preceptor's house, am I afraid I can't handle that girl?" Then she turned and walked away. Standing behind Tianvu frowned after hearing this. The next day in class, Kuknyan was teaching. Confucius said, "He who reviews the old and gains knowledge of the new is fit to be a teacher." Pausing for a moment, "Everyone listen to me. A new female student has just transferred here. Let's welcome the new student." A timid young lady stepped inside. Tian Tam was startled as soon as she saw her. To Tian stepped in and said, "Hello, everyone. I am To Tian." To Tian entered the classroom and sat in the back. Tian Tam looked toward her with an unfriendly gaze. Sensing this look, she was startled and thought, "Why do I have such an ominous feeling?" Tian Tam frowned and said, "She keeps staring at me like that. How can I continue reading my book?" At that moment, she heard the other young ladies asking her, "Miss Hoak, is this newly transferred to Tian, the daughter of the Grand Preceptor, last night, seducing men at Lady Lafai's birthday banquet? Haven't you heard? Quite a few people there saw her being humiliated. Miss Hoak went too, didn't she? Did you see that happen?" She avoided the question, saying, "I don't know about this. You should ask someone else." Another young lady approached Yen Hai and asked, "6th Miss, you also attended the birthday banquet last night. Is it true?" Yen Hai replied, "About this, it's only right to ask the person involved." Then she turned to ask To Tian, "Miss To, is that correct?" To Tian angrily slammed the table and cursed, "Tuluk, keep your mouth clean. Don't mess with me." At this moment, Tianvu approached, pretending to advise Miss Tu. "6th Miss has been around weapons since childhood. What kind of refined words could she possibly say? Don't waste your breath on her." Hearing this, Yen Hai barked, "You lowly concubine-born daughter! How dare you speak so insolently to me? Just because you're sitting next to To Tian, do you think you've grown wings?" Upon hearing this, the other young ladies were all stunned. Yen Hai continued, "You still want to be friends with her? Be careful. She might be secretly plotting against you without you even knowing it." To Tian was surprised. "Tuluk, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean, don't you understand? What do you have the guts to do it but not the guts to admit it?" To Tian slammed the table in a rage and lunged forward, shouting, "You're lying. I'll fight you to the death." With that, the two of them began to brawl. Yadong and Tian Tam watched the scene in silence. Kuknyan shouted from the podium, "What are you students just standing there for? Pull them apart. Quickly, pull the two of them apart. How dare you fight in my classroom? How disgraceful. Both of you stand outside for an hour. You are not to leave until school is dismissed." At this moment, Nadong and Tian Tam walked outside. Yadong mumbled, "They were the ones fighting and were punished by Mr. Kuk to stand here. Why are we being dragged into this?" Yen Hai smiled apologetically. "Perhaps Mr. Kuk knows we are close sisters and wants us to share both the blessings and the burdens." At that moment, Don Lang passed by and asked in surprise, "Huh?" Tian Bak, who was walking with him, asked, "Isn't that Tam Ni and the others? Why are they standing outside the classroom? He raised his hand and called out, Tam Ni! Thien Tam panicked as soon as she saw him. Oh no, I can't be this unlucky. The first time in my life I'm punished to stand here and my brother sees me. This is so embarrassing. Thien Back approached and asked, Isn't it class time right now? What are you all doing standing out here? Nyadong was about to explain when Yenhai and Thien Tam quickly covered her mouth. Nyadong spoke up again. Brother, it was Mr. Cook. He told us to come out here to find inspiration for writing poetry. We have to submit our work by the end of class, so hurry along, brother. Don't disturb us. Thien Back was surprised. Uh-oh, so that's how it is. Then I'll head out first. I won't bother your search for inspiration any longer. After Thien Back left, Thien Tam breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily I made it past that one. If my brother knew I was being punished, he would surely laugh at me for the rest of my life. Just thinking about it is a nightmare. Dan Lang approached her and asked, Tam Ni. He stroked her face and asked, Being punished is being punished. What's this about writing poetry? Lying is not a good habit. Then Dan Lang told Thien Tam, Don't worry. I won't tell your brother. Thien Tam stuck her tongue out. Go ahead and tell him I'm not afraid. Anyway, I didn't do anything wrong. Dan Lang smiled and asked, Oh, is that so? He turned around and raised his hand, calling out, Thien Bak. Thien Tam panicked. Your Highness, I was wrong. Dan Lang burst out laughing. Now that's a good girl. Thien Bak turned back and asked, Your Highness, why did you call me? He replied softly, It's nothing, I just wanted to tell you to wait for me. Thien Tam breathed a sigh of relief and thought, This young man is truly annoying. Luckily, my brother didn't notice anything unusual. In the classroom, Cook Nhan said, All right, that's all for today. School was dismissed. Outside, Yenhai sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. I finally survived it. It's finally time to go home. Nyadong leaned against a pillar and said, My legs are about to give out. Next time you two fight, Tam Ni and I must take 3 steps back. Thien Tam nodded. Yes, yes. Sister Nyadong is right. Yenhai hurriedly cried out, No sisters! You can't just abandon me. Otherwise I'll die of a broken heart. Just then 2 students ran over calling for Hoak Thien Tam. We are looking for Hoak Thien Tam. Who is Hoak Thien Tam? Someone pointed at Thien Tam and said, It's her. She is Hoak. Thien Tam. The 2 men ran up and said, Miss Hoak. The headmaster's wife went to the library to find him. But as she reached the door, she went into labor. The headmaster has gone to find a midwife. But it takes an hour to get from the library to town and back. We heard Miss Hoak knows medicine. We hope you can go and help. She waved her hands. But I don't know how to deliver a baby. One of the men pulled her away. The only female teacher in the academy who knows medicine happens to be off today. If the headmaster had any other choice, he wouldn't have sent us to invite you, Miss Hoak. That's right, a human life is at stake. Miss Hoak, please don't refuse. Let's go quickly. They pulled Thien Tam to a residence. The headmaster's wife is inside. Please go in and take a look. Thien Tam entered this courtyard. She pulled back the curtain and stepped inside. She saw the headmaster's wife lying on the bed, clutching her belly. Her servant said, Madam, you mustn't fall asleep. The master has sent someone for the midwife. They will be here very soon. You must be strong. The wife, her face pale, spoke up. Tutui, my stomach hurts so much. I'm so scared. Will my child be born safely? Tutui cried and said, All right. Madam has a kind heart. She usually performs good deeds. The little master will surely be blessed and healthy. Thien Tam frowned and thought to herself, So giving birth is this difficult for a woman? Wasn't mother the same back then? That's right. Seeing the bloodstains, she hurriedly ran over to comfort her. Don't cry anymore. Quickly prepare some things for me. Tutui immediately became wary upon seeing her. Who are you? Why did you enter here so boldly? Thien Tam said in a stern voice. Don't worry about who I am for now. If you want to help your madam, then quickly do as I say. I need a small knife, hot water, scissors, and also candles. Tutui was stunned and asked, What? Then she stood up and ran out. Yes, I'll go get them right away. Thien Tam took the madam's pulse and said, Madam Headmaster, your pulse is currently irregular. At this rate, you definitely won't have the strength to give birth. The madam grew worried upon hearing that. Then what should I do, little girl? I see that you know medicine. You must protect my child. She reassured her, Please rest assured. I have read books regarding childbirth before. Although I cannot deliver the baby myself, I know how to regulate your breathing. She helped the madam adjust her position. Just lie down and don't let your mind wander. Adjust your breathing according to my voice. Exhale slowly, slowly, slowly. Now breathe. The madam followed along. Breathe, breathe. After a while, Tutui ran back with the items. Miss, here is what you need. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, male students were still standing there waiting. Thien Tam picked up the scissors and ordered, Tell the male student it's outside to withdraw. She leaned down and used the scissors to cut the madam's dress. Madam, your water has broken, and there is blood as well. I am preparing the delivery kit now. to avoid delaying the midwife when she arrives. Sweating from the pain, the madam said, "But I feel so much pain in my stomach." The contractions wouldn't stop. Tam was shocked by the abdominal pain. "Don't be afraid, let me check the baby's condition first." She felt her belly and asked in astonishment, "Why is this fetus so large?" "Was your mistress at full term?" Tutui replied. "No. The physician said she wasn't due until next month. That's why she felt safe enough to walk around outside." "Who would have thought it would come to this, miss?" "Our mistress will be all right, won't she?" She frowned, feeling uncertain. "The fetus is too big and she isn't at full term. I'm afraid she is going to suffer quite a bit in a moment." Tutui hurriedly knelt down and said, "Miss, I beg of you. You must save our mistress. Please don't let anything happen to her." She said, "Please stand up. I will definitely do my best to help her." Just then someone shouted, "The midwife is here." A man ran in and said, "Hurry, go and check on our mistress's condition." The midwife went in to examine her and said, "Her breathing is stable, but she is losing consciousness. Sir, you must order someone to boil water. I will deliver the baby for her now." The headmaster replied, "Very well. I will have someone prepare it. Everything depends on you." Tam spoke up, "Since the midwife is here, I'll step outside so I don't get in the way." Seeing her come out, Nyadong asked anxiously, "How is the situation inside? The headmaster's wife will be okay, right?" Tam smiled and replied, "Don't worry, since the midwife is in there, nothing will happen." Just then someone cried out, "Oh no, the mistress is hemorrhaging." The headmaster rushed into the small courtyard and asked, "Why is this happening?" Thienbach called out, "Master Headmaster." He asked urgently, "She was fine a moment ago, why the sudden hemorrhage?" Tutui said, "The midwife said the fetus is too large. On top of that, the mother's body has sustained injuries. A little bit of exertion triggered the bleeding." Tam was worried. "And what about the fetus?" Tutui replied. "The fetus is still in the womb. There are no signs of progress at all." "Miss, you know medicine, please go in and help, madam." The headmaster spoke up. "I will also go in with my wife." Dan Lang pulled him back. "Headmaster, it's chaotic inside. You won't be able to help even if you go in." Hearing that, he frowned. Thienbach added, "That's right, Headmaster, you might as well wait outside. If they need anything inside, you can respond in time." He sighed, "All right, I'll wait out here. I only hope for madam's safety and a smooth delivery." Tam ran into the courtyard and asked, "What is the situation?" Madam on the bed had fallen into a coma. The midwife spoke up. "Miss Madam has lost too much blood and fainted." She worried, "Can she still give birth safely?" The midwife continued, "I'm not sure, this pregnancy is dangerous. If Madam doesn't wake up soon, I fear we will lose both mother and child." Tam was startled. "Lose both mother and child?" Tutui's eyes filled with tears. "No, Madam is so kind-hearted. Why would such a thing happen? Everything will definitely be fine. Miss, I beg you to find a way to save our Madam. In the next life, I will serve you as a beast of burden. To repay your kindness, miss." She knelt on the ground and kowtowed in gratitude. "Please save Madam." "I kowtow to you, please save Madam," Tam said in a low voice. "I've only ever read about cases of obstructed labor in the library, but the procedure is too dangerous. I'm afraid even if I agree the headmaster probably won't approve either." The headmaster walked in at that moment and said, "I approve. As long as you save my wife, I will agree to whatever you need. I was standing outside just now and heard everything you all said. If we do nothing, Madam will be left to face her fate alone, so we might as well take the risk and try." Tam asked again, "But this is my first time using this method." "I cannot guarantee that absolutely nothing will go wrong. Have you really thought this through?" The headmaster nodded. "I trust Miss Hoke's medical skills. If I fail, there will be no resentment from Madam at all. I beg Miss Hoke to take action and save her." His plea made her break into a sweat, and she gritted her teeth before answering, "Very well. I will certainly put forth my best effort. Please, Headmaster, step outside first. I must begin treating the Madam." She gave an order. "Go and prepare cotton cloth and sewing needles, bring them here. The cotton must be this year's new stock. The sewing needles need to be small." She then warned those outside, "No one is allowed to enter." Tutui immediately replied, "Yes, miss." She turned and said, "Midwife, go and cut the clothes around Madam's abdomen. Use strong liquor to wipe down her entire abdominal area twice." The midwife hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, all right." Tam picked up a knife and approached the madam. The midwife stopped her. "Miss, what do you think you are doing?" Tam said softly, "Cutting the belly to take out the child." The midwife was startled. "Cutting the belly, but our skin and hair are gifts from our parents. In medical terms, I have never even heard of such a method. This is a grave matter of life and death. You must think very carefully about this, miss." Tam told her, "I have the consent. The headmaster must take this risk once. If you are afraid, go outside and keep watch. Just don't scream in here." Hearing this, the midwife thought to herself, even though this action is quite shocking, the person is already dying. If she dies as a midwife, it will be hard for me to continue my business. If by some stroke of luck she is saved, it will build a great reputation for me. Anyway, I can't leave now. I might as well see what kind of talent this girl has, she said. That won't do. You lack an assistant by your side. I must stay to help you, miss. Tom turned to look at the madam's belly and said, I just checked and the fetus is positioned right here. According to the medical books, this is a favorable position. I need to make a horizontal incision on the side. Then she used the knife to make an incision on madam's belly. The first layer was cut through. The second layer was a cut to separate the underlying tissue. The third layer cut through the deepest part. Afterward, she pulled back the tissue to reveal the area. I think I've felt the fetus. She turned and called out, What are you just standing there for? Hurry over and help me hold the tissue back, so I can deliver the baby. The midwife hurriedly ran over to receive the baby. Tam said, This is what the fetus looks like when it's just been born. The midwife was astonished. You actually managed to take it out. Seeing that the baby wasn't making any sound, Tam asked, But why is the boy silent? The midwife held the boy upside down and said, You don't understand this, newborns. Haven't adapted to the environment yet when they first come out. You must flip them over and pat their bottom. Sure enough, as soon as she flipped the baby over, the baby began to cry. The midwife said, I'll go clean the baby. I'll leave the rest to you. Tam took out the needle and thread. Testing the thread, she said, This string is as thin as silk. It should be able to integrate with the skin. Before I only held needles to embroider flowers. I never thought there would be a day I'd use a needle to sew a wound. After she finished stitching the wound, the madam frowned slightly and broke into a sweat. She breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, although her breathing is weak, it looks like her life is saved. She turned and told Tui, Go and bring the headmaster here. Tui hurriedly replied, Yes, I'll go right now. When the headmaster was called, he rushed inside and asked the midwife, How is my wife's condition? The midwife holding the young master said, Rest assured, sir. This time both mother and child are safe. The headmaster looked at the baby and asked, Is this my child? The headmaster went into the courtyard and asked Tam, Miss Hoke, how is my wife now? Tam replied, Master headmaster, Madam is still in a coma due to excessive blood loss, but her condition is considered stable. He was relieved to hear that, but still asked, Then when will my wife wake up? At the earliest it will be tomorrow morning. She handed him a prescription and instructed him, This is the blood tonifying medicine I mentioned. Master headmaster, you can send someone to buy the medicine and decoct it first. Wait until the madam wakes up to administer it. Upon hearing this, the headmaster bowed. Miss Hoek, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to see my wife and child, who haven't even seen the light of day yet. You are the great benefactor of my family. For your immense kindness and virtue, I will surely repay you in the future. She smiled. Master headmaster, those are strong words. I am a physician. Saving lives is what I ought to do. The headmaster hesitated, but she advised him not to say another word. Hurry over to visit the madam. This is when she needs you by her side most. I will head out. Previously, Don Long was standing outside, staring intently at the courtyard gate, thinking to himself, That girl has been in there for so long. Why hasn't she come out yet? Could something have gone wrong? Tam walked out through the back door. As soon as Yen Hai saw her, she asked, Tam, I just heard a baby crying from outside. Has the child been born safely? Nyadong asked curiously, Is the headmaster's wife all right? Are there any problems? Tam smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, mother and child are safe. There is nothing to worry about. She turned and saw Thien back leaning against a pillar waiting. She hurried over to call him. Her brother scolded her irritably. In the future, if you encounter such a dangerous situation, you must tell me, do you hear? Tam stammered in reply, I'm sorry, brother. The situation was urgent at the time. I was so worried about the headmaster's wife that I didn't think that much. What are you saying, you silly girl? I'm not blaming you. I'm worried about the headmaster's high status in the court. If anything had happened to his wife, it would have implicated you. Tam nodded. I understand. Don't worry, brother. I will certainly be more careful next time. Dan Lang stepped up and spoke softly. All right, Thien back is being quite a chatterbox. Then he went over and picked Tam up, causing her face to turn bright red. He said, This little girl has been busy all day. She must be exhausted. I'll take you back to rest first. The people around were stunned to see this. What is going on here, Yen Hai? He called out, Tam Nhi, the older you get, the harder it is to keep you at home. Yen Hai approached, tugged at Thien Bak's sleeve, and said, Brother Bak, I heard Tam Nhi say that your culinary skills are very impressive. As it happens, there are no classes tomorrow. Nyadong, who was standing nearby, immediately reminded her, No. Tam Nhi said you must be careful with your food. You cannot eat just anything. I'll be watching you, Yen Hai said with a pitiful look in her eyes. But I want to try Brother Bak's cooking. Please fulfill this wish of mine. Thien Bak smiled and asked, How about tomorrow? I asked Tam Nhi. what you are allowed to eat, and then I will cook it for you. According to what Tam Ni says, Yenhai was delighted. That's wonderful, brother Back. My meals tomorrow are all up to you. Thien Back quickly said, Miss, two men and women should maintain a proper distance. Dan Lang walked alongside Thien Tam. Seeing her remain silent, he asked, You seem to have something on your mind. Hearing that Thien Tam's footsteps halted, he continued, Is it because of what Thien Back said, or because of the situation with the headmaster's wife, little girl? Thien Tam didn't answer him and kept walking. But because she wasn't paying attention to where she was stepping, she tripped over a stone and fell down. Seeing this, Dan Lang called out in a panic, Tam Ni! Thien Tam sat up. Because she had used her elbow to break her fall earlier, her elbow was scraped and bleeding. The wound looked quite serious. Dan Lang ran over anxiously. Let me see if you're hurt anywhere else. Your arm is scraped. Does it hurt? But she remained silent and did not respond. Dan Lang could only take out a black handkerchief that he carried with him. He gently bandaged Thien Tam's wound and advised her, You mustn't be so careless when walking from now on. What if you had a real fall? There, the bandage is finished. When you get back, remember not to let it touch water. I see that you are very tired. You certainly don't want to talk to me, so I'll be going now. Seeing that her mood wasn't right, Dan Lang turned around, waved his hand, and walked away. Thien Tam remained silent and said nothing. Seeing Dan Lang's figure gradually fading into the distance, Thien Tam hurriedly cried out, Don't go! As soon as she finished speaking, she ran fast and hugged him from behind, leaving him utterly astonished. Thien Tam buried her face in his back and pleaded in a low voice, Don't go, stay with me. Hearing that, Dan Lang smiled slightly and replied, All right, I won't go. I will stay here with you. Afterward, Thien Tam told Dan Lang, It's just that this was the first time I saw so much blood. No one knows how terrified I was. My hands wouldn't stop shaking and my heart was beating so fast. I didn't dare tell my brother these things, but I was truly very scared. Scared that if I wasn't careful, 2 lives would perish right before me. At that moment, I would have been the murderer. Dan Lang, understanding what worried her, frowned and scolded her affectionately, You silly girl. It is normal to be afraid. He took Thien Tam into his arms and comforted her softly. Everyone has moments when they are afraid. But these things will pass. Once it passes, you will grow more mature, and you won't be afraid anymore. Hearing this, Thien Tam couldn't help but feel curious. Then what about you? Have you ever been afraid? Dan Lang smiled and told her, When I was young, there were times. At that time, my imperial mother was out of favor, and my imperial father rarely appeared. I was very afraid that my imperial father didn't like me or my mother. Later, when my imperial mother was critically ill, I went to the Imperial Academy of Medicine to find a physician. But no one was willing to come. At that time, I was terrified that my mother would leave me. But these fears will only make us stronger. So, little girl, you too will become increasingly stronger. In the future, when you encounter these situations, you won't be afraid anymore. Dan Lang leaned down and reached out, his hand to wipe away the tears lingering on the corners of Thien Tam's eyes. Having heard his story, she couldn't help but ask, Why? I've never heard you mention these things before. Hearing this question, Dan Lang asked back doubtfully but Dan Lang was suspicious. Haven't we only known each other for a short while? Where did this talk of before come from? She was startled and laughed, saying, That's true, isn't it? In her heart, she thought anxiously, Seriously? I almost let it slip. Dan Lang looked at her, smiled, and said, However, if you want to get to know me, then from now on, I will tell you about it every day. She waved her hand. No need. Just save those words for your princess in the future. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow. Is there any difference between the two? In my heart, I have already chosen you. Don't even think about escaping. She called out, Ninth Highness. Then, with a flushed face, she turned and ran away. It's getting dark already. I have classes tomorrow, so I'll go back to sleep first. Dan Lang asked her in surprise. Is accepting my confession really that scary, little girl? The next day, Thien Tam woke up and walked out of her courtyard. With dark circles under her eyes, she muttered, It's all because of that guy. Last night, his loose talk made me unable to sleep all night. There's also a horse riding and archery class later. I must pull myself together. I hope Sister Hai and Sister Nadong aren't still asleep. Just then Nadong ran to find her and said, Tam Ni, something's wrong. Someone came to Yen Hai's house. They say they want to marry her off to the 5th prince. Hurry, come with me and see. Thien Tam was shocked. What did you say, Sister Nadong? At this moment in the 2 mansion, Yen Hai was kneeling on the ground crying. Her father stood with his back to her, while her mother was rushing toward her. Yen Hai cried out, Mother, I don't want to marry the 5th prince. I don't like him at all. Her mother said, I know you're feeling very miserable, but Consort Li has already spoken with the emperor. The matter is now decided. We can only let you suffer this grievance then. Yen Hai brushed her hand away and said, Mother, what are you saying? I already said I won't marry him. Even if I have to die, I will not take him as my husband. Hearing those words, the Duke slammed the table in anger and scolded, "You wretched girl! We came here to inform you, not to ask for your opinion. Stay there and behave yourself for the next few days. Otherwise, even if you are dead, we will still carry your corpse to the fifth prince." Yenhai frowned slightly after hearing that. The Duke stormed out in a fit of rage. Inside the main room, Yenhai's mother sighed. "You know your father's temperament well, yet you still spoke to him like that. Weren't you just trying to provoke him?" "Me provoking him? It's clearly father who is bullying me. And regarding my marriage, by what right do you all get to decide for me?" Her mother asked. "We also want you to be happy. But the imperial decree has already been issued. Do you want your father to defy the order?" "Yenhai, even if it is for the sake of the entire Duke's residence, you must stop acting so willfully." Saying that, she turned and left. Yenhai gnashed her teeth in anger. She gave a shout, knocked her belongings aside, and asked, "Why did they choose me?" At that moment, Thientam and Nyadong ran inside and called out to Yenhai. Nyadong rushed to Yenhai's side. She sat down and asked, "Are you all right, sister?" As soon as Yenhai saw Nyadong, she said, "Nyadong, I don't want to marry the fifth prince. I don't like him at all." "I won't marry." Thientam also ran to Yenhai. "Sister Hai, let's go back first. We need to discuss this matter more carefully." Nyadong advised her. Yenhai listened to Tamni. "We can surely figure something out." At that moment, a sound was heard. Thienbak ran over and called, "Tamni, people from the palace have arrived." Thientam was stunned upon hearing that. Yenhai stood up abruptly. "What should I do? What should I do?" "People from the palace are here to take me away, Tamni." "Little girl, what must I do?" "What's going on?" Thienbak asked. "Yenhai, what's wrong?" Nyadong recounted the story. The Duke came to the academy earlier and said he wanted to marry her to the fifth prince. Hearing this, Thienbak was stunned. "What? How can Yenhai be married to the fifth prince?" Thientam was surprised to see Thienbak so angry. Why is brother so upset? To hear that sister Yenhai is getting married, Thienbak froze for a second. I'm just a bit shocked. I've never heard Yenhai say that she liked the fifth prince." Nyadong chimed in. "What does it matter if she doesn't like him? Consort Li has already requested a decree from the emperor. Even if she doesn't want to, there's no way to refuse the marriage." Thienbak frowned. "Is there really no other way?" Yenhai insisted. "I don't want to. I don't want to marry into that family. Brother Bak is 100 times better than the fifth prince. If I have to marry, I'll only marry Brother Bak." Thientam raised her eyebrows. "Brother Bak? Since when did you and my brother—" Thienbak smiled. "Tamni, don't get the wrong idea. There's nothing going on between me and Yenhai. By the way, someone from the palace is here and wants to see you." Thientam was startled. "To see me?" He nodded. "Yes, hurry over there. Nyadong and I can handle things here." Meanwhile, outside, Dan Lang and a eunuch were waiting. As soon as he saw her, he waved. "Little girl over here." Thientam thought to herself, "Didn't brother say someone from the palace was here? Why is this guy here too?" She walked over and bowed. "Your Highness?" He handed her a letter and said, "The emperor heard about you delivering the headmaster's wife's baby. He has granted you a special title. Open it and see." "Go on, open it." She opened the letter. She was stunned to see the words #1 female physician written inside. He asked, "Do you like it? The emperor has also prepared a banquet. He invites you to the palace to share your belly-cutting medical techniques. Let's enter the palace now." Thientam entered the imperial palace. Upon meeting the emperor, she performed a formal bow. "This humble girl pays respects to the emperor." The emperor said softly, "At ease, at ease. Little girl, tell me quickly, exactly how did you come up with this cesarean delivery method?" He glanced at the group of imperial physicians nearby and told her to take the opportunity to instruct the royal doctors here. Help them broaden their knowledge and learn from you. Thientam replied, "I was very frightened at that time. The cesarean section method was not my own creation, but something I learned from a medical book." An imperial physician asked, "A medical book, was it the one that Miss Hoke previously brought into the palace to share with us?" Thientam nodded. "Yes," an imperial physician asked, "but I have read that entire book, yet I never discovered any mention of a cesarean delivery." Thientam explained, "The book indeed does not explicitly record a cesarean delivery, but there are many descriptions of surgical anatomy." Upon hearing this, the royal doctor said, "Pardon my presumption, but I hope Miss Hoke can explain it more clearly." She explained, "The latter half of the book uses illustrations and text to record in detail how to perform incisions and sutures, ranging from small animals like snakes and mice to larger species like dogs and cows. I felt that if these methods could be used on animals, they could surely be used on humans." The physician heard this and asked, "But humans are not the same as beasts? Miss Hoak, were you not afraid of this fact?" She frowned and replied, "Of course I was, but last night the situation was critical. I had no choice but to take the risk." If it succeeded, both mother and child would be safe. If it failed, at least the child might be saved. I was forced to choose between the gain and the loss. After listening, the imperial physician looked solemn. All the doctors in the Imperial Medical Institute bowed and said, I didn't expect Miss Hoke to be able to make such a decisive resolution. We truly cannot compare. I am truly and utterly convinced. The Emperor praised her. Good. Well said, this is exactly the spirit of a heroine. I must reward you handsomely. Thien Tam was surprised. A reward for me. Dan Lang spoke up. Little girl, what are you still standing there for? My father's words are as precious as jade. Hurry and express your gratitude. She obeyed and knelt, but said to the Emperor, This humble girl needs no rewards. I only wish to ask one thing of the Emperor. I hope the Emperor will grant it. Hearing this, Dan Lang chuckled, while the Emperor became intrigued. Oh, tell me what it is. Thien Tam said, I want the Emperor to bestow a marriage upon my brother. My elder brother, he asked in surprise. Hoke Thien back wanting to marry is a good thing. So which family's lady has he set his eyes on? She said in a low voice. It is the 6th lady of the Duke's mansion, Yen Hai. Hearing this, the Emperor frowned. Isn't she the consort? That consort Li chose for the 5th prince, Thien Tam said to the Emperor. But Sister Yen Hai, essentially. Before she could finish, the Emperor turned his back and said, That is enough. I have already promised Consort Li that I would grant the marriage to the 5th prince. There is nothing more to discuss regarding this matter. I will bestow upon you gold, silver, and jewels. Accept them and give thanks. Hearing this, Thien Tam frowned and remained kneeling there. Seeing this, the Emperor asked angrily, Huak Thien Tam, do not presume that because I praised you once or twice, you can be defiant towards me. I told you to accept the reward. The people around her also said, Miss Hoak, please stand up. Do not anger the Emperor. Thien Tam spoke up. It was the Emperor who just said he wanted to bestow a reward upon me. I have only this one request. Is the Emperor going to go back on his word? The Emperor angrily scolded, Huak Thien Tam, do you realize who you are talking to right now? Dan Lang rushed over and pulled her sleeve. Tam Nhi. Say no more. Father is furious. But Thien Tam remained resolute and asked, I am only speaking the truth. The Emperor cannot break his word to Consort Lei, but why then must you go back on your word to me? Or is it that as long as the Emperor wishes it, any word spoken can be taken back? The Emperor's voice grew heavy. Insolent, is this the attitude you use to speak to me? An imperial physician spoke up on her behalf. Miss Hoke is young and lacks understanding. She did not intend to be offensive. We pray the Emperor will let his anger subside. Dan Lang also stepped forward to advise his father. This girl has always been so blunt. Your son begs to take the blame for her offense. Toward father. I hope father will be lenient. The Emperor asked him, 9th son, she has disrespected the majesty of the sovereign. In the face of such treasonous behavior, you still protect her. Dan Lang explained, father. Tam Nhi is your son's fiancé. If I do not protect her, then who will? If father must be angry, please vent it all on me. The Emperor sighed. You clearly know that I have always loved you. How could I possibly vent my anger on you? Dan Lang continued. If father loves your son that much, then I boldly ask father to extend that love to those I care for, and love the house as well as the crows on its roof. Please fulfill Tam Nhi's wish from just now. The Emperor said, It is not impossible for me to agree to the marriage of Huak Thien back. However, I want her to stay in the palace as my maid. Return it to me, the Emperor. Only when I am pleased will she be allowed to leave the palace. Well, Thien Tam was startled. To be a maid? Dan Lang was worried. But Tam Nhi still has to attend school. The headmaster's wife just gave birth and needs her care. She still has so many things to do. The Emperor gave a cold hum. That is her problem. I have given her the chance regardless. Just make sure she doesn't turn around and call me petty. Thien Tam said in a solemn voice. The Emperor is truly a wise son of heaven. Earlier it was due to my own narrow-mindedness. I am willing to stay as a maid and help the Emperor resolve his concerns. Hearing this, the Emperor burst into laughter. Very well, I order you to assist at the Imperial Pharmacy. Record your surgical experience from this time. Thien Tam bowed. I obey your command. Dan Lang smiled, pulled her hand, and said, Your son will take Tam Nhi to get familiar with the environment of the Imperial Pharmacy first. The Emperor said, Go ahead. The Imperial physicians may also withdraw. I will now consider the Imperial decree for the marriage. After pulling Thien Tam away, Dan Lang gave her a gentle shake. Little girl, wake up. Being defiant to the monarch can cost you your head. She replied blankly, I know. I already know. He asked back, You knew yet you still provoked father. She was shaken by him until her head felt dizzy. She quickly leaned against a pillar to steady herself and said, I had no other choice. Only by doing this can I help Sister Hai. Dan Lang scolded angrily, Nonsense! He pulled her into his arms and said, In the eyes of this prince, Your life is the most important thing. I won't allow you to do anything foolish ever again. She nodded. All right, I'll be careful from now on. He pushed her back slightly and continued, and another thing. Whenever you face difficulties in the future, you must tell me. Don't keep charging forward all by yourself. Her face flushed red. Future matters can wait until later. Just then a sound rang out, startling them both. Turning their heads, they saw an old man walking out from inside the hall. Upon seeing him, the old man was startled and bowed. Goodness, so it is the 9th prince standing out here? Dan Lang bowed in return. Greetings, Elder Ton. I am acting on father's orders to bring General Hoke's daughter here to assist you. Upon hearing that, Elder Ton asked in amazement, Are you truly Hoke Thientam? He lifted her up and said, I have been hearing the Imperial. Physicians mention you since early this morning. I didn't expect you to be so young. Thientam greeted him softly, Greetings, Elder Ton. He said, Forget the formalities, quickly tell me, how did you deliver Headmaster Han's wife's baby? I am so curious. Dan Lang smiled. This Elder Ton is famous for being annoyingly talkative. Little girl, I can only wish you luck. Afterward, Thientam wrote down the details of her method and gave it to Elder Ton to review. He picked it up and said, So this bold idea of yours all came from watching butchers cut open the bellies of pregnant livestock. She nodded with a hum. Hearing this, Elder Ton slammed the table and asked, Nonsense. As a physician, you should care for the wounded. How can you associate yourself with butchers? With killing and slaughtering, Thientam stammered. But there are countless incurable diseases in this world. If I am too rigid about formalities and do not boldly explore, then how can medical skills be improved? After listening, Elder Ton closed his eyes, slightly nodded, and said, Little girl, your words indeed hold some truth. Hearing that, she breathed a sigh of relief and asked, The records you wanted are finished. Can I leave now? He stopped her. No. I still have a few questions for you. She nodded. Please ask. He pointed toward the bookshelf. Do you see those medical books? Are the life's work of the palace physicians. I want you to read them all and then write your reflections. Thientam looked at the stack of books and was stunned. She thought, with so many books, how many days and months will it take to finish them? She smiled and said, There are so many talented people in the palace. Please spare me, he sighed. If the people in the palace were as clever as you, the emperor wouldn't have kept you here. He stood up and turned his back. Go ahead and start reading from the row right in front of you. I'm getting sleepy. I'm going back to sleep now. Seeing this, Thientam asked in a panic, No way, right? Are you really leaving? She walked to the bookshelf feeling dejected. How many lifetimes will it take to read through all of this? But Thientam could not disobey the order. She could only keep the lamp lit and read until late at night. Suddenly, a creaking sound rang out. She looked up and uttered a doubtful, A girl walked in, carrying a tray of food. She introduced herself, Miss Hoke, my name is Nu Nhi. I am from the 9th Prince's manor. His Highness was worried about you, so he sent me to prepare some late-night snacks. Please come over and eat. Thientam ran over and praised her. Your skills are excellent. The scent of this sweet soup is so fragrant. Hearing this, Nu Nhi covered her mouth and giggled. His Highness likes it too. He often praises the soup I cook. Thientam listened and thought to herself, this maid has delicate features, and from her words, she seems very close to Min Lang. Could she be one of his? She then asked, Are you a maid in Min Lang's manor, or were you transferred from outside? Nu Nhi replied, I originally served her imperial concubine. After His Highness established his own manor, Her Highness sent me here directly. Thientam heard this and responded, So you are someone close to Consort Hoa. She thought Consort Hoa is Min Lang's birth mother. Gifting a maid on the day he established his manor? It is very clear she was intended as a personal concubine for him. Nu Nhi blushed slightly and nodded. Yes, having received Her Highness's favor, I have nothing else to repay her with, except to serve His Highness with all my effort. Thientam laughed coldly in her heart. No wonder he stays happy all day long. It turns out he has a concubine serving him every night. Nu Nhi smiled and said, Miss Hawk, please rest early. I will take my leave now. I cannot stay away from His Highness for too long. I will come visit Miss Hoke again tomorrow. Thientam smiled and nodded. All right. Once Nu Nhi had left, she stood up abruptly and gritted her teeth. I truly didn't expect you to be that kind of person. You have disappointed me so much. The next day, Thientam walked out of the courtyard and stretched. The weather is so beautiful today. Dan Lang appeared and said, Good morning, little girl. As soon as the little girl saw him, she thought angrily, No wonder he's so energetic this early in the morning, since he has someone serving him at night. He carried a breakfast box, approached her and said, I've prepared breakfast. I wanted to eat with you, but she had already turned her back, walked into the courtyard, and slammed the door shut. Dan Lang sighed at the sight. She said, There's no need. I still have to read. Go back and eat with your Nu Nhi. I won't see you out. Hearing this, Dan Lang hurriedly ran up and said, "Little girl, is there some misunderstanding? Open the door first. Let's talk this through slowly." "There's nothing to talk about. Go away and stop bothering me." Dan Lang stood at the door calling out, "Thien Tam, little girl." Just then Elder Tun approached from a distance. Seeing Dan Lang standing at the door, he asked, "Your Highness, why are you here?" Dan Lang replied, "I came to bring breakfast to the little girl, but she won't open the door for me." Hearing this, he said, "Perhaps that girl is tired after reading all night. How about your Highness head back first? I will give the breakfast to her." He understood that Thien Tam didn't want to see him, so he could only hand the items to the elder, and then bowed to him. "Then I thank you, elder." With that, Dan Lang turned and left. Elder Tun took the food box, stood outside the door, and called, "Girl, open up, it's me." Thien Tam pushed open the door and asked, "Elder." He smiled and handed her the food box. "Here, someone brought breakfast for you." "Having such an attitude is a bit much, I'm afraid." She pursed her lips. "It's not like I asked him to bring it." Elder Tun gave Thien Tam a playful knock on the head and advised, "Still, you shouldn't bully him like that. His Highness looked quite heartbroken just now. Don't you care?" Thien Tam pouted and replied, "He has plenty of people who love him by his side. He doesn't need me." Hearing this, Elder Tun understood, so she was jealous. So sour having her true feelings exposed. She was startled and cried out. "I am not," Elder Tun teased her for a moment and then turned to talk about the main matter. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Consort La is unwell today. Go there after you finish breakfast." Thien Tam was stunned upon hearing that. "But I am not an imperial physician." Elder Tun frowned. "Why not did you forget? You are the top female physician appointed by the Emperor," she asked in surprise. "Does that count as well?" Meanwhile, in Consort Li's flower garden, she was waiting in a pavilion. Seeing no sign of Thien Tam, she frowned and asked, "Why hasn't she arrived after so long?" Just then a maid led Thien Tam inside. "Your Highness, Miss Hoke is here." Thien Tam bowed. "This humble servant greets Consort Li." She laughed coldly. "Miss Hoke is indeed a busy person. Even when I want to meet you, I have to send invitations repeatedly before you show up." Thien Tam hurriedly explained, "I wouldn't dare. I hope your Highness will forgive me." Consort Le scolded angrily. "You even snatched away the marriage that I chose for my son. Is there anything you wouldn't dare to do?" Thien Tam thought to herself. "So this was her intention for calling me here," she threatened in a cold voice. "Huok Thien Tam, don't think that just because your brother married Tu Yen Hai, you can be happy. This is not over yet." Thien Tam knelt down and pleaded, "Regarding the marriage, it was I who begged the Emperor. If your Highness wants to blame someone, blame me. It has nothing to do with anyone else." She laughed coldly. "Don't put on an act with me. If I hadn't taken an interest in the power of the Duke, I would never have let my son marry that half-dead girl." "That would be terrible," Consort Le said to Thien Tam. "Even if your brother snatched it away, I wouldn't be heartbroken, because what I have is opportunity. But your naive brother is a different story." Having said that, she burst into loud laughter, looking extremely smug. After laughing, she turned and ordered the maids, "Someone see Miss Hoke out." Seeing that she had left, Thien Tam stood up. Her maid approached her and asked, "Her Highness has already said so. Why hasn't Miss Hoke left yet?" Thien Tam bowed. This lowly one takes her leave. Then she turned and walked out. Thien Tam had just stepped out of Consort Li's palace when she heard someone calling her name, Thien Tam Nhi. It startled her, and she uttered a surprised, "Huh?" It turned out Thien Bak had brought Yen Hai to find her. Seeing the two of them, Thien Tam asked in astonishment, "Brother, sister Hai, what are you two doing here?" Yen Hai ran over, put her arm around Thien Tam's shoulder and said, "We were worried about you. You're alone in the palace, so we came to visit you." Thien Bak spoke up, "His Highness already told me. You've suffered quite a bit of grievance during your time in the palace." Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Tam Nhi hasn't suffered. As long as brother and sister Hai are happy, Tam Nhi is very happy." Yen Hai wiped her tears and said, "Stop it now, it's not good to cry until your nose runs." Dan Lang appeared at that moment and nodded, "Exactly. If you keep crying, you'll look ugly." Following behind him was Nu Nhi. She stepped forward and bowed. Nu Nhi greets young Master Huok Miss Tu and Miss Hoke. Thien Bak was surprised to see him and asked, "Why is your Highness here too?" Dan Lang replied, "Isn't it because of this little girl? If I weren't in the palace, there's no telling what bold things she might have done." Thien Tam heard this and laughed coldly. "Then I thank your Highness." He smiled and said, "No need to be so formal." Seeing him say that, she said angrily, "Who's thanking you?" Nu Nhi Ten spoke up. "But Miss Hook, His Highness truly cares for you." She said coldly, "I don't need his care. Besides, in the future do not come to the Imperial Pharmacy anymore." Seeing this, Thien Bak asked in surprise, "Tam Nhi is not usually like this. Why is she like that today?" Dan Lang sighed, "If only I knew." Later in Thien Tam's courtyard, Yen Hai asked, "Did you and the 9th Prince have a fight?" Thien Tam replied dejectedly. We didn't. Yen Hai glanced at her. Cut it out. If you didn't fight, would you have such a bad attitude toward him? Be honest, what exactly is going on? She had no choice but to tell, I just don't like being played with. He clearly already has Nu Ni by his side, so why does he still come to provoke me? Hearing that, Yen Hai asked, Nu Ni, you mean the maid following the prince just now? She burst out laughing and said, who told you that she and the prince are together? Think about it. With her status and appearance, could she really be favored by the prince? Thien Tam frowned and said to Yen He, but she said so herself. When Consort Hoa sent her over, the ninth prince accepted her with joy. As soon as she heard that, Yen Hai tapped Thien Tam's head and scolded, silly. If his birth mother sent her over, could a son refuse? What does this prove? Thien Tam held her head and asked in confusion, what? Yen Hai explained, she is jealous of you and intentionally said that for you to hear. If you truly distance yourself from the prince, wouldn't you have fallen right into her trap? After hearing this, Thien Tam nodded slowly. It does sound like that. All right then. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me see how you are doing. Yen Hai gave a confident smile. With the top female physician like you taking care of me personally, there will surely be no problems with my body. She reached out her hand for Thien Tam to check her pulse. After a while, Thien Tam said, Your pulse is steady and strong. It is indeed much better now. In a bit, I will write a different prescription. Remember to change the medicine. Yen Hai smiled and said, as you command, my lady physician. Thien Tam stepped closer and reminded her, furthermore, we have offended Consort Li. Lately, you must be careful of her and the fifth prince. Yen Hai patted her chest and replied, don't worry. I have people in the library. Consort Li won't dare to act recklessly. As for the fifth prince, there's even less to worry about. He can't wait to stay away from me. Thien Tam breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. Just then, Thien Back appeared, patted Thien Tam's head and asked, what's so good? Did we miss something? Yen Hai laughed and said, brother Back, Tam Nhi just said, she's lucky to have been cared for by the ninth prince these past few days. With him by her side, everything is wonderful. Thien Tam was confused upon hearing that. Did I say that? Thien Back smiled when he heard this. You were just angry a moment ago, but as soon as the ninth prince turned his back, you're already missing his kindness. Don't be like that anymore. Thien Tam's face turned beet red as she explained, brother, I did not don't listen to Sister Hai's nonsense. Yen Hai covered her mouth. I'm not talking nonsense. It's just that Tam Nhi is too shy to admit it. She even said she's afraid of the dark when sleeping alone, and that it would be great if His Highness were by her side. Hearing this, Thien Tam shouted angrily, to Yen Hai! Seeing that she was truly upset, Yen Hai quickly ran away. Tam Nhi is angry, run fast! Run fast! Thien Tam looked at Yen Hai's retreating back, only frowning slightly, without giving chase. Just then Dan Lang approached, and poked her with his fan, saying, you little girl, you're such a hypocrite. The moment she saw him, she crossed her arms over her chest and yelled, I did not, don't you talk nonsense. Dan Lang laughed and said, all right. Leaving you to sleep alone at the Imperial Pharmacy was indeed my oversight. She hurriedly waved her hands. No oversight. No oversight at all. I sleep very well at night. He said this prince will go find Imperial Father and request to move into the Imperial Pharmacy. That way you won't have to be afraid at night anymore. Hearing that, she hurriedly cried out, Your Highness, come back here. Thien Tam sighed and said, what a headache. Just then a eunuch came running to announce, this is bad, this is not good. Consort Hoa has fallen ill. Hearing this, Dan Lang let out a startled sound. The eunuch, gasping for breath, reported to Thien Tam, the imperial physicians have all examined her and are at their wits' end. Miss Hoak, please follow this old servant quickly to take a look. Inside Consort Hoa's palace, the sound of continuous wailing echoed. Consort Hoa lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, her face etched with extreme pain. The servants around her kept calling out to her. Thien Tam rushed over and heard a maid's report. Her Highness suddenly coughed up blood while resting. The imperial physicians came to check, but they couldn't find the cause. We heard that Miss Hoke's medical skills are formidable. We beg you must save Her Highness. Thien Tam approached and checked Consort Hoa's pulse. Then she frowned. From the pulse, this does not seem like a simple fainting spell. On the contrary, it looks like... She turned to ask the maid beside her, may I ask, besides coughing up blood, was there anything else unusual? The maid replied, speaking of unusual things, a few days ago, while I was washing Her Highness's body, I discovered mottled bruises on her skin. Hearing this, Thien Tam gently lifted Consort Hoa's sleeve. Are these what you mentioned? The maid gasped. That's right, it is exactly this. But what I saw before were only small dots. Why have they spread so much? Just then Dan Lang ran inside, calling for Tam Nhi. My mother, she's all right, isn't she? She reassured him, there is no immediate danger for now. However, she looked toward the Emperor. The Emperor gave the command, The two of you step down for now. Afterward, the maids all withdrew. The emperor approached Thien Tam and asked, now that there are no outsiders, tell me truthfully, what exactly happened to Consort Hoa? She replied, Your Majesty, this servant discovered that Her Highness's pulse is deep and faint. It seems she has been poisoned. Dan Lang was stunned to hear this. How could mother be poisoned? Little girl, are you sure you didn't misdiagnose her? The emperor asked in surprise. If it were poisoning, it's impossible that even the imperial physicians couldn't see it. How can you be so certain? She immediately said, Your Majesty, if you do not believe me, please look at Her Highness's arms. She removed Consort Hoa's outer robe, revealing that on both of her arms there were mottled spots. Seeing this, Dan Lang was shocked. On mother's arms? Why have so many marks appeared? Thien Tam explained. This is a symptom of the poison manifesting. Furthermore, Your Majesty and Your Highness, don't you feel that the fragrance in this room is a bit strange? What? The emperor asked, Do you mean there is a problem with the incense? She approached the incense, sniffed it, and said, To put it precisely, underneath the floral scent, there seems to be a faint fishy stench. I know it now, it is the venom of 7 scorpions. The emperor asked Thien Tam, The venom of 7 scorpions. Thien Tam pointed toward the censer and replied, Yes. This poison is insidious. It enters the body through the respiratory system. The incubation period of this toxin is very long. By the time it is discovered, it has already invaded the lungs. Hearing this, the emperor frowned and asked, But Consort Hoa usually stays within the courtyard. Who would be so ruthless as to use such a poison? Thien Tam spoke softly. Your Majesty might want to start by questioning those who are close to Her Highness. Hearing this, the emperor immediately gave an order. Guards, bring the 2 senior maids who care for Consort Hoa's daily life here. At that moment outside, the imperial guard shouted urgently, Guards, come quickly and save them. Quick, Auntie Vin Nhi and Auntie Nan Nhi have fallen into the water. The emperor was startled by the news and asked, What is the meaning of this? After inspecting the scene, an imperial guard entered and bowed. Reporting to Your Majesty. The 2 senior maids have drowned. From the evidence at the scene, it appears they slipped and fell into the water. The emperor said, Very well. You men take them out of the palace and settle the matter. After they were buried, the 2 senior maids were brought ashore. They were placed on a sedan chair prepared to be carried away. Those standing around said, How could you all leave Her Highness behind and go? There were still bruises on their necks. Seeing this, Thien Tam was startled and thought, Wait, that is... She hastily ran over and called out, Wait a moment. She approached and lifted the arm of one of the maids to examine it. Seeing the same tiny purple spots, she said, As I thought they were poisoned as well. Dan Lang pondered, In that case, it seems we can rule them out as suspects. He turned to ask a eunuch, This prince asks you besides these 2 maids, who else was here just now? Was there anyone else? The eunuch replied, This servant saw a vague shape. There seemed to be a figure standing behind them. However, the distance was too far to see clearly. By the time I got close, I discovered the 2 maids had already fallen into the water. Hearing this, Dan Lang remained silent and did not say a word. The emperor approached and said, Do not dwell on it. The most urgent matter right now is to detoxify your mother. He turned and spoke to Thien Tam. Once you have removed the poison from Consort Hoa, I will release you shortly. Thien Tam heard this and thought to herself, These words sound like a gesture of grace. But to neutralize the venom of 7 scorpions, how could it be so easy? Seeing her expression, the emperor asked, What is it? Are you unwilling? Thien Tam bowed and said to the emperor, This humble woman would not dare. The emperor turned and gave his instructions. Then I leave Consort Hoa's treatment to you. 9th Prince, you stay here to look after her. Dan Lang bowed and replied, Yes, father. Only after the emperor had left did Thien Tam dare to wipe her sweat and let out a sigh. Truly, being with the king is like being with a tiger. Dan Lang said to her, Stop sighing and think of a way to save my mother. Thien Tam heard this and frowned slightly. The 2 of them walked into Consort Hoa's room. Thien Tam said, Please turn around. I want to carefully check the condition of Her Highness's body. He nodded, replied, All right, and turned around. She went up to examine Consort Hoa and said, These spots on her hand, they seem to be getting more serious. She turned to look at the bracelet on Consort Hoa's wrist and was startled. Wait, the color of this bracelet is very strange. She gently brought it to her nose to sniff it, then in shock, ran over to Dan Lang and said, Your Highness, quickly come look at this bracelet. Dan Lang asked her, Is there something wrong with this bracelet? She immediately explained, Someone has poured poisonous powder inside the bracelet. Someone infused 7 scorpion venom into the bracelet. Hearing this, Dan Lang was stunned and asked, What? He was so startled that he dropped the bracelet on the ground. Then gritting his teeth, he said, But this bracelet was given to my mother by the Empress. Could the Empress really want to harm my mother? This is impossible. The Empress would not do such a thing. Thien Tam was surprised. Why are you so certain? He explained, because the Empress has suffered a hard life with no children, and she turned to Buddhism long ago. Even if she were jealous, she would poison a prince, not my mother. Hearing this, Thien Tam understood. It seems the culprit put the poison in the bracelet to intentionally frame the Empress. Consort Hoa is poisoned, and the Empress takes the blame. In that case, who would benefit the most? I know it now. Consort Li, it's Consort Li. She must have the antidote in her hands. We are going to find her right now. Saying this, she immediately pulled his hand to go. He said, little girl, everything we just said is merely speculation. She will never admit it. Are we just going to let her get away with it then? He advised, first let's stay calm and observe the situation. If I find evidence proving that she committed the poisoning, I will absolutely not show her any mercy. That night in the palace, Thien Tam and Dan Lang sat down at a table. Many types of herbs were laid out upon it. Dan Lang asked her, little girl, are you sure this medicine can cure the 7 scorpion venom? Thien Tam nodded and replied yes while grinding the medicine. Last night, I happened to see the formula in a medical book. Soaking with this pile of medicinal ingredients for 7 days, combined with using the medicine I have prepared, continue taking the medicine until she is recovered. She poured the medicine she had made into a bag and then tied it shut. Hearing this, Dan Lang joyfully took Thien Tam's hand. That is wonderful, my mother is saved. She blushed deeply when she felt him holding her hand. Just then the door opened. A Tuong ran inside to report, Your Highness, the person who poisoned Her Highness has been found. Hearing that, he hurriedly asked, who is it? A Tuong replied, it is Consort Thuk. Her Highness. 7 scorpion venom was found in Consort Thuk's room. The Emperor has ordered her to be dealt with secretly. Hearing this, Dan Lang frowned in disbelief. Consort Thuk is naturally weak and timid, yet she dared to poison my mother and frame the Empress. Thien Tam asked him, but the Emperor was so eager to deal with Consort Thuk. Don't you find it strange? He pondered deeply. It truly is unlike my father's usual style. He turned to ask a Tuong, besides punishing Consort Thuk, did father say anything else? A Tuong replied. The Emperor also said, Chief Manager Li was negligent in his duties within the palace. He has been stripped of his official robes and ordered to reflect for a month. Hearing this, Thien Tam spoke up. It seems the Emperor has realized the truth. Regrettably, Consort Li is too powerful. Otherwise, father would not have let her off so easily. Thien Tam said, don't worry. I will treat Her Highness well. The next day, Thien Tam went to see Elder Tun. He was sitting in a chair, fanning himself while saying, You truly are a remarkable little girl. In just a short span of 7 days, you not only neutralized Consort Hoa's venom, but also read through every single medical book in my room. It is the first time I have seen someone so naturally gifted, yet so hard-working. Hearing that, she smiled. I am only following the Emperor's orders. Elder, you think too highly of me. He praised the little girl. There is no need to be modest. The prescriptions you wrote, compared to those of the imperial physicians under me, are 100 times better. The bright sun made everyone feel dazed. I am going into the room now. You watch the medicine stove. She said softly, rest assured, Elder. I will watch it. Right then, someone ran over and called out, Miss Huo. Miss Huo, a eunuch, ran up and bowed. Miss Huo, the Emperor has sent a verbal command. You are permitted to leave the palace today. Hearing this, her eyes lit up as she asked again, Really? The Emperor is willing to let me leave the palace? The eunuch handed her a command tablet and said, This is the command tablet the Emperor gave to this old servant. Miss Huo, shall we go now? She glanced to the side and hesitated. But, the elder spoke up, the Emperor promised to let you leave the palace. Why don't you hurry along with the eunuch? Don't wait until the Emperor regrets it. Hearing that, Thien Tam smiled and said, Then I shall take my leave first. Thank you, Elder, for taking care of me these past few days. Take care. Thien Tam followed the eunuch out of the imperial palace. On the way, someone ran up clutching a box, calling out, Miss Huo. Please wait a moment. The elder told me to give this to Miss Huo. He said that seeing Miss Huo in such a hurry, he guessed that this medicinal ingredient must be very important to you. Thien Tam asked in surprise. I truly am in urgent need of this medicine. One day I will surely come to express my gratitude in person. The maid smiled and said, There is no need. The elder said, Miss Huo, please continue to bring blessings to the common people. It was considered a way to repay him. Thien Tam was escorted out of the palace. As soon as she stepped out, she saw the carriage from the general's manor waiting. She hurriedly ran over and called out, Mother. She hugged Mo Thu and said, Tamni hasn't seen Mother for so long. I missed you so much. Luke Wai was startled and hurriedly reminded her, Miss, please be careful. The madam is currently pregnant, you know. Hearing this, Thien Tam exclaimed, Then I'll soon have a little brother or a little sister. Mo Thu smiled and said, The doctor said it's only been 2 months. It's still very early. Come here quickly. Her mother took her to the academy in the carriage. Thien Tam leaned on Mothu's shoulder and said, "Mother, why don't we just go straight home? I haven't been home in a long time." She spoke in a stern tone. "Because your studies are not yet finished. Even though Tam Nhi is naturally gifted and intelligent, you still cannot neglect your learning." Hearing this, Thien Tam frowned slightly and made a face. "Mother is being unfair. Brother is allowed to go back to the manor? But I am not," Luke Yi explained. "The eldest young master prioritizes his studies above all, and he has already completed them. Miss, you are quite bold to compare yourself with him." Afterward, she was dropped off at the academy. She waved and told her mother to travel safely. The carriage then departed. Thien Tam felt very dejected. Just then someone approached her from behind, startling her as she asked, "Oh, my sister, what are you doing sneaking up on me like that?" Nyadong replied, "I've been here for quite a while. You just didn't notice me." She looked her over suspiciously. "Sister, are you sure you didn't come here specifically to scare me?" At that moment on the other side, Thien Vu angrily grabbed a girl's hair, cursing, "Hua Diu Lin, you wench! To think you would use your charms and stop at nothing to seduce the fifth prince." The girl named Hua Diu Lin said, "I didn't. Miss Hoke, is there some misunderstanding? Please let go of me first." Seeing this, Thien Tam was startled and asked, "Who is that?" Nyadong explained, "Her name is Hua Diu Lin. She is the daughter of a third-rank official in the court. She is a student in the same year as your brother." Thien Tam asked, "So why did she offend Huoc Thien Vu?" Yen Hai spoke up, "Isn't it because just this morning, the emperor just betrothed her to the fifth prince?" When Huoc Thien Vu found out, she was furious beyond belief. Thien Tam thought to herself, "So she is the one consort Lachos." Nyadong said, "Ignore her. I heard from Yen Hai that you were well taken care of by the ninth prince in the palace, weren't you?" Thien Tam replied coldly, "Not at all." Thien Tam and Nyadong strolled along the corridor. Thien Tam frowned. "How tiring. I was so concerned about her health. Yet she teases me like that." Hearing this, Nyadong put her arm around her shoulder and asked, "Does that mean you have found the antidote for her cold poison?" Thien Tam took out a box. "Yes, tell her to come and thank me soon." Nyadong replied, "Unfortunately, she cannot come, because something has happened at the Duke's manor." Thien Tam was startled and asked, "What happened?" Nyadong continued, "I heard that the person who poisoned her has been found. It was concubine Tiet from the inner court. It is said that this concubine Tiet was childless her whole life, so she grew envious of the other wives. She has been secretly poisoning the Duke's descendants for a long time." Thien Tam was amazed. "Though I heard the Duke's inner court was chaotic, I didn't think anyone could be so cruel and heartless." Nyadong smiled. "Now that you have the antidote, she will definitely get better." That night, thunder crashed loudly. The rain was heavy. Thien Tam huddled in her blanket and murmured, "Why is it so cold when autumn has just begun?" At that moment, Nyadong ran inside and asked her, "Tam Nhi, I'm afraid of lightning. Can I sleep with you tonight?" And so the two girls lay on the same bed. Nyadong looked dejected. "By the looks of it, storm season is coming. What should we do in the future?" "Here." Thien Tam yawned and replied, "Go to sleep first. We'll talk when we wake up." The next day, Thien Tam woke up and let out a sneeze. She rubbed her nose, looked around, and asked, "Where is everyone?" At that moment, Yen Hai ran in from outside and said, "You sleepyhead, get out of bed quickly. You lazybones, wake up now." With her hair in a mess, Thien Tam was surprised to see Yen Hai. She got out of bed, took her hand, and said, "Sister, you're back so soon. I thought it would be a few more days before I saw you." Yen Hai pinched her cheek to wake her up. "Didn't I miss you? As soon as I heard you left the palace, I immediately returned to the academy." At that point, Nyadong walked in and remarked, "I think you were just bored at home, sister." Nyadong brought in a tray of food. She placed it on the table for Thien Tam. "Eat first, you have to go to class in a bit." Yen Hai said, "No rush. Master Cuck is out for the day." Thien Tam was surprised to hear that. Yen Hai replied, "I heard there was a fight among the female students yesterday. They were summoned to the palace by the emperor. Master Cuck, as their teacher, had to go along as well." Hearing this, Nyadong was astonished. "A fight yesterday. Wasn't that your half-sister? It seems she offended the future fifth princess, so the emperor summoned her to be disciplined." After saying that, she sneezed again. Nyadong worriedly touched her forehead and asked, "You're so hot. Are you coming down with something?" Thien Tam said softly, "It's just a common cold. I'll be fine if I drink plenty of warm water." She then went back into the room. She took out a bottle and said, "Hi, sister, this is for you." Yen Hai took the bottle that Thien Tam gave her, held it up, and asked, "What is this?" Thien Tam explained, "I developed these pills specifically for your cold poison. Take 2 pills a day and you'll be cured." Upon hearing that, Yen Hai happily ran over to hug Thien Tam and said, "That's wonderful, Tam Nhi. I knew you could do it. Thank you." Thien Tam let out another sneeze. Seeing this, Nyadong asked worriedly, "I told you that you were sick, but you didn't believe me. Do you have any medicine in your room?" Thian Tam replied listlessly. In the cabinet there is some medicine for injuries and colds. It's that small green bottle over there. Nyadong turned to search the cabinet. She picked up a green bottle and said, "This must be the one." Thian Tam opened the bottle, took out a pill, and swallowed it. Then she wrapped herself in the blanket. "Don't worry. My body is very healthy. Once I break a sweat, everything will be fine," Nyadong said softly. "Then get some proper rest. We'll be right outside the room. Just call us if you need anything." Thian Tam nodded and replied, "Mm-hmm." Then both Yenhai and Nyadong stepped outside. Yenhai asked, "Tam Ni always said she was missing one ingredient. How did she find it so quickly?" Nyadong pondered, "I didn't ask her that. Someone in the palace must have given it to her." Just then Dan Lang arrived leading a tuong. Seeing the two of them, he greeted Miss Tu, Miss Fo. Nyadong was surprised. "Your Highness, what brings you here?" Dan Lang replied. "The weather is getting cold. I've brought the little girl some clothes and quilts." Seeing this, Nyadong pointed at the box and asked, "Only for Tam Ni. What about us?" Dan Lang tapped Yenhai's hand with his fan and said, "This prince and you two young ladies are neither relatives nor close friends. If I prepared these things for you, wouldn't that invite criticism?" Yenhai argued back, "Clearly this is favoritism. However, Tam Ni is feeling a bit unwell. She is resting in her room." Hearing this, Dan Lang became worried. "Is she sick? Is it serious?" Nyadong, standing nearby, cleared her throat. "Tam Ni just has a common cold. She'll be fine after a nap. Your Highness, there's no need to be so anxious." Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then." "That's good. I'll have to trouble you two young ladies to look after her. I will bring these things to the little girl." Yanxi looked at him with evaluating eyes. Then she retorted with those words, "Your Highness and we are neither relatives nor acquaintances. It wouldn't be very appropriate for us to step in and help, would it? Right?" Yatong smiled. "Sister, you've prepared so much, yet you don't even know this," she muttered shyly. Yanxi replied, "Whatever. Let's go first. After all, His Highness is Jinner's fiancé. If he wants to go, he can go by himself." Hearing that, Dan Lang ordered, "Ah Tuong, bring that chest to me. I will bring it in myself." Ah Tuong heard this and thought, "Actually, Your Highness, you can stay as long as you want. I won't tell anyone." Dan Lang stepped inside the room. He called out, "Little girl." Thian Tam was lying on the bed, groaning and saying she was thirsty. At this moment, Thian Tam was lying on the bed. Her whole body was covered in sweat. With a flushed face, she murmured, "Water." Dan Lang rushed over. "Little girl, the water is here. Sit up and drink." Thian Tam was still panting and did not move. Dan Lang stepped closer to touch her forehead and was startled. "Why is it so hot?" He turned and called Ah Tuong, "Quickly go invite a physician here." Suddenly, Thian Tam reached out and grabbed his sleeve. It made him jump. She told him not to disturb the physician. Hearing that, Dan Lang asked, "But your upper body is burning so much right now. If you don't call a physician, how can you get better?" She reassured him, "Don't worry, I took medicine this morning. I'll be fine after a little sleep. Promise me. I don't want the family to worry, okay?" Hearing this, Dan Lang fell silent and then nodded. "All right, I will stay by your side. If it gets more serious, we must call the physician." Hearing that, she smiled. "All right, I'll listen to everything you say." Dan Lang sat by her bed to watch over her. Ah Tuong stood outside waiting for orders. Seeing his worried expression, Ah Tuong spoke up. "Your Highness, don't worry, Miss Hawk herself is a physician. She certainly wouldn't joke with her own health." Dan Lang whispered, "I hope so." As evening fell, strong winds rose and rain showers appeared. As time went by, the next day Thian Tam sat up and was startled in surprise. It turned out Dan Lang was lying beside the bed. He had been watching over her all night. Seeing this, she smiled and asked, "Did he really stay by my side all night?" Without moving a single step. After that, she reached out to touch his cheek and gently stroked his head. She said, "It's so quiet. If only it could be like this forever, how wonderful it would be." Suddenly, Dan Lang sat up and grabbed her hand, startling her. He asked, "Where exactly is the wonderful part?" Thian Tam was shocked. "What were you pretending to sleep?" He pulled her into his arms and said, "Promise me, you are not allowed to lie in bed, sick like this ever again. You must be healthy, okay? Agree with me first. Agree with me first, okay?" She hesitated. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Kok Nyan Sung and Thian Vu stepped inside. Seeing this, Dan Lang and Thian Tam were startled. Thian Vu questioned Tam Ni, "What are you and His Highness doing on the bed?" "This is a library, you know." Thian Tam pushed Dan Lang away and said, "Mister, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't feeling well today. Coincidentally, His Highness was passing by, so he poured a glass of water for me to drink." Kok Nyan Sung asked, "Ninth Highness, is that so?" Dan Lang was surprised. "This matter?" Dan Lang gave an affirmative grunt. Thian Vu angrily questioned, "Your Highness? You don't need to protect her. She must have bewitched you, right?" Dan Lang said coldly, "Miss Vu, this is my business." She bit her lip upon hearing that. then put on a pitiful look and said, "Your Highness, I only care about you. I was just afraid you'd be deceived by her." He asked, "What kind of person is the little girl anyway?" He gave Thien Vu a cold glance and reminded her, "I have my own plans." "There is no need for you to speak, young lady." Kok Nyan Sung coughed once and said, "Ninth? Your Highness, you still haven't answered my previous question." Dan Lang replied, "Mr. Everything the little girl just said is true. I was passing by and saw that she was ill, so I kindly poured her a glass of water." Kok Nyan Sung nodded upon hearing this. "That is good then. However, this is a library after all. You must still be mindful of boundaries." Dan Lang bowed. "Yes, I shall keep your teachings in mind." Hearing that Thien Vu clenched her teeth, Dan Lang looked up and asked, "Miss Vu, is there anything else?" She stammered, Nothing." Dan Lang turned away and said, "If there's nothing else, then please leave. The little girl is sick and needs to rest." She bit her lip and thought to herself, "You little wench consider yourself lucky today. We'll just wait and see." She gave a cold snort and turned to leave. Thien Tam let out a sigh of relief. "I was almost killed because of you." He asked her, "What is so scary about that reputation of yours?" She looked solemn. "People's words are cruel. I am after all just a woman. I hope your Highness will be more careful in the future." He stepped closer to her, lifted her chin and said, "I originally thought that as my fiancé, you wouldn't care what others say. This time it was my oversight. Then starting from now, your Highness, please be mindful of your words and actions." At that moment, someone entered and called out, "Your Highness, this is the meal sent from the dining hall." He ordered, "Put it on the table first." The person replied, "Yes," and then brought the food over. Dan Lang helped Thien Tam up and told her, "Little girl, come here and eat." "What about you then?" He explained, "I have to leave now. If someone else sees us again, it will bring more trouble to you." He leaned down, kissed her forehead, and advised her, "There is a thick cotton blanket inside the cabinet. When you go to sleep in a little while, remember to take it out and use it. Don't make me worry anymore." Then he turned around and called, "Atuang, let's go." Thien Tam was amazed looking at the bowl of porridge in front of her. "It's the fish porridge that I love to eat the most." Thinking about it, this guy is actually quite thoughtful. At the general's residence, Mo Thu was in her room calculating the time. Bak Nhi and Tam Nhi should be home soon. To Hin, holding the baby in her arms, walked in and said, "Please rest assured, madam. I will go to the front courtyard to check." At that moment outside, Thien Tam and Thien Bak returned. She waved and called out to her mother. As soon as she saw her, she was astonished. Thien Tam ran quickly and said, "Mother, I'm back." Mo Thu happily called her name Tam Nhi. Thien Bak stepped forward, pulled Thien Tam by the collar and said, "Mother is pregnant now. She can't handle it when you jump into her arms like that." Thien Tam stuck her tongue out. "So stingy." She approached, pressed her ear against her mother's belly and asked, "Be good, little one. Your big sister has come to visit you. Do you miss your big sister?" She listened for a moment, then lifted her head. She asked, "Mother, did you see that?" "He just kicked me." Mo Thu smiled and said, "He knows his big sister is here. He's greeting you." Thien Tam was surprised. "Does he really recognize me?" At this point, To Hin stepped forward and replied, "Of course. When I was pregnant with Tu Bao, he used to greet the madam very often too." Thien Tam exclaimed, "That's so magical. I thought he would only be able to do that when he grows up to be this tall." Mo Thu burst out laughing. "Let's not talk about this anymore. You haven't paid your respects to the old madam yet, have you?" Thien Bak spoke softly. "Tam Nhi and I missed you so much, so we came here first as soon as we got home. We haven't seen grandmother yet." She spoke sternly. "Go there first. The old madam has been missing you constantly." Thien Bak replied, "Yes, mother, please rest well. Tam Nhi and I will go visit grandmother right away." After they left, To Hin asked the madam, "Do you really intend not to tell the young master and the young lady about that matter?" She coughed dryly repeatedly and then said, "In the blink of an eye, the winter exams are almost here. We cannot let them be distracted, which would affect their studies." Hearing that, To Hin sighed. "Everyone says that as parents one must think of long-term plans, but madam, you have never changed regarding your own grievances." At this time, Thien Tam and Thien Bak were returning, after meeting with old Madam Hoak. Thien Tam held a box in her hand and asked, "The quality is all the same, so why is it so much bigger than mine, brother?" Thien Bak explained, "It's because my strength is greater than yours. I am able to carry this box." Thien Tam snorted, "How annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going back first." With that, she ran off. Pouting, she muttered, "Brother dares to look down on me. Just wait until I grow a bit older. Let's see if he still dares to laugh at me." Suddenly seeing a figure, she asked, "Who is hiding back there? Come out." Then a girl approached and said, "It was not this servant's intention to alarm the eldest miss. Please forgive this servant, eldest miss." She asked, "I remember you are the maid by Hoak Thien Vu's side. Just now, were you crying?" The girl replied. No, it was just sand that blew into my eyes. Eldest miss. This servant has work to do, so I will take my leave now. Seeing this, Thien Tom frowned. The girl's eyes were already red, yet she still says she wasn't crying. Could she have been bullied by Hoek Thien Vu again? Just then someone spoke up. The weather is so cold. Little girl, what are you doing standing here in a daze? Hearing this voice, she was startled. Thien Tam turned her head and saw Dan Lang walking toward her. She immediately asked, Why are you here? He replied, Today is the winter solstice. Naturally, I came to pay my respects to old Madame Hoek. But grandmother has just gone to rest. He leaned down and whispered in her ear, I know. That's why I came to find the little girl, and to visit Consort Mo at the same time. Suddenly he noticed what was in her hand and was surprised. What is that you're holding? She answered, It's the 4 treasures of the study that grandmother rewarded me with. But I want that premium Juan paper my brother has. He said, so that's why you're unhappy. That's easy. After I return, I'll have someone bring a chest of it to you. Hearing that, she asked joyfully, Are you serious? Your Highness, you are just too kind. Suddenly she let out a sneeze. Seeing this, Don Long frowned slightly. He took off his outer coat, draped it over her, and said, The wind is strong here, put this on. To avoid catching a cold. She whispered, Thank you. After that, the two of them went together to see Mo Thu. Dan Lang bowed. Min Lang pays his respects to the consort. May the consort be in good health and forever peaceful. Mo Thu waved her hand. Quickly, please rise, Your Highness. It's very cold outside, please come in. After going inside, Mo Thu said, To Hin pour some tea for His Highness. To Hin quickly poured the tea and brought it over. Mo Thu spoke up. Your Highness, please have some tea. Dan Lang picked up the teacup, took a sip, and praised it. The tea at Consort Mo's residence is indeed different from tea elsewhere. It is very delicious. Mo Thu smiled. This is fresh tea bought from Jiangnan at the beginning of the year. If Your Highness likes it, please take some back with you later. He nodded. Yes. Then I shall respectfully accept your kind offer. Thien Tam sat to one side, saw this and said, Mother is so biased, only giving him tea to drink, and not even caring to check if Tam Nhi has a cold. Hearing this, she asked, You are not a guest. Whatever you need, just help yourself. Could it be that your portion is missing? How could I possibly forget you? The embroiderer in the residence once made a fur cloak like this for you, didn't she? Hearing that, she replied, This belongs to His Highness. Mo Thu was startled upon hearing this and asked, Thien Tam hurriedly explained. Because it was cold outside earlier. His Highness was kind enough to let me borrow it. Your Highness, please take this fur cloak back for now. Dan Lang smiled and asked, Aren't you going to wash and dry it before returning it to me? Hearing that, she was taken aback and asked, What, I didn't get it dirty. But if you return it to me now, then I won't have an excuse to come to the General's residence anymore. Thien Tam's face turned bright red as she said, Your Highness, what nonsense are you talking about? Mo Thu, standing to the side, said, I think His Highness's attitude is very sincere. It doesn't seem like he's talking nonsense at all. To Hin, standing nearby, covered her mouth and chuckled secretly. To Hin said, The madam is quite right. Young lady, please keep the fur cloak for now. Thien Tam spoke up crossly. Mother Aunt Hin, even the two of you are teasing me. I'm not talking to either of you anymore. With that, she ran off. Seeing this, Don Long asked, Where are you going? She replied, Doesn't Your Highness still want to visit my grandmother? I think she might be free now. Dan Lang stood up and bowed. In that case, Consort Mo this junior will take his leave now. She nodded. Yes, go ahead. Dan Lang walked outside and strolled along the corridor with Thien Tam. She frowned. Your Highness, in the future, please don't say those things in front of my mother. Okay, he asked back. Those things. Blushing, she stammered, Well, about the relationship between us. Hearing that, he patted her shoulder. But you are indeed my fiancé. Won't you allow your fiancé to meet you more often? Hearing this, she said angrily, Your Highness, I am being serious. Dan Lang cracked a smile. All right. I will pay more attention in the future. Meanwhile, nearby, the 5th prince waved his hand and called out, Hey, 9th brother! Upon seeing him, Dan Lang was surprised. Why are you here too, 5th brother? The 5th prince replied, How can you even ask that? If it weren't for you leaving in such a hurry, would it be my turn to do this manual labor? Look, these are the winter solstice gifts that Father Emperor is giving to old Madame Hoek. You left them behind in the palace and forgot to bring them. The 5th prince approached and whispered to Dan Lang, Be honest now, you left the palace in such a rush. Was it because you were so eager to see your sweetheart that you even forgot the gifts? Dan Lang glanced away, pretending to know nothing. Not at all, I just forgot for a moment. The 5th prince said, I don't believe you. You definitely have feelings for the general's daughter. Is it the eldest or the youngest? Tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone. Dan Lang smiled. There's no such thing, 5th brother, please stop asking. Weren't you going to see old Madame Hoek? Then both Danlang and Thientam ran off. The fifth prince called after them, "Hey, ninth brother! You still haven't answered my question." He kept running and said to Thientam, inside old Madame Hoke's chambers, she said, "The imperial grace is vast, I thank the emperor for remembering this old subject. It was also a long journey for both your highnesses to come here for me." The prince smiled. "It was all father's arrangement, it was no trouble at all." Old Madame Hawk noted that it was getting late. "If your highnesses do not mind, please stay and join us for a winter solstice meal. Shall we?" The fifth prince smiled and replied, "Then I shall not stand on ceremony." Hong San was startled to hear that. Thientam, standing to the side, silently observed Hong San and the fifth prince. She thought to herself that since entering the gates, the fifth prince's eyes had never left Hong San. Could it be that he— Old Madame Hawk stood up and gave an order. "Go and have a word with the eldest young lady. Tell her that we have distinguished guests tonight, and tell her not to be late again." Hearing this, Hong San hurried off and replied, "Yes, I will go at once." The fifth prince watched her leave, then performed a formal bow and said, "Old Madame Hawk, when I was passing through, I noticed the garden outside is quite unique. I would like to go there to enjoy it for a while." Old Madame Hawk smiled and said, "If your highness likes it, please feel free to roam as you wish." Upon hearing this, the fifth prince hurriedly took his leave. Thientam frowned slightly. That evening, inside Thientam's chambers, Lukwai came to report to her, "Young lady, when I was delivering pastries to the eldest young lady, I saw the fifth prince there as well. I even heard that the eldest young lady wants to give Hong San to the fifth prince." Dan Lang walked in at that moment and said, "He really doesn't stand on ceremony. He's only just met her for the first time and he's already asking for her." Seeing Dan Lang approach to feed her a piece of cake, Thientam opened her mouth, took a bite, and said, "Who says it was the first time they met? When we were meeting, grandmother, did you not see the fifth prince staring at Hong San the whole time?" Dan Lang let out a surprised, "Huh, something like that actually happened." Thientam nodded. "When I returned to the residence today, I saw Hong San crying in the garden. I think perhaps Hong San has known about Huoc Thien Vu's arrangement for a long time." Luke Wai, standing nearby, asked, "Hong San is a person of integrity and is very hard-working. If she follows the fifth prince, will she be able to live a good life?" Thientam hesitated. "Dan Lang, you've heard about this too. My fifth brother has made a habit of being a playboy. He often loves the new and tires of the old. If that maid goes to the fifth prince's residence, I'm afraid it will be more ill than good." Hearing this, Thientam spoke up. "No matter what, Hong San is considered Huoc Thien Vu's confidant. She wouldn't give up something she likes, without a good reason like that. Surely, she has made some kind of deal with the fifth prince." Dan Lang asked. "I see her opposing you quite often on normal days. Could it be that this time it's still related to you?" She shook her head. "I'm not entirely sure myself, but I will be careful." At that moment, someone came to call, "Young lady, dinner is ready." "Madam says you can come over now." Hearing that, she replied, "I understand. Go tell mother I'll be there right away." Upon hearing this, the servant left, saying, "Yes, this servant takes her leave." In the dining room, Dan Lang and Thientam stepped inside. Thientam was surprised to see the prince and Thien Vu already seated there. Thien Vu bowed. "Greetings, ninth prince, I wish your highness good health." Dan Lang said softly, "You may rise. Today is a holiday, eldest young lady, there's no need for such formality." Hearing that, she smiled and nodded. "Yes, please your highness, come inside." Dan Lang and Thientam walked in. She asked in a low voice, "Usually, when she sees you and me together, she's always grinding her teeth. Today she's smiling brightly like a normal person. Don't you find it strange?" In the dining room, everyone had gathered. A servant stepped forward to pour the wine. Old Madame Hawk held her wine cup and began to speak. "Today is the winter solstice. Not only has this old subject received gifts bestowed by the emperor, but we also have two princes joining our celebration. This old subject is deeply honored. I toast this cup to the two princes." The fifth prince smiled. "Old Madame Hawk, you are too kind. It is we, your juniors, who should be toasting you." Dan Lang spoke up. "Fifth brother is quite right. This junior toasts old Madame Hawk and wishes her eternal peace and good health, and longevity for 1,000 miles. Suddenly Thien Vu spoke up and asked her grandmother to celebrate today. "May Vu Nhi ask for a cup of wine to drink?" She shook her head and refused. "This wine won't do. However, didn't you once learn how to brew pear blossom wine with the other young ladies? That type of wine is sweet and delicious. It's just right for all of you to drink." Hearing that, she smiled. Vu Nhi heard that the two princes are experts at wine tasting, so Vu Nhi has brought the pear blossom wine here, wishing to invite your highnesses to offer some guidance. She held the wine and said, "This pear blossom wine is mild and fragrant. It must be served in specialized cups to truly appreciate its flavor." Then she poured the wine. The fifth prince picked up his cup. She said, "Your Highness, please enjoy the wine." Dan Lang said softly, "The eldest young lady is too polite." The fifth prince lifted the cup to smell the aroma. The faint scent of the wine was refreshing to the heart, carrying with it the purity of morning dew. The eldest young lady must have put in a lot of effort. Dan Lang tasted it and praised the sweet, fragrant flavor. The sensation of drinking it was also extremely pleasant. It is indeed very suitable for ladies to drink. Hearing that, she smiled. "As long as your Highness likes it. I am truly overjoyed. Since both your Highnesses have nothing but praise, why don't—" She secretly dropped a substance into the wine cup and handed it to Thien Tam. "Sister Tam Nhi, you should try some too." Thien Tam smiled and declined. "I have to return to the academy tomorrow. I cannot drink wine." She smiled. "This isn't strong liquor anyway. It won't hurt to have just a little." Thien Tam hesitated, but old Madam Hawk spoke up. "Little girl, just try a little. Don't let Vu Nhi's kind intentions go to waste." Thien Tam looked at the cup of wine before her and replied, "Yes, grandmother." She raised the cup to her lips. Seeing this, Thien Vu thought triumphantly, "What a truly naive little brat." The real show is still to come. The winter solstice banquet continued in a lively atmosphere. After sitting for a while, Thien Tam held her head. "What is happening? It feels as if her body is becoming hotter and hotter." Seeing that she wasn't well, Dan Lang asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you feeling a bit unwell?" She immediately replied, "I wasn't born with a talent for drinking wine. I must just be tipsy." Then she turned to speak to Mo Thu. "Mother Tam Nhi wants to go back and rest for a bit." Hearing that, she replied, "Very well, I'll have Ta Hein take you back." Dan Lang stood up and said, "County Princess Mo let me and Ta Hin take her back together. If anything happens, it'll be easier for me to look after her." Dan Lang stood up to support Thien Tam. Guiding her out of the courtyard, he said, "Tam Nhi, be a little careful." With a flushed face, Thien Tam replied, "Mm-hmm." Dan Lang turned and spoke to To Hin. "The county princess is still at the banquet. I've got things covered on Tam Nhi's side. You go back and look after the county princess." To Hin nodded. "That works too. Madam is pregnant. I will take my leave now." After she had left, Dan Lang frowned slightly and said, "She's gone now. Are you still not going to wake up?" Hearing this, Thien Tam looked at him. Her eyes were completely clear as she stuck out her tongue and said, "As expected, nothing can be hidden from you." He pinched her cheek and asked, "Since the moment you finished that cup of wine, a strange color appeared on your face. Was there something wrong with that wine?" She nodded with a soft, "Mm-hmm." "Based on the reaction, my symptoms are a bit like those of He Huan powder." Hearing this, Dan Lang was stunned and asked, "What? She put that kind of medicine in your wine? For what purpose?" Thien Tam shook her head. "I'm not quite sure yet. But since I suddenly left the banquet, she will definitely come looking for me. We might as well beat her at her own game." He asked her, "So do you have the antidote with you?" She asked him back, "Who would carry that kind of thing around as a personal item?" Sure enough, not long after, Thien Vu led two men to search for Thien Tam, muttering, "I clearly saw that wretched girl, heading this way just now. Where did she disappear to?" The man turned toward her. Seeing a figure, she was startled and asked, "Huh, him?" The man pointed toward Thien Tam, who was sitting in a pavilion. "Eldest young lady, look, she's over there." She sneered, "Since you've taken my drug, let's see how you're going to run now. I order you to take her to the fifth prince's room for me." The servant immediately replied, "Yes." Dan Lang, hiding nearby, heard this and thought, "I didn't expect that you would conspire with the fifth brother to plot against that little girl's purity. This prince will definitely give you a lesson you'll never forget." A Tuong came over and said, "Rest assured, your highness, if young lady Tam didn't have a sure victory in her hands, she wouldn't use herself as bait for the enemy." After that, Thien Tam was taken into the fifth prince's chambers. Thien Vu gave an order, "All right, all of you may withdraw first. Remember, if anyone dares to leak tonight's events, I will certainly kill them." The subordinates immediately replied, "Please rest assured, eldest young lady. Your subordinates take their leave." She stepped closer, holding up a candle and said, "In terms of talent and appearance, you will never be my equal. Even in writing, I am 100 times better than you. Just because you were born into a better life. Do you think you can stand above me everywhere?" She reached out and squeezed her neck, as Thien Tam said, "Don't even dream about it. Once the fifth prince destroys your purity tonight, let's see if you still have a secure status." In this general's manner, right at that moment, Thien Tam opened her eyes and swung her hand to slap Thien Vu's face. Thien Vu clutched her struck face and asked in shock, "You weren't unconscious, you were faking it all along." Thien Tam stood up and spoke. "If I didn't pretend to be unconscious, how could I have witnessed this wicked side of yours?" At that, Thien Vu shot back, "I'm wicked. If you hadn't stood in my way, would I have needed to come up with this scheme? But it doesn't matter, you've already taken my drug. In a moment I will have everyone witness your scandalous state, to the point of utter shame." Having said that, she burst into loud laughter. At that moment, from behind her, Dan Lang appeared and knocked her out, causing her to collapse. Dan Lang said indignantly, daring to harm the little girl, not a chance. Thien Tam said to him, I never intended to harm her before, but she is always against me. She took out a knife. Seeing this, Dan Lang was shocked. Little girl, what are you doing? She cut her own hand, causing it to bleed. She said, there is He Huan powder in my blood. It would be a disservice to myself not to return the favor. Time is running out. Put her on the bed. I'll go turn off the lights. Dan Lang picked her up and placed her on the bed. Afterwards, both of them went outside. Thien Tam explained, doing this, the fifth prince probably won't realize that the person has been swapped right. He handed her a pill. This is the antidote that a Tuong managed to get. Hurry and take it. She tossed the pill into her mouth and swallowed it. After taking it, she said softly, Thank you for helping me tonight. He smiled. You silly girl, what is there to thank? We are all one family after all. Her face turned red. You're talking nonsense again. He chuckled. All right. We still have to go notify everyone to come here and watch a good show. Later in the room, Huak Tu Tang, seeing the scene before him, shouted in anger, You scoundrel, get up this instant. Thien Vu sat up, clutching the blanket, and explained, Father, it's not what it looks like. Please listen to your daughter's explanation. But he wouldn't listen and scolded. Shut up, I don't have a daughter who would corrupt morals and customs like you. He gave an order, men, beat her to death immediately to prevent this from spreading, and shaming the general's manner. Nguyen Tu rushed in at that moment, wailing, Master Vu Ni is your daughter. She ran over to embrace her and said, Even if she has committed a great mistake, you cannot beat her to death. Hearing that, Huak Thu Tan gave a cold snort. She then turned to plead, Old madam, you usually love Vu Ni the most. Please, considering that Vu Ni was momentarily confused, forgive her this once, I beg of you. The old madam spoke up. Amitabha, one must live with the karma they create. Master Hawk asked coldly, What are you servants standing there for? Drag her down and carry out the family punishment. Hearing this, the subordinates entered and said, Pardon us, eldest young lady. Please come with us. Seeing that things were going badly, she cried out, Fifth Highness, please save me. The fifth prince, however, coldly refused. This is a private matter of the general's manor. You all have nothing to do with this, prince. She threatened, If I am truly beaten to death, don't even dream of getting what you want. He thought to himself, I didn't expect this. Vile woman to use the Hong San to blackmail me. However, given her methods, she truly might do something like that. Seeing her being dragged away, he hurriedly stopped them. Wait a moment. Hearing this, Huak Thu Than was surprised. The fifth prince bowed and said, General Hoak, please spare the eldest young lady. If she deserves death, then blame me instead. Hearing that, Nguyen Tu spoke up. Fifth Highness, what do you mean by those words? The fifth prince said, Actually, I have admired the eldest young lady for a long time. Today, under the influence of wine, I carelessly committed this foolish act. The eldest young lady is also a victim. Thien Tam spoke up. Then that is quite strange. If your highness likes her, you should have gone to her room. Why did she appear on your highness's bed instead? Hearing this, the fifth highness was startled. About this. At that moment, Nguyen Tu stepped forward. It was all my idea. Huak Tu Tang asked coldly. At the third watch of the night, why did you tell Vu Ni to come here? She knelt down and said, Master, it was only because I was concerned about his highness. I saw that his highness drank a lot of wine tonight. I was worried, so I told Vu Ni to come here and check on him. Who would have known that such a thing would happen? As she spoke, she even used a handkerchief to wipe away her tears, appearing utterly pitiable, and then continued, Master, please do not blame Vu Ni. If you want to hit or scold anyone, please direct it at me. Huak Tu Tang turned to ask his mother, In your opinion, how should this matter be settled? She spoke, Since this karma was created by Lady Tham, then let Vu Ni be. This situation arose because of his highness, so his highness must take responsibility for Vu Ni's chastity. Hearing this, he said, But father has already chosen a prince's consort for me, I'm afraid. If it weren't for me, I'm afraid. The old madam asked, Well, the position of secondary consort is still vacant. Is it not? He nodded and said in a low voice, It is indeed vacant. It's just that my heart already belongs to... Hearing that, she turned and said, If it is still vacant, then in 2 days, you shall use the status of secondary consort to welcome Vu Ni through the gates. Hearing this, he could only agree. Everything will be done according to old Madam Hoke's words. In his heart, he thought, In any case, once the Hong San is in my hands, I will get rid of this vile woman. Suddenly, Thien Tam asked her mother, I recall that according to our country's law, before a prince takes a primary consort, all concubines entering the manor can only be carried in via sedan chair through the back gate. Is that right? Mo Thu nodded. Tam Nhi is quite correct. Our country does indeed have this law. Hearing this, Nuoc Thu could not bear it and asked, "Rules are fixed, but people are flexible. Vu Nhi is the daughter of the general. How can she enter the manor through the back gate?" Dan Lang's face turned cold. "Aunt Tham is truly something. I didn't expect you to dare to violate the royal laws established by the emperor. I am truly impressed." Impressed, she turned to ask the master, "If Vu Nhi isn't allowed to enter through the main gate, then surely the 3 letters and 6 rites must be observed. And the wedding banquet must be held with great grandeur, shouldn't it?" Hearing this, Thian Tom asked Aunt Tham, "Could it be that you don't understand what I just said? Aside from the prince's consort, who alone can enjoy the rights of a primary wife? All other concubines can only enter the manor in a sedan chair via the side gate. Other than this, there are no other formal rites. Even a wedding banquet is not permitted." On the day of Thian Tom's wedding, the general's manor was decorated with lanterns and flowers. Everything was adorned in shades of red. Inside Thian Tom's room, she wore a wedding gown with her head adorned in jewelry. Someone was combing her hair for her. Mo Thu said, "Time really does fly. In the blink of an eye, you are already getting married." With tears in her eyes, Thian Tom said to her, "If mother doesn't want me to, Tam Nhi won't get married anymore." Hearing that, she gave her a light tap on the head, scolding her, "On such an important day, don't talk nonsense." Then she picked up a hairpin and handed it to her, saying, "The 9th prince is a man of upright character. He will be an ideal husband for you. I only hope that in the future you two can hold your heads high. Don't be like Vu Nhi." Thian Tom, who was applying lipstick, frowned upon hearing this. "I have also heard that her status in the 5th prince's manor now isn't even as high as Hong San's. I wonder if it's true or not," Mo Thu said. "If she didn't have wicked intentions to harm the primary consort, perhaps things would be better. It's just a pity she has nothing left now. Nothing but a secondary consort who has fallen from grace." Thian Tam replied, "That's all her own doing. Who told her to use Hong San to threaten the 5th prince back then?" Just then, Nuoc Thu burst in, shouting, I knew it. "You're speaking ill of my Vu Nhi behind her back again. I'm warning you. If you dare to talk nonsense, I will have the 5th prince rip out your tongues." Thian Tam's face darkened. "Aunt, the entire capital already knows. Hoc Tien Vu did something foolish at the 5th prince's manor. She fell from grace long ago. Do you really think the 5th prince still cares for you all?" Shin Nuoc Thu gritted her teeth. "You're lying. You're lying. Vu Nhi and the 5th Highness love each other. His Highness would never despise her." "Ah, I see it now, you little wench. So you're the one going around slandering Vu Nhi's reputation. I'll strangle you to death." With that, she lunged at Thian Tom, grabbing her throat and making her cough dryly. At that moment, someone rushed in and shouted loudly, Anyone come here quickly? Aunt Tham is having a fit and trying to kill the legitimate young lady." Hearing this, the servants hurried in and seized her. She gritted her teeth and hissed, "You little wench! You bullied my Vu Nhi. You will not have a peaceful death. You will never find happiness in this life." The servants quickly knelt down to apologize. "We beg madam and the young lady for forgiveness." This servant only left for a moment, and had no idea the aunt would sneak out. Lukui frowned and asked, "Everyone says Aunt Tham is ill. She must be watched closely at all times. Today is an important day. The young lady's wedding day with distinguished guests in the manor. If anyone were injured, could you take responsibility for it?" The servant was terrified. "This servant deserves to die. This servant admits her fault. Please, madam and young lady, forgive this servant just this once." Mo Thu waved her hand. "Very well. After you return, assign 2 more people to watch over her. Do not let her run out again." The servant replied, Yes. This servant understands. Thank you, madam, for being lenient this time. I will send more people over immediately." Mo Thu said ever since Vu Nhi's incident, she has been bedridden with illness, sometimes silent, and sometimes hysterical. Just thinking about it was a massive blow to her. Thian Tom fell silent upon hearing those words. Mo Thu smiled and walked over to comb her hair. As she combed, she recited, "With the first stroke may you be together until the end. With the second may you grow old together. With the third may you be blessed with many children." Thian Tom frowned, her thoughts drifting involuntarily. In her previous life when she married him, it truly hadn't been very happy. She raised her head to ask her mother, "Mother, do you believe that I will find happiness by being with the 9th prince?" She smiled. "Tam Nhi, I hope you understand that. A person's happiness is built upon family, friends, and your own talents. Finding a good match is important for a woman. But I hope that you will forever never lose yourself." Thian Tam listened, looking bewildered. Mother's words are so profound. Tam Nhi doesn't quite understand. She smiled. "Silly girl, I don't expect you to understand right now. I only hope you will always remember this advice." Thian Tam was pulled into her mother's embrace. She replied, Yes. I will definitely keep mother's teachings today in my heart." At that moment, the sound of firecrackers echoed from outside the manor. Hearing the noise, Thien Tom asked, "What is that sound?" Mothu explained, "Tam Nhi, the ninth prince's wedding procession has arrived." Just then Tahin walked in from outside, carrying a tray with the bridal veil on it. She said, "This is the young lady's red bridal veil." Mothu smiled. "The auspicious hour has arrived." She placed the veil over Thien Tom's head and said, "Tam Nhi, it's time for you to go." Thien Tom bowed and said, "Tam Nhi bids you farewell," wishing Mother health and lasting peace. She was then led outside by the servants. Only after she had gone did Mothu wipe away her tears. Tahin, standing nearby, asked, "Madam has always looked forward to the young lady's wedding day. It should be a joyous occasion, shouldn't it?" "Why are you crying?" she whispered, when Tam Nhi was small. "I wished for her to grow up quickly, but now that she is truly grown, I find I don't want to let her go." After drying her tears, she smiled again as if sending a silent blessing to her daughter. Meanwhile, outside, the wedding procession shouted, "The ninth prince has arrived to fetch the bride. People on the road ahead, please clear the way." The crowd was incredibly dense. The red sedan chair was brought back to the manor. Sitting inside the sedan chair, Thien Tom remained quiet. After a while, the procession finally announced, "The ninth prince has arrived at the manor." Then the groom dismounted and walked towards Thien Tom's sedan chair. He reached out to lift the curtain. The master of ceremonies called out, "Invite the bride to exit the sedan and receive the red silk." Thien Tom took hold of the red silk and entered the manor alongside the groom. Inside the manor, guests had gathered in large numbers. As soon as they saw her, they began to whisper, "The bride has finally arrived. This is the legitimate daughter of the general's manor. She has been exceptionally brilliant since childhood. Now that she's grown, she must be even more formidable." The eunuch inside announced that the auspicious hour had come. "Invite the groom and bride to perform the rites. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the parents." The two of them bowed together toward the emperor and consort Hoa, who were seated at the head of the hall. The emperor smiled with satisfaction. "Rise." The eunuch continued, "Husband and wife bow to each other." The two bowed to one another. At that exact moment, Thien Tom's bridal veil slipped off. Seeing this, she quickly caught it. "That was close," he chuckled. "Your hand speed is quite impressive." Hearing that, she felt annoyed. "You're actually just standing there watching the show, as if you don't mind the trouble." Then she stomped on his foot, making him cry out in pain. Consort Hoa noticed and asked, "Lang Ni, are you feeling unwell?" The groom coughed and told Consort Hoa, "Mother, I am fine. Everything is perfectly healthy." Just at that moment, Thien Vu rushed in from nowhere, brandishing a knife, screaming, "You wench, I won't let you have your way. Thinking you can just marry the ninth prince?" Shocked, the eunuch cried out, "Guards, where are the guards? Protect the emperor." She grabbed Thien Tom, holding the knife to her throat and threatening, "No one come any closer, or else I will kill her." The groom saw this and said coldly, "Huac Thien Vu, if you dare touch a single finger on her, I will see to it that you have no place for a proper burial." Seeing the situation, Thien Tom said calmly, "Thien Vu, put the knife down first. Whatever it is, let's talk slowly." "Whatever you want, I will try my best to satisfy you." Hearing this, she asked smugly, "Fine. I want the position of the ninth prince's consort. Will you give that to me too?" The groom barked angrily, "You! Don't even dream about it." She continued to press the knife against Thien Tom's neck, leaving a red mark on her skin. She declared, "I will kill you right now." Thien Tom gritted her teeth calmly and said to her, "Thien Vu, what the ninth highness means is that you are currently still the side consort of the fifth prince." Upon hearing that, Thien Vu gritted her teeth in rage. She slapped Thien Tom's face and cursed, "You wench! How dare you mention the words side consort in front of me? My beauty and talent are both superior to yours. On what basis do you get to be the primary consort, while I can only be a side consort?" Hearing this, the groom asked, "Oh, Hulk Thien Vu, if you despise the position of side consort so much, why not leave the Forbidden City?" she asked back. "Where else could I possibly go? My mother has gone mad. The general's manor will not take me back. That is why I came to find you, ninth prince. Will you agree to take me in and care for and love me for the rest of my life?" The groom gritted his teeth. "Huac Thien Vu, listen carefully. This prince does not agree." Just then an arrow flew through the air, piercing her straight through the heart. Shocked, she collapsed to the ground, but she still reached her hand out toward him. "Highness, I loved you so much. Why won't you give me even a tiny bit of tenderness? Even if it's just deceiving me?" At that moment, the wine cup in the fifth prince's hand fell to the floor. He asked, "Is she dead?" Consort Hoa spoke up. If the fifth prince hadn't been so careless, allowing this madwoman to run out and disturb the imperial presence, she wouldn't have died. The fifth prince looked up. "Your highness is right to lecture me. However, Huac Thien Vu, she was after all." The emperor waved his hand. "Enough. Today is the joyous day for Old Ninth. We will discuss other matters later. The fifth prince called out, "Father!" At this moment, the fifth prince's consort urged, "Your Highness, say no more." The emperor spoke up. "I declare that the wedding banquet shall continue." After the wedding ceremony concluded, the groom felt anxious. "I wonder how Tamni is doing now. I must go check on her." A general reassured him, "Rest assured, Your Highness. The prince's consort has courage greater than most. She will surely be fine." As he reached the door of the bridal chamber, a maidservant standing there said, "Your Highness Consort Hoa has commanded that you must pass a test before you may enter the bridal room." Hearing this, he asked, "What test has Mother thought of this time?" The maidservant smiled and said, "Your Highness, Her Highness has prepared a scroll of painting paper for you. She wishes for Your Highness to paint a portrait of the young lady." As soon as she finished speaking, servants brought out the painting supplies. The groom smiled. "The task Mother has set will surely not be that simple." The servant nodded. "Indeed, here are the clues." Two maidservants behind them brought out 2 embroidered handkerchiefs. The groom looked at them with doubt. The maidservant reminded him, "Your Highness, you only have the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn." The groom took the brush and replied, "Rest assured, that is plenty of time." Then he began to paint. Time passed steadily. The maidservant held up the embroidered text. "Green is your collar, deep is my longing. One day without seeing you. Feels like 3 autumns apart, missing you, down to the very bone. How many would truly understand?" The groom looked up and announced, "It is finished." At that moment, the door from within opened. Consort Hoa stepped out. Looking at the groom's painting, she remarked, "The painting is truly beautiful. This must represent a moment that the two of you have shared, the most unforgettable one." The groom bowed. "It seems Mother is very pleased with this painting. Then shouldn't you immediately hand Tam Nai over to me?" She burst out laughing. "Fine, fine. This palace is also tired, so I shall leave Tam Ni to you. You must cherish and love her well." The groom let out a long sigh. Finally, Mother has left. He stepped inside the bridal chamber. Thien Tam was sitting on the bed, her silhouette faint behind the red curtains. The groom approached and called her name Tam Ni. Thien Tam remained silent and did not respond. Her hands slightly tightened around her skirt. The groom picked up the Rui scepter and lifted the bridal veil from her head. Blushing, she called out, "Your Highness." He reached out to tilt her chin up and said, "Don't call me Your Highness anymore. I am now your husband." "What should you be calling me instead?" She whispered softly, "Husband." He pulled her hand and said, "My wife, come with me." He led her to the table, handed her a wine cup and said, "After we finish this nuptial wine, we will be together for all eternity." The two of them drank the wine together. The groom picked her up. "From now on, nothing in heaven or earth can tear us apart." He laid her on the bed and leaned over her. "My wife, a moment of the wedding night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Let us rest." The next morning, Thien Tam woke up and stretched. "It's already morning so soon." The groom lying beside her reached out to pull her back. "It's still very early. Sleep a bit longer." Startled, she let out a scream. She quickly scrambled backward, pushing him away. "You rogue, what are you doing sleeping in my bed?" He laughed and asked, "Tam Ni, this is the 9th prince's manor. Did you perhaps forget that yesterday you married me?" Hearing that, she remembered. "Oh, right. I am now the 9th consort." Thinking about waking up every day with a man sleeping beside her, she felt quite unaccustomed to it. He smiled. "Regret is useless now. You are already this prince's consort. You'd better get used to it quickly. Otherwise, this prince doesn't mind helping you along." Thien Tam hurriedly ran off. "No need, no need. I will quickly adapt to my role as the prince's consort." Hearing this, Don Lang smiled teasingly. "Then let's start by helping your husband change his clothes." At those words, she asked back, "Are you sure you aren't just using this opportunity to order me around?" He smiled. "Of course not. With a wife as lovely as you, how could your husband ever do that?" She picked up one of his robes. "I'm not very skilled at this. If I make a mistake somewhere, you aren't allowed to hold it against me, all right?" Just then, General A entered to report, "Master, the Emperor has sent an oral decree. He wishes for you and the consort to go to the palace." Hearing this, Don Lang was surprised. "Does father have something else to say?" General A replied, "I do not know." Inside the imperial palace, the Emperor said to Don Lang, "Old Ninth, now that the matter of Trong district is resolved, and you have started a family, and since the position of Crown Prince remains vacant, I would like to ask about your thoughts." Hearing this, Don Lang bowed respectfully. "Father, the success in Trong Chao was merely due to luck. Besides, your health is robust. The appointment of a crown prince still requires more careful deliberation." At those words, the Emperor said, "Old Ninth, you are too modest. The court officials hold you in high regard. The Prime Minister has also recommended you to me many times. This position of crown prince belongs to you." Dan Lang was stunned by what he heard. "But your son's talent is limited and my knowledge is shallow. I cannot shoulder such a heavy responsibility." I hope father will reconsider. The emperor smiled. I have watched you grow up and understand you very well. If even you cannot shoulder it, then to whom else can I entrust this kingdom? Hearing this, Dan Lang felt anxious. The emperor said, enough, my mind is made up. Making the appointment is one thing, but even if we delay it, the result will be no different. Go back and think it over, I'm a bit tired. Upon his return, seeing his sorrowful face, Thien Tam spoke up. Have you encountered an unsolvable problem? He replied thoughtfully, it's not exactly unsolvable. Father sought me out for a talk just now. He intends to appoint me as the crown prince. She was surprised. How did you answer him? You know that I have never cared for the position of crown prince. I only wish to fulfill my duties to the throne and be a good husband to you. While they were close together, a figure was lurking behind a wall, eavesdropping on them. As that person prepared to move, they stepped on a tree branch. Dan Lang was startled and asked, who is hiding there? The person clicked their tongue and ran away. Thien Tam chased after them and saw the silhouette of a woman. She did not look like a maidservant, but rather resembled. Dan Lang spoke up, it's Consort Lei. Seeing this, Thien Tam asked him, even if it wasn't a maidservant, the harem is so vast with many concubines. How can you be so sure it was her? His voice deepened. Because in the inner palace, there are only two people favored enough to roam freely. One is my mother, and the other is Consort Li. Thien Tam was stunned. Then didn't she just overhear our conversation? She would have found out sooner or later. I am only worried about you. Thien Tam asked him, even if Consort La and the fifth prince are resentful, surely they wouldn't go as far as to target me. Hearing this, he paused and said, not necessarily. Huoc Tianvu was merely a pawn in her plan. She asked curiously, is that so? Since Huoc Tianvu is dead, shouldn't this matter be put to rest? He said to her, Tam Nhi, you underestimate the allure that power has over people. I will handle this matter. Do not worry. She nodded. Yes, I trust my husband. A few days later, General A came to report to Dan Lang. Master, your subordinate has conducted a secret investigation. For many days now, the Lam family has been acting tyrannically in the capital. They are plundering everywhere, leaving the people in misery. Dan Lang frowned and asked, what else? General A continued. The Lam family even abducted the daughter of an old man named Vian in the east of the city. Today, old man Vian went to reason with the Lam family, but he was brutally beaten by them and seriously injured. Has it been reported to the authorities? General A replied, it has, but the officials in the capital are all lackeys of the Lam family. As soon as old man Vian reported the crime, the officials threw him into prison. When Vian Dai Luong learned of this, he spat out a mouthful of blood and passed away. After hearing this, Dan Lang slammed his hand on the railing in anger. Outrageous! To think such atrocities are committed right under the emperor's nose, doing such harmful things to people, just because they are Consort Li's relatives. Do they think they can be above the law? Thien Tam ran over. Seeing this, she cried, husband, your hand. General A said to him, master, please calm your anger. Thien Tam rushed to bandage Dan Lang's hand and advised him, it seems Consort Li's side has become restless. Husband, the most urgent matter is to find evidence of the Lam family's crimes and hand it to the emperor for judgment. Dan Lang nodded. You are right. It is time to clip Consort Li's wings. Then she turned and said, General A, I want you to investigate the surroundings of Old Man Vian's residence. See if anyone in the neighborhood witnessed anything. General A bowed. I understand. The consort wants me to gather witnesses to help clear Old Man Vian's name. Thien Tam smiled. A wild goose leaves a cry, the wind leaves a trace. Since the Lam family caused such a commotion when taking the girl, they must have left some vulnerability behind. General A replied, the consort is absolutely right. I will investigate immediately. Later at the 9th Prince's manor, someone came forward and bowed. This commoner Vian Nhi Kao pays respects to the 9th Prince and the consort. Dan Lang told him, rise quickly. I have summoned you today to learn about the situation of Old Man Vian's family. Vian Nhi Kao reported, Your Highness, 2 days ago, this commoner truly did witness the Lam family abduct Old Man Vian's daughter. The Lam family's actions are utterly tyrannical. It is not just Old Man Vian who suffered. Even this commoner's wife was targeted by them. My wife refused to submit to them even at the cost of her life, and finally took her own life by jumping into a well. The Lam family then vented their rage on this commoner, deliberately breaking my legs. Hearing this, Thien Tam frowned. Dan Lang said sternly, very well. This prince is now aware of the situation. General A, escort Mr. Vian home. Make sure you are not seen. General A immediately replied, yes, sir. After they left, Thien Tam took out a piece of paper and spoke, this is Mr. Vian's written testimony. The Lam family has committed so many evils. They must be severely punished. Dan Lang comforted her, Tam Nhi, rest assured. This prince will certainly gather all the evidence of the Lam family's crimes and bring justice to the people. Just then someone ran in and called out, "Consort! Consort Master Fuang has arrived." Hearing this, she was astonished. "Master is here, quickly take me to see him." Dan Lang frowned and asked, "Master? Which master? Why haven't I heard you mention him before?" Her servant replied. "He is the master who is expert in medicine and pharmacology. Master Fuang. The young lady joined his sect long ago and has mastered many skills under him." Dan Lang smiled upon hearing that. "So your medical skills all come from him? Master Fuang must be an extraordinary man. I would very much like to meet him." He turned and said, "Aluk, lead the way." Thian Tam thought to herself, "I am just going to see my master. Is this man so insecure that he won't let me go alone?" Making such an obvious excuse to tag along. The two of them then moved to another courtyard. As soon as Old Man Fuang saw Dan Lang and Thian Tam, he knelt down to pay his respects. This commoner Fuang Quang pays respects to the 9th prince, and the 9th prince's consort. Thian Tam rushed to help him up and said, "Master, please rise." Seeing her hold her master's arm, he slightly furrowed his brows. Old Man Fuang broke into a cold sweat and gave a wry smile. "This commoner thanks the 9th consort. But you are now the 9th consort, so proper etiquette must still be observed." She replied, "You are my master. Don't be so formal with me. If you continue like this, how would I ever have the nerve to ask for your help again?" Hearing this, Dan Lang asked, Help with what?" The three of them sat down together at the tea table. Old Man Fuang spoke up. "It is regarding your highness's matter. The 9th consort previously asked me if this commoner had any knowledge of the 7-seed poison." Dan Lang was startled to hear that. "I recall my grandfather once mentioning that there was an expert poison maker in the southern border. He specialized in crafting insidious toxins. If the person who used the poison also comes from the southern border, then creating the 7-seed poison would not be difficult." Hearing that, Thian Tam said, "Consort Lei is indeed from the southern border. If we follow this lead and investigate further, we will surely find evidence of her using the poison." Dan Lang said, "You are right. However, Consort Lei's palace is vast. We cannot simply go in and search it. This part will be very difficult to manage." Old Man Fuang said to him, "Your Highness, this is not difficult. The 7-seed poison is extremely potent. It must be preserved in ice. Otherwise, it will lose its efficacy." Thian Tam exclaimed, "Master, I understand it's an ice cellar." Dan Lang frowned. "It just so happens that there is an ice cellar beneath Consort Lei's palace. Her previous scheme failed, so she will surely look for another opportunity to strike again." Old Man Fuang bowed. "Your Highness, if there is nothing else, this commoner shall take his leave." Thian Tam stood up and said, "Master, let me walk you out." She then led Old Man Fuang away. Inside, Dan Lang spoke in a stern tone. "General A, I have a task for you." General A bowed. "Please give your orders, Your Highness." Dan Lang gave the command. "I want you to ride post-haste to the southern border. Find that poison-making expert and bring him back here to me." General A replied, "Yes, sir. Your subordinate shall set out immediately." Thian Tam returned to the room. Seeing Dan Lang sitting on the bed, she let out a soft, She said, "If you keep frowning like that, you'll turn into a little old man. I don't want my husband to look old, while he is still so young." Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Tam Ni, I want to pay a visit to the palace." She was surprised. "Now, but the palace gates are already locked. That's why I plan to infiltrate the palace tonight and thoroughly investigate Consort Lei's palace." She stopped him. "No, it's too dangerous. If you are discovered, Consort Lei will not let you off easily." He comforted her, "Tam Ni, I promise you, I will be very careful. I absolutely will not alert anyone. Please let me go, all right? Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. My wife, please give your husband permission to go." She sighed. "Then you must promise me you must return safely. If not, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life." Dan Lang was immediately overjoyed and hugged her. "Tam Ni, thank you. I will definitely return completely unharmed." She stood in the manor, watching Dan Lang's figure as he departed. Luke Y came over to drape a coat over her and asked, "Consort, if you are so worried, why did you still agree to let the 9th prince go into the palace?" She said thoughtfully, "This concerns his mother's life. He had already made up his mind to go. Whether I agreed or not, the outcome would have been the same." That night inside the imperial palace, a maidservant closed the door to the ice cellar and muttered, "Guarding this ice cave every day. I'll freeze to death sooner or later." Another maidservant nearby holding a lantern said, "Don't talk nonsense. Her ladyship has her reasons for giving such orders. We only need to focus on performing our duties well." Dan Lang, dressed in night-traveling attire, stood on the roof watching those two maidservants leave. He jumped down and stood before the door saying, "It seems behind this door is the ice cellar." He took out a needle to pick the lock. After successfully picking the lock, he stepped inside, looked around and thought, every wall is stacked high with blocks of ice. Consort Lei is a cautious and secretive woman. She likely wouldn't leave the poison out in the open. Dan Lang walked around the ice cellar muttering to himself. Where on earth did Consort Li hide the 7-seed poison? He searched the surroundings, then discovered a specific block of ice and was surprised. He ran toward it. He found a vial of poison encased within the ice block. This is it. Freezing the 7-seed poison inside a block of ice. It truly is a clever method. It preserves the toxicity, and it's not easily detected by others. He went over and began to break the ice block apart, retrieving the vial of poison. With this Consort Lei, I shall see how you try to talk your way out of it. Afterward, Dan Lang hurried out of the imperial palace and returned to his manor. Suddenly, he was taken aback to find Thien Tam still standing there waiting. The moment she saw him land, she smiled and called out, "Husband, you're finally back." He asked her, "You haven't been standing here waiting for me all this time, have you?" She nodded. I was afraid something might happen to you. I couldn't sleep alone." Hearing that, he tapped her nose with his finger and said, "Silly girl, I promised you I would return safely." "You must trust your husband. But enough about that. General A has returned." Dan Lang walked into a courtyard. General A had brought the poison maker. The man was anxious. "Ninth Highness, this commoner knows only this much." Dan Lang asked him, "If you were asked to identify her, would you still recognize her appearance?" He nodded. "I would." That day she was dressed in fine ornate clothing. She paid 1,000 taels of gold instantly. This commoner could never forget her. Dan Lang nodded. "Very well. General A, take him away for now. Assign men to guard him strictly." General A led him away. "Follow me." Thien Tam asked him, "Witness and evidence, you have secured both. When do you plan to take action?" He spoke sternly. "Tomorrow." Thien Tam frowned. "Tomorrow so soon?" He explained that Consort Lei and her maternal family relied on their power to be overbearing and arrogant. They had committed many misdeeds. Imperial Father has been worried about this for many years. It is also time to eliminate the Lam family, she worried. But she is the mother of the 5th prince. If pushed too far, she might collude with court officials to do something extreme. He comforted her, rest assured. "First, I will secretly report this matter to Imperial Father. After consulting with Imperial Father, we will decide on this next step." Hearing that, she breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good then. I was very afraid you were only focused on finding the poisoner, while neglecting the big picture." He smiled. "Silly girl. Do you think your husband is that foolish?" She ran over and hugged him. "I'm just worried about you. But I've been feeling uneasy these past few days, as if something big is about to happen." He smiled. "Don't worry. Even if the sky falls, your husband will hold it up. It's getting late, go to sleep now." "Yes." The next day in the palace, the head eunuch went to report to the emperor. "Your Majesty, the 9th prince and the 9th consort have arrived." He quickly ordered, "Old 9th is here. Tell him to come in at once." His painting skills are excellent. It's the perfect time for him to take a look for me. The eunuch announced, "Summon the 9th prince and 9th consort into the hall." Thien Tam and Dan Lang stepped inside and performed their greetings. This son pays respects to Imperial Father. This daughter-in-law pays respects to Imperial Father. The emperor urged, rise at once. "Old 9th, come over here. Take a look and see how this painting I just finished is." Dan Lang looked at the painting and said, "Imperial Father holds the world within his heart. The brushstrokes are lifelike and balanced. It is a top-tier masterpiece." Hearing this, the emperor nodded with a smile. "I am also very satisfied with this work. Why does Old 9th have free time to visit the palace today? Surely you must have something to discuss with me." Dan Lang's face darkened upon hearing that, and he spoke up. "Indeed, your son has an urgent matter to report to Imperial Father." However, he understood the intent. He ordered Eunuch Lai go and hang this painting up. Eunuch Lai immediately replied, "Yes, your majesty." Dan Lang spoke up. "Imperial Father, your son has something in his possession. I ask Imperial Father to look over it first." He handed a piece of paper to the emperor. He looked at the heading and asked again about the charges. After reading the words on the paper, he cursed in anger. "Bastards, I never expected that the Lam family would dare to act so recklessly in the capital. They truly have no respect for me at all." Dan Lang continued, "Your son still has one more item to hand over for Imperial Father to decide upon." He handed the vial of poison to him and reported, "This is what your son found in the ice cellar within the palace. Inside Consort Li's palace, this contains highly venomous scorpions. It is the same type of poison that previously afflicted my mother." Hearing this, the emperor asked Old 9th, "Do your words mean that Consort Li poisoned your mother?" "You?" "Impossible. Using poison is a great taboo in the inner palace. Even if she were even more daring, she wouldn't commit such a foolish act." He continued, "Relying solely on this vial of poison, it is indeed difficult to make anyone believe that Consort Li was the one who poisoned her. But your son has a witness." Afterward, the poison maker was brought inside by General A. He knelt down in greeting. This commoner pays respects to the emperor. "Old 9th, is he the witness you spoke of?" He nodded. Yes, this man was born outside the southern wall, which is also Consort Li's hometown. He is proficient in the art of poison making. 3 months ago, Consort Li purchased the scorpions from this man. Upon hearing this, he became furious and shouted an order. Guards, bring Consort Li here to me at once. Consort Li was led into the emperor's hall by the guards. She was furious and yelled, "How dare you? I am the noble consort of the inner palace. How dare you treat me so rudely? I will absolutely not forgive you." She was thrown to the ground by the guards and cried out, "Your Majesty." Filled with blazing rage, he appeared before her. She immediately grabbed his robe to complain about her plight. "Your Majesty, look, the palace guards are becoming increasingly undisciplined. How dare they treat me like this? You must seek justice for me." But he kicked her away. "You poisonous woman! Look at the good deeds you have done." She turned around, and seeing the vial of poison at his feet, she was startled. "It's not like that. Your Majesty, please listen to my explanation. This object does not belong to me. Someone must be trying to frame me." In a rage, the emperor threw the paper in Consort Li's face. He asked her then, "How do you intend to explain these crimes?" She picked up the paper. After reading its contents, she was immediately struck with terror. "This isn't true. Your Majesty, please see the truth. Although the Lamb family is my maternal home, after entering the palace, I cut off all contact with them. Of all the Lamb family's actions, I knew absolutely nothing." The emperor frowned. "Vile woman, the evidence and witnesses are all here. Do you still wish to make excuses, guards?" As soon as the emperor finished speaking, guards with swords drawn immediately rushed in and performed their salute. "We are here," the emperor commanded. "Consort Li is of wicked character, having used poison to harm concubines in the inner palace. Starting today, her title is stripped. Take her to the dungeon to await her sentence." Hearing the emperor's punishment, Consort Li was utterly stunned. Seeing the guards approaching step by step, she gritted her teeth and pulled a dagger from her sleeve. Seeing this, Danlang hurriedly shouted, "Imperial father, watch out." Consort Li rushed forward and grabbed the emperor, holding him tight. She held the dagger against him and threatened, "All of you get back. If anyone dares to step closer, I will kill the emperor." The emperor, seeing that she dared to take him hostage, asked furiously, "Consort Li, have you gone mad?" She laughed out loud. "Your Majesty, you consider yourself a clever person? But in the end, haven't you fallen into my hands? You probably don't know yet, do you? Besides Consort Hoa, Consort Thuk and your precious noble consort too were all poisoned to death by my hand." Hearing her admit to the wicked deeds she had committed, the emperor was initially stunned, then became even more enraged, cursing, "You vile consort! You shall not have a peaceful death." She pressed the knife against his back and said with a laugh, "Rest assured, your life is still in my hands. I want to see who dares to touch me." Standing to the side, Danlang gritted his teeth and warned Consort Li, "I advise you to surrender peacefully. Even if you could escape tonight, you won't escape tomorrow." She shouted angrily, "Shut your mouth! I have the Lamb family backing me. Do you think I am still afraid of you?" Thian Tam smiled upon hearing her arrogant words, then broke into a laugh. "Oh, my lady, do you really think that we would dare to enter the palace without any preparation?" Hearing that, she gritted her teeth and asked, "You wretched girl, what exactly are you trying to say?" Thian Tam told her, before entering the palace, His Highness had already arranged for the Imperial Guards to surround the Lamb Manor. Hearing this, she was startled and shrieked, "You're talking nonsense. I will not believe you. The Lamb family has 100,000 elite troops in their hands. How could they be surrounded by the Imperial Guards?" At this moment, Danlang held up a tiger tally. "Imperial father has long been wary of the Lamb family. The 100,000 elite troops you spoke of have also been secretly transferred to this prince's command." As soon as she saw the command medallion in his hand, she was instantly terrified. Why is the military command in your hands?" The emperor said to her, "Consort Li, if you admit your guilt now, I might still consider allowing you to keep your body intact." After hearing this, she laughed maniacally and said, "If either way leads to death, then your Majesty come with me," and then she intended to rush forward and strike the emperor. But suddenly she was stabbed once from behind. That person was none other than Thian Tam. She gritted her teeth. This palace will not forgive you." Having said that, she collapsed. The emperor gave the order, "Guards, carry the corpse of Consort Li outside. At the same time, convey my imperial decree. Consort Li was malicious and deceitful, attempting to assassinate me before the main hall. This includes the Lamb family. Confiscate all their assets and property." The eunuch attending him immediately performed a salute. "Yes, this old servant shall go and execute the decree." Right at the 5th Prince's manor, a subordinate rushed over to call him. Fifth Highness, this is bad. Something terrible has happened. Something has happened to Consort Li." The subordinate, seeing that the 5th Prince had not emerged for a long time, hurriedly took the liberty of pushing open his room door. The fifth prince was still lying on the bed. Hearing the noise, he pulled back the curtain, stepped down, and asked, "What has happened to my mother consort?" His subordinate recounted, "Her ladyship attempted to assassinate the emperor in front of everyone and was executed on the spot by the emperor." Hearing this, he was stunned and ordered, "Quickly prepare a horse. This prince must go to the Lamb Manor." That evening, the sound of galloping hooves echoed continuously. As soon as he arrived in front of the Lamb Manor, the fifth prince immediately dismounted and ran into the manor, calling for Uncle Lamb. Uncle Lamb. But there were already soldiers guarding the gate who blocked him, saying, "Fifth Highness, please halt your steps." Seeing that he was being obstructed, he barked, "Are your dog eyes blind? You even dare to block this prince?" The soldier replied, "The emperor has ordered the confiscation of all assets of the Lamb family. If your highness insists on barging in, then do not blame us, your subordinates, for being impolite." Hearing this, he was astonished. "What, imperial father? It's impossible. My maternal grandfather did nothing wrong. Imperial father would not do such a thing. Let me inside," saying that he intended to charge forward once more. Seeing this, the soldiers shouted, "Guards, seize the fifth prince." He cursed angrily. "Bastards, you dare to lay a hand on this prince. This prince will not let you off easily." At that moment, Dan Lang and Thien Tam walked closer. Dan Lang spoke up. "Isn't this the fifth brother?" Thien Tam frowned and asked him. "In the dead of night, the fifth prince comes to the Lamb Manor and stands at the gate obstructing the Imperial Guard's official duties. Could it be that you intend to defy the Imperial decree?" Upon seeing the two, the group of soldiers performed a salute. "Greetings to the ninth highness and the ninth prince's consort." The fifth prince, while being held, said through gritted teeth, "It was you, younger brother, who caused my mother consort's death, and now you come to frame my maternal grandfather. Dan Lang, I will fight you to the death." Dan Lang smiled and asked, "Consort Li and the Lamb family face this end today, because they reap what they have sown. What does that have to do with this prince?" "Guards, it is late. Escort the fifth prince back to his manor." The Imperial Guards immediately replied, "Yes," and led the fifth prince away. Dan Lang turned around, patted Thien Tam's shoulder, and asked, "You weren't frightened, were you?" She replied, "I am not that fragile. Besides, don't I still have you by my side? In an instant you have severed the fifth prince's 2 legs, his support. He will surely harbor deep resentment toward you. You must be a bit more careful from now on." He smiled. "Rest assured, I have everything calculated." The next day, the fifth prince changed his attire to meet with the officials who had ties to him and the Lamb family. He addressed the high-ranking officials, "You are all my maternal grandfather's trusted confidants. This prince assumes you all know about the tragedy at the Lamb Manor. That occurred today, do you not?" One man saluted and asked, "What is your highness's plan?" He replied, "Now this prince is a man with a great sin. The grand plan I previously plotted with you all has changed slightly." An official spoke up hesitantly. Regarding this, the fifth prince whipped around to look at him and asked in a cold voice, "What is it? Do you all have other opinions?" The officials all knelt on the ground at once to pay their respects. "Your servants will surely exert all our strength, without regret even after 10,000 deaths." Satisfied at the sight, he continued to reveal his plan. "If that is the case, now there is one thing I need you to do. This prince has heard that the ninth prince's consort—" After hearing this, the officials replied, "We obey your command." That night, after leaving the fifth prince's manor, one official said, "This is absolutely insane," while others urged, "Hurry up and find the ninth prince." The next day, Thien Tam was in the manor eating porridge. Luke Wai sat next to her with her chin in her hands and said, "Miss, your period is late this month. Could it be that—" Thien Tam tapped Luki's head with a spoon and said, "Don't guess randomly. I've been so exhausted lately. It's probably just delayed." Luki was still worried. "But that's how it works, miss. You've been married to the ninth prince for a while now. Haven't you thought about having a child?" He said in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense anymore. Come with me to the temple on the outskirts of the city first. I want to go pray for blessings." After that, she boarded the carriage with Luke Wai and set off for the temple. While inside the carriage, Luke Wai lifted the curtain to look outside. With a face full of anxiety, she said, "I don't know why, but I have a very bad feeling in my heart." As the carriage was moving, suddenly a group of armed men rushed out to block the way. The leader shouted, "By order of the master, whoever kills the ninth prince's consort will be handsomely rewarded." The group of soldiers immediately charged, surrounding Thien Tam's carriage. Seeing this, the guards immediately drew their swords and rushed forward to protect the ninth prince's consort. The sounds of clashing blades rang out continuously. After a while, the outcome was clear. The victors were the guards protecting Thien Tam. The guard captain pressed his sword against an assassin's neck and asked, "Who exactly sent you here to assassinate?" "The ninth prince's consort." The man laughed loudly. "Winners are kings, losers are bandits." Even if I die, I will never betray my master. Then, without hesitation, he grabbed the blade pointed at him and drove it straight into his own neck. The guard captain frowned at the sight. At that moment, another guard ran over to report, "Captain, they've all committed suicide. We can't interrogate them to find out who is behind this." Hearing that, he gave the order, "Take them back first. We will wait for the Ninth Highness to return before deciding." The next day, Thien Tom was still lying unconscious in bed. An imperial physician was summoned to take her pulse. Dan Lang, standing by her side, was extremely anxious. He asked the physician, "Is Tam Nhi all right? When will she wake up?" After the examination, the physician smiled and performed a salute. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The Ninth Prince's consort's health is not a cause for concern. Rather, she is with child." Upon hearing this, Dan Lang was both stunned and overjoyed, and he asked once more, "What did you say Tam Nhi is with child?" "I am going to have a child of my own." All the servants in the Ninth Prince's manor, after learning the news of Thien Tam's pregnancy, all saluted in unison. "Congratulations, Your Highness." "Congratulations, Princess Consort." Dan Lang laughed with pure joy. "Rise reward, everyone. There must be a grand reward." Hearing this, the maidservants immediately said, "Thank you, Your Highness." "This old servant takes his leave." "Thank you, Your Highness. This servant takes her leave." After the servants left, Dan Lang hopped around the room in delight. Thien Tam gradually regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, still looking dazed. Seeing she was awake, Dan Lang rushed over happily and called her name. "Tam Nhi!" Thien Tam lay on the bed, at this moment feeling deeply stunned. Dan Lang looked at her and thought, "She is about to become a mother. Nothing must be allowed to happen to her." Unexpectedly, Thien Tam said to Dan Lang, "I feel that this child has come at the wrong time." "I agree." Before she could finish, Dan Lang reached out his hand to cover her mouth. "Tam Nhi, rest assured. No matter how much the court's situation shifts, I will protect both you and the child well." Upon hearing this, with tears in her eyes, she movedly called his name. Dan Lang leaned in closer to embrace her. She leaned against his shoulder and thought, "I hope you can stay true to your word and not disappoint me like you did in our previous life." That night at the Fifth Prince's manor, the sound of shattering cups rang out repeatedly. The Fifth Prince cursed in anger, "Useless trash! You couldn't even handle such a small matter. What do I need you for?" His subordinate hurriedly knelt down to plead guilty. "Your Highness, please appease your anger. Fortunately, those assassins are dead, leaving no clues for the Ninth Prince to find. However, ever since the incident with the Ninth Prince's consort, the Ninth Prince has not attended court for many days. According to news from the Imperial Hospital, the Ninth Prince's consort is pregnant." Hearing this, the Fifth Prince laughed loudly. It seems he truly has abandoned state affairs. "This is the perfect time for me to take action." He turned and gave an order to his subordinate. "Go outside the city immediately. Lead the army into the city. We strike at the hour of the rat." His subordinate replied, "Yes. May your Highness achieve eternal success and realize your grand ambitions." Later at Dan Lang's manor, General A ran to him with a piece of paper to report. "Master, the secret guards report that the Fifth Prince's men have deployed. Should we send people to stop them now?" He took the paper. On it was written, "Hour of the rat, assassinate the Ninth Prince's consort and seize power." After reading, he whispered, "Wait a little longer. The timing isn't right yet. To Gyam, if you choose this path, then you shall die. General A, you stay at the manor." After changing clothes, he took his sword and instructed, "Remember, you must protect the Ninth Prince's consort very well." Then he turned and went out. At that time, outside the city walls, a subordinate came to report to the Fifth Prince. "Your Highness, it is reported that the Ninth Prince is still in the room caring for the Ninth Prince's consort." Hearing this, the Fifth Prince smiled. "Very good. I have said it before. A henpecked man like him is fundamentally unworthy to compete for the throne with me. Once I seize the throne, I will certainly bestow titles and positions upon your families." He led a troop of elite soldiers. "Everyone hear my command, attack the city." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers rushed forward with battering rams, smashing heavily against the city gates. Inside the imperial palace, the emperor was startled when he heard the sounds from outside. He asked if something had happened. A eunuch rushed in. Panicking, he reported, "Your Majesty, it's not good. The Fifth Prince has come to force your abdication. For now, he has led tens of thousands of soldiers to attack the city gates." At the same time, Consort Hoa ran in holding a letter. She called out, "Your Majesty, I just received a message sent by the Ninth Prince. Please have a look at it." The emperor opened the secret letter. After reading it, he breathed a sigh of relief. "With the Ninth Prince here, I don't need to worry." Outside the city gates, the Fifth Prince's soldiers shouted, "Charge!" The army flooded into the fortifications in a massive wave. Leading them was the Fifth Prince himself, clutching a sword in his hand. One of his men ran up to tell him, "Your Highness, I feel something is unusual. The palace shouldn't be this quiet." The Fifth Prince said he didn't care about that. "Everyone charge for me." The soldiers followed his orders and immediately rushed forward. The emperor then stepped out of the hall. Seeing the fifth prince, he said, "Old fifth, so you've come." The fifth prince approached with his blade drawn and asked, "Father, you never even dreamed that this day would come, did you?" The emperor said, "Tujam, look down. Your hands are stained with blood. Since when did you become so heartless?" He replied, "If you had passed the throne to me sooner, I wouldn't have ended up this way." Then he brandished his sword, pointed it at the emperor, and laughed loudly. "But it doesn't matter. As long as you die, the kingdom and power will all be mine." Right at that moment, Dan Lang appeared and said, "Unfortunately, you calculated one thing wrong." The fifth prince frowned and glanced toward the source of the voice. Dan Lang continued, "As long as I am here, don't even think about leaving the palace alive." The fifth prince's face darkened upon seeing him, and he asked, "Aren't you the one who is supposed to be sleeping at the prince's estate?" Dan Lang said to him, "Tujiam, I already knew your entire plan long ago. So surrender." He angrily replied, "In your dreams. I will kill father now, and then I will kill you." With those words, he raised his sword. Dan Lang also drew his sword and charged, saying, "Stubborn and foolish." The fifth prince pointed his blade at Dan Lang and swung it toward him. He quickly used his sword to parry the strike. As he prepared to lunge again, Dan Lang firmly grabbed his wrist, forcing him to drop his sword before pointing his own blade at him. He slashed a line across the prince's face. "If you refuse to repent even in the face of death, then do not blame me for being merciless." He angrily shouted, "Stay back! I have 100,000 elite troops in my hands." Dan Lang held up the military tally and said, "Don't you know yet? Those 100,000 elite troops only follow my command. Tugyam, you have lost this battle." Hearing this, the fifth prince was stunned. "I lost. My plan was so thorough, and yet I lost. I lost, mother, do you see? To think I was defeated by old Ninth." The emperor commanded, "The fifth prince has gone mad. Take him back to his estate. House arrest for life. He is never to leave his estate again." Soldiers stepped forward to seize him. At that moment, a squad of soldiers arrived. The fifth prince pointed at them and said, "They are here. Today I must kill you all," and seize the throne. Hearing this, Dan Lang said to him, "Open your eyes and look closely." Seeing that the soldiers were coming to arrest him, he couldn't believe it and asked, "How can this be? How did it turn out like this?" The next day, Dan Lang changed his attire and entered the palace. He presented a memorial to the emperor. "This is the list documenting all the rebels. Please have a look, father." The emperor took the memorial. After reading it, he gripped it tightly and cursed in anger. "Outrageous! How could so many ministers, more than half of them, participate in this rebellion?" Dan Lang stood up and said, "Father, please calm your anger. Right now we are indeed in desperate need of capable people. Father, you could follow this guidance and give them a chance to redeem themselves." The emperor sighed, "You are not wrong, son." Later during the morning court session, the emperor sat upon his throne and announced to the court officials, "My age is advanced, and I feel the heavy burden of state affairs while my strength fails me. However, the affairs of the nation cannot be neglected. I have decided to let the ninth prince succeed to the throne. Do any of you have objections?" One official hesitated. Dan Lang spoke up. "Father, your health is still robust. You should continue to preside over court affairs. Please forgive your son, for I cannot accept this responsibility." Another official also spoke up. "I hope your majesty will reconsider. Although the ninth prince is of upright character, he has yet to achieve any significant merit." Hearing this, another minister asked, "By the right premier's words, perhaps the fifth prince is more suitable. One wonders what promises the fifth prince has made to you." The right premier snapped, "How dare you insult me? There is nothing between me and the fifth prince." The other man sneered, "That is for the best. The fifth prince was imprisoned by the emperor last night. Misjudging a person can ruin one's entire life." Hearing this, the right premier was stunned and asked, "The fifth prince has been imprisoned." The other official cursed, "Ignorant fool." Then he stepped forward, bowed, and reported, "Your Majesty, I believe the right premier is of too great an age and is no longer fit to serve the court. I ask your Majesty to grant the right premier a few acres of good land, so he may retire from the court and return to farming." Upon hearing this, the right premier turned around in shock and cursed him. He intended to lunge forward to attack the official, but suddenly stumbled and fell. The official said to the right premier, "If you have something to say, just say it." Suddenly performing such a grand bow, "I truly cannot accept it." The emperor spoke up. "My dear ministers, do not argue. My mind is made up. Manager Li, issue the decree." Eunuch Li then stepped forward and said, "The ninth prince received the imperial decree." Dan Lang approached and asked him, "I still have one wish. I hope father will grant it." He said, "You may speak your mind, do not hesitate." He spoke seriously. "I can accept the decree, but I cannot take the throne immediately. Please grant me 1 year's time, father." Hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened, but he agreed. I can give you 1 year, but after 1 year you must return on time. Do not disappoint me. Dan Lang bowed and replied, Thank you, father, for granting my wish. Later, at the 9th prince's estate, Thien Tam was sitting and sewing in a courtyard pavilion. Dan Lang returned and ran over to ask Tam Ni, How are you feeling today? She replied, I just had breakfast. Aside from feeling a bit nauseous, everything is fine. Upon hearing that, Dan Lang spoke to the child in her womb. Little baby, you must be good. Don't make your mother suffer, okay? Thien Tam smiled while stroking her belly. Don't worry, the baby is very well behaved. Just then, Luki arrived carrying a tray of medicine. Miss, it's time to take your medicine. Dan Lang, standing nearby, spoke up. I am here, all of you may be dismissed for now. Hearing this, Luke Y bowed. Yes, this servant shall take her leave. Dan Lang scooped up a spoonful of medicine. Thien Tam smelled it and sighed. It smells so bad. Dan Lang coaxed her. Be good, this is medicine from the royal physician. It is very good for your body. Wait until you finish drinking it. Your husband will buy some fruit preserves for you. Thien Tam obediently lowered her head, took a spoonful of medicine, and exclaimed, So bitter. Dan Lang held up the bowl and called to her. Tamni, things in the capital have been very peaceful lately. Let's go travel to Jiangnan, she asked back. Jiangnan, he introduced. Jiangnan has beautiful people and beautiful scenery. It also has rich products and is a bustling place. I want to take you there to see it. Hearing this, she immediately stood up and ran to hug him. All right, I will follow my husband's lead. Afterward, both of them boarded a boat and set off for Jiangnan. Once on the boat, Thien Tam stayed in the room feeling quite lethargic and told Luke Y, Help me draw the curtains in the cabin. I'm so bored. Luke Y walked in and asked, Miss, His Highness has prepared some plum juice for you. Would you like to drink some now? She immediately replied, Yes, yes. Tossing and turning on this boat for days, I'm about to faint. Dan Lang stepped in, placed a bowl of medicine on the table and told her, Here, you must take your medicine first. Only then can you be rewarded with the plum juice. Hearing that, Thien Tam immediately climbed onto the bed and covered herself with the blanket, saying, That medicine is too bitter. I really don't want to drink it. Dan Lang approached, stroked her face, and coaxed her. I was going to say, if you're good and take your medicine, I'll take you out of the cabin to play. But if you don't want to drink it, then there's no other way. Upon hearing this, she immediately brightened up. Go out and play? Seeing him about to leave, she immediately pulled his sleeve and said, Wait, bring the medicine. I'll drink it right now. Luke Yi, witnessing this, remarked, Miss, you certainly change your tune quickly. After finishing her medicine, Thien Tam was allowed to run out of the cabin. She marveled, the sunlight is so warm. It's been so long since I've breathed fresh air. Dan Lang cautioned, Tam Yi, you're still pregnant. Slow down a bit. She leaned against the railing and said, I know, I'll be careful. You're the crown prince of the dynasty. Don't you sound like an old lady? Dan Lang approached and put his arm around her shoulder. Don't get so close to the edge. If the waves happen to splash onto you, what if you fall ill? Hearing this, she sighed. Here he goes again. But Dan Lang held Thien Tam's shoulder, smiled, and said, I'm only doing this because I care about you. Suddenly a pigeon flew over and landed on Tuong's arm. Tuong hurriedly called out, Your Highness. Your Highness, a letter has arrived from the palace. Dan Lang heard this and asked, A letter from the palace? Thien Tam grew worried. What's wrong? Has something major happened? After reading the letter, Dan Lang told her, Don't worry. It's just father checking in on us. Questioning whether the imperial grandson in your womb is actually real. Hearing this, Thien Tam frowned and asked, Are you sure it's not that father is afraid you'll run away? So he wrote to remind you. He smiled. I haven't ruled out that possibility either, Thien Tam said crossly. Then why haven't you hurried to reply to the letter? Don't let father worry. Dan Lang scurried off in a panic. I'm going right now. At that moment, someone called to her 9th princess consort, Look, the boat is about to dock. Thien Tam looked in the direction the person pointed. Gazing at the scenery along the riverbank, she said, after traveling for several days, We have finally arrived. While he isn't here, I'll go ashore first to get some air. She took advantage of the opportunity, with Dan Lang being absent, to slip away from the guard's supervision and get off the boat. When Dan Lang returned and found her gone, he was furious. He ordered, If the 9th princess consort isn't found, all of you shall jump into the river to atone for your failure. At that moment, Luke Y ran up and said, Your Highness, I have found word of the mistress's whereabouts. Dan Lang urgently asked, Where is she? Luke Y replied, On the shore. Someone reported seeing the mistress. She was heading toward the city. Meanwhile, on the shore, a group of people had gathered and were gossiping. How unlucky, going out to eat, and running into someone dressed in funeral white. Go on, get lost. You're not welcome here. Are you going to leave, or do I have to beat you? That's right, selling yourself to pay for a funeral. Look at your own face first. Thien Tam was passing by, and hearing those comments, she thought, This is truly too much bullying. Man swung his leg, kicking the girl away, and cursed. Hurry up and get lost. Don't blame me for being rough if you stay. Hearing that, Tam stepped forward and shouted, What a big mouth you have. This is an inn, not your private home. Let's see just how rough you plan to be. The man looked at her and said, Oh, another one seeking trouble. Don't think that just because you're pregnant, I won't dare to hit you, Tam said in a low, stern voice. You wouldn't dare. This is the land of the emperor. If you harm others without cause, you will face the punishment of having your hands severed. You'd better think carefully before you act. Hearing this, he burst out laughing, talking to me about the law on my own turf. I am the law. Brothers, get her. Having said that, they all rushed toward Tam. She was terrified inside, but she maintained a strong front and warned them, Don't come any closer, or my husband will not let you off easily. The men laughed manically. One of them lunged at Tam, saying, I want to see if your husband can rush here in time to save you. Tam retreated in fear, thinking of her husband. Just at that moment, Dan Lang appeared and caught the man's arm. The man asked, Where did you come from? Dan Lang's face darkened with rage. Who gave you the nerve? He punched him and continued to ask, To bully my wife. The others were stunned when they saw him. So you're the husband she mentioned. Good timing. It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. All right, brothers. Get him. The 8 men armed with clubs rushed at Dan Lang. One man lunged forward with a shout, but was immediately punched by him, sending him flying backward. The leader was dazed by the sight. A club swung directly toward him. The lackey was terrified. The club stopped right in front of his nose, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Dan Lang said coldly, You have quite a big mouth. If you ever dare to bully my wife again, I won't be as merciful as I am today. Do you understand? The leader stammered in fear. I understand. Dan Lang asked coldly. Then why haven't you gotten lost yet? The whole group scrambled away. Let's go, hurry. Move it. After the group had left, Dan Lang continued to radiate a murderous aura and asked Nung Tu, Don't you think you should explain yourself to me first? Tam thought in fear, Oh no, I did just sneak off the boat. Surely this man won't choose this moment to settle scores with me, will he? I have to find a way out of this. Dan Lang motioned for her to come closer and said, Come here and tell me your reason. She replied fearfully, I have nothing to say. Dan Lang's voice turned stern. Is that so? Usually you run faster than a rabbit. Do you finally realize your mistake now? She held her stomach, putting on a pitiful act, and said, Oh, my child, look at how your father is bullying us. As she spoke, she pretended to sob uncontrollably, leaving Dan Lang stunned. He knit his brows and sighed. Tam Nhi, how could I be bullying you? I was just worried about you. Her eyes brimmed with tears. Don't talk nonsense. You just had such a dark look on your face and scolded me. You've scared me and the baby. He hurried to comfort her. I didn't mean it. Tam Nhi, please don't cry. Tam wiped her tears. Then you mustn't scold me anymore. He raised his hand to swear. I swear I will never scold you like that again. Is that all right? Hearing this, she nodded in agreement. All right. But you must agree to one thing first. She really is so pitiful. Why don't we help her? Dan Lang looked behind him and saw the girl who was selling herself to pay for her father's funeral. Dan Lang approached the lady who was selling herself to bury her father. She prostrated herself on the ground and said, Tai Bin thanks the young master for saving my life. Dan Lang turned to Tam and said, Tam Nhi, I know she is very pitiful, but our journey to Jiangnan should not be exposed. She looked at him with pleading eyes and said, Fu Quan, just this once, help her just this once. Think of it as earning blessings for our baby, all right? Hearing that, he sighed and nodded. Fine, I understand. But there won't be a next time. Tam immediately replied, He handed the money to the young lady and told her, Take this money. Go and take care of your father's funeral properly. Hearing this, the young lady hurriedly bowed her head. Tai Bin is deeply grateful for the great kindness and virtue of the two of you. I am willing to serve like a beast of burden and follow my two masters. Dan Lang smiled and replied, We helped you because my wife is merciful. There is no need for you to sell yourself, Tai Bin said in a low voice. Selling myself to bury my father was the promise I made upon receiving the money. If the master rejects me, then I might as well die. She raised a knife intending to end her own life. Seeing this, Dan Lang shouted, Atuang! Quickly stop her! Atuang immediately ran over, twisted her arm behind her back, forcing her to drop the knife. Tam asked him, Min Lang, since she is so pitiful, why don't we make an exception just this once? Hearing this, Dan Lang turned to her with a grumpy expression and said, Then you must keep a close eye on her later. Don't let her start crying or threatening to die at every little thing. Hearing Dan Lang's agreement, she immediately threw herself into his arms and hugged him. Husband, you are truly too wonderful. Dan Lang smiled. Of course. You are my Nung Tu. If I am not good to you, then who should I be good to? He turned and spoke to Atuong. You and Tai Bin, go together to settle her father's funeral affairs. When finished, bring her back to the boat. Atuong immediately replied, yes, Tai Bin, stood up, said her thanks, and turned to follow Atuong. Dan Lang walked alongside Thien Tam. Let us return as well. Next time, you are not allowed to run outside by yourself. I was very worried, she nodded. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Dan Lang broke into a smile. It would have been better if you had shown this attitude earlier. Then I wouldn't have scolded you just now. Hearing this, she said, I know you were just being shy. I don't want to do things that upset you either. But sometimes, I can't control my own temperament. Hearing that, Dan Lang flicked her nose and said, silly girl, you are pregnant. What's the harm in showing a little temper? Upon hearing this, she immediately took the opportunity to ask, since you put it that way, husband, can I skip taking my medicine? He coldly refused, that is out of the question. Hearing that, her eyes welled up with tears again. You just said I could show a little temper. You lied to me. He picked her up and said, everything else is negotiable, but not this. Thien Tam imagined the food until her mouth watered. I want to eat Jiangnan crab, sea snails, and clams. And big fish, too. Dan Lang shook his head. That won't do either. You have a cold constitution. You must obediently follow the physician's orders. Hearing this, she immediately burst into tears. This isn't allowed. That isn't allowed either. You don't love me. On the boat. Tai Bin, after changing her clothes, came forward to pay her respects. She said to Thien Tam, this servant greets the madam. Thien Tam asked her, rise, have your father's affairs been settled? Tai Bin replied, thank you for your concern, madam. Everything has been properly arranged. Thien Tam tilted her head slightly and gave a soft, Seeing someone behind her, she asked, and who is this? Tai Bin hurriedly explained, she is. At that moment, the other young lady suddenly knelt and kowtowed. I am Tai Bin's older sister. I heard that the lady is merciful, and I wish to serve the madam along with Tai Bin, to repay the madam's great kindness and virtue. Thien Tam, hearing this, touched her chest and asked, is that so? Tai Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Thien Tam said, then stay for now. It just so happens that you can tell me about the customs and traditions of Jiangnan. That evening, in Dan Lang's study, he was reviewing some documents. After finishing, he sighed and asked, it's already dark. Has the madam had dinner yet? Atuong replied, I haven't heard the madam call for the meal yet. She must be waiting to eat with the master. Hearing that, Dan Lang sighed, that silly girl. He told Atuong, go and order the meal first. I'm going to check on that little girl. Atuong immediately replied, yes, master. Dan Lang walked toward Thien Tam's room. He heard the sound of laughter and talking. This is so interesting. Hearing this, Dan Lang grew curious. Why is that little girl so happy today? Just then Luke Wee appeared and asked, Your Highness, you've arrived, why don't you go inside? He frowned, looked at the bowl of medicine in Luke Wee's hand and asked, the madam's mood is very good today. Luke Wee replied, does your highness not know yet? Tai Bin and her older sister have arrived. She has been keeping the young lady company and chatting with her. Hearing this, Dan Lang was startled and asked, since when did an older sister suddenly appear? Luke Wee sighed. The young lady found her pitiful, and since they had nowhere to go, she kept them both. Your highness, do you plan to stand here and not go in? I won't go in yet. Make sure the madam drinks her medicine. Also, while in Jiangnan, do not call me your highness. Luke Wee immediately replied, oh yes, master. He watched Dan Lang's departing figure and muttered, his highness's behavior today is very strange. Luke Wee carried the bowl of medicine into the room. Young lady, it is time for your medicine. As soon as Thien Tam saw the bowl of medicine, she immediately pinched her nose and said, leave it there for now. I want to finish dinner before drinking it. Luke Wee advised, that won't do. The master ordered me to watch the young lady finish it. Young lady, please don't make it difficult for me. Thien Tam picked up the bowl of medicine with a grimacing face. I just don't want to drink it. I tried so hard to keep talking to stall for time. How is it that I still can't escape in the end? Then Thien Tam went ahead and drank all the medicine in the bowl. On this side, Tai Bin's older sister stared at her and thought, the moment I stepped onto this boat, I already felt this master was no ordinary person. I didn't expect such abundant wealth. Even this hairpin of the madam's is a rare treasure. If I steal one or two and sell them, it would be worth a lot of money. Suddenly, Luke Wee noticed something. She hummed suspiciously to herself. After finishing the medicine, Thien Tam put the bowl down. With a face full of weary resignation, she said, it is getting late. All of you may withdraw now. I want to rest. Tai Bin and her older sister replied, yes, madam. After they left, Luke Wee cautioned Thien Tam. Young lady, I just saw the look in Tao Lin's eyes. She looks like someone with sticky fingers. Hearing that, Thien Tam asked, it couldn't be that serious, could it? Luke Wee replied, she was staring intently at the hairpin on your head. You should still be on your guard. Thien Tam stretched and sighed. Perhaps she just comes from a poor background and has never seen such things before. She might just be a little curious. Luke Y said, young lady, you didn't see it just now. Her eyes were literally glowing. How could that be simple curiosity? Theantom picked at her ear and said, I'll just be more careful from now on. Don't be so loud, Luke Y sighed. As long as you can keep that in mind, young lady, then it's fine. I shall withdraw first. After she left, Theantom muttered, What's with this girl? The way she speaks is becoming more and more improper. I'm pregnant, not stupid. Why is she lecturing me like a child? Just then Don Lang appeared behind her. He hugged her and asked what she was rambling about, making her jump. Once she realized it was him, she asked joyfully, Husband, are you finished with your work? He nodded, holding her as he replied, All the official court documents have been handled. Suddenly, Theantom cried out. Then she clutched her belly and scolded him. What are you doing? You're squishing the baby. Dan Lang pulled her into his arms and said, Tamni, I missed you. Hearing this, she leaned against him and murmured, What nonsense are you talking? Aren't we together every single day? He picked her up and said, But I feel that ever since you had the baby, you haven't been close to me anymore. Hearing that, she was startled and asked, Have I? He laid her on the bed and asked, Did the physician check your pulse today? She replied softly, Yes. He just came to see me this morning. Why are you suddenly asking this? He broke into a smile. The physician also said that you are feeling much better now. So your husband wants... She immediately cried out, No! Then grabbed a pillow and backed away as he moved closer. Reaching out to stroke her face, he said, I haven't even said anything yet, and you already know my thoughts. But surely you must want it too. Hearing that, she immediately smacked the pillow into his face and scolded him. Nonsense. I don't want to. Inside a storage cabin on the boat, the trunks were opened. Thaulian held up one of Theantom's outfits and said, as expected of someone from such a background, a daughter of a prestigious family. Every single outfit is so beautiful. If I wore these on my body, I would also look like a lady pampered from childhood. Just then Luke Wee walked in and gave Thaulian instructions. The young lady sent me to check on the clothes. Don't you go damaging them, understood? She replied, I know. I will be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Luke Y. Luke Y ordered, Well then, hurry up and get those clothes organized. Don't wait until the young lady has to rush you. Upon hearing that, Thaulian immediately hurried off. I'll go tidy up right away. She gnashed her teeth and thought to herself, Just a mere servant, yet she dares to act so arrogant in front of me. Wait until I become a lady of the house. I'll make her suffer enough. Afterwards, Luke Y went back to check the trunks. Suddenly, she let out a cry. She picked up an item. This is the design the master drew himself, to have clothes quickly tailored for the madam. Why is it such a mess? The young lady hasn't even worn it more than a few times. She usually treasures it too much to even take it out. I'll have to use specialized charcoal to iron it flat in a moment. On the other side, Thaulian continued to open another chest. It was filled with sparkling jewelry. The moment she saw it, she was struck with amazement. Luke Y asked angrily, Thaulian, what are you trying to do? She hurriedly smiled and explained, I was just passing by to see if that trunk over there needed reorganizing. Luke Y scolded, You only need to worry about this one trunk of clothes. Don't touch anything else, understood? Breaking into a sweat, Thaulian replied, I understand. I just wanted to help Sister Luke Y by taking on part of the workload. Luke Y asked back, Is that so? To me it looks like you are eyeing things to steal. Hearing this, Thaulian hurriedly explained, Sister Luke Y, why would you think I would do such a thing? I clearly haven't done anything at all. Luke Y turned around and said, Keep those little schemes of yours to yourself. If the young lady finds out, sooner or later she will hand you over to the authorities. After Luke Y left, Thaulian gnashed her teeth and cursed. That wretched servant acting all high and mighty in front of me just because she has someone backing her. Abusing her power like that? I am currently in the prime of my beauty, and the madam is currently pregnant. Once I doll myself up a bit, I don't believe the master won't be captivated by me. Another girl carrying some items happened to pass by. She was stunned when she overheard those words. Just then someone covered her mouth and said, Shit's me Tai Bin. The other girl patted Tai Bin's shoulder and asked, Did you hear those words just now as well? Tai Bin replied, I have known my older sister's true nature for a long time. Her goal in following me here this time is definitely not simple. It certainly isn't simple. I just didn't expect that she would... Hearing this, the maid hurriedly advised, We must tell the madam about this. Don't let her actually seduce the master and cause the madam to suspect you. Tai Bin went to Theantom's room, knelt down and said through her tears, Madam, I am truly sorry. Hearing this, Theantom turned to ask Luke Wee, Did something happen? Luke Wee replied, Young lady, when I was coming here just now I ran into them. Athan said she personally heard Thaulian talking nonsense, saying she wanted to seduce the master. Hearing this, Theantom was stunned and asked, What did you say? Why is Tylene like that? Perhaps you all misheard her. Tai Bin said to the young lady, I also heard my older sister. Since childhood she has always been greedy for vanity. but I never expected she would harbor such delusions. It's all my fault. I was the one who brought her onto the boat. If you want to blame someone, please punish me. Then, Tai-bin immediately kowtowed. Tam coldly said, "Stand up." Luki hurriedly ran to her side and said, "Young lady, please don't be angry. Don't let it affect your health." She called out, "Athang, go and call Tai-lin here. I have something to ask her." Hearing this, Athang immediately turned around and replied, "Yes, I'll go right away." After a while, Tai-lin entered Tam's room and asked, "Madam, did you call for me?" Upon hearing this, Luke Y immediately walked over and slapped Tai-lin in the face. She clutched her face and asked, "Why did you hit me?" Luke Y scolded her angrily. "Impudence, what is your status? How dare you not kneel when seeing your master? And you dare address yourself as me who gave you such nerve?" Hearing this, Tai-lin immediately knelt down and wailed, "Madam, look at her just now. I only accidentally misspoke, yet she hit me." Tam brushed her hand away and asked, "Was it really just an accident?" Hearing this, she acted pitifully and asked back, "Madam, what do you mean by that?" "What exactly did I do wrong?" Tam asked coldly. "Oh, you are still not clear about what you have done." Hearing this, she was stunned. Tam stepped closer and lifted her chin, threatening, "You've only just become a maid on this boat, and already you want to replace me as the mistress." Hearing this, Tai-lin was shocked and turned to question Tai-bin. "Was it you, you little slut?" "What did you tell them, madam?" Tai-bin hurriedly waved her hands. "I didn't." Athan stepped forward to protect Tai-bin and scolded Tai-lin. "The words you said while you were rearranging the madame's clothes. Tai-bin and I heard them all. It's your own fault for being so ungrateful. Don't go around slandering others." Tam spoke coldly to her. "I was kind enough to keep you by my side, yet you harbor such intentions. You are quite ambitious indeed." Hearing this, Tai-lin said in terror, "Madam, I know I was wrong. Please, madam, give me another chance. I won't dare do it again." Tam said, "I have a very small-minded temper. You shouldn't have had such thoughts in the first place. You two throw her off the boat for me." Her subordinates immediately bowed and replied, "Yes," and then dragged Tai-lin away. She cried and screamed, "Madam, please forgive me. I truly know I was wrong, madam." Inside the room, Tam said angrily to Dan Lang, "Go away, I don't want to talk to you." Seeing this, Dan Lang muttered, "Did this girl take the wrong medicine today? Such a huge temper. Do you know what happened?" A Tuong spoke up. "This subordinate doesn't know. Master, you could try asking the princess's maid." Hearing this, Dan Lang asked back, "Speaking of maids, didn't the little girl just take in 2 of them? Why have I only seen 1 of them lately?" As soon as he said that, the door to Tam's room was immediately pushed open. She stepped out. Frowning, she said, "You seem very concerned about Tai-lin, don't you? Do you want me to help you find her and bring her back?" Hearing this, he hurriedly explained, "My dear wife, please calm your anger. Let's sit down and talk about it." After entering the room, Tam questioned him. "Have you been looking after Tai-lin behind my back? Or did you secretly say something to her? Or perhaps gave her something?" Dan Lang hurriedly explained, "Wife, let heaven be my witness. I am completely innocent regarding her. I have never even spoken half a word to her." Tam asked angrily, "Then why did she suddenly harbor such feelings for you?" Hearing this, Dan Lang breathed a sigh of relief. So it turns out all this fire was because of this. He thought, "I'm not stupid, how could I ever be interested in her?" Upon hearing that, Tam grew even more furious. "Don't ask what just because of this means. Did you expect her to actually do something? While I take our baby and go be with someone else." As soon as he heard the mention of someone else, Dan Lang coldly stepped forward, grabbed her and scolded, "Nonsense! If you dare take the child and run away, I will never let you off." She crossed her arms and let out an angry cold snort. "So you're allowed to flirt around? But I'm not allowed to leave halfway, silly girl. I already told you. There is nothing between Tai-lin and me. Besides, I was against them coming on board from the beginning." Hearing this, Tam uttered an ah and asked, "So by saying that it's my fault now?" Seeing her about to puff up with rage like a pufferfish, he hurriedly grabbed his head. "That's not what I meant." Tam continued to press. "Then what did you mean? Do you think it's easy for me to carry this baby? Every single day I'm constantly drinking medicine, and I still have to worry about other women eyeing you. I don't want to see you until tomorrow morning. Figure it out yourself." Saying so, she turned and walked away. Dan Lang watched her departing figure and asked, "How is it that the more I explain, the angrier she gets?" A Tuong advised him, "Master, have you noticed? Since the princess became pregnant, her temperament has become increasingly unstable." Dan Lang said coldly, "If you have something to say it directly." A Tuong hurriedly reported, "According to the royal physician, when a woman is pregnant, it affects both her body and her psychology. Sometimes they feel insecure, and their emotions can easily spiral out of control." After listening, Dan Lang sat down. "The physician did mention that before. Is there any way to resolve this?" Tuong stammered, I don't know either. But based on what the princess just said, it must be a misunderstanding, Master. Master, you must care for the princess more. You need to make her feel trusted. Hearing this, Don Lang asked back, trust? He thought to himself, thinking back carefully since Tam Ni became pregnant. Except for forcing her to take medicine, I really have been negligent in caring for and showing concern for her. No wonder her mood has been so poor. A high-ranking official was led in by one of Don Lang's subordinates. Upon seeing Don Lang, he bowed, Your Highness, I have a matter to report. Dan Lang frowned and asked, What is so urgent? The official sighed. There is a massive drought in Tien Bac right now. Hearing this, Don Lang was shocked and asked, Such a thing happened. The official knelt before Don Lang and pleaded, I hope Your Highness can quickly come up with a way to save those fleeing refugees. Dan Lang said in a deep voice, By tomorrow morning the boat will dock. At that time you go and summon the local magistrates. I have matters I wish to discuss with them. Later in Thien Tam's room, she was eating snacks while listening to Don Lang's story. Thien Bac is suffering from a major drought. The commoners have no harvest. Countless bodies of those who starved to death line the roads. I am truly... Thien Tam asked in surprise, a drought. So is this matter very difficult to solve? He offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I will handle everything. Hurry and eat your meal. In a moment I have to go meet the local magistrate. Hearing this, she continued eating and nodded in agreement. After Don Lang left, Thien Tam gave an order to Luke Yi, go find some books with records related to astronomical phenomena and natural disasters. I want to take a look. Luke Yi immediately replied, If His Highness knew the young lady was sharing his worries, he would surely be very happy. Stop talking and go quickly. After a while, Luke Yi brought the books she wanted. Thien Tam opened each book and began reading from early morning until late at night. Luke Yi went in and reminded the young lady, You have been reading for several days now. Hurry and get some rest. Thien Tam whispered, It's fine. As long as the drought remains unresolved, I won't be able to sleep for a single day. I might as well read and look for a solution. Just then, Tai Bin brought her a bowl of soup, saying, Princess, please eat something first, to regain your strength. Princess, if there is anything you want to write down, you can leave it to me. I have learned to read and write before. Hearing that, Thien Tam stretched her arms. All right, my hands are tired after writing for days. You come and write. Tai Bin stepped forward and asked, Then what should I write, Princess? Thien Tam then said, I have been reading ancient books for the past few days, and I just happened to find some methods. I will read them aloud and you write them down. She bowed and replied, Yes, Princess. That night after Tai Bin finished writing, Thien Tam smiled and said, Finally finished. Thank you for your hard work. Tai Bin replied, It was nothing. The princess was the one who found the solutions. I only wrote them down. Luke Yi, standing by, asked, So do you want to go see His Highness now, miss? She said in a low voice, Let's wait until tomorrow morning. It is too late now. I will take this time to catch up on some sleep. You two should also go and rest. Tai Bin, standing to one side, heard this and began to plan in her heart. I remember everything the princess just said. If I present these solutions to His Highness first, would he favor me? Tai Bin hurriedly ran from Thien Tam's room to Dan Lang's study. As soon as she arrived, a soldier stopped her. The study is a forbidden area. Unauthorized people are not allowed to enter. She quickly said, Your Highness. Tai Bin has something to report. Inside the study, Don Lang was resting his chin on his hand, reviewing the books. Hearing that, he frowned and asked, Who is that shouting so loudly outside the door? A Tuong reported, Master, it is the new maid, Tai Bin, who serves the consort. Dan Lang held his head and said, Go see what it is. A Tuong stepped out and asked her, What are you doing at the study? She hurriedly said, I have come to see Your Highness. It is regarding this natural disaster. Hearing this, Don Lang was startled. He looked up to give an order, and then spoke. She stepped inside, knelt down, and greeted, Your Highness. I knew Your Highness has been searching for days for a way to resolve the disaster, so I researched ancient books and found a solution. Dan Lang told her, You may rise and speak. She replied, Yes, thank you, Your Highness. Dan Lang said to a Tuong, Go and guard the door. Do not let anyone approach. A Tuong immediately replied yes and went outside. An officer asked a Tuong, Leader, His Highness's head is about to explode because of this disaster, and he still hasn't thought of anything. She is just a maid. Could she really have a solution? A Tuong pondered, How would I know? Inside the study, after hearing what Tai Bin had to say, Dan Lang was overjoyed and said, Wonderful, this method is very good. Why didn't I think of this before? He was so delighted that he grabbed Tai Bin by her shoulders. Tai Bin was flustered. To be able to ease Your Highness's worries is my honor. Dan Lang asked her, Tai Bin, Did you really come up with this draft yourself? She hesitated. Yes, that's right, Your Highness. Dan Lang lifted her chin, saying, I didn't expect you to be so clever. It seems I underestimated you before. Hearing this, she hurriedly replied, "Your Highness flatters me." After leaving Don Long's study, Tai Bin breathed a sigh of relief. I must find a way to deal with the Crown Princess. I cannot let her become suspicious of me. And it's best if this thing disappears completely, so that no one can find it. She pulled a piece of paper from her sleeve, threw it away, and smiled smugly. Sooner or later, His Highness will belong to me. When she returned to the room, Thien Tom asked her, "Tai Bin, how did it go?" She replied, "Please rest assured, Princess. I have personally delivered the item to His Highness." Hearing that, Thien Tom asked, "Then what did he say?" Tai Bin hesitated before answering. His Highness was very pleased after reading it. Hearing this, Thien Tom said joyfully, "That is wonderful. Tai Bin, come and have a meal with us." She quickly declined. "Oh no, I couldn't, Princess. I still have work to do. Please excuse me, I will take my leave first." Later, the boat docked. Thien Tom stretched and sighed. "We have finally arrived." Dan Lang walked over to her and said, "Get in the carriage first. I have something I want to discuss with you." Once inside the carriage, Thien Tom asked Dan Lang in surprise, "The Emperor wants to build a residence in Jiangnan." He replied, "The secret orders have already been sent out." Could it possibly be fake? It is fortunate that the natural disaster has been properly resolved. Otherwise, there would be no time to worry about this. She asked him, "So when do you plan to go survey the site?" He patted her head and answered, "In 2 days. For these 2 days, I want to be with you." At those words, her eyes lit up. "Really, then I want to eat delicious food. Have lots of fun, and also..." Dan Lang leaned down, resting his forehead against hers, and said, "Being with your husband makes every day a happy one." Hearing this, her face turned bright red as she said, "I'm sorry. Back then, when we were on the boat, I shouldn't have been angry with you." He smiled gently, covering her mouth, and said, "Silly girl. I cast that aside long ago. Besides, I am very happy because you were so worried about me." The next day, Thien Tom woke up. As she stretched, she heard whispering voices coming from outside. "I heard the women in Jiangnan are beautiful and gentle, completely different from the women in the capital. Do you think His Highness will be tempted?" "He probably will. The Crown Princess is pregnant right now, so she can't serve His Highness. Then won't it be very soon, before we have another imperial concubine?" Hearing them gossiping, Luke Yen ran over to scold them. "You all must be too well-fed and bored. Why did you run over here to cause such a commotion?" Hearing that, the palace maids were slightly startled and turned back to reproach Sister Luke Yen. "Sister, we know you are the Crown Princess's maid, but His Highness is the current Crown Prince after all." "That's right, being the Crown Prince. How could there only be the Crown Princess alone in the inner palace?" Luke Yen angrily scolded, "Shut your mouths. If you say any more nonsense, see if I don't tear your mouths to pieces." Inside the room, Thien Tom heard everything and thought to herself, could it be that because I haven't seen him these past few days, he really... 2 days later, Thien Tom asked Luke Yen to change her into male clothing. Luke Yen asked while helping her change, "Miss, you are pregnant right now. Why are you suddenly wearing men's clothes?" She reassured her, "It's nothing, I have my own plans. Wait until I leave later, you all don't need to follow me." Hearing this, Luke Yen was startled and asked, "What, miss, do you want to go out?" She instructed, "Remember not to make any sound. I will be back soon." Then she hurriedly left. Seeing this, Luke Yen muttered to herself, "No, it's too dangerous for Miss to go out alone. I must go inform His Highness." Right at that moment, Tai Bin ran over and stopped Luke Yen. Luke Yen asked Tai Bin, "What are you stopping me for?" "Don't you worry about the Miss's safety." Tai Bin stammered, "I didn't mean it that way. I saw that His Highness had already gone out early this morning." "Thien Tam went out to a shop, didn't she?" "Fortunately, I heard about this place from a tuong last night. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to find this place." Inside that shop, many people were coming and going. There was a group of people gossiping with each other. Everyone quickly looked. The person leaning against the window. "Isn't that the divine physician Than Hua?" "Yes, he truly is Than Hua. I heard the divine physician travels all over the world. I never expected to meet him here at this time." The rumored divine physician Than Hua, sitting by the window, slowly picked up a teacup. She slowly stepped inside, looked around and thought to herself, "It's quite crowded, isn't it? I wonder if that fellow will show up." She walked past the divine physician. The divine physician saw her and thought she was a lady, yet she was dressed in men's clothing to come to the restaurant. How interesting. Just then the waiter ran out and said, "Young masters, recently we have introduced a new dish. You are most welcome to come and taste it." Hearing that, Thien Tom hurriedly said, No, I came here to find someone." Suddenly her stomach growled a few times. She smiled sheepishly. "It seems I'm a bit hungry." So she sat down at a table. Countless delicacies were laid out on the table. The waiter said, "This is our shop's new dish. Seafood bird's nest. Please enjoy it, guest." Thien Tam's eyes lit up the moment she saw the food. She raised her chopsticks and said, "Let's begin." She kept stuffing food into her mouth. Just then someone appeared and asked, "Is it good?" Thien Tam nodded while eating. Dan Lang stood behind her and asked, Don't you know? Pregnant women shouldn't eat cold foods. This startled Thien Tam, who was eating shrimp. Huh, that voice. She turned her head back. Seeing Dan Lang, she asked in shock, "Why are you here?" He reached out to wipe her mouth and said, "If you can come here, then why can't I?" She hurriedly explained, "I just wanted to come out and find something to eat, that's all." He gave a teasing smile. "Just to eat? And you had to disguise yourself as a man like this?" Then he sat down beside her and said, "Speak." She hesitated. "I heard the maids, in the manor, gossiping that you were out, looking for another lady." As soon as he heard that, Dan Lang angrily slammed the table and snapped, "What nonsense!" Thien Tam hurriedly explained, "It wasn't me. Why are you being so fierce with me? Besides, I also smelled the scent of makeup and powder on you. And you still dare to deny it." She stood up angrily and shouted, "I hate you! I don't want to see you ever again." With that, she hurriedly ran away. Just then, a waiter was carrying out a bowl of soup. Seeing her, he let out a cry. Dan Lang was startled and called out, "Tam Nhi, be careful!" But unfortunately, Thien Tam had already tripped and was falling. At that exact moment, a hand caught her arm. The food in the waiter's hands fell with a loud crash. The legendary divine physician Than Hua stepped closer to support her. Thien Tam asked, "Are you all right, my lady?" She replied, "I'm fine. Thank you." The physician let her go, then took a packet of medicine from his sleeve and handed it to her. He said, "This is for you. It's specifically for pregnant women. Walk more carefully in the future." Thien Tam caught the scent of the medicine and said, "This smell?" She watched the man's departing figure and thought to herself, "It's medicine to stabilize the pregnancy. He saw through my disguise as a man. But when just now, if he hadn't acted in time, I'm afraid something would have happened to both me and the baby. We have never met before, so why was he so kind to me?" Suspicion began to arise in Thien Tam's heart. At this time, Dan Lang ran over and called her name Tam Nhi. He reached out, took her hand, and pulled her along, saying, "Let's go back first. You need to rest now." She nodded and said, "Mm-hmm," then followed him back to their residence. Thien Tam sat on the bed while a doctor took her pulse. Dan Lang hurriedly asked the doctor, "The ninth consort is all right, isn't she?" The doctor smiled and replied, "Do not worry, Your Highness. Both the consort and the unborn child are safe." Hearing that, Dan Lang breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." He walked over and said to the doctor, "Doctor, let's step outside first." Thien Tam from the bed called out at that moment, "I am a doctor myself. I already told you I'm fine. You're making a mountain out of a molehill." He explained, "I was only worried about you. Today was all my fault. Don't be mad at me anymore, okay? Seeing you like this makes me very uneasy." He reached out to gently stroke her cheek and said, after hearing that she only said, "I'm a bit tired, you should step out first." Seeing that she didn't intend to forgive him, he continued to explain, "My visit to Thien Huang Pavilion wasn't what you think." Hearing this, she coldly replied, "I haven't even asked anything yet. You don't need to force yourself to explain anything to me." Hearing that, he smiled and asked, "Silly girl, can't I just want to talk to you?" She questioned him then, "Why didn't you tell me when you went to Thien Huang Pavilion?" He sighed, "This time Father Emperor has really put me in a tough spot." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "Father Emperor, what does your chasing after other women have to do with Father Emperor?" Dan Lang recounted, "Of course this is related to Father Emperor. If he hadn't sent me to investigate a certain brothel, how could you have misunderstood me?" After listening, Thien Tam crossed her arms with an unbelieving look. "You're certainly good at making excuses. Let's hear more of your nonsense." He explained to her, "Tam Nhi, I'm truly not lying to you. The truth is Father Emperor secretly issued a confidential order, ordering me to covertly investigate the younger generation of officials." This time she nodded sarcastically. "Oh, an investigation? Into officials? Does that investigation require going all the way to Thien Huang Pavilion? How impressive." He hurriedly explained, "No, Tam Nhi, it's because..." But she didn't want to hear any more, so she lay down on the bed, pulled up the blanket, and said, "Leave now. I need to sleep." Dan Lang was kicked out by Thien Tam. A Tuong followed him and sighed. "This subordinate told you that you shouldn't have gone, but you insisted on doing so. Now you've really made the madam angry." Dan Lang angrily scolded him for talking too much. "Withdraw." A Tuong bowed, "Yes, this subordinate shall take his leave." After a Tuong left, Dan Lang sighed. He leaned against the door and called out to Thien Tam inside, "Tam Nhi, don't be angry anymore. I have instructed the chef to bring some food up for you in a moment." Thien Tam lay on the bed in silence, saying nothing. Seeing this, Dan Lang closed his eyes slightly and then left. After a while, Luc Hua brought her a tray of food. "Young mistress, His Highness ordered the chef to prepare your favorite fish fillets." Thien Tam said sullenly, "Just leave it there. I'm not hungry yet." Luc Hua persuaded her, "But you haven't eaten anything since this morning. You should eat at least a little bit. Think of it as for the little prince, all right." Hearing this, Thien Tam remained silent. After a moment, she sat up and said, I want to eat. Luke Wai smiled, brought the food to her, and advised, eat slowly, mistress, be careful not to burn yourself. Watching Luke Wai lift a spoonful of soup for her, she smiled and asked, I'm already a mother, do I still need you to feed me? Let me eat by myself. She scooped up a spoonful of soup, drank it, and then asked, why is it so quiet outside? Where is everyone else? Luke Wai hesitated. Well, about this. Seeing Luke Wai falter, she asked, why are you hesitating? Did something happen? Luke Wai said immediately, it's nothing major. It's just that His Highness... Hearing this, Thien Tam looked up and asked, Min Lang, what did he do? Luke Wai replied, he knew the maids in the manor were spreading baseless rumors, so he punished them all, and then expelled them from the manor. Hearing this, Thien Tam was stunned. What? How could he decide that on his own? Luke Wai told her. I must say His Highness did the right thing this time. Those servants were lazy every day, and spent all their time gossiping behind their master's back. It's only right that they are gone. Seeing Thien Tam get up, Luke Wai asked, Mistress, aren't you going to eat anymore? Thien Tam said in a low voice, I'm not eating anymore. Then she went outside and said, I want to go find him. Hearing this, Luke Wai hurriedly called out, Mistress. Seeing Thien Tam approach, a Tuong spoke up and asked, Madam, why have you come here? Thien Tam said, I've come to find Min Lang. I have something to say to him. A Tuong hesitated and looked inside. Inside the study, as soon as he saw her, Dan Lang asked happily, Tamni, why have you come here? While right behind him was Tai Bin. She asked him in surprise, why is she here? Tai Bin hurriedly explained, Madam, I was just passing by the head office, and the head of the room said that the maid who delivers meals to His Highness is sick, so I came over here. Thien Tam asked back, oh, is that so? Dan Lang ordered, fine, you may be dismissed for now. Tai Bin quickly said, yes, I shall take my leave, and then walked out of Dan Lang's study. On the way, she thought angrily, it wasn't easy to finally have a chance to be alone with His Highness. Yet she had to ruin my good timing. Inside the study, Dan Lang smiled, took Thien Tam's hand, and asked, Tamni, did you come to see me for something? She asked him, why didn't you discuss with me the matter of dismissing all the servants in the manor? Tamni, did you come to find me just to say these things? She asked angrily, their families are all in the capital. Now that you've sent them away, how can they return to the capital from Jiangnan? He held her shoulders and asked, Tamni, do you know how happy I am that you came to see me? But you're getting angry with me. Over a group of maids! Hearing this, she remained silent. Dan Lang reached out to caress her cheek. She gripped his hand and said, in your eyes, they are just a group of maids, but they have been with me for so long. You dismissed them without saying a single word to me. By doing so, do you not care about my feelings at all? Dan Lang asked her back then, have you ever cared about my feelings? They dared to gossip about me behind my back, destroying the affection between us. It is already merciful of me not to have punished them severely. There is no use in keeping such servants. It is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. Thien Tam fell silent after hearing that. Dan Lang turned his back and walked toward his desk. I am very happy that you came to see me, but if it is because of those maids, I can only ask a Tuong to take you back. A Tuong stepped inside and called out, Madam, allow me to escort you. Thien Tam coldly turned her back. No need, I know my own way back. I can go by myself. She then turned and left in anger. A Tuong said worriedly, Your Highness, is it safe for Madam to return alone like this? He replied, she is no longer a child. She will know what to do. A Tuong frowned and asked, But Your Highness, why don't you explain the situation clearly to Madam? Dan Lang asked back, Explain what? Tell her that I found out. That ministers intentionally placed maids by her side to sabotage the relationship between husband and wife, so those ministers could have a chance to push their daughters in. A Tuong hesitated, but then, Madam will only get angrier after hearing that. Dan Lang held his head. That's why I know that girl's temperament all too well. Talking to her about this is useless. A Tuong frowned. But letting Madam misunderstand Your Highness like this is not good either. About what happened this morning at Tien Huang Pavilion, Dan Lang stopped him. From now on in my presence, do not mention Tien Huang Pavilion again. A Tuong quickly covered his mouth and replied, yes. Tai Bin, standing outside, overheard the conversation and thought to herself, the head lady said Madam also went to Tien Huang Pavilion. What a pity she didn't fall and die right there. Some in the manor even say that Madam met a man at Tien Huang Pavilion. That must be why His Highness is angry with Madam. I must look into this carefully. At that thought, she broke into a smug smile. The next day inside Thien Tam's courtyard, she was sitting and holding her stomach while reading. Luki walked in to report. Miss, His Highness has ordered the kitchen to make sugar soup and told me to bring it here. Thien Tam nodded. Take it and give it to the maids. I don't want to eat. Hearing this, Luke Wai advised her, but miss, you haven't eaten for several days now. Luke Y set the soup bowl down and continued, "Furthermore, His Highness has already given orders. If any maid dares to accept this sweet soup, Duke Nye will punish her by making her clean the stables. So, Miss..." Lukey reached out and snatched the book from Thean Tam's hand. "You wouldn't want to make things difficult for me and the other maids, would you?" She flashed a pleading smile, her face clearly saying, "Please be good and drink the soup." Seeing this, Thean Tam broke into a sweat and sighed. "All right, as it happens, I am hungry too." Thean Tam obediently picked up the soup bowl and drank. Luke Y smiled at the sight. As expected, His Highness knows Miss best. He knows that Miss is a soft-hearted person. After finishing the soup, Thean Tam said, "What's the use of being soft-hearted? When? I can't even keep the maids in my own courtyard." Luke Y told her, "Miss, you absolutely must not think like that. I heard from a Tuong's side that the previous maids in the courtyard were up to no good." Hearing that, Thean Tam inquired, "How were they no good?" Luke Y recounted a Tuong said that. Among those maids, several were planted by officials in the imperial court, wanting to monitor the movements of His Highness and Miss. Thean Tam was stunned to hear this. Monitor our movements. Haven't the fifth prince and consort Lei already? Surely court officials would, Luke Y sighed. If even a miss as clever as you doesn't understand the issue, then I understand it even less. At the same time, on Danlang's side, a Tuong knocked on his door and called, "Your Highness. Tai Bin has a matter she needs to discuss with you." Danlang nodded. Let her in." He was sitting at his desk. Tai Bin entered and bowed. "This servant pays respects to Your Highness." He asked, "Did Madam send you here?" She hurriedly knelt down and said, "No, it is that I have the matter I wish to report to Your Highness." Danlang was surprised. "What matter?" She recounted, "Your Highness. Last night I stayed up all night to watch over Madam, and I heard Madam constantly calling out someone's name." He gestured for her to continue. She recounted, "This servant heard that name. It didn't seem to be Your Highness's taboo name." Danlang asked her, "Then whose name was Madam calling?" She replied, "It seemed to be Thanhua." Danlang stepped toward her, leaning down to ask, "Are you sure you didn't hear wrong?" She quickly replied, "This servant did not hear wrong." Upon hearing this, Danlang angrily slapped her. "You wench!" Having been slapped by Danlang, Tai Bin hurriedly pleaded, "Please forgive me, Your Highness." Danlang angrily grabbed her hair. "Listen here, if you ever dare to utter such baseless words again, slandering the madam, I will have someone cut out your tongue." Terrified, she said, "Your Highness, it's because this morning I found a letter in Madam's room." Danlang's face darkened as he frowned. She took out a letter. "This servant would not dare to slander Madam. I only hope Your Highness will see the truth." Danlang knitted his brows as he listened to her continue. "This servant heard that person is a famous physician. He went to Tianhuang Pavilion last night, and today Madam sent a letter to his door." Danlang asked her, "Has Madam read this letter yet?" He clutched the letter in his hand as she replied, "This servant doesn't know. It's just that I heard Sister Luke Y say that Madam wants to go out today." Just then, Luke Y rushed inside and scolded, "Shut your mouth, you wench! How dare you secretly judge your master behind her back?" Luke Y angrily rushed in, slapped Tai Bin, and cursed. "I was wondering why His Highness and Madam have been so distant lately. There is always a distance between them. Turns out it's because a lowly wench like you is interfering. Today I must silence that mouth of yours to see if you ever dare to gossip behind others' backs again." Luke Y grabbed her and slapped her across the face repeatedly. A Tuong hurriedly stopped her. "Luke Y, stop hitting her. You're going to kill her." Luke Y gritted her teeth. "I must beat this little wench to death. Madam treated her so well, yet she still did this sort of thing, intentionally trying to throw dirt on Madam." Pah! Tai Bin was beaten until her face was black and blue. She sat to one side, remaining silent for a while. Then she turned and spoke to Danlang. "Your Highness? I didn't. Please, Your Highness, grant me justice." Just then, Thean Tam stepped inside and asked, "You didn't, you say?" Hearing Thean Tam's voice, she was startled. Thean Tam walked in and questioned her. "You didn't secretly take my letter, and you didn't secretly slander me?" Upon seeing Thean Tam, she began to tear up and said hesitantly, "This servant." Thean Tam asked again, "First, I didn't scold you. Second, I didn't hit you. What are you crying for?" She quickly stood up and said, "Madam, my heart is fragile. Sister Luke Y is a bully. She beat me into this state. Should I not cry?" Thean Tam nodded. "Yes, you should cry. Our crown prince is a man who cherishes beauty. Perhaps if you cry, you might even cry your way into a concubine position. That wouldn't be a bad deal." Hearing her say that, Danlang frowned and called Tam Ni. Thean Tam turned to him and said, "Your Highness, I am merely complimenting you. Tai Bin is my maid. If Your Highness wants her, just take her. Don't be shy about asking." Danlang frowned and said, "I have no need for her." Tai Bin was stunned to hear this and called out, "Your Highness!" Lukey laughed loudly and said to Tai Bin, "You're just flattering yourself." Who would have thought even His Highness doesn't want you anymore? Tai Bin gritted her teeth and snapped, "Shut up!" Luke Wai feigned fear and covered her mouth. How terrifying. Madam, look at what she's become. Before you even gave the order, she already told me to shut up. Thien Tam gave the order, "Luke Yi, leave us first." Luke Yi hesitated. "But madam," Thien Tam said, "leave us. I have matters to discuss with His Highness." Luke Wai quickly replied, "Yes, ma'am." Then she turned to Tai Bin. "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what madam said?" She snapped back. "I don't need your reminders. Madam only told you to leave, not me." She stubbornly insisted on staying. Dan Lang angrily shouted, "Everyone leave us!" Hearing this, she was shocked and asked, "Your Highness," Dan Lang said coldly, "do you want me to have to repeat myself?" She bowed her head. "Yes, this servant understands." This servant takes her leave. Both Luke Wei and Tai Bin left. Once outside, seeing Tai Bin still intended to linger there, Luke Wei snorted, "What is it the masters are talking? Do you still intend to stand here and eavesdrop?" She retorted angrily, "The legs are mine. Do you intend to control where I walk and stand as well?" Seeing Thien Tam walk out, she was startled and asked, "Madam, why did you come out?" Thien Tam asked coldly. "If I didn't come out, then how could I hear your ambitions?" Luke Wei ran over and said, "Madam, be careful. Look, now is not the time for you to blame the servants for talking behind her back." Thien Tam approached, looked her over for a while, and then smiled. "Indeed, you do have some beauty. But do you think that relying only on this beauty, you can win Min Lang's heart? You are far too naive." She replied confidently, "Since ancient times, heroes have always loved beauties. If Madam says that I am beautiful, then naturally His Highness will like me too." She stepped closer, grabbed Thien Tam's hand, and asked, "Furthermore, just now, Madam also agreed to let His Highness take concubines. Could it be that Madam was not sincere in wishing His Highness well?" Hearing her speak so confidently, Luke Wei let out a laugh. "You really are quite naive. Even if my Madam agrees, do you truly think His Highness would lay eyes on the likes of you?" Hearing this, Tai Bin frowned slightly. Thien Tam said, "Enough. I have said all I needed to say. Luke Yi, let's go." Luke Wei hurriedly ran after her, supporting her and advising, "Madam, please walk slowly. Be careful with the baby." The two of them left, leaving Tai Bin standing there alone. Inside Dan Lang's study, he called out, "A Tuong." A Tuong entered and bowed. "Please give your orders, Your Highness." Dan Lang questioned him. "The way she speaks to the madam? Is she always so lacking in manners?" A Tuong replied, "Yes. Previously, I always thought she was an obedient maidservant, but perhaps because she has frequent contact with Your Highness, her words have become increasingly arrogant." Dan Lang frowned. "Is that so? Then just throw her out of the manor." Hearing this, a Tuong was startled. Throw her out? But Your Highness, can you really bear to do that?" He barked, "Shut up. She is merely a spiteful maid. What is there to bear? In the future, whoever dares to make the madam upset, just throw them straight outside." A Tuong replied, "Yes. I will go and settle this matter." Seeing Thien Tam going to find someone, Luke Wei asked, "Young lady, His Highness misunderstood you just now. Going to see him now might not be very appropriate." "I'm going to see my master's old friend. What's inappropriate about that?" Luke Wei tried to advise, "But young lady, you are a woman. If someone sees you, and it reaches His Highness's ears." "I'm afraid that—" Thien Tam sighed. "All right, stop nagging and go knock on the door." Luke Wei did as she was told and approached the door. An old man opened this door and asked, "Who is it?" "You're a strange face, young lady. Who are you looking for?" Thien Tam smiled. "I am here to see Divine Physician Than Hua. Please inform him for me. Tell him I am the disciple of Master Fuang, an old acquaintance of his." The old man nodded. "Very well. Madam, please wait a moment." Luke Yi was curious. "Young lady, you just said that your master and Divine Physician Than Hua know each other. If he is a good friend of Master Fuang, based on your status, young lady, you should probably address him as Uncle, right? A junior visiting and caring for her uncle. There's nothing wrong with that, is there?" Thien Tam spoke softly. "All right, stop muttering. In his letter, Master specifically instructed me to come see the Divine Physician. Stop overthinking things here." Luke Wei explained, "How could I not be concerned? That letter didn't clearly state the sender's identity. His Highness might not even know it was written by Master Fuang." After a while, Thien Tam was led into the manor by the old butler. He bowed and said, "Madam, the Divine Physician invites you inside." Thien Tam followed the old man into the residence. The Divine Physician was already standing there waiting. As soon as he saw her, he smiled. "The 9th Prince's consort, you've arrived." The old man was terrified upon hearing that. "You are the 9th Prince's consort." Thien Tam quickly gestured for silence. "Shh, I came here in secret. You mustn't make a scene." Hearing that, he hurriedly covered his mouth and replied, "Yes." Thien Tam said to the physician, "Since you are Master's friend and you once saved me, why don't you just call me by my name? Divine Physician. Thanhua smiled and replied, "Fine, then I shall call you Tam Ni." Thanhua walked further inside. He ordered the butler, "Serve some tea to Tam Ni." The butler approached and brought a cup of tea to her. "Ninth Prin, I mean, madam. Madam, please have some tea." Thientam smiled and nodded. "Yes, thank you for your trouble." After that, she turned to Divine Physician Thanhua and said, "Actually, the reason I came to see you today is because I'd like you to help look into my master's whereabouts." Hearing this, Thanhua was surprised. "Since we parted ways in the capital, I haven't known where he went either. Is there a reason you're looking for him?" Thientam sighed. "It's nothing urgent. It's just that I've been bored lately and wanted to record some medical techniques. So there are many points I need to consult Master about." The butler listening nearby spoke up. "What a coincidence. My master has written many volumes of medical case records. Madam, if you have any questions, you can just ask him." Thientam was amazed. "Really?" The butler nodded. Of course it's true. My master is very formidable," receiving the praise. Thanhua smiled and explained, "I only know a little bit. I am still far behind your master." The butler, remembering the stack of books Thanhua had written, quickly said, "Master has already written many medical books. Don't be so modest." Thanhua laughed awkwardly and scratched his head. This was just a matter of incidental inspiration. Thientam looked at the stack of books that Thanhua had written and was dazed. "So you call this inspiration?" Lukwai stood beside her and asked, "Madam, at some point, you should also be inspired to write a book like this." Thientam smiled, performed a formal greeting, and said, "I am but a humble junior, but I truly wish to study the medical arts. I hope the Divine Physician will not mind guiding me." Thanhua said softly, "Quickly, no need for such formalities. I cannot accept such a grand gesture." Thientam heard this and asked sadly, "Is the Divine Physician unwilling to help me?" Thanhua smiled. No, Tam Ni. Studying medicine to bring blessings to the people is a noble cause. Of course I will support you." Thientam hurriedly asked, "Then what did you mean just now?" He answered, "But I worry that by researching too much into medical techniques, since we are not of the same bloodline, even if I help you, I fear your efforts might go to waste." Thientam nodded thoughtfully. "What I am researching compared to conventional pharmacology is indeed quite different. It involves human anatomy. And because of this, I haven't dared to record it in a book." Thanhua asked again, "Are you afraid your methods are too bold, and thus won't be accepted?" Thientam nodded and recounted, "Yes. I once performed a cesarean section to deliver the baby for the wife of the Academy academician. I also once performed bloodletting and bone scraping for the consort mother, even though it was to save lives. In reality, very few people can accept such things." Thanhua nodded. "I understand your thoughts." Thientam was astonished to hear that. Thanhua took out a stack of papers and explained with a smile, "Because I once had the same way of thinking as you." Thanhua handed the manuscript to her and said, "This is a book I wrote in the past, and I thought I would never be able to bring it out in my lifetime. Take it with you. Perhaps it can help you." Thientam returned to her room. Luki was behind her making the bed. Suddenly she heard Thientam ask, "What has His Highness been doing these past few days?" Luki replied immediately, "According to a Tuong, His Highness has been busy in his study lately, handling court affairs. However, it seems he invited a guest over today." Thientam stood up and asked hurriedly, "Who is the guest?" Lukai hugged a pillow and suggested, "If you are curious, young lady, why not go and see for yourself?" Thientam turned her head shyly and replied defiantly, "What does it matter to me who he meets? I'm not going to such a noisy place." Hearing that, Lukwai followed her and nodded in agreement. True. You are used to peace and quiet, young lady. But if this guest is the Divine Physician Thanhua, would you like to go meet him, eldest young lady?" Thientam was very surprised and asked back, "Did you hear that correctly? His Highness and he do not know each other. Why would he invite him here? My hearing and eyesight are very good. If you're curious, young lady, why not ask His Highness directly?" Thientam turned around and said, "Fine, then let's go." "It's not like I'm afraid of him." Lukai quickly chased after her, advising, "Please don't scare me like that anymore. If your body is tired today, then please go and rest. Be careful not to affect the baby." Thientam patted her chest. "Don't worry, the baby isn't that fragile." The two of them walked outside together. At this time, in a courtyard, Divine Physician Thanhua met Dan Lang and said with a smile, "I am merely a physician. If your Highness is seeking me for another matter, please forgive me, for I would be powerless to help." Dan Lang rested his chin on his hand and stared at Thanhua, saying with a smile, "Then what a coincidence. The reason I invited the Divine Physician today is precisely because I want you to take a look." Thanhua bowed and replied, "Your Highness's complexion looks very good. You do not seem ill at all." Dan Lang crossed his arms and said, "Of course it is not for me. It is for an old acquaintance of mine. He has been ill for many years. He has sought out many doctors, but all in vain. The divine physician's medical skills are superb. Could you please take a look at him? Tuong had just heard him calling. Tuong left immediately. After a while, he returned with a man and said, "Your Highness, your subordinate has brought the person." After hearing this, Don Long told the man, "Sit down." Then he turned to remind Than Hua, "Divine physician, whatever you do not disappoint His Highness." Thang Hua bowed and replied, "I will of course do my best." The other man held out his hand. Thang Hua stepped forward to take his pulse and then fell silent. Seeing this, Don Lang immediately began to mock and nitpick. Looking at the divine physician's reaction, it seems there's no way left, is there? In this circle, no matter who they are, as long as they know a little bit of medicine, they call themselves a divine physician. I see it's nothing more than that. Just then, Thien Tam arrived with Luke Wai and asked, "It's so lively here. Is there something fun going on? Can I join in?" As soon as he saw her, Than Hua stood up and bowed. "It's nothing much. It's just that His Highness had something he wanted me to look at." Standing nearby, Don Long hurriedly explained with a smile, "That's right. An old acquaintance of mine is ill, and I wanted the divine physician to take a look." However, he glanced at Than Hua and spoke disparagingly. "This divine physician doesn't seem to be that powerful after all. He can't even diagnose a minor ailment. It seems he's only famous in name." His tone was full of green tea vibes. It appeared he was jealous of Than Hua, because Thien Tam had taken notice of him. Thien Tam stepped closer and asked, "So that's how it is. But since when did you have an old acquaintance?" Hearing her ask about the old acquaintance, which was outside the point he was trying to make, he hurriedly tried to pull her back to his point. "What I mean is this, Tamni, didn't you hear me? I said the divine physician couldn't even diagnose the illness." But Thien Tam only smiled and said, "I heard you. It's just that my medical skills are also quite good. If you are sick, just let me treat you. Why bother the divine physician?" She turned around, glancing at the old acquaintance Dan Lang had mentioned, making him jump in fright. Dan Lang looked at Thien Tam and said hesitantly, "There is no need for Tam Ni to trouble yourself over this." Tuong quickly spoke up to support Don Long. That's right. Madam is currently pregnant. You shouldn't overexert yourself. You should go back and rest." The master and servant duo were playing off each other's words. Thien Tam gave them a cold look and asked, "Since when did I become so fragile?" "Enough, I am here to examine His Highness's old acquaintance." Seeing that he could not refuse, the man could only smile and say, "Then I shall trouble the 9th princess consort." "Thank you for your concern, 9th princess consort." Thien Tam reached out to take his pulse and then said, "The pulse is chaotic and the eyes are sunken. Have you been suffering from continuous diarrhea lately?" Upon hearing this, the man was startled. Yes, do I have some serious illness?" Thien Tam replied. "Not exactly. It is more like the cholera that broke out a while ago." Hearing Thien Tam's words, Than Hua understood. "No wonder I couldn't get a clear reading on the pulse. So that's how it is." Thien Tam nodded. "This illness resembles common diarrhea, so doctors often mistake it. It's a good thing you were careful and didn't jump to conclusions." Thang Hua said worriedly, "I heard this disease is contagious. I'm afraid your family members won't be able to avoid contracting this plague either." Hearing that, the man panicked. "Then can I still be saved?" Thang Hua replied, seeing the 9th princess consort's calm demeanor. "I know there will be a cure." Dan Lang stood nearby and curled his lip. "You are a divine physician and you know the origin of the plague. Why don't you just prescribe the medicine?" Thang Hua smiled again and replied, "Your Highness is making things difficult for me. We should still listen to what the princess consort has to say." Hearing that, Dan Lang began to act like a petulant wife, taunting his rival in love. "When did I ever make things difficult for you? The people all respect you. Calling you a divine physician, doesn't that imply your medical skills are supposed to be excellent?" Thien Tam frowned when she saw him constantly targeting Than Hua. "Stop it, that's enough. A divine physician is only human after all, not a god. It's only natural that there are things he doesn't know. Besides, he was even humble enough to ask for my medical guidance. Can I still keep it a secret and not let others know?" Dan Lang was furious to see her defending Than Hua, thinking to himself, "You're going to be the death of me." Thien Tam then turned to the patient and said, "This is also the first time I've encountered this illness. I can only provide a treatment based on ancient texts. We'll have to observe further to see how effective it is. Follow this prescription to get your medicine. Remember to have your whole family take it too." Saying that, she handed the prescription to the acquaintance. The man hurriedly bowed to thank the 9th princess consort. "If my whole family can recover, then you are our family's great benefactor." Thien Tam smiled. "It's settled then. I'll take my leave now." Thang Hua smiled and praised her. "Your medical skills are truly impressive. For Mr. Fuang to have a disciple like you is also his good fortune." Thien Tam blushed with embarrassment upon hearing the praise and hurriedly waved her hands. No, I'm still far behind my master." Dan Lang, standing by, spoke up to dismiss the guest. "Since the illness has been treated, Divine physician, please see yourself out. Theng Hua understood the hint to leave, bowed. Then I shall take my leave, and turned to walk away. After Than Hua left, Dan Lang turned to Thien Tam and asked, "He's already far away. Are you still looking after him?" Only then did she turn to ask him, "You are the 9th prince after all. Why did you intend to make things difficult for him like that?" Dan Lang huffed in a sulky tone. "Who told him to dare get close to you?" She explained, "He is a friend of my master. I only sought him out to ask for medical guidance." Dan Lang remained unconvinced. He rested his chin on his hand with a grumpy look on his face. "Is that so? I only said one thing about him. Yet you had so much to say back to me. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was the outsider here." Thien Tam covered her mouth and yawned. As soon as Dan Lang saw this, he hurriedly reached out to stroke her head and asked, "What's wrong? Are you very sleepy?" She replied, "Yeah, I don't know why. Is it because my body has been feeling heavier lately, that I always feel so drowsy?" Hearing this, he quickly took her hand and asked with a smile, "Then shall we go back to the room and rest a bit?" She shook her head. "I don't want my life to be nothing but eating and sleeping every day. If it keeps going like this, I'll go crazy." He nodded hurriedly. All right, we won't sleep. I just happened to hear some good news. Do you want to hear it?" She asked curiously. "Oh, what kind of good news?" Dan Lang recounted. "Today the county is holding the Cowherd and Weaver Girl Festival. If you're feeling bored at home, then I'll take you out for a stroll, all right?" That evening, the streets began to be adorned with hanging lanterns and decorations. The streets were crowded and bustling with people. They formed into various groups. A girl asked her friend, "Do you know where the Cowherd and Weaver Girl Festival originated from?" One young lady shook her head. "I don't know, tell us quickly." The girl shared the story. Legend has it that, long ago, in a cattle-herding household in Nanyang Prefecture, Yangcheng County, there was an intelligent and kind-hearted young man. From a young age, he lived with his older brother and sister-in-law. His sister-in-law was a malicious woman who frequently beat him. One day, she told him to go out and herd the cattle. That day happened to be when the Weaver Girl and other fairies descended to the mortal realm to play by a nearby lake. With the help of his old ox, the cowherd Niu Lang was united in fate with the Weaver Girl Jinu. Ultimately, the Weaver Girl married the cowherd. She not only brought celestial silkworms to the mortal realm, but also taught all the villagers how to raise silkworms, spin silk, and weave cloth. Upon hearing this, her friend asked, "How admirable. Then they must have lived very happily together, right?" The young lady replied, "Quite the opposite. After the Queen Mother found out about this, she used a golden hairpin to draw a river, forcing them apart and only allowing them to meet once a year on this day, on the Magpie Bridge." Passing by, Thien Tam heard the story and remarked, "To think I have never heard of this Cowherd and Weaver Girl festival before. It turns out there is a story so beautiful yet so sad." Dan Lang smiled. "Silly girl, you rarely stay in the capital, so it's only natural that you haven't heard of these folk legends." Just then a Tuong ran over to report. "Your subordinate has a matter to report. I hope the Crown Princess Consort will excuse us." She nodded. All right. You go take care of your business. It's the perfect time for me to head up ahead. And look at the lantern riddles." She walked to where the lantern riddles were being held. The shopkeeper hurriedly ran over and asked, "Oh, does this madam wish to solve some lantern riddles?" Thien Tam nodded. That's right. I want to give it a try." She then turned her head away and sighed. "It's been a long time since I've been out for a stroll. I find myself a bit out of touch with others now." Seeing that Dan Lang had not returned after a while, she wondered, "He's been gone so long. Could something major have happened?" At that moment, a group of young ladies were performing a fan dance. Each movement was incredibly graceful. Every girl was exceptionally beautiful. Thien Tam asked in surprise, "Hey, what kind of performance is this?" Just then, a lady passed by. Thien Tam was instantly moved the moment she saw her. So beautiful, a truly beautiful fairy. As soon as they saw her, the people around began to whisper, "Quick look! Isn't that the daughter of Prince Annam? Oh my goodness! She has grown up to be so stunning, like a fairy descended to earth. Fairy sister, please look at me." Prince Annam appeared and clapped his hands in praise. Good, truly my daughter." Upon seeing him, the young lady smiled and said, "Greetings, father." He instructed her, "Today is a festival, just go and enjoy yourself. Don't mind me, just pay attention to your safety. I must be going now too." The daughter of Prince Annam smiled and said to her father, "Yes, your daughter obeys your command, father." When the lady saw Dan Lang, she marveled. What an outstandingly handsome man. Coincidentally, it is the Cowherd and Weaver Girl Festival. Could it be that this is a destiny ordained by heaven? She hurriedly ran to Dan Lang and called out, "Young master." This humble girl pays her respects to the young master. "May I ask, young master?" But Dan Lang coldly ignored her, which gave her a start. Dan Lang smiled as he walked up to Thien Tam and called out, "Tam Nhi, Why did you run off here all by yourself? Do you know I have been looking for you for a long time? He reached out and took Thientam's hand. She hurriedly said, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. He smiled. Silly girl. I'm not blaming you. I was just worried about you. Let's go, I will take you for a walk somewhere else. Thientam nodded in agreement. Okay? Standing nearby, the daughter of Prince Annam was furious to see that Dan Lang paid her no mind at all. She thought, I'm clearly more beautiful than she is, yet he doesn't even spare me a glance, while treating her so tenderly. On what grounds? Seeing the two leaving, she brazenly spoke up. Wait a moment. I want to compete with you. When Thientam saw the girl, pointing at her, she was utterly confused. She asked, Are you talking to me? The girl frowned and replied, That's right. Tell me, do you dare to challenge me to a match? Thientam said flatly, No, I don't dare. Husband, let's go. Hearing this, the girl was stunned. What? How can you be so spineless? Even though Thientam refused, she still brazenly ran up to block Thientam and asked, You're way too timid, you don't even dare. To have one match with me? Thientam nodded. Fine, I will compete with you, miss. I certainly understand that I am not your equal. In addition, I simply have no ambition. If there is nothing else, please move out of the way. Hearing that, the young lady of Annam snorted coldly. Even if you are pregnant, you shouldn't be so insecure. Otherwise, I'll give you a bit of an advantage. A man in the crowd spoke up. What insecurity? I think she just doesn't dare to show her ugly side in front of her husband. She is just a coward. The people around also started whispering, True. Miss To is perfect in both talent and beauty. Clearly, she is no match for Miss To. If she dares to compete, isn't she just inviting trouble upon herself? If she humiliates herself in front of her husband, I'm afraid she will fall out of favor. Hearing these words, Dan Lang angrily scolded, Shut up! Someone in the crowd laughed. Why so angry? What we said isn't wrong. It's your lady who doesn't dare to accept the challenge. Dan Lang frowned upon hearing this. Thientam quickly held him back. Husband, don't be angry. At most, I'll just have a match with her, all right. Hearing this, Miss To smiled triumphantly and asked, So what do you want to compete in? Thientam smiled and replied, A flower painting contest. You are the noble daughter of Prince Annam. I assume you wouldn't be afraid of that, right? She laughed. Ridiculous. How could I possibly be afraid? Someone quickly prepare ink and paper. After the supplies were brought in, Miss To said to Thientam, You paint first. Since you're pregnant, I'll let you go first. Thientam smiled and said to Miss To, Thank you for your kindness, miss. Then I won't stand on ceremony. She picked up the brush and approached the paper. With the paper held by two servants, she began to draw. The crowd continued to gossip. I bet she's terrified. Painting so fast. Won't it just turn out to be a mess in the end? Why did she even try to act arrogant toward Miss Tu? She really doesn't know her own limits. After a while, Thientam said, I have finished painting. Everyone was astonished as soon as they saw her painting. This is Zhao Feiyan performing the palm dance, such a spirited and graceful dance. This is much better than Miss To's work. With such superb skill, I'm afraid it would be hard to find another like it in this world. Miss To looked at Thientam's painting and was utterly shocked. She gritted her teeth. How hateful to actually let her outshine me first. Then her servant ran up and called out, Miss? She angrily asked, What do you want to say? The servant asked, Painting is not your strongest suit, miss. Since she is so skilled at painting, perhaps it would be better to just give up. Miss To angrily barked, Shut up! Today is my time to shine. How could I forget? The servant hesitated. But, she said furiously, stop talking nonsense and get lost. After that, she turned to scold the other servants. Are you all dead? Why haven't you brought the brush to me yet? The servants quickly handed her the brush. Miss To prepared to paint. Though she talked tough, she was sweating inside and thought with a frown, disturbed by that servant girl. Now my mind is completely blank on what to paint. On the other side, Dan Lang approached to praise Thientam. My wife is truly amazing. You've worked hard. Thientam said, Who told her to provoke me? This time I want to see what her abilities are really like. The crowd seeing that, Miss To had not moved her brush for a long time, began to urge her. Why aren't you painting yet? Isn't Miss To the talented lady of Bayou? Surely it's not possible that she can't even beat this lady. Hearing these comments about herself, Miss To angrily screamed, All of you shut up! Isn't it just a painting? How could I possibly lose to her? She gritted her teeth and began to step up to paint. While painting, she said, I will absolutely not let her see that I am a laughingstock. After a while, she said, I'm finished. Open your eyes wide and admire this. The people around looked at the painting and muttered, What is this? I can't even see a ripple. I basically can't even tell if this is a sunrise or a sunset. The painting is crude and the swallows are drawn so poorly. It's so hard to look at. She was extremely angry when she heard those words. Her servant asked worriedly, Miss, are you all right? She angrily slapped her servant. Get out! All of you get out. I must go tell my father. Then she ran away. Thien Tam saw this and felt worried. Nothing bad will happen to her, right? Dan Lang shrugged unbothered. Who knows? It's rare for you to go out. Don't let this kind of thing ruin your mood. Thien Tam nodded. You're right, husband. I just saw some masks being sold up ahead. I want to go take a look. He immediately smiled and agreed. All right, as you wish. Let's go buy masks. The next day, in the manor of Prince Annam, Miss To was fuming with rage. She swept all the food off the table and cursed. What kind of food did you cook? It tastes deathly awful. Take it and feed it to the pigs. Seeing this, the chef hurriedly reported, but these are all dishes. Made according to your preferences, miss. She shouted back angrily, you still dare to talk back? I think you're tired of living. Get out of my sight. Right at that moment, Prince Annam walked in and asked with a smile, who dares to bully my precious daughter? Tell father and I will handle it for you. She gritted her teeth and snorted. Who else could it be? But a pregnant woman at the festival. At today's Cowherd and Weaver Girl festival. She was so ugly. Yet she stole my spotlight. It's so infuriating. Hearing this, Prince Annam was surprised. It's just an ignorant pregnant woman. Why let her make you so angry? She looked up and said, however, father, her husband looked very handsome and distinguished. I liked him the moment I saw him. Hearing this, Prince Annam understood. Oh, your standards have always been so high. How could a mere village woman catch your eye? She shyly replied, I saw. His noble demeanor and unique aura. He is far superior to those noble young lords. Prince Annam asked her, besides his appearance, do you remember any other details about him? She answered, I don't remember clearly. I think I heard him call his wife Thien Tam. Upon hearing this name, Prince Annam was startled. Seeing her father's expression, Thien To was surprised. That's right, she's just a village woman. Why are you so shocked, father? Prince Annam angrily barked, shut up. Listen to me carefully. From now on, you are not to involve yourself with those two ever again. They are not people we can afford to mess with. Hearing this, she was frightened. But why, father? He replied. You don't need to know much. Just remember exactly what I said. I have matters to attend to. Stay inside for the next few days. Despite her father's warning, she didn't take it to heart and snorted coldly. I'm not afraid. Someone come here. Her servant hurriedly ran over and asked, what are your orders, miss? She commanded, secretly investigate the identity of those two people from yesterday. Go do it quickly and report back to me. The servant replied, but the prince just ordered that you shouldn't mess with those two. She slammed the table and cursed, bastards. Is there anyone here more powerful than my father? Why are you still standing there? Go now. Seeing her so furious, the servant hurriedly replied, yes, I'll go right away. That evening in their residence, Thien Tam yawned and said, we must return to the capital soon. It's almost dawn. I'm so sleepy. Dan Lang approached and embraced her. He picked her up and said, be good, I'll have General A set up a bed in the carriage for you. You lie there and sleep, okay? She smiled and replied, all right, I'll listen to you, husband. Dan Lang looked up and called, General, a hurry, let's go. After that, the carriage was equipped with an extra cushion. Thien Tam was placed on the soft cushion. Sleep well. Dan Lang looked at her sleeping soundly and thought, so silly, last night you stole the spotlight from Tuyen Lin at the festival, at the Cowherd and Weaver Girl festival. If I weren't afraid that she would hold a grudge and do something harmful to you, how could I have the heart to bring you back to the palace? In the middle of the night, just then the horse gave a loud neigh. Seeing the carriage suddenly stop, Dan Lang quickly pulled back the curtain and asked, what happened? General A said, Your Highness, look over there. Dan Lang turned his head and saw that the person blocking his carriage was the divine physician Than Hua. He was approaching on a white horse. Dan Lang uttered a surprised, oh, why have you appeared here? Divine physician Than Hua replied, I am here for a journey, of course. Hearing this, General A asked naively, in the middle of the night before dawn, you've come all this way for a journey. Your Highness, do you believe that? Dan Lang replied, I don't. The physician smiled. Believe it or not, this is a public road. Surely your Highness won't stop me from passing right. Dan Lang coldly replied, of course. Then he went back into the carriage. He ordered General A to continue the journey. General A immediately replied, yes, your Highness. Then he drove the carriage forward. Inside the carriage, Thien Tam sat up, rubbing her eyes and whispering, I heard you talking just now. Did something happen? Dan Lang quickly stroked her head and said with a smile, it's nothing. Go back to sleep. I'll wake you at dawn. And so the carriage continued on its way. After some time, General A went to the carriage and called, Your Highness, we have returned to the palace. Dan Lang smiled, looking at Thien Tam, who was still snoring on his lap. While she was snoring, he softly called, Come on, Tam, you wake up. We have arrived. Thien Tam sat up dazed. Huh, so fast. I'm still not fully awake. He reassured her, Be good, let's go into the palace first. You can sleep more once we get home, okay? He got out of the carriage first, supported her, and said, "Now watch your step carefully." Just then the sound of hoofbeats echoed. Dan Lang frowned slightly. Thien Tam turned around in surprise. Seeing divine physician Than Hua, she asked, "Why have you come here too?" "This is great, now I can continue learning medical texts." Dan Lang quickly stood behind her, holding her as if marking his territory, and said, "There are many imperial physicians in the palace. Wouldn't it be very easy to find medical books? There's no need to trouble him. You followed us all this way, and I didn't drive you away. But now we are at the palace gate. If you don't leave now, don't blame the gate guards for making things difficult for you." Divine physician Than Hua smiled. "Thank you, Your Highness, for the reminder. However, how the guards treat me is not something you need to worry about." Dan Lang angrily turned away and snorted, "As you wish." Just then a eunuch ran out from the palace. "Crown Princess, you two are finally back. Her Highness has been waiting for you since early morning." Hearing this, Thien Tam immediately asked, "Eunuch Lai, is Mother feeling unwell somewhere?" Eunuch Lai smiled and replied, "Crown Princess, please rest assured, once you visit her, won't you know for yourself?" Thien Tam turned and pulled Dan Lang's arm. "Then let's go visit Mother Consort. Coincidentally, my stomach is a bit hungry too. Mother Consort must have prepared a lot of delicious food." Dan Lang smiled and said to Thien Tam, all right. "It's all as you wish, my greedy little cat. Let's go." Dan Lang held Thien Tam, intending to go meet Consort Hua with her. But Eunuch Lai bowed and said, "Please, Your Highness, follow this servant to see the Emperor. The Emperor has matters to discuss with you." Dan Lang frowned and asked, "Father Emperor wants to see me." Eunuch Lai turned to ask Than Hua, "This must be the divine physician, right?" Than Hua bowed to greet the eunuch. Eunuch Lai walked over to Than Hua and said, "Since you are already here, then please come with this servant to have an audience with the Emperor." Than Hua nodded and replied, "All right, I shall follow your lead." Hearing that, Thien Tam hurriedly asked Eunuch Lai, "What is going on? Did Father Emperor invite the divine physician to the capital?" Dan Lang was surprised. "Something hasn't happened in the palace, has it?" Eunuch Lai sighed. "It is not convenient for this servant to say. I only hope Your Highness will go see the Emperor. Then make a decision. Please follow me." Eunuch Lai walked ahead to lead the way. Dan Lang followed with a frown. Thien Tam comforted him. "Don't worry. You'll know what's happening as soon as you go with Eunuch Lai." He nodded. "All right. Then I'll have General A accompany you to Mother Consort's place. I'll join you later." Upon hearing this, General A immediately saluted. "Don't worry, Your Highness. This subordinate will take good care of the princess." Thien Tam watched the backs of Dan Lang and Than Hua as they left. General A called out to her, "Princess, let's go. Don't keep Her Highness waiting any longer." At this moment, in front of Consort Hoa's palace gate, she looked up at the sun and muttered, "The sun is already so bright, but why? Haven't Langer and Tamer returned yet? I wonder if it's too hot for them on the road." Her palace servant said worriedly, "Your Highness, you have been standing here all morning. Aren't you tired?" "Your Highness cares for the prince and princess, but you also need to pay attention to your own health. Please don't wait any more. The sun will be too much for you." Just then, Thien Tam's voice rang out, "Mother Consort." Hearing her voice, Consort Hoa asked in surprise, "Tamer?" Thien Tam ran over, calling, "Mother Consort, Tamer is back." She threw herself into Consort Hoa's arms. Tamer missed Mother Consort so much. She replied, "I missed you very much too. It's good that you're back. You must be hungry after the journey, right? I've prepared so much delicious food. Come have something to eat first." She nodded obediently, following the Mother Consort into the room. As expected, many delicious dishes were spread out on the table, looking extremely appetizing. Thien Tam's eyes lit up at the sight of all the chicken, duck, and fish, all the things she loved to eat. Consort Hoa ladled a bowl of soup for her and said with a gentle smile, "Drink a little soup first." Thien Tam took it and responded excitedly, "Thank you, Mother Consort." "Mother Consort is the best," she smiled. "This is just what a mother should do. The journey must have been very taxing for you. My grandchild hasn't been troubling you, has he?" She cradled her belly and said softly, "No, the baby is very good and particularly obedient." Consort Hoa asked Thien Tam curiously, "How did you find this trip to Jiangnan, Tamer?" Thien Tam, while wiping her mouth, smiled and began to recount. "The scenery in Jiangnan and the capital are not at all alike. The customs and cuisine also have huge differences. If Mother Empress had the time, she really ought to go see it for herself." She smiled. "It's good that you had a pleasant time. These past few months have been so dull for me. I couldn't even find anyone to talk to." Upon hearing this, Thien Tam immediately rested her chin on her hands with a warm smile. "Hasn't Tamer returned now?" "Whenever Mother Consort wants to talk, we can." Consort Hoa felt at peace seeing her so happy. "I couldn't help but worry about you and my grandson. Seeing how your body has changed, we should start making preparations." Meanwhile, in the Emperor's study, he was sitting at his desk. Dan Lang and the divine physician stepped inside. The emperor asked if the divine physician had any plan of action. Thenghua bowed and replied, "Reporting to your majesty. The envoy's condition might appear to be a simple case of not being used to the local water, but to this humble subject it looks more like chronic poisoning." Hearing this, the emperor asked, "Do you have any proof for your claim?" This humble subject has witnessed similar situations before during my medical practice. However, I must examine the envoy in person before I can reach a conclusion. The emperor nodded upon hearing this. That should be easy enough. Eunuch Lai, take the divine physician to see the envoy. Just say that I have ordered the medical clinic to deliver medicine. Hearing this, Eunuch Lai hurriedly bowed. Understood. This servant will escort the divine physician. Thenghua bowed and said to the emperor, "Then this humble subject shall take my leave first." After Thenghua left, Dan Lang looked annoyed and asked his father, "He is just a country doctor. Is he really that trustworthy? Is he truly reliable?" He replied, "The imperial physicians in the palace are all at their wits' end. If even he cannot be trusted, then I am out of options as well." Dan Lang frowned upon hearing that. Is it such a strange illness that even the imperial physicians could not diagnose it? He reassured him, "All right, don't worry about it anymore. Look, this pile of memorials is making my shoulders ache. Come over here and finish reviewing these for me." Upon hearing this, he was startled. Then realizing something, he asked his father, "The reason you summoned me isn't because of this, is it?" The emperor said, "Of course it is. You are the current crown prince. If you don't familiarize yourself with these matters early, how will you rule the country as king in the future?" Deng Langten said, "Why didn't I see the former emperor treat you like this back then, father? You are clearly just using this as an excuse." The emperor patted the stack of memorials and said, "Stop complaining. You are not leaving until you finish reviewing all of these." Dan Lang sighed, "I understand. I know. It is my honor to share your burdens, father." The emperor nodded. "It's good that you know. Once you finish these memorials, I have an important matter to entrust to you." Hearing that, Dan Lang asked, "What important matter is it? You have been the crown prince for some time now, yet your inner court only has the crown princess alone. Lately, the court officials have been voicing many criticisms." Dan Lang frowned at this. "Father, this is my personal matter." He continued, "I know you love the crown princess, but she is the daughter of the general." Dan Lang pondered, and so the emperor explained, "In the future, when you ascend the throne and make her empress, the general's manor will surely hold all the power in their hands." Dan Lang knew what the emperor was worried about, and frowned. General Hawk's family has always been loyal and devoted. This son is not afraid. Seeing that he could not persuade his son, the emperor frowned and sighed. Just because you are not afraid doesn't mean the court officials aren't. Minister Lai has been repeatedly submitting memorials lately, expressing his wish to send his daughter into the palace. Hearing that, Minister Lai wanted his daughter to enter the palace. Dan Lang angrily asked his father, "You didn't agree, did you?" Minister Lai's conduct is nothing to admire. "I naturally will not agree." Hearing this, Dan Lang breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." Unexpectedly, the emperor continued, "However, the princess from this neighboring country's delegation is not bad at all. Her status is quite fitting for you. You could consider taking her as a consort." As soon as he heard that, Dan Lang was stunned, then angrily slammed the table. "In my heart there is only the crown princess, and I am devoted only to her." The emperor scolded him angrily, "Nonsense. Appointing consorts is all about consolidating your position. There cannot be only the crown princess." Meanwhile, on the other side, Tian Tam was walking along the corridor with Luke Y. Her face darkened. Luke hurriedly said, "Young mistress, don't think too much about it. His Highness the Crown Prince also—" She waved her hand. "Say no more. I know, he is the Crown Prince. Shouldn't I have known this from the very beginning?" "Is that not so?" Luke Y hurriedly tried to comfort her. "No, it's not like that. Not every monarch uses marriage as a means to consolidate their status. Just because the emperor said so doesn't mean His Highness will follow suit. His Highness will surely not do such a thing." Tian Tam nodded and continued walking forward, saying, Perhaps so, let's go." That night, maidservants were standing guard in front of Consort Hoa's door. "Announcing to your Highness, His Highness has returned." Dan Lang ran over and called out to her mother consort. Consort Hoa beamed when she saw him. "You're finally back. Why, I thought your imperial father wouldn't let you go until late tonight. Let me see if you've grown any thinner." He spun around once with a brilliant smile. "Rest assured, mother consort, the crown princess has taken very good care of me." "Mother consort, is Tamer asleep?" She reached out and poked his forehead teasingly, saying, "Truly, once you have a wife, you forget your mother. You haven't even said 2 words and already you want to leave me." He held his head where she had poked it and smiled. "How could I possibly want to avoid you? It's just that I am worried about Tamer's health, so I feel a bit uneasy." She said, Fine. Don't worry, I have already settled everything. The moon is bright tonight. Come take a walk outside with me. He nodded. Yes. As it happens, I also have something I wish to discuss with you. The mother and son went out together. As they walked to the garden, Consort Hoa was the first to ask, "Is this about the princess of the Dongnyak kingdom?" Hearing this, Don Long asked in surprise. "Mother Consort, you already know," Consort Hoa said softly. "I heard your imperial father mention it. This time the Dongnyak princess has come with the intention of a political marriage. What do you think about it?" He said hurriedly, "Mother Consort, I only wish to spend my entire life with Tamer, only with her forever." Consort Hoa smiled and patted his shoulder. "You and Tamer are both good children. But being born into the imperial family, choices are never that simple." Dan Lang frowned. "Even you say that. Then do I even have a choice?" The next morning, Dan Lang, carrying a food box, entered Thientam's bedchamber. He opened the lid and said, "You're hungry, aren't you? Eat something first and then I'll take you for a walk." Thientam sat up, her hair disheveled, rubbing her eyes as she spoke. "How can anyone eat the moment they wake up? I'm about to turn into a pig at this rate." "Let me go wash up first," she said, yawning as she walked. Dan Lang stepped forward and hugged her from behind. He picked up a piece of cake to feed her and said, "Come on, open your mouth." She sighed, "Oh, all right." Opening her mouth, she took a bite of this pastry Don Long was feeding her. After she finished eating, he spoke up. "Tamer, I have something I need to discuss with you. This matter concerns the Princess of Nak." Seeing his smile fade, Thientam remained silent for a moment and then said, "Go ahead, tell me." He recounted the situation. "The Dongnyak Kingdom intends to arrange a political marriage. Imperial father wishes to match me with the Princess of Nak." After listening, Thientam only coldly replied, I see." Seeing this, Don Long chuckled and asked, "What do you mean, I see? Your husband is about to be shared. Are you not heartbroken?" With tears welling up, she pouted and replied, "I am heartbroken. But since Imperial father has spoken, what else can I possibly do?" Dan Lang sighed when he saw her expression. "This reaction of yours is way too fake. I was thinking, if we cannot change Imperial father's mind, then we should take action regarding the princess instead." Hearing that, Thientam was surprised. You have a plan," he pondered. "I heard that the princess has a very haughty temperament, and is quite short-tempered. If she discovers that her intended partner," understanding his point, Thientam immediately finished his sentence, "is a narrow-minded person, who enjoys bullying women, she will certainly be very disappointed." Dan Lang smiled and praised her. "Tamer, you truly are too clever. In a moment, you must play along with me for a bit." After a while, when the transformation was complete, the Dongnyak princess rode her white horse to the city gate. An attendant announced, "His Highness the Crown Prince arrives." Dan Lang was carried in on a sedan chair. He was leaning his chin on his hand, sleeping on the chair. Seeing this, the princess asked, "Is this the Crown Prince of your country?" She glanced over and, seeing Thientam walking beside the chair, asked in astonishment, "Was it not said that the Crown Prince loves the Crown Princess dearly? Why is he sitting in a sedan chair, while leaving the Crown Princess to walk like that?" Imperial physician Than Hoa replied, "I do not know either." Dan Lang opened his eyes, looked toward the princess, and asked, "Are you Huan Yantan, the Princess of Dongnyak?" She replied angrily, "That is correct. The Crown Prince arranged to meet the princess here so early. Is it to compete with me in horsemanship?" He replied, "This prince is afraid of heights and does not dare to ride a horse. It is just that lately, hearing that the princess was bored alone, I called the divine physician to compete with you." Hearing this, the princess snorted coldly. "The Crown Prince certainly shows great sincerity." She thought to herself, "The Crown Prince of a nation, yet he does not know how to ride a horse, and is so incredibly fussy. Truly a useless man." Dan Lang nodded lazily. "Thank you for the praise, Princess. Guards, this prince has been caught by the wind. With such a strong wind, do not let this prince catch a cold." The princess snorted coldly when she saw his behavior. Eunuch Lai hurriedly ran over and draped a cloak over Dan Lang. The Dongnyak princess snorted again at the sight, smirking as she thought to herself, "It seems he is not only a boor, but also a frail weakling." Than Hoa, who was standing nearby, asked her, "Does the princess have some dissatisfaction with the Crown Prince?" "Not at all. I just find it strange that the prince moves so fast. Does he not care for the Crown Princess at all?" Than Hoa hummed in response and looked to the side. He saw Thientam hurriedly chasing after Dan Lang, calling out, "Your Highness, please wait for me." Dan Lang angrily scolded, "Women are truly troublesome. Hurry up and get over here with this prince." Thientam immediately put on a remorseful face. "I am so sorry, Your Highness. I did not mean to." The Dongnyak princess grew furious upon seeing this. The Crown Princess is carrying his child in her womb. How can he be so aggressive with her? You see the Crown Princess being bullied like this, and you are just going to ignore it. The princess stepped forward in a rage and tightly grabbed Than Hoa's collar. Thang Hua said softly. This is the crown prince's business. How can I possibly interfere? Hearing that the princess let go of his collar, he straightened his clothes and said, Princess, you should prepare yourself. Don't go crying in secret later. Hearing this, she grew angry. How dare you doubt my abilities? In all my years, I have never met anyone who looks down on me like this. In a moment, I will show you the skills of this princess. With that, she immediately climbed onto her horse. Thang Hua followed suit and mounted his own. Both guided their horses to the starting line. A servant struck the gong to announce the event. The competition officially began. As soon as they heard the signal, Thang Hua and the princess galloped off instantly. Meanwhile, Danlang rested his chin on his hand and asked, How was my performance just now? Did I reveal any flaws? General A, standing nearby, replied, Exceedingly well. I intentionally approached the princess earlier, and seeing her judge you as a boor, I knew your highness had already won. Danlang nodded. Then it wasn't in vain. All that effort the crown princess and I put into this act. On another side, the guards watching the competition exclaimed in shock. Look, it seems the princess's horse has lost control. Thang Hua, who was riding, was startled to hear this. He immediately leapt from his horse onto the princess's horse. Sitting behind her, he urged, This horse is out of control. Quick, give me the reins. Panicking, she said, Then hurry and pull it back. Otherwise, it's going to charge right off. Thang Hua quickly took command of the horse and brought it to a halt. Seeing this, the princess breathed a sigh of relief. That scared me to death just now. Leaning into Thang Hua's embrace with tearful eyes, she said, Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, I might never have seen my brother and my father again. Thang Hua's face flushed red as she leaned against him. Princess, please let's go first. People are watching us. The next morning, after the morning court session had ended, Danlang joyfully ran back to Thientam's chambers and asked Tam Ni, Guess what the emperor said? During the morning session today, Thientam, who was sitting and reading a book, saw his joyful expression and asked, Seeing your face so bright and refreshed, is there some good news? He nodded and took the book from her hands. The envoy has requested the emperor to annul the engagement. The princess specifically named the divine physician as the one she wants to marry. Hearing this, Thientam was astonished. Huh, is that true? Wait, that's not right. When did the princess start liking the divine physician? Seeing her confused expression, Danlang burst out laughing and replied, That is none of my concern. He stepped closer, kissed her cheek, and said, In any case, the emperor has annulled the engagement. I am very happy to have solved two troubles at once. She quickly gave him a light smack, her face turning crimson as she spoke. You are about to become a father, yet you still behave so improperly. What if our baby learns bad habits from you later on? Just then someone walked in laughing loudly as they asked, What bad habits? I would like to hear about them too. Startled by the voice, Thientam asked in surprise, Huh? She turned around to see General Hawk along with her mother, entering the palace. As soon as she saw them, she ran over calling, Father, Mother. She rushed into her mother's arms like a child, wiping her tears as she said, Your daughter hasn't seen you in so long, Mother. I missed you so much. General Hawk, standing nearby, stroked his beard and sighed. Had I known Tam Ni only missed her mother this much, I would not have come along. Hearing this, she hurriedly performed a formal bow. Your daughter spoke wrongly. I beg, Father, to forgive me and not be angry with me. Tu Yanhai walked over, took her arm, and said with a smile, Father is only teasing you. Come sit down quickly, to avoid hurting your body. Seeing Tu Yanhai, she asked excitedly, Sister Yanhai, you came here as well. Yanhai glanced at her and laughed, saying, You still have the nerve to ask. After returning from Jiangnam, you didn't even pay a single visit back home, because our parents missed you so much. They specifically requested an imperial decree to come visit you. She stuck out her tongue. Yes, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time. Huac Tianback approached and said, That's right, Tam Ni knows she was wrong. Sister-in-law, please be generous, and don't hold it against her. Yanhai waved her hand. She gave a cold snort. With her being like this, I'm too lazy to even bother holding a grudge. Hearing that, Thientam ran over and hugged Yanhai's arm, asking sister-in-law, Don't be angry anymore. I'll go tell the kitchen to make the osmanthus cake that you love the most, okay? The moment she heard about food, Yanhai immediately praised her as a good sister. Let me tell you, while you were away in Jiangnan, Ah Hoang at home gave birth to 2 litters of puppies. The swallows at home built a new nest, and the silkworms are now big and fat. And so the 2 girls walked off hand in hand, sharing one story after another, leaving the 2 husbands standing to one side. A while later, as Thientam stood in the courtyard, Danlang approached, draped a coat over her, and asked, The weather has turned cold. Why are you still standing out here instead of going inside? She asked him, Aren't they tired yet? Have you seen Father and Mother off? He said softly, Rest assured. I just saw them to the palace gate and General A is with them. Nothing will happen. He picked her up and said, "Let me carry you back to the room first. It would break my heart if you caught a cold." She smiled, reached out to caress his face and called, "Husband." He gave a soft, Thien Tam pulled him down, kissed his lips and said, "I love you. Loving you for 2 lifetimes still isn't enough. I have always loved you." Hearing this, he smiled. "I told you to only drink a little wine, but you wouldn't listen. Now that you're drunk, are you starting to talk nonsense?" She laughed. "I'm not talking nonsense. This is a secret." The story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share. This gives me more motivation to create more videos. Remember to hit follow to see the next episodes. Wishing you a day full of energy. Before watching the video, please take 3 seconds to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It motivates me to release more videos with even better quality. Thank you all very much. Have a wonderful new day. In the thick pitch-black night, the wind blew fiercely through the rotting trees. In the middle of the deserted garden, Thien Vu stepped closer to Tam Nhi, who was currently being guarded by 2 henchmen. Under the cold moonlight, the hem of her dress swayed slightly with every step. A voice rang out, full of mockery and harboring a wicked plot. "Good sister, drink this cup of wine before you set off." Tam Nhi's entire body trembled, her eyes blurred with tears. She looked up at the person in front of her with a gaze of pure disbelief. "I treated you like family. Why would you do this to me?" Huoc Tien Vu's lips curled slightly. Her dark eyes were filled with malicious intent. Her words were like daggers stabbing straight into the heart. "I didn't even want to kill you." "But who told you to be born under such a lucky star?" Though her body was weak, Tam Nhi tried to summon the strength to resist. Her voice was shaky but determined. "But even if I die, the 9th prince will never marry you." Thien Vu showed a smug expression as if she held the whole world in her hand. "Then you underestimate me too much. I can eliminate Huoc Thien back. There's only the matter of making the 9th prince use an 8-man sedan to carry me home." Tam Nhi was stunned into silence. She didn't want to believe that cruel truth. Choking back tears, she asked, "It was you who killed my brother." Triumph was evident in the eyes of that cruel woman. "Since you're about to die anyway, I don't mind telling you. Your mother's poisoning was also my doing." Upon hearing this, Tam Nhi could no longer control her emotions and struggled, screaming out, "Huoc Thien Vu, you are truly malicious. Even as a ghost, I will never let you go." Tam Nhi struggled in despair, but the 2 henchmen showed no mercy, relentlessly dragging her toward the mouth of the well. Huoc Thien Vu turned her back and walked away, leaving behind a cold sentence like a death warrant. "Then go die. Throw her down." In a flash, Tam Nhi's frail body was thrown straight into the bottom of the pitch-black, well devoid of any light. In the moment approaching death, final thoughts flashed through her mind, like a movie playing in reverse. It turned out everything was a lie. "Mother, brother, I'm sorry I'm useless. I couldn't protect anyone. If I am allowed to live again all the suffering I've endured, I will surely pay it back 10-fold, 100-fold. Suddenly, amidst the bone-chilling water and surrounding darkness, her mother's affectionate voice seemed to echo from a place far away. "Tam Nhi, wake up quickly." She told herself it was her mother's voice. "Mother, have you come to take me with you?" Then her brother's voice followed. "Little girl, brother has prepared osmanthus cake for you. If you don't wake up, I'll give it to the maids." She thought, "Brother is here too. It's so cold. My head hurts so much it's about to explode." By some miracle, she slowly opened her eyes. With wet eyes, she slowly looked around and whispered to herself, "Mother, brother, it's really you." Seeing her wake up, her mother emotionally held her tight in her arms. "Tam Nhi, you've finally woken up." Her brother stood nearby, still blaming himself incessantly. "If only I hadn't been so playful and wandered off, Tam Nhi wouldn't have slipped and fallen into the water. It's all my fault." Tam Nhi was overcome with emotion and burst into tears. "Mother, it's not brother's fault, it's because Tam Nhi wasn't good. I won't cause trouble anymore." Her mother comforted her softly. "It's good that you've woken up. Now drink your medicine first." Tam Nhi obediently finished the cup of medicine, and her mood brightened again. "Mother, brother, I am fine now. You have all been here for a long time. Please go back and get some rest." Her mother tenderly wiped the corners of her mouth and instructed, "Then sleep a little longer. I will come by again this evening." Later, after everyone had left, Tam Nhi called Luc Bin inside. "Luc Bin, come here and help me comb my hair and change my clothes." Luc Bin appeared immediately and replied, "Yes." With her hair neatly styled, Tam Nhi gazed at her reflection in the mirror, unable to stop herself from thinking, "Heaven is helping me, allowing me to be reborn back to when I was 13 years old. Huoc Tien Vu Tam Nhuo Tu, I will definitely make you pay for your crimes in blood. In my past life, I always believed Mother was unwell because she gave birth to me. When Mother passed away, I suffered for a long time. After that, Brother also caught the plague, and even his remains were burned to ashes. Because of all this, I became weak, letting Tam Nhuo Tu and her daughter bully me. I never suspected that it was all a scheme by those two." Her eyes narrowed a determined resolve, burning within her like fire. First they burned brother to death, then they poisoned mother. That wicked woman even stole my engagement to the 9th prince, my own sister. She even had the heart to drown me in that cold well. How could I not hate them, since heaven has let me be reborn at 13? For the suffering you caused me before, in this life I will make you pay back in blood. With those thoughts, Tam Ni picked up a hairpin from the table and tucked it away quietly into her sleeve. 2 days later at Old Lady Hoke's courtyard, Tam Ni and her mother walked steadily down the corridor. Inside the courtyard, Huoc Thienvu was startled. She frowned, staring intently. Suddenly she wondered to herself, that wretched brat. Wasn't she just pulled out of the water 2 days ago? How has she recovered so quickly? Huoc Thienvu's face was full of hypocrisy as she came to inquire. I heard sister was very ill and only just woke up. Why didn't you rest more? Tam Ni replied with deep implication. Huoc Thienvu, you seem to care about me quite a lot, don't you? Huoc Thienvu answered her. We are sisters from the same root. She didn't let the other finish, as she pulled back her hand and stepped forward to pay respects to her mother. First, your daughter pays respects to mother. Next, she as a granddaughter paid respects to her grandmother. Grandmother looked at Tam Ni, also surprised by her rapid recovery. You have just recovered. There's no need to pay too much attention to formalities. Stand up quickly. Mother and Tam Ni bowed in turn. Thank you, Mother. Beside her, Tam Ni did the same. Thank you, Grandmother. Looking at Tam Ni's demeanor, Huoc Thienvu, standing to the side, now felt a burning irritation in her heart. Frowning unpleasantly, she thought to herself, this wretched girl, it's as if she's changed into a different person. She even dares to speak to me with that attitude. Tham Nho Tu approached and spoke with feigned concern. I heard Tam Ni fell into the water a few days ago. Is everything all right now? With a look of annoyance, Tam Ni thought, I almost forgot. Tham Nho Tu has always addressed my mother as a sister. You and mother. Ridiculous, considering this person is only a concubine's daughter from the Tem family. I don't know what trick she used, claiming my father compromised her virtue, just so she could be brought into the household. The pity is the one father loves is only my mother. He treats Tham Nho Tu with nothing more than formal politeness. Mother replied gently, it's nothing serious. The doctor said she was just a bit frightened, along with a mild cold. Hearing that Tham Nho Tu tried to appear caring, Vunyi has been asking me to come and check on her, but I was afraid of disturbing Tam Ni's rest. Fortunately, Tam Ni is fine. Grandmother observed the situation and then spoke up. Tam girl should start learning proper etiquette. I don't expect you to be well-versed in arts like music, chess, poetry, and painting like Vunyi, but you must possess the basic graces. Otherwise, how could you end up playing in the water and falling in like today? Mother replied in a gentle tone. Mother, just a few days ago, Tam Ni was even praised by her teacher, who said she has an exceptionally bright and intelligent mind. That fall was merely an accident. Tam Ni sifted through her memories and reported grandmother. Mother, on that day, Tam Ni was just feeling bored by herself. Luke Bin said the lotus flowers were blooming beautifully, so I went out of curiosity to take a look, and as a result, at this point, she paused and looked toward Tham Nho Tu with a meaningful smile, making her feel uneasy and think to herself, does this girl know something? Tam Ni smirked and thought, you're feeling guilty and scared now, aren't you? Her mother, standing beside her, impatiently glared at Tham Nho Tu, then asked Tam Ni, and what happened then? Tam Ni feigned concealment and gave a casual answer. In the end, I was just careless and fell. Her mother asked again, were you all alone? Tam Ni frowned slightly as a realization dawned on her. Mother is indeed starting to get suspicious. Tam Ni replied with feigned fear. Luke Bin had gone to get a flower vase for me at the time, so only Tam Ni was left waiting there. Grandmother furrowed her brows and spoke out in anger. How dare she leave her young master alone in a dangerous place? How can Tam Ni have such a maidservant by her side? Her mother replied, this matter was indeed my oversight, because I thought Luke Bin was carefully chosen by my younger sister, who said she was the most agile maid in the manor and could take good care of Tam Ni. I never expected something like this to happen. Tham Nho Tu pretended to have tears in her eyes and softly called out to the servants. Witnessing the drama before her, Tam Ni couldn't help but smirk and think, if I want to eliminate Tham Nho Tu and her daughter, I must first expose their true faces, and making mother suspicious is the very first step. Grandmother's voice softened slightly as she advised, all right, no need to say more. Since things are like this, Tam girl should just rest. There is no need to come and pay respects to me every day. Tam Ni happily replied, Tam Ni thanks grandmother for her concern. Grandmother stood up to leave, but before going, she gave Tam Ni a meaningful look. I'm also feeling a bit tired. Nho Tu, help me to my room. I have something to say to you. Everyone else, please step out. Tham Nho Tu complied and replied yes. Later, while she was strolling along the corridor, Huac Tianvu suddenly appeared from behind and called out, "Sister Tam Ni, wait." Tam Ni turned back and asked, "Is there something you need?" Huac Tianvu held out a small box and explained, "Sister, this is the snowflower brew that Mother collected. She told me to bring it to you to help dispel the cold." Tam Ni maintained a cold attitude and replied, "I don't need it. Besides, there is a difference between a legitimate daughter and a concubine's daughter. I cannot stand you calling me sister." Huac Tianvu continued to smile and speak, ignoring Tam Ni's feelings in front of her. "After all, it is a gesture of kindness from Mother. We are simply concerned about you." Tam Ni lowered her voice, her sharp gaze meeting the others. "I am still young. I have no use for such things." She thought, "I haven't forgotten. In my previous life, it was precisely because I drank this that I was not only grounded by Father, but it also caused people to rumor that the legitimate daughter of the Hoek family had developed a habit of drinking at such a young age. In this life, I will absolutely not repeat that mistake." Huac Tianvu was driven mad by Tam Ni's cold and indifferent attitude, and she burst out yelling, "Huac Tian Tam, don't be so ungrateful." Tam Ni kept her expression unchanged and replied in a deep voice, "Mind your status. Is this the kind of etiquette your mother taught you?" Enraged, Huac Tianvu could only stutter, "You." Tam Ni curled her lip in a defiant smirk. "If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Oh, let me remind you of one thing. According to the rules of the general's manor from now on as a concubine's daughter, you must kneel when you see me, as long as I do not tell you to rise, for the rest of your life. You can only listen to me while kneeling." Huac Tianvu was beyond furious. Clutching the medicine box to her chest, she gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, you little wretch!" Thammothu's courtyard. On a bright morning with golden sunlight pouring down like honey, Thammothu leisurely walked through the garden with her wet nurse. A hint of contemplation crossed the lady's eyes as she spoke softly. "Tam Ni has locked herself in the study for the past 2 days. I wonder what she's up to now." The wet nurse walking beside her, with the same calm demeanor she had maintained for years, softly replied, "The young mistress is likely taking the old lady's words to heart, studying diligently. When the master teacher next visits the manor, she will surely make you proud, madam." Hearing this, Thammothu's expression softened slightly, her lips curving into a faint forced smile. It really is quite difficult for her. The two of them walked leisurely into a quiet hall. The wet nurse gently pushed open the wooden door, continuing the conversation with the madam. "Since the young mistress woke up, her temperament has suddenly changed a great deal. I believe that within 2 years, she will be able to find her inner peace, and her talent will surpass even that of the eldest young mistress." Thammothu coughed slightly a few times, her voice carrying a hint of a choke, cough, cough. "I only hope Tam Ni has a peaceful life. I hope she doesn't end up like me, burdened with illness, as if I am about to pass away." Her gaze suddenly landed on a hairpin, lying carelessly on the table. Her expression shifted instantly. Startled, she picked it up, anger flaring as she shouted loudly, "Where did this come from?" A maidservant standing nearby was immediately terrified by the shout and began to tremble. Her legs went weak as she slumped to the floor, stammering, "Reporting to Madam, I don't know." The madam glared at her, her eyes as sharp as knives as she enunciated every word. "You don't know." The maid fell into a panic-stricken prostration, her face turning pale. I remember now. Yesterday I saw the young mistress sitting here playing for a while. Perhaps the young mistress dropped it." Thammothu's brows furrowed. Her voice rang out with authority. "Go call the young mistress here." The maidservant quickly replied, "Yes." The wet nurse slowly stepped forward a few paces. With a pensive expression, she gently added, "Madam, in the general's manor, only the legitimate young mistress can go wherever she pleases. That maid is not lying. It's just that this hairpin looks very much like the one concubine Tam usually wears. If it belongs to concubine Tam, then why was it in the young mistress's possession?" Not long after Tam Ni appeared. Before saying anything, she threw her arms around the madam. Her earnest call rang out full of emotion. "Mother." The madam's heart softened as she gently returned the embrace. Her eyes were soft and filled with affection. "How old are you now, and you still like to act like a spoiled child?" Tam Ni looked up at her. Her eyes sparkled with an innocent, smiling light. "No matter how big Tam Ni grows, I will always be Mother's beloved little kitten." The madam lightly stroked her head. Her voice was stern, but did not lose its warmth. "Stop being so mischievous. Stand up straight now." Not wanting Tam Ni to notice anything unusual, the madam discreetly signaled the wet nurse. The wet nurse immediately turned to command the maidservant, "Go to the kitchen, and bring a hand warmer and some snacks for the young mistress." The maidservant accepted the order, bowed, and quickly withdrew, saying yes. Then, without missing a beat, the madam held the hairpin out in front of Tam Ni. Her voice lowered slightly, carrying an air of scrutiny. "Tam Ni, look at this hairpin. Does it look familiar to you?" Tam Ni was startled by the madam's question, but she quickly regained her composure and asked in return, "How did this hairpin end up here?" She sifted through her memories and thought to herself, "I left this hairpin in the room yesterday, so mother has only just discovered it." The madam frowned as if she understood perfectly what Tam Ni was thinking. It seemed Tam Ni really did recognize it. Where exactly did this thing come from? Before the madam could ask, Tam Ni spoke up to explain. "I picked this up by the lake. I had intended to have Luke Bin take it to ask around, but then I fell into the water and completely forgot about it." Tam Ni thought it looked quite nice. It must belong to one of the masters in the manor. "I had planned to give it to mother last night. But then I forgot again." The madam and the wet nurse exchanged a meaningful glance. Seeing this, Tam Ni asked, "Mother, is there something wrong with this hairpin?" The madam's face darkened as she fell into deep thought. The other day when talking about Tam Ni falling into the water with the old lady, Tham Nhuk Tu's reaction seemed a bit strange to me. With this, she is definitely involved in this matter. Tam Ni continued to wonder, "Mother, is there something wrong with this hairpin?" The madam gently placed her hand on the girl's arm, asking with a frown and a hint of anger, "Tam Ni, has that girl Luke Bin been bullying you in any way?" Tam Ni was startled. Feeling a bit flustered, she answered with a slightly trembling voice, "Sister Luke Bin is usually quite devoted to me, except for when she is busy." Sensing something suspicious, the madam spoke in a stern, reproving tone. "A mere maidservant only needs to serve her master with all her heart. What could she possibly be busy with?" Tam Ni softly replied to the madam, "I don't really know. It's just that I often see the maids from the concubine's side coming to talk to Sister Luke Bin. However, Luke Bin was originally chosen by the concubine from over there, so her relationship with the sisters over there must be quite good." Hearing this, the madam was filled with anxiety. She thought, Tam Ni is still young, yet she is surrounded by outsiders. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Otherwise, how can I be at peace? Tam Ni paused for a moment to search her memory. She analyzed the details in her heart. "I did indeed pick up that hairpin, but not on the day I fell into the water. I found it accidentally a month ago. Given Mother's temperament, if I said directly that Tham Nhuk Tu was the problem, Mother would certainly not believe it. It's better to use this object to gradually heighten Mother's suspicions. Once Mother is on her guard, it won't be so easy for Tham Nhuk Tu to harm her anymore. Then it wouldn't be that simple anymore." Tam Ni snuggled into the madam's arms. She sniffled and said softly, "Mother, if there is nothing else, then Tam Ni will head out now." Tham Nhuk Tu replied, "Go on." Cough, cough. Seeing the madam coughing so dryly, Tam Ni could not bear to leave. She could only suppress her worry and ask, "Mother, are you all right? Let Tam Ni go call the physician." The madam stopped her. "Don't go. You already know how my body is. Even a slight breeze makes me ill. It's an old ailment from many years ago. No matter how many physicians examine me, they can do nothing. A few days of rest and I will recover on my own." With glistening eyes full of affection, she looked at the madam. Her mother saw her acting like a pampered little puppy, so the madam could only pat her head and smile. "Don't cry, Mother is fine. Just go outside. Mother also needs to rest." Later, once she was outside, Tam Ni walked while mentally piecing together everything that had occurred, her heart filled with a great sense of determination. In her past life, Tham Nhuk Tu had always been secretly poisoning her mother. That poison was colorless and tasteless. It didn't kill immediately, but once it seeped into the internal organs, even the gods would be helpless. Now, thanks to my rebirth, I have some basic knowledge of medicine. I must quickly concoct an antidote to completely purge the poison from Mother's body. While Thien Tam was walking, she suddenly overheard two maidservants whispering, "Have you heard? The plague from the northern border has spread to the capital. Many people have already been infected." The other one gasped in surprise. "Is it really that serious? Will our general's manor be safe?" The first maid quickly replied, "Who knows? In any case, we must take precautions. Once you catch it, death is the only way out." The other girl gradually became frightened. "From what you're saying, the general's manor isn't safe right now either. What should we do?" Tam Ni was standing there listening when Luke Bin stepped closer to reassure her. "Young mistress, please don't listen to the servants' nonsense. Even the emperor hasn't issued any decrees yet. Moreover, in our general's manor, young mistress, where are you going?" Tam Ni dashed straight away, leaving Luke Bin unable to react in time. She ran to the door of the room. Huak Tian back threw the door open with a bang, looking out in surprise and asking, "What is it, Tam Ni?" Seeing her brother, she finally felt at ease and let out a sigh of relief. Her brother stepped forward, placed his hand on her head and asked, "What's wrong? Haven't you been in your room reading these past few days? Why did you suddenly come to see me?" She looked up and replied, "Brother, I heard the plague has reached the capital. I'm scared." Immediately, her brother denied it. "Don't talk nonsense. We will be fine." Her eyes cast downward. I only came to remind you. not to go wandering it around for the next 2 days. Seeing his sister's unhappy mood, her brother knelt down to look at her face. He gently touched her small nose to reassure her. Rest assured, for the next 2 days I will stay only in the manor, and go nowhere else. She cheered up again and replied, That evening while she was reading, Tuhin suddenly rushed in out of breath, reporting the news urgently. Young mistress, it's terrible. It's terrible. The young master has, despite having tried everything to prevent it, hearing this news was still a world-shaking blow to her. She was haunted and devastated, covering her ears tightly with both hands as she thought, In my past life, brother died because he caught the plague. I took such careful precautions. Why did he still catch it? No. I absolutely will not let that happen. Absolutely not. Thinking of this, tears were already welling up in the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Tuhin quickly stepped closer to comfort her. Young mistress, don't worry, people have already been sent to call a physician for the young master. I'm sure everything will be fine. Tamni spoke with a tremble. You're right. Nothing will happen to brother. I won't let anything happen to him. Quickly bring my things. I must go over there to see how he is. Soon after, she arrived at her brother's room. When she intended to enter, a guard blocked her way. Wait, Tamni glared and asked coldly, What do you think you're doing? He replied, Miss, the master has ordered that no one under any circumstances is allowed inside. Tamni asked, Where is my father? The guard replied, The master and the madam are both in the study. A moment later, standing before the study door, she heard the madam pleading. Tutain Bakni is still so young. If he is sent away to that manor, with no one to care for him, won't my Bakni be left with no way to survive? Curious, Tamni peeked inside through a crack in the door. She saw her father sitting beside and comforting her mother, Mo Thu. Don't cry. I promise you I will not send him away. Thamnyuk Tu was also there and immediately cut in grumpily. Thutan, how can that be okay? It's not like you don't know. I am currently carrying your flesh and blood. If the young master spreads the plague to me and Vu Nhi, how will we survive? Angrily, Tamothu countered. Sister, what do you mean by that? Your child is a life. Is Bak Nhi not one as well? Having her true intentions called out, Thamnyuk Tu stammered, unable to find words. Sister? Seeing the tense situation, Huak Tu Tang waved his hand and gave a decisive order. Say no more, butler. Quarantine the back courtyard. Let Bak Nhi stay in the back courtyard. And he declared loudly, From now on, no one is permitted to mention sending Bak Nhi away ever again. Thamnyuk Tu was fuming. Her lips were pressed tight in helplessness only, daring to think to herself, Huak Tu Tang, the more you protect them, the more I will ensure they cannot live in peace. Don't blame me for being cruel. Tamni leaned her back against the door, breathing a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. Thankfully, brother hasn't been sent away yet. She bolstered her own spirits. It seems I must quickly formulate the antidote. Suddenly, Tam Nuok Tu appeared, startling her and causing her to retreat into a corner to observe. Tham Nuok Tu ordered a maid to prepare some things. I must go and pay my respects to the old lady. The maid bowed and took the order. Hearing that Tam Nhi frowned and began to calculate. So she wants to involve the old lady. If it goes on like this, won't brother become an object of hatred? Later, at old lady Tam's room, Tam Nhi peeked in from the outside, witnessing the scene where Tam Nuok Tu knelt down and made a scene. Old lady, you must take charge for your daughter-in-law. The old lady anxiously ordered Nuok Tu. What are you doing? You are carrying a child. Stand up at once. Tham Nuok Tu looked up, looking at the old lady with teary eyes, aiming to gain her sympathy while telling her story. Old lady, young master Bak has contracted the plague. Hearing this, the old lady frowned and replied calmly, I have already heard of this. Tham Nuok Tu acted out her role of miserable weeping, clutching the old lady's legs while lamenting. Old lady, it is not that I am being unreasonable, but the epidemic arrived so suddenly. Anyone who comes into contact could be infected. The master had planned to send the eldest young master to the manor, but sister refused. The master was forced to compromise. I tried to advise him, but he would not listen, and even gave me a harsh scolding. Even though the back courtyard is sealed, what will happen to the hundreds of lives in the Hoak family? And my unborn child? What are we to do? Hearing this, the old lady slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Foolish! How foolish! Send for the master at once. The maid quickly acknowledged, yes. A while later, as summoned, Huak Thutan and Tom Mo, Thu arrived to pay their respects to the old lady. Your son greets mother. Your daughter-in-law greets mother. The old lady raised her voice, getting straight to the point. Greets humph. I fear you all want me to have no peace. Huak Tutang was completely baffled by her behavior and words. Mother, why do you say that? Both your son and Mo, the wish for you to live to be 100 years old, in peace and prosperity. The old lady replied with deep insinuation, I only fear that while you have me in your heart, others do not. Thamotu spoke up, trembling with fear. Your daughter-in-law is entirely loyal and filial to mother. I hope Mother understands. The old lady held a grudge against her, so she replied sharply, You talk a good game, but if you truly wished me well, then why did you stop the master from sending Bak Ni to the manor? I usually see you as virtuous and kind. Why have you become so muddled the moment trouble strikes? Tham Mo Tu lowered her head and stammered. Before she could finish, the old lady gave the order, Enough! Tonight pack Bak Ni's belongings. Tomorrow have a carriage take him to the manor. Invite a few highly skilled physicians to go and care for him. Her words were like a thunderbolt, making it hard for the two of them to accept. Huak Tu Tang spoke up in protest. Mother, everyone there is infected. If we send Bak Ni there, how can he possibly survive? Beside him, Tham Mo Thu wept and begged incessantly. Mother, please reconsider. The old lady held her ground firmly. Not a single word from the two reached her ears. She frowned and spoke loudly. Enough, the matter is decided. Attendants escort the master and madam to their rest. Huak Tu Tang supported Tham Mo Tu as they walked away. Before leaving, he let out a long, helpless sigh. A maid was already standing by the door, following the old lady's orders. Master, madam, please. At this moment, Tam Nguok Tu stepped out from within, her face full of smugness. With everything going exactly as she planned, she said, Mother, please rest well. Your daughter-in-law will disturb you no further. The old lady said nothing more, only giving a cold wave to dismiss her. She left with a sinister smile on her lips, her heart full of scheming thoughts. Without Huak Thien back by her side, let's see what you have left to fight me with, Tham Mo Thu. Tam Nhi had witnessed everything. Her heart burned with rage. Clenching her fists, she hissed the woman's name in her mind. Tam Nguok Tu. The next day before setting off, Madame Tham Mo Thu lingered for a few seconds to lament. My poor fated child. First it was Bak Ni, and now even Tam Nhi. What have I done wrong? Why must you all suffer such a miserable fate? Tam Nhi spoke up, trying to soothe the madam's heart. Mother, please don't cry. It's not as if we're never coming back. Tam Nhi took a small pouch from her person and handed it toward the madam. This is one that I embroidered myself with some calming medicinal leaves inside. Please keep it with you, Mother. Whenever you miss me, take it out and look at it. Think of it as me always being by your side. In her heart, Tam Nhi thought to herself, a few days ago in the study I managed to make a little medicine and put it into the embroidered pouch. Though it cannot cure the root cause, it can slow down the speed of the poison in Mother's body. Mother, you must not throw it away. Huak Tien Bak coughed a few times and struggled to tell his mother to stay back. Don't worry, Mother, I will take care of Tam Nhi. The wind is strong outside, and you aren't well either. Please go back inside. At this moment, 2 streaks of tears rolled down the madam's cheeks. She tearfully accepted, nodding her head. After a period of travel, they finally reached their destination. Tam Nhi gently tended to her brother on the bed. The journey was arduous. Brother, please rest now. I will go see how the servants have arranged things. The brother showed constant concern for his little sister beside him. Tam Nhi, don't overwork yourself either. Tam Nhi replied firmly, I understand. Later, while resting in the library, Tam Nhi reviewed everything that had happened, unable to stop her racing thoughts. No wonder I feel so dizzy. It turns out I'm also— Wait, no. I didn't expect that pretending to be sick would lead to catching the real plague. This epidemic primarily causes high fever followed by a coma. In mild cases, it lasts 3 to 5 days. In severe cases, one's life is gone within half a month. Her mood grew tense. She clenched her fists, thinking of her sick brother. Her heart couldn't help but feel a bitter ache. Brother's condition is grave. He only remains conscious thanks to the medicine. If I were to fall ill as well, then the two of us truly won't be able to return. This won't do. I must find a way to create the medicinal formula. Suddenly, the door opened with a clatter. The old gentleman entered, accompanied by 2 handmaidens. The old gentleman spoke up, Eldest miss, here are the medicinal ingredients you required. As if finding the light of her life again, Tam Nhi smiled and replied, Thank you for your hard work, sir. Please leave the items there. She leaned down to record something, thinking to herself, the formula is good, truly good. However, it is still missing one type of medicinal herb. Taking advantage of the old gentleman still being there, Tam Nhi spoke up urgently. Sir, wait, I would like to ask you something. Have you ever seen this before, sir? She held up a sketch of the medicinal herb. The old gentleman pondered for a moment and then replied, This looks a bit familiar. If I remember correctly, I once saw it on the rear mountain. Tam Nhi stood up abruptly in excitement and asked with a firm voice, Are you certain you saw it on the rear mountain? The old gentleman hesitated. It was indeed on the rear mountain, however. Why do you ask, miss? Tam Nhi did not answer. Instead, she left hurriedly, not forgetting to instruct the 2 handmaidens. You 2 stay here and watch over my brother carefully. I am going to the rear mountain. The 2 handmaidens bowed and replied in unison, Yes. Her search continued until sunset began to fall. Tam Nhi panted heavily, thinking to herself, The sun is about to set. But there is no sign of the honeysuckle anywhere. Could the gentleman have remembered incorrectly? In her moment of greatest helplessness and disappointment, a shimmering cluster of flowers caught her eye immediately, making her gasp and mumble. That is... Unable to hide her emotions, Tamni quickly ran towards it, her heart racing. Finally, I found it. It has been so difficult. But suddenly, a large emerald-green snake appeared. It hissed, bearing sharp fangs that startled her. Terrified, she stumbled against a rock and let out a loud cry. Her scream echoed through the area. Not far from there, the ninth prince heard the scream and asked wonderingly, "Atuang, did you hear something?" Atuang frowned, making a random guess. It sounded like a child's voice, but in a desolate mountain wilderness like this, where would a child come from? Don Long pondered. Perhaps it was a wild beast. Atuang spoke up anxiously. Master, we should head out quickly. If we linger any longer, I fear you will. The sky quickly turned gray, allowing the darkness to swallow everything step by step. Tamni stirred slightly at this moment. A faint groan escaped her lips. She slowly woke up after her fall in the afternoon. Raising her hand to rub her temples, she groaned softly. It hurts so much. A sense of unease still clung to her, especially the image of the giant python, as if it were still lurking somewhere. While fumbling around, she discovered a small cave nearby. Quickly bending down to crawl inside for temporary shelter, even so Tamni was still not at ease. Gently tilting her head out to observe, thoughts began to rise in her mind. This mountain cave is really dark. That python surely hasn't followed me, right? After a period of struggling, she finally found the exit. So exhausted that she breathed a sigh of relief, finally made it out. In the blink of an eye, it's almost dark. I wonder if Big Brother has woken up yet. I can't wait, I must find the honeysuckle quickly. Suddenly, a cluster of flowers nearby shimmered brilliantly, catching her attention. Tamni joyfully ran toward it, cheering in her heart. Honeysuckle. It really is honeysuckle with this. As Big Brother is saved. Upon her return, the first person she met was the old gentleman. Without taking a moment to rest, she hurriedly handed the bundle of herbs into his hands, instructing him, "Please, sir, take this and dry it. Then decoct it together with the medicinal ingredients I listed." The old gentleman asked curiously, "What is this?" He picked it up, smelled it, and examined it for a while before speaking. "This flower has a mild fragrance. The taste is sweet but slightly bitter. The eldest miss told me to mix it into the medicine. Could it be—" Tamni shyly turned away, covering her face as she replied, "You guessed correctly, sir. This substance has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying. To deal with this epidemic—" The old gentleman's eyes brightened like stars as he replied, "The eldest miss truly lives up to her status as a lady of the great manor. This level of knowledge, I have truly never seen anything like it. I will go and brew the medicine immediately." After her brother took the medicine, his complexion became much brighter, causing Tamni to exclaim in joy, "Brother, after taking the medicine, your complexion seems much better. Perhaps in 2 days you'll be able to get out of bed." Her brother gazed at his sister quietly, his eyes filled with love. He gently stroked her head and said, "You've worked hard, Tamni. I promise you once I'm recovered, whatever you want to do, I will go and do it with you." She burst into a mischievous laugh, her eyes sparkling brightly. "Then Tamni wants to fly a paper kite. Brother, can you make one for me?" Her brother also smiled, the corners of his eyes curving like a crescent moon. "As long as Tamni wants it, I will do it all for you." Unable to contain her emotions, Tamni lunged into her brother's arms, hugging him tightly. Brother is the best. A few days later, Tamni and her brother were strolling outside. Seeing her brother playing happily, Tamni felt a weight lift from her heart. Tamni thought to herself, after 2 days, brother's health is much better. Even the infected people in the estate have seen their conditions improve after taking the medicine. Perhaps after resting here for a while, brother and I can return to the general's manor. As she sat lost in thought for a moment, her brother came to hand her the kite string and said to her, "Tamni, you come and try it." Tamni played happily and even teased her brother. "Look, Tamni will definitely fly it higher than you, but..." Suddenly and unfortunately, the kite got stuck at the top of a tree, making Tamni flustered. "Oh no, my paper kite!" Her brother didn't scold her. He only smiled and gently stroked her head. "Tamni, you are so clumsy. Hold this. Let me go and get it back for you." My brother quickly and nimbly climbed up the tree. Tamni stood below anxiously reminding her brother, "The tree is very tall. It's dangerous." Her brother calmly replied, "Don't worry, Tamni. Your brother is after all the legitimate son of the general's manor. How could such a small matter trouble me?" Tamni was still not at ease. "Brother, you must still be careful." Suddenly, her brother spotted something in the distance. He called out, "Tamni, there seem to be 2 people fainted up ahead." Her brother and Tamni quickly approached the spot. After observing, Tamni spoke up, "Brother, these 2 are wearing unusual clothes. They don't look like people from around here. Maybe we should let the butler handle this." Her brother slowly replied, "Indeed, they are not from the estate. Look at this man in black. Doesn't he look like a palace guard? Tamni stepped closer and lightly touched the person's shoulder to get a better look. She thought to herself, if he is a palace guard, then this person in white. When she looked closely at the face, she was momentarily startled and thought, the ninth prince. In my previous life, Tam Nuok Tu poisoned me because of him. I didn't expect to encounter him so soon. Her brother put his hand to the man's nose to check the ninth prince's breathing and said, he's still breathing, he must have just fainted. Tamni stared intently and then spoke up. Brother, look at their complexions. Could they have been infected by the epidemic? Let's take them back. We have the medicinal herbs in the estate that can save them. Her brother smiled at her kind heart. He was full of praise for his sister. Tamni is always so thoughtful. Tamni is the most kind-hearted. Quickly, her brother carried the ninth prince on his shoulders back to the estate. Tamni curled her lip in a smile as if she had achieved her goal and thought, he is after all the current ninth prince. How would you dare not to save him? A while later, the ninth prince was inside the manor. Introduction of him lingered. Somewhere here, Dan Long, the current ninth prince, the son of the noble consort. Since childhood, he had been exceptionally gifted and remarkably handsome. He was immensely favored by the emperor. Then he slowly woke up. His hands fumbled around his surroundings, as if searching for something. He picked up a tuft of something black and wondered, what is this? He turned toward it in surprise. At the same time, Tamni woke up and shouted angrily, you scoundrel! Why are you pulling my hair? He calmly sat up and wittily confronted her. Ha, you're an interesting little girl. I only accidentally touched your hair. How does that make me a scoundrel? Tamni stretched and replied softly, in broad daylight, please have some self-respect, sir. Though hearing you speak so much now, and your strength must have recovered quite a bit, right? The ninth prince stared at her and asked, so you're saying it was you, little girl, who saved this... cough, cough, saved me. Tamni shyly looked away, avoiding his gaze. To be precise, it was my brother who saved you. As for me, at most I just found you and your guard fainted. By the roadside. Surprised, the ninth prince asked back, you know who I am? Tamni responded confidently and bluntly. The jade pendant you're wearing is of supreme quality. It's engraved with the number 9 and has dragon patterns on the back. One look and it's clear it belongs to royalty. Tell me, did I guess correctly, ninth prince? The ninth prince held the jade pendant in his hand and softly complimented her. Little girl, you have a good eye. You know jade and you know how to reason? You certainly weren't born into an ordinary household. Tamni proudly introduced her identity to him. I am the legitimate daughter of the Hoke family in the capital. I, Hok Thientam, and my brother were infected with the epidemic, which is why we had to come here to recover. Hearing that, the ninth prince smirked slightly. Oh, so you are of the Hoke family. Tamni tilted her head, confused by the ninth prince's remark. What about being of the Hoke family? The ninth prince smiled cryptically and replied, it's nothing. By the way, what did you give me to drink? Before my illness had clearly reached the marrow of my bones. Yet in the blink of an eye, I feel much better. This medicinal formula is so miraculous. Tamni headed toward the tea table, replying to him as she walked. The formula was made by the physician. How would I know what's inside it? The ninth prince was determined to find out the truth. Then take me to see the physician. Tamni pouted, but she still had to comply with his request. A moment later, she led the ninth prince to see the old gentleman, who was reading a book in the garden. The sound of her voice echoed, giving the old gentleman a slight startle. Upon seeing the ninth prince arrive, the old gentleman immediately stood up to perform a formal bow. The ninth prince returned the greeting and didn't forget to ask directly, I heard the medicine used in this manner was formulated by you. Tamni stood behind the ninth prince, making hand signals, but internally the old gentleman sighed, blaming his old eyes as he had to answer the ninth prince directly. This medicinal formula was actually created by our eldest miss. It contains a vital guiding herb called honeysuckle, which the eldest miss brought back from the back mountain regardless of the danger. To retrieve it, Tamni felt like she'd been struck by lightning, muttering, I'm doomed. In the end, I was still exposed. The ninth prince tilted his head and asked Tamni, little girl, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Tamni tried to hide by stepping back and avoiding him, but the ninth prince pressed closer. As he advanced, he spoke with a hint of reproach. Deceiving a prince is no laughing matter, Tamni replied awkwardly. I was just joking around. The ninth prince leaned down slightly to look at her and spoke slowly. However, this joke of yours, this prince doesn't find it funny at all. The extreme proximity left Tamni's mind in a complete tangle. Oh no, is this guy actually angry for real? From a distance, Huoc Tianbac approached and bowed in greeting. This humble commoner pays respects to the ninth prince. Seeing her brother, she immediately stood upright and ran to happily grab his arm. Brother, you're here. The ninth prince spoke up. I saw you before at the hunting grounds. I didn't expect you to be the brother of this little girl. Thienbac replied, Tamni has a bit of a mischievous personality. if anything was inappropriate. I begged the ninth prince not to lower himself to the level of a child. The ninth prince fell into deep thought. How could I? This little girl is very interesting. Clearly she is still young. Yet she is far more sensible than others her age. Her brother was somewhat surprised by the change in Tamni. My younger sister fell into the water a few days ago. When she woke up, it was as if she had turned into a different person, though normally she is quite adorable. Hearing this, the ninth prince closed his eyes in contemplation, thinking to himself, no wonder this little girl is so wary of me. It turns out she has a past story. Truly, this is getting more and more interesting. Let's be clear. If I'm wary, it's simply because you are the ninth prince. Moving right along, the ninth prince made a proposal. I want to take this little girl's medicinal formula back to the capital, in hopes of saving even more people. Thienbach was a bit hesitant about this condition. This matter benefits the country and the people, so I have no objection. However, Tamni said, this medicine is still in the trial phase. Seeing her brother's worry, Tamni held his arm and asserted firmly, brother, don't worry. The old physician and I have already refined it to create a new formula. I will write it down for the ninth prince in a moment. But in her heart, she was incredibly annoyed. This guy is so shameless, taking credit for everything, and even demanding the medicinal formula outright, truly worthy of royalty. Presenting a blatant act of robbery as something completely noble and justified. I am truly impressed. The prince replied happily, then I must trouble you, little girl. Tamni smiled on the outside, but was boiling with anger on the inside. Being able to serve the ninth prince is no trouble at all. No trouble. In Tamni's heart, she thought, you've already spoken, great master. So how would I dare to complain? The ninth prince marveled at her spirit. Very well then, I still feel a bit unwell. I shall go back to rest first. You two go ahead and talk. Having said that, he turned and left. Her brother then spoke up. Tamni, a letter arrived from the manor saying mother is gravely ill, telling us to return to the capital early tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this news, she was stunned where she stood, seemingly unable to believe her own ears. Eldest miss, the carriage is ready. The young master is also waiting outside. Huac Tiantam stepped out. She thought about receiving her mother's letter yesterday, which had kept her worried all night long, and she still didn't know her mother's current condition. She walked over and pushed open the door. A large crowd had gathered in front of the gate. Tiantam was bewildered. What is going on here? A man spoke up, eldest miss. We heard that. You are returning to the capital today, so we came to see you off. A woman holding a child said happily, thanks to the eldest miss's medicinal formula, I was able to save my child. An old man also clasped his hands in thanks. Eldest miss, you truly are the most kind-hearted person in the world, just like a living bodhisattva. On behalf of the whole village, I thank you for this great kindness. With that, he knelt down. Tiantam was shocked to see this. Oh, please don't. She hurriedly helped the old man up. Grandfather, please stand up quickly. A man holding a duck smiled brightly. Our village is small and has nothing valuable. This is a token of gratitude from the villagers. I hope the eldest miss won't refuse it. Tiantam quickly waved her hands in refusal. She said to everyone, Village chief, you are far too polite. I accept everyone's kind intentions, but I cannot take these things. There is an epidemic right now. Life isn't easy for any of you. Please take them all back, but... Before she could continue, a voice rang out. Tamni? Huac Tianbach reminded her with a smile. It's time to go. Tiantam turned and waved goodbye to everyone. I must go now. In the future, if you need anything, come to the estate and find the manager. Okay. Even after stepping into the carriage, she still turned back to wave goodbye to everyone. The carriage carrying the two siblings, Tianbach and Tiantam, rolled along. With a rhythmic clattering sound, Tianbach spoke up. We won't reach the capital until this afternoon. Tamni, go inside the carriage and get some sleep. Tiantam yawned and replied, all right. Suddenly, Tiantam screamed, ah, from inside the carriage. Danlang, holding a fan, said calmly, good morning, little girl. Tiantam was shocked. Are you a ghost? When did you even get in here? She suspiciously turned and asked Tianbach, brother, what is the meaning of this? He smiled and replied, the ninth prince heard we were returning to the capital this morning, so he suggested we travel together. It's on my way, and besides, we get a free coachman. Hearing that, Tiantam felt helpless. Brother, for better or worse, you are the legitimate son of the general's manor. Since when can you not afford to hire a single coachman? Danlang heard this and spoke up nonchalantly. Frugality has always been a virtue of our nation. Not to mention having this prince and his guards as escorts. His tone was serious as he continued. Little girl, are you still not satisfied? Tiantam forced a smile and replied, I'm so grateful I could cry. How could I not be satisfied? The ninth prince must be joking. Tianbach outside the carriage listened to their conversation with satisfaction. Seeing Tamni and the ninth prince like this brother is relieved. The journey is long. You two should get some rest. They arrived at the capital. Dan Lang said goodbye to Thien Tam. Little girl, I'm off now. She replied cheerfully, safe travels, ninth prince. But in her heart, she was secretly rejecting him. Hurry up and vanish, just vanish, please. Don't show up again unless there's an actual reason. I'd be grateful to 18 generations of your ancestors. Dan Lang suddenly reached out and patted her head. You silly girl, look at that reluctant expression of yours. I'll come find you when I have some free time. Thien Tam was caught off guard while Thien Bak saw this and smiled. The ninth prince is truly kind. Thien Tam blushed and walked away, her tone angry. Whether he is kind or not has nothing to do with me. Thien Bak was left dazed by her reaction. I don't understand, did I even say anything wrong? Why the sudden anger? In the royal study, the emperor spoke up and asked, wasn't it said that ninth son would return to the capital today? Why is there still no news? The servant replied respectfully, this servant will go and inquire. Just then Don Lang returned. Royal father, your son has returned late. He clasped his hands and asked for his father's forgiveness. The emperor said, it is enough that you are unharmed. Rise. Dan Lang held a piece of paper in his hand triumphantly. Royal father, your son was infected with the plague while on inspection a few days ago. I thought I would never see my royal father and mother consort again. Unexpectedly, disaster turned into a blessing, as I obtained a medicinal formula that can cure the plague. The emperor took the paper, examined it, and gave an order. Call the imperial physicians to examine this. The imperial physicians arrived and took turns inspecting the paper. The emperor asked them, what is the conclusion of my dear ministers? One imperial physician replied respectfully, to inform your majesty. After discussing the herbs, this humble servant believes this formula is worth a try. However, there is one ingredient listed that we are unfamiliar with, and it is not available for sale elsewhere. He narrowed his eyes. This humble servant wishes to meet the expert who developed this medicinal formula. Hearing this, the emperor turned to ask Dan Lang, Ninth, where is the expert who formulated this medicine? He happily replied, she is the legitimate daughter of the general's manor Hoak Thien Tam. The imperial physicians were shocked to hear this. Isn't General Hoak's daughter just a young girl? Hardly 13 years old. The younger generation is truly formidable. Truly formidable indeed. The emperor stroked his beard and commented, Hoak Thu Tang has raised a fine daughter. To have such achievements at such a young age. No wonder your mother consort chose this girl. Dan Lang wondered, what does this have to do with my mother consort? The emperor coughed lightly twice and explained, actually you and the daughter of the Hoak family have been betrothed since childhood. I intended to wait until this girl grew a bit older before telling you. Who would have thought that you two were destined to meet again so soon? Dan Lang smiled. So it turns out this little girl actually has such a connection with me. Meanwhile, at the Hoak residence, two guards blocked the siblings, Thien Bak and Thien Tam. Madam has given orders. With the plague currently rampant, no outsiders are allowed to enter the manor. Thien Tam frowned. Which madam gave you such audacity to dare block the legitimate son and daughter of the Hoak manor? From outside, one guard replied, the second madam, of course. The first madam has long since stopped managing affairs. The other guard added, besides, the first madam's household has 2 infected people. They have been sent to the isolation courtyard. There is basically no chance they will return alive. Thien Bak said angrily, I don't care whether you believe us or not. I am entering the gates of this general's manor. The 2 guards immediately pointed their blades at them. If you really are the eldest miss and the young master, then we definitely cannot let you in. If you dare to force your way in, we will not be polite. Suddenly a sword strike appeared out of nowhere, knocking down the 2 guards. A guard gnashed his teeth. Who dares to barge into the Hoak manor? Do you think our master and madam won't lock you in? The dungeon Don Lang stepped forward, sword in hand. This young master truly understands what it means for a dog to act tough based on its master's power today. He looked at the 2 guards with cold eyes. Hoak Thu Tang appeared and shouted, stop. He knelt down. Clasping his hands in greeting, this humble official pays respects to the 9th prince. The guards were stunned to hear this. Dan Lang turned his head and said coldly, the concubine mother is in charge, and the legitimate son and daughter are blocked at the gates. General Hoak, you are truly the first among men in our empire. Thu Tang ordered guards. Seize these 2 fools. For not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, they shall be punished with 100 strokes. The guard from earlier was dragged away, struggling and pleading with the general. This servant was blind and foolish. I know my mistake. Please, general, spare my life, spare me. After Thu Than dealt with the guard, he turned around and spoke respectfully to Don Lang with clasped hands. I have made a fool of myself before the 9th Highness. I wonder for what matter your Highness has come. To the Hoak Manor this time, Dan Lang said coldly. I have naturally come by imperial decree. Miss Hoak has discovered a cure for the plague. Royal father wishes to meet her. Thu Tang was astonished to hear this. Dan Lang turned and said gently to Thien Tam, "Let's go." The little girl hesitated. Seeing this, Thien Bak stroked her head. "Since it is a holy decree, you should follow His Highness quickly." "Go, it is enough for me to visit mother." Finally, Thien Tam left with Dan Lang. Thien Tam turned her head to look at Thu Tan, who was bowing in farewell. Her face darkened as she thought, if father hadn't insisted on taking Aunt Shen as a concubine back then, mother would not have faced what she is facing now. Ultimately, it is because you failed to protect mother. In the royal study, Thien Tam clasped her hands respectfully. "This humble girl pays respects to the emperor." The emperor spoke. "I heard from ninth son that you formulated the medicinal prescription to treat the plague. I see that despite your young age, your knowledge is quite extensive." Thien Tam replied with clasped hands, "Reporting to the emperor. This formula was copied by me from an ancient text. I only wanted to take a risk and try. Who would have known it would succeed?" The emperor muttered doubtfully. "Oh," the imperial physician thought to himself, "this reason sounds very plausible. A young girl of only 13 could not possibly possess such extraordinary medical skills." He asked Miss Hawk, "Forgive this old man for being forward, but what is the honeysuckle in the medicinal formula, and where can it be found?" Thien Tam recounted, reporting to the great official this honeysuckle. This humble girl once saw it in a picture book. It was said that there was a divine physician who one day harvested this miraculous herb on the mountain. It can repel high fevers, reduce pain, inflammation, and swelling. It could even cure the plague, so it was named honeysuckle. This humble girl also held on to hope and searched the mountain, eventually finding it near the mouth of a cave. The imperial physicians were full of admiration after hearing this. Unexpectedly, despite her young age, Miss Hoke has gone through such hardships and persevered with such effort. It truly makes this old man feel ashamed of his own inferiority. After a moment of consideration, the emperor spoke. "My dear ministers, if there are no further questions, then proceed to prepare the medicine according to the formula." The imperial physicians agreed. This humble servant takes his leave. The emperor said seriously, "Tam girl, if this can truly save my people, I will certainly grant you a great reward." Thien Tam replied respectfully. This humble girl kowtows to thank the emperor. Long live, long live. Dan Lang smiled at the sight. As Thien Tam sat in the carriage on the way back, she thought with relief, the emperor's aura is indeed extraordinary. Earlier I was so scared my heart almost jumped out of my throat. Luckily there were no mistakes. Dan Lang leaned in. "Hey little girl, what are you thinking about so intently?" Thien Tam blushed and pulled away. "What are you touching me for?" She said seriously, "Highness, there should be distance between men and women. Please show some self-respect, Your Highness." Dan Lang replied, There is indeed a difference between men and women. However, seeing how small you are, I thought you didn't understand such things." Thien Tam smiled. "Your Highness must be joking." But in her heart she cursed, "You pervert! Don't ever fall into my hands. Otherwise, I will cut you into 8 pieces and throw you into the lake to feed the fish." Dan Lang suddenly brought his hand close to Thien Tam again. He asked seriously, "Little girl, may I call you Tam Nhi?" Thien Tam felt awkward. "Your Highness and I are neither family nor friends. Your Highness's suggestion seems inappropriate." Dan Lang placed his hand on her head and smiled. "How can we be neither family nor friends? The saying goes perfectly. One cannot repay the debt of a saved life except by offering oneself in marriage. Little girl, could it be that you look down on me?" The carriage sped swiftly along the road. Inside the carriage, Thien Tam said tensely, "Ninth Highness, could you please not joke like that?" She helplessly reminded him, "This young lady is only 13 years old." Dan Lang calmly replied, "This Highness is not joking. Although you are a bit small, little girl." "This Highness can wait," Thien Tam declined. "Your Highness's status is noble. This humble girl does not dare to harbor such delusions." In her heart, she silently judged him. This guy looks like a big deal right now. But in a few years, his character might change, and he might even forget his own promise. Dan Lang crossed his arms and looked at Thien Tam. "Rest assured, you are absolutely worthy." She thought helplessly, "Whatever. I'll just treat it as background noise." A moment later, the carriage arrived. "The Hoke family's divine lady has arrived." "Thank you, Your Highness." Dan Lang pulled back the curtain. "Wait a moment." He handed Thien Tam a green Buddhist plaque. "Little girl, this is for you." She looked at the Buddhist plaque in her hand with surprise. Dan Lang's voice drifted back. "In the future, if you face any difficulties, just come to the 9th Prince's Manor to find me." Hearing this, Thien Tam was suspicious of his promise. "Does he want to be my backing?" She stepped into the manor and saw 2 unfamiliar guards. She wondered why the guards in the manor had been replaced. A guard replied respectfully, "Eldest Miss may not know. Today, the general returned early in the afternoon to speak with concubine Shen, after which he ordered all the guards in the manor to be replaced." Thien Tam asked in surprise, What did father and concubine Shen talk about? The guard replied, this servant does not know. Only that when the general left concubine Shen's courtyard, his face was grim. And he even summoned someone from Madam's side for a talk. Thientam asked again. What did they discuss with the person from my mother's side? This servant is also not clear on that. Seeing Thientam, Thu Tang called out loudly, Tam Nhi is back. Thientam immediately bowed and clasped her hands. Tam Nhi pays respects to father. He said, good child, stand up. Thientam's face darkened, her tone cold. Father, is there something you need? Thu Tang asked her, Tam Nhi. Is this medicinal formula your own research? And how did you carry yourself in the palace? Did you let anything slip? Thientam replied calmly. The medicinal formula was one I borrowed from an ancient text. In the palace, the emperor did not make things difficult. He only said it could be used after it has been verified. As for what father is worried about, this daughter was taught by mother. My words and actions were exactly as expected of a young lady from a noble family. Her face was cold as Thu Tang scrutinized her. Surely I didn't lose face for father in the great hall, did I? Tam Nhi, you? Thientam turned away, cutting him off. Tam Nhi is worried about mother's illness. If father has nothing else, then I will go visit mother now. Tam Nhi, Thu Tang thought to himself, father has failed you all. Tham Mo Tu and Thien Bac were chatting. Tham Mo Tu saw Thientam enter and immediately stood up. Tam Nhi! Thientam's eyes sparkled, brimming with tears as she rushed into her arms. Mother, she said gently, Tam Nhi. Mother thought she would never see you again. Thientam hugged Thien Bac and happily replied, Mother, Tam Nhi promised she would bring brother back safely. She suddenly acted, pouting, but why didn't mother listen? Why didn't you take good care of yourself? Mo Tu evaded, Tam Nhi, you've grown thin. This trip must have been very hard for you. Thientam smiled. As long as brother is safe, Tam Nhi is not afraid of any hardship. Ma stepped into Tham Mo Thu's courtyard and said, reporting to Madam, the meal is prepared. Shall we serve it now? She nodded and replied, Bring it up immediately. Then a line of servants, carrying trays of food, walked inside. The food was laid out on the table. Every dish was incredibly beautiful. The mother and her 2 children sat down at the table. Tham Mo Tu said, Look at you two, you've grown so thin. Quick, eat more. Thientam picked up a piece of meat, took a bite, and praised it. It's so delicious. Afterward, Madame Tham led Thientam toward a chair. She asked her mother, I heard that in the manor. Is everything currently managed by Tam Nguok Thu? She explained that Madame Hoak had asked her to handle the affairs. You must call her concubine aunt, don't be so disrespectful. Frowning, she asked her mother, what do you think of her character? Aside from having some small schemes, her nature isn't bad. She is also quite respectful toward me. She could help with other matters, but in her heart she secretly thought about the incident where Tam Nhi fell into the water. I also have some thoughts about that. Thientam hurriedly knelt down and told her, Mother thinks her nature isn't bad, but does Mother know, when Tam Nhi and brother returned to the manor today, we were blocked at the gate by the Tem woman. If the 9th prince hadn't arrived in time, your children would have a home but no way to enter, let alone seeing Mother. Hearing this, Tham Mo Thu was shocked and asked, This really happened? Thientam continued her account. Actually, the incident where I fell into the water was orchestrated by her. Brother has practiced martial arts since childhood and has a strong body. Does Mother truly think he would be so easily infected by the plague? Then why is it that now even Mother has been poisoned? This is the plot of a villain. In this manner, who else could approach Mother, without anyone being suspicious, to administer such poison? Upon hearing this, Mo Thu was stunned into a daze, dropping the teacup in her hand as she asked, Tam Nhi, is what you're saying true? She replied, Mother, just think about it. Is Luke Bin not the spy she planted in my place? She deliberately went to find the old madam. Was it not to send brother away, Mother, as a princess? With details like these, Tam Nhi doesn't believe you haven't noticed. Hearing this, she slammed the table in anger, her teeth clenched. No wonder since the moment Tam Nhi fell into the water, I never expected there to be such a massive plot behind it. It's Mother who is useless, allowing you 2 siblings to be harmed and forced to endure such great humiliation. Thientam reassured her mother. Right now, the most important thing is for you to mind your health. She thought to herself, if I weren't worried about the tragedy of my past life repeating, I would never have brought this up with Mother. Luckily, Mother believes my words. She patted her shoulder and said, Tam Nhi, rest assured, from this day forward, Mother will definitely protect you both, and will not let you suffer any more grievances. Thientam asked her, Mother, do you have any plans? Your maternal grandmother sent an invitation 2 days ago. She will visit the general's manor tomorrow. When the time comes, I will explain everything to her. The next day, Mo Thu's servant brushed her hair while saying, Madam, your complexion looks wonderful today. She said softly, My mother is coming today. My heart is filled with joy. So my whole body feels incredibly comfortable, At the manor gate, someone shouted, "The eldest princess has arrived! The eldest princess has arrived!" The eldest princess, wearing vibrant red robes, stepped inside. Mothu paid her respects. Thunyi pays respects to mother. The eldest princess said, "Quickly stand up. Why the need for such empty formalities? Look at you, you've grown thinner than last time." "How am I supposed to set my mind at ease?" Mothu smiled. "Your daughter is all grown up now. Is it possible I cannot take care of myself?" The eldest princess looked around and asked, "I haven't seen them since I arrived." "Bakanyi and the girl Tam, where have those two gone?" Mothu replied. "The two children were previously sent to the country estate to recuperate. They only returned yesterday. Perhaps they are still sleeping. Mother, if you wish to see them, I will have a servant call them." The eldest princess was startled. "Why were Bakni and the girl Tam sent to the country estate?" Mothu pulled the eldest princess down to a chair and said, "It wasn't a major matter." The eldest princess frowned. "Why not? The plague is everywhere right now. That place is exactly where the outbreak is most severe. Why did you send Bakni and the girl Tam to such a place?" Mothu spoke in a low, heavy voice. "Mother, I love them more than life itself." "How could I bear to do this? It was Tam Nuok Thu." Hearing this, the eldest princess was shocked. "It was her. Why would she do such a thing?" Mothu replied. "At first, she claimed that Thuthan had taken her innocence. At the time, though, I was displeased. I believed she wouldn't dare to lie. For years, she lived with her tail between her legs. Even their wedding night happened only because I forced Thuthan to go. Who would have thought that a few days ago, Tamni slipped into the water and nearly died? Soon after, Bak Kani also caught the plague. And all of it was orchestrated by Tam Nuok Thu." Hearing this, the eldest princess slammed the table in fury. "I thought her mother was a person who knew her place, and that she couldn't be too malicious herself. I never expected her to start causing trouble like this." Mothu frowned. "But she is currently pregnant, and the old madam is protecting her fiercely. I truly have no other options." Right at that moment, the door was pushed open. Tham Nuok Tu walked in aggressively, saying, "Mother, sister. Oh, sister." Beside her, she bowed respectfully. This lowly one pays respects to the eldest princess. "And Madam Hoak." The eldest princess snorted coldly and said, "Stand up." Tham Nuok Tu's expression darkened as she thought to herself, "The woman before me now has a status so noble that even the current emperor must address her with respect as aunt. My mother was suppressed by her for a lifetime, never able to hold her head up. I had better be very careful." The eldest princess picked up a teacup and asked, "How many months has it been?" She replied smugly, reporting to mother. "The physician said it has been over 2 months. Hearing this, the eldest princess slammed the teacup down and scolded, "Madam Tham, is this how you raise your daughter? As a concubine, she dresses even better than the legal wife. It is completely unacceptable. You don't even know to address the legal wife when you speak. What, have you forgotten the hierarchy just because you're favored?" Upon hearing those words, her mother hurriedly knelt down. "Please forgive our offense, eldest princess. Nuok Tu did not do it on purpose." The eldest princess's face darkened. "Forget the kneeling. I dare not accept it. Should any mishap befall the child in your womb, it would become this princess's fault. But the legitimate is legitimate, and a concubine is a concubine. Even if you carry pearls and gold in your belly, it will forever only be of concubine birth. It will never ever be able to climb over the head of the master." Both mother and daughter hurriedly said, "This lowly one would not dare." Mothu, standing behind, said, "Mother, please do not be angry. My younger sister has always been a bit blunt in her ways. She didn't mean it intentionally." Tham Nuok Tu gnashed her teeth and thought, "This wench sounds like she's helping me. But isn't she secretly accusing me of being shrewish?" The eldest princess asked, You are still far too kind-hearted. She is just a daughter of a concubine. How is she worthy of being called your sister?" Tham Nuok Tu's mother broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. What is wrong with the eldest princess today? Why does she keep making things difficult for Nuok Thu? Meanwhile, Tham Nuok Tu thought indignantly, "How hateful! One day I will trample all over Tam Mo Thu's head." The eldest princess spoke up. "All right, the morning greetings are done. If there's nothing else, you are all dismissed." Both mother and daughter immediately replied, "Yes." After they left, the eldest princess said to Mo Thu, You only know how to be soft-hearted. They are merely concubines. You only need to show the authority of the madam of the house. Then would they dare to disobey?" Mo Thu replied, "Mother's teaching is absolutely right." Back in her room, Thian Vu threw a cup to the floor and said angrily, "Concubine mother did nothing wrong." The eldest princess. By what right does she berate concubine mother in front of so many people? This is truly too much bullying. Tham Nuok Tu said, "That's enough. I am fine, am I not? Don't get angry for nothing." She stood up. Suddenly, she let out a muffled groan. Seeing this, Thian Vu asked, "Concubine mother, what's wrong?" She replied, "I'm fine. I just had a slight pain in my stomach a moment ago." In her heart, she thought, it's quite strange, actually. Lately, I've had these stomach pains from time to time. But whenever I want to see a doctor, the pain disappears. It truly is bizarre. Thian stood outside in the corridor. She glanced into the room and smiled slightly. Inside Mothu's manor, Thian sat by the bed checking her mother's pulse, then said, "Mother, you have been taking medicine for several days. By all logic, your health should have significantly improved." Deep down, she was worried. Why was the pulse still unstable? In fact, it seemed to be getting even weaker. Mothu said to her, "My body is frail and weak. This isn't something that happened overnight. I just cannot leave you and your brother behind. Even if I am to die, I must wait until both of you have grown up before I can pass away." Thian said with tears in her eyes, "Don't talk nonsense. What is all this talk about dying? I will definitely find a way to cure you. You must not speak such ill-omened words." Suddenly, Mothu gasped and clutched her stomach. Thian was startled. "Is the pain starting again? Quickly apply this to relieve the pain." She hurriedly handed a heating pad to Mothu. At that moment, the door was pushed open. A maid entered and bowed. "Princess Concubine Nuok and the eldest young lady request an audience. They said that a few days ago, they obtained 100-year-old ginseng and have brought it to nourish the princess's health." Thian said, "They have such a good thing. Yet instead of keeping it for themselves, they rushed to bring it here. They must have some wolfish intent." Mothu asked her, "Tamni, the general's manor is full of ears and eyes everywhere. How can you say such things so carelessly?" She turned to the maid and said, "Tell them to come in." The maid replied, "Yes." Mothu patted Thian head and said, "It is enough that we know they have bad intentions. Now is not yet the time to drop the mask. What should be said and what should not. You must master them precisely. Don't let others get a handle on you, understand?" She nodded. "I understand. Tamni will definitely be careful from now on." Thian and Tamnyok too stepped inside. Thian curled her lips and said, "Vu Nhi pays respects to mother. Has mother been well lately?" Mothu spoke softly, "Everything is fine." "Stand up. Have you been to see the old madam yet?" Thian replied, "We went early this morning. Concubine mother and I were worried about mother's health. So after meeting the old madam, we came directly here." Mothu said, "Nyok tu, you have always known your place and are well regarded by the master and the old madam. Since you are currently pregnant, there is no need to come and pay respects so often." Nyok tu replied, "Many thanks to elder sister for your understanding." The old madam also gave the same instructions. "It's just that staying in my room is quite dull, so it is better to come and talk with elder sister to pass the time." Hearing that, Thian muttered, "But concubine mother, my mother is unwell. She needs to recuperate. She cannot be tired. Furthermore, as someone who is newly pregnant, you should be resting in bed. If you were to bump into something, wouldn't those around you suffer bad luck along with you?" Hearing this, she smiled and said, "Tamni, you're joking. The little young master in my womb is very stable. How could anything be bumped?" Thian replied, "I was just speaking casually. Please don't take it to heart, concubine mother. However, are you so certain it's a little young master in your womb, and not a little young lady?" Upon hearing those words, Thamnyuktu's face darkened. "This brat, every cursed word she speaks is like a dagger. Wait until I rise to power. You will be the first one I skin alive." Thian smiled and said, "Tamni, what you said is incorrect. For years our manor has only had our eldest brother as the male heir. Everyone hopes that this time, concubine mother will have a brother to bring glory to the family. Do you actually want concubine mother to give birth to a sister?" Thian face fell as she scolded. "One can eat whatever they want, but one must not speak carelessly. Both you and concubine mother are people who understand the rules. Since when can a son born of a concubine bear the weight of the 8 words radiant glory and bring honor to the family's prestige? Perhaps you are intentionally cursing my older brother." Hearing this, both Tamnyuktu and Thian were terrified. Tamnyuktu hurriedly knelt down and said, "This sister would not dare. Elder sister Vu Nhi is still young and naive." Her words had no ill intent. "Please, elder sister, do not take it to heart. I beg to kowtow on Vu Nhi's behalf to apologize to you." Mothu said in a stern voice, "Preposterous! You are currently pregnant. How can you torment yourself like this? If there is any mishap, who can bear this responsibility? Hurry and stand up. I accept that Vu Nhi is still young, and I will not pursue it this time. However, things are no longer as they were before. If outsiders were to hear this, they would say that the general's manor has corrupt family values. If it affects future prospects, you won't be able to handle the consequences. From now on, the hierarchy between the legitimate and concubines must be strictly maintained. You must not treat this as a joke, do you understand?" Thamnyuktu broke out in a sweat and replied, "Yes. This servant knows her mistake." Thian answered, "This daughter will remember mother's teachings." Though she said that, Thamnyuktu was grit her teeth inwardly. she thought. The term "this servant" was something I only used when I first entered the manor. Ever since I gave birth to Vu Nyi and gained the old madam's favor, I haven't had to address myself that way. To think I was forced to say it by this wretched woman. Thean Tom glanced at her and thought, even at a time like this, you still dream of usurping the position. I will never let you have your way. She asked her concubine mother. I recall that concubine Cam Tai in the back courtyard did not use such a title in front of grandmother. Do you remember how she addressed herself? Thum Nyuk Tu recalled the past, when concubine Cam knelt before the old madam, holding a basin in her hands. When the two of them passed each other, Thum Nyuk Tu gave a contemptuous smile. As a fellow concubine, your life is even worse than a dog's. She replied, what do you understand? Only those who clearly know their status can live for a long time. At that moment, the servant beside Mo Thu spoke up. I've heard that pregnant women are often forgetful. It seems the saying is quite true. Concubine Nuok, if you have forgotten, let Tu Hin remind you. In front of the old Madam Concubine Cam Tai, always refers to herself as your humble servant. Hearing this, Tom Nuok Tu gritted her teeth and stammered. This humble servant must obey Madam's teachings. Suddenly she began to stagger. Seeing this, Tu Hin hurried over to support her and asked, Oh, my concubine, could it be that you are about to faint? To faint while listening to the mistress's teachings. Perhaps that is an expression of resentment toward the mistress. Sweating, she forced a smile and told Tu Hin, You must be joking, young lady. I, this humble servant, cannot afford such an accusation. Mo Thu spoke up. Tu Hin, do not be so disrespectful. Concubine Nuok has been in the manor for a long time. How would she dare to be rebellious? Bring a chair here. Do not let concubine Nuok get exhausted. Thien Vu stood to one side, frowning as she thought. Concubine mother was standing for the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, and only now is she granted a chair. Clearly they are intentionally making things difficult for her. Meanwhile, Thien Tam stood nearby and said, I see that elder sister seems to be unwilling in her heart. Could it be that you are dissatisfied with mother's teachings? She quickly forced a smile. It is rare for mother to offer guidance. Of course I must memorize every word. I am only worried that mother might misjudge concubine mother. After all, she came because she was worried about mother's illness. So she brought ginseng for mother to recover her strength. Then she clapped her hands. Immediately a servant entered carrying a bowl of ginseng. Thien Tom's face darkened as she thought, mother's body is currently weak and cannot handle excessive nourishment. Bringing ginseng now is to ensure that her vital energy grows even weaker. Thien Tam ran over and said to Mo Thu, Mother, please accept concubine mother's kind intentions. I remember that mother has a gold-plated silver hairbrush with a white jade lotus blossom. It looks very beautiful. I wonder if it can be bestowed upon concubine Nuok. Hearing that, she was stunned. She glanced at the hairpin being brought forward. Tu Hin smiled and asked, This is a reward from the mistress. Does concubine Nuok like it? After hearing this, her face darkened as she thought. The master said this kind of hairpin is only worn by servants and concubines of the lowest rank. Now this wench actually gives this thing to me. Is she not mocking my lowly birth? Thien Tam wore a smile and asked, Could it be that concubine mother is so overjoyed that she forgot what she ought to do? Why haven't you thanked the madam yet? She gripped the hairpin tightly in her hand, bowing as she said, This humble servant thanks the madam for her great favor. Mo Thu nodded. Good, it's fine as long as you like it. I am tired now. If you have nothing else, go back and rest. She spoke up. This humble servant has one more matter, to request the madam's gracious permission. Thien Vu stepped forward to speak on her mother's behalf. It is like this because concubine mother is older. She might face a difficult labor. Therefore, she wishes for me to accompany her to the ancestral temple, to burn incense and pray for blessings. We hope for mother's permission. Seeing Mo Thu nod, both of them bowed. Thank you, madam. Thank you, mother. After the mother and daughter left, Mo Thu said, Hopefully, that hairpin can help her see her status clearly again. Do not do anything futile. Thien Tam stood to one side with her arms crossed, coldly snorting. That kind of person needs to be disciplined many times before they understand. What kind of logic is this humble servant? At this moment, Tu Hin entered carrying a bowl of medicine. Madam, it is time to take your medicine. Thien Tam picked up the bowl, smelled it, and asked, This scent is a mixture of Facies trigoptery, Pollen typhae angelica sinensis, Paeonia lactiflora chuanxiong mirabilite peach kernel, and frankincense. Could it be the sudden smile powder Shishao-san? Hearing this, Tu Hin covered her mouth and asked, Miss, how did you know? She angrily threw down the medicine bowl in her hand and cursed. Abominable, this poisonous woman actually dares to think of this. Taking advantage of the fact that ginseng and sudden smile powder are incompatible with each other, she is forcing mother toward her death. Tu Hin stood to one side with tears in her eyes and said, I knew she had no good intentions toward the madam. No wonder the madam has been taking medicine for years, without seeing any improvement. Miss, please think of a way. She angrily replied, from now on, whenever the medicine is brewed, our own servants must oversee it for mother. Aside from taking the medicine, she must avoid all these toxic dietary supplements that are incompatible. However, there is no need to make a scene about this for the time being. Intimidated by her, Tuhin broke into a cold sweat and replied, I understand. A few days later, Thien Tom picked up a pearl bead, examined it for a while, and asked Mother, what do you think of the color of this bead? Looking up from her embroidery, she replied, not bad at all. Using it for the willow branch on the pure vase is just perfect. Tamni really has good taste, Thien Tom said excitedly. It's all thanks to Mother's teaching. However, you must not overwork yourself. She pulled Thien Tom into a hug. It's all right. I feel much better after taking the medicinal food for a few days. The old madam's birthday is approaching. I must finish this quickly. Hearing that, Thien Tom immediately ran over to massage her shoulders. Then let me massage your shoulders to help you relax. Just then the door opened. Thien Tom was startled when she saw the maidservant. She hurriedly stepped aside to hear the maid's report. I have followed your instructions, miss, to investigate the list of servants under the manager. Indeed, concubine Nuak did replace some of the young master's attendants, which is how the illness was passed to him. However, after you and the young master left, that person was also expelled from the manor. Thien Tom's voice deepened. Given Tom Nuak Thu's methods, I fear that person has met a grim fate. The maid said worriedly, in that case, there is no longer any evidence to implicate Nuak. The concubine plotted to frame the young master. She replied, there will be a way. Do not let this matter leak out. Tell me, what did Tom Nuak Thu go to the ancestral temple for? The maid said, miss, you truly are as wise as a god. The other day, besides burning incense to pray for blessings, she also secretly met a man. According to what I was told, this man's appearance is identical to the one who drowned yesterday. Hearing this, Thien Tom frowned. Oh, Tom Nuak Thu just met this person and then he died. Could his death be related to something? The maid continued. Additionally, I noticed that when returning to the manor, concubine Nuak brought along some items. That didn't look like things one would receive from prayer. Thien Tom's brow furrowed. If we could clarify what exactly she brought back, that would be great. It might even be related to that man she met secretly. She thought to herself, it's a pity that Tom Nuak Thu is currently pregnant. With so many servants attending to her in the manor, it's truly impossible to go in and investigate. Suddenly the maid said, that's right. Early this morning I discovered this. She handed Thien Tom a blood-stained handkerchief. Thien Tom was shocked. This is concubine Nuak's handkerchief. Thien Vu hasn't reached that age yet, so this bloodstain can only belong to concubine Nuak. But she is pregnant. Bleeding at this time, I'm afraid, is a symptom of a miscarriage. She thought to herself, I previously added something to her pregnancy-stabilizing medicine, but that amount would only cause abdominal discomfort, not to the point of a miscarriage. The maid asked her, Miss, since the concubine has so many secrets, should we tell the madam? She shook her head. No rush. Wait until I have investigated thoroughly before speaking. Just then Luke Bin hurriedly ran toward her and called her name. Miss! As soon as she saw her, she was startled. This scent is so familiar. She spoke up and asked, where are you going? Nuak Bing replied, I am following the madam's orders to bring some things to concubine Nuak. Concubine Nuak is worried about the madam's illness, so she chatted with me for a while. Are you looking for me for something urgent, miss? Hearing this, she frowned and thought, so she picked up the scent from Tom Nuak Thu's room. She waved her hand. It's nothing, you may leave. Luke Bin turned away, thinking to herself, Miss has been acting strange these past 2 days. Could she have discovered something? The maid behind Thien Tom covered her nose and asked, Miss, why do I smell such a strong scent of herbs clinging to Luke Bin? She immediately said, I'm afraid she picked it up while she was at Tom Nuak Thu's courtyard. Mugwort daughter seed, Taxilis and ginkgo all added to pregnancy-stabilizing medicine. If that's the case, then the rumor about concubine Nuak's miscarriage is actually true. The maid was startled to hear this. But no doctor has been invited to the manor lately. Where did concubine Nuak get the pregnancy-stabilizing medicine? Could it be that man from the ancestral temple? Who gave it to her? She smiled and asked, seeking a stranger instead of a doctor when ill. What kind of relationship do they have for Tom Nuak Thu to trust him so much? I'm becoming more and more curious about the secret between those two. The maid suddenly realized, I will continue to investigate and see. Luke I pulled Thien Tom to the dressing table and praised her. Your eyebrows are very much like the madam's. In a few more years, you will surely be a legendary beauty just like her, Thien Tom said softly. No matter how beautiful a woman is in the end, she must rely on her looks, living by depending on a man. I don't want to be like concubine Nuak. using beauty to lure a drunken man, only to end up as someone's concubine. Mothu walked in at that moment and said with a smile, Tamni is absolutely right. A woman should be well-rounded in both virtue and talent. Even in the most desperate situation, one must be self-reliant. You must never lose your way out. Hearing this, she nodded. Mother is right. Mothu leaned down. All right, sit still now. Today is your grandmother's grand birthday celebration. You must look your most beautiful. During the banquet, there will likely be many madams asking about you. Hearing this, she asked curiously, asking about me. Why would they want to ask about me? Tahin stood nearby and explained, in 2 years, the eldest miss will reach the age of hairpinning. By appearing before everyone this time, naturally there will be many people competing to inquire about a marriage contract. Thientam recalled the words from the other day. Dan Lang had asked her, the proverb is right. One cannot repay the debt of a saved life, except by offering one's body in return. I wonder if a little girl like you would despise me. Her face flushed bright red as she said, Mother, please discipline Tuhin. Is she not talking nonsense? One cannot just say anything so recklessly. Mothu smiled. Fine, we won't speak of it for now. Wait 2 more years, then we shall see. Afterward, she led Thientam into the banquet. Just then someone spoke up. Moni. She turned her head and saw a woman and a man walking toward them. She asked in surprise, Tinlam? Tinglam said, long time no see. Quickly let me look at you. The former #1 beauty of the capital. Are you still as celestial as you were then? Mothu said softly. You already a mother of several children. Why is your temperament still the same? Does Lord Minister Ha not keep you in check? The minister standing beside her smiled. I've let County Princess Mo see something embarrassing. Tinglam has always been this way. If she were gentle and demure, I wouldn't be used to it. Hearing that, Tinlam glanced at him and asked, You still dare to say you're not used to it? Upon seeing that look, he immediately pleaded in fear, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. My wife is virtuous and kind-natured. Your husband could not ask for more. Hearing this, Tinlam smiled and pulled Mothu's hand. It's good that you know. Moni, let's go. Seeing her, Thientam thought to herself, if only father could ignore the rumors and treat mother like this, that would be wonderful. Suddenly someone pulled her hair, causing her to turn around in irritation. The young lady smiled and asked, You must be Tam Ni, my little sister. Sister, I heard you fell into the water some time ago. At that time, mother and I were traveling in Jiangnam, so we didn't have time to visit you. Are you all right now? She replied, I am doing very well. Thank you for your concern, sister. Just then, Thien Vu rushed over in a hurry, waving and calling out, Little Sister Nadong. She was the 3rd young lady of the minister's household. Little Sister Nadong, right I am, Hoc Thien Vu. Quickly come over here. Nadong nodded in greeting. Sister Vu? But then she turned around and pulled Thientam's hand. Let's head inside quickly. She completely ignored Thien Vu behind her, making her grit her teeth and think hatefully, that wretched little wench. Yuak-Tu walked up to Thien Vu and asked with a frown, Today is a great opportunity. Why aren't you going to socialize with the young ladies of the great families? What are you doing standing here? Thien Vu gritted her teeth. Those legitimate daughters are all so snobbish. They won't spare me a second glance. What else can I do? Must I grovel and beg them? Yuak-Tu asked in return, Legitimate daughters. Of course you must associate with the legitimate daughters, but don't you know enough to get to know the other young ladies too? Hearing this, Thien Vu became furious. You want me to mingle with the other concubine-born daughters? Who do they think they are? A group who doesn't even dare to speak loudly. Are they even worthy? Yuak-Tu reminded her, Vunyi, a daughter born of a concubine is still a young lady. Sometimes there are 1 or 2 outstanding ones among them. When you go to the academy in the future, you cannot be all alone without any friends. Fine, are you just going to let that girl Thien Tam walk all over you? Hearing this, Thien Vu calmed down. Now that you mention it, I was indeed negligent. Don't worry, concubine mother. I know what I must do now. Inside the banquet, Yenhai was eating very happily. Suddenly, she looked to the side in surprise and said to Thientam, Tam Nhi, that elder concubine-born sister of yours is quite a sharp one. To think even my quiet and timid younger cousin can talk with a legitimate young lady like you now. That's not easy to pull off, is it? Hearing that, Na Dong frowned and looked at Yenhai. Yenhai, why would you say that? Yenhai quickly explained, Tamni, I didn't mean anything by it. I just couldn't help speaking my mind. Please don't be offended. Thientam smiled. Being straightforward is a good thing. Between people, if we always beat around the bush, it would be exhausting. Yenhai patted her chest. Those words of Tam Nhi really suit my taste. Sister, I've befriended the right person today. All 3 young ladies raised their wine cups. Yenhai said, for the friendship of us 3 sisters. Let's drain this cup. Just then someone announced, the 9th prince has arrived. Dan Lang stepped inside, attracting everyone's gaze. Look quickly, it's the 9th prince. The prince has actually come. The prince is remarkably handsome. He truly deserves to be the emperor's most favored prince. Dan Lang stepped forward to pay his respects and said to the old Madame Tam, wishing old Madame fortune as vast as the eastern sea and longevity as great as the southern mountain. Seeing him, Thien Tam muttered, "That playboy." Yen Hai smiled. "How can you say that? I think the ninth prince is very good. Not only is he highly knowledgeable, but he's also very gentle and polite." Thien Tam heard this and immediately asked Yen Hai, "Sister, why do you think so highly of him? Could it be that you've taken an interest in him?" Yen Hai covered her mouth. "How could that be? I've had a marriage contract for a long time." "Don't talk nonsense like that." Nyadong, standing nearby, teased her. "But Tamni, you look so tense. Could it be that you like the ninth prince?" She started. "Sister Dong, what are you saying? Who would ever like a playboy like him? He is completely unlearned and talentless." Yen Hai whispered, "Oh. So it turns out the one Tam Ni likes isn't a playboy, but a gentleman who is knowledgeable, gentle and polite, I see?" Thien Tam felt as if a knife had pierced her heart and thought, "Weren't those the exact words you used to describe the ninth prince? Why is it all being twisted around? Why am I still stuck with this guy?" Yen Hai smiled. "All right, I won't say it anymore, okay?" Thien Tam hurriedly said, "Quickly drain this cup of wine." Her urgency startled the other two. "What?" The old madame spoke up with a smile. "Your Highness, your presence here is a great honor for this old woman. Please take a seat." Dan Lang smiled brightly. "Old madame, there is no need for such formality. I am not fond of listening to the opera. Sitting near the stage gives me quite a headache. I see that it is quite peaceful over there." He glanced toward Thien Tam. She frowned, thinking to herself, "This guy is definitely doing this on purpose." Dan Lang approached Thien Tam and called out, "Tam Nhi, it has been a long time." Thien Tam looked up and asked, "Your Highness, have you perhaps come to the wrong place? This area is for the ladies. You should be over there." She pointed toward the seating for the men. Nearby Thien Bak saw him and immediately waved his hand. But Dan Lang murmured thoughtfully, "Unfortunately, Thien Bak's table is full, so I have no choice but to join this little girl here." "You are not even an adult yet. What are you afraid of?" She replied, "The ninth prince truly went through a lot of trouble to come up with such an excuse. To even mention that I haven't reached the age of adulthood, how clever. I am truly impressed." Dan Lang gave a teasing smile. "No need to be so polite." She snapped back angrily, "Who would want to be polite with you?" Afterward, Dan Lang sat down at the banquet table with Thien Tam. He poured himself a cup of wine, caught the scent, and thought, "This wine has a very strange smell." He took a sip and praised it. The aroma is rich. The taste is pure and not cloying. It truly is top-grade peach blossom wine." Then he was startled. "Wait a minute. Why is there a burning sensation in my throat?" Peach blossom wine has a lingering aftertaste, but it is usually very pure and gentle. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be this strong, unless someone has added something to it. He turned his head. Seeing Thien Tam continuing to drink the wine, he thought to himself, "No wonder the little girl's face is a bit flushed. I'm afraid she's been set up and doesn't even know it yet." So he immediately took the wine cup from her hand and said, "You are still young. Drink less wine." She pouted. "Whether I drink or not is my business. You're just a guest. Why are you being so bossy?" He smiled, patted her head, and said, "Of course I have to worry. It's almost your turn to present your gift. Don't embarrass yourself in front of old Madame Hawk." Hearing this, Thien Tam thought, "What is wrong with me today? I've only had 2 cups and I'm already this flustered. I almost forgot about presenting the gift to grandmother." Suddenly, Dan Lang called out to her little girl. He brushed his hand away, turned around, and said, "Don't touch me. Stay away from me." Seeing this, Dan Lang put on a sorrowful look. "It breaks my heart when you say such things, little girl." Thien Tam fell silent after hearing that. At that moment, a Tuong ran over and called him Your Highness. He replied, "It's nothing. I have a task for you. Go to the back and check who is in charge of this table. See if anyone put something into the wine." A Tuong immediately replied yes and left. Meanwhile, in front of old Madame Huoc, Thien Bak opened a painting and said, "This is my birthday gift. I wish grandmother long life and good health." Old Madame Huoc praised, "Very good. Bakni is improving more and more. This painting has deep meaning. I like it very much." Then she took out an ink stick and said, "I bestow this top-grade ink stick upon you. Consider it encouragement." Thien Bak bowed. "Thank you for the reward, grandmother." Suddenly, Thien Vu ran up, grabbed her hand, and said, "Grandmother, I have also prepared a gift for you. Please look." She took out a gorgeously embroidered dress. In the center was an image of Guanyin. Then she excitedly asked her grandmother, "This outfit took Vu Nhi 3 months to complete. Do you like it, grandmother?" Thien Tam curled her lips and thought, "What a fool." Old Madame Huoc nodded and said, "Vu Nhi, you are very thoughtful. Now you may step aside." This startled Thien Vu, who wondered, "What?" She didn't give up and asked her grandmother, "Do you perhaps not like my gift?" Old Madame Huoc glanced at a nearby servant. The servant immediately stepped forward and told Tien Vu, "Eldest young lady, the madame asks you to step out for a moment." After that, two maidservants came forward and opened a scroll. Inside was a painting of Guan Yin. Thien Tam bowed and said, "Your granddaughter wishes grandmother a life as eternal as the sun and the moon, and longevity like the pine and the crane. Tam Ni is not very talented, but I worked with mother to create this embroidered Guan Yin and lotus scroll. I hope grandmother will like it," old Madame Hoak asked in surprise. "This image, it was actually embroidered." She nodded and replied shyly, "I was afraid that a painting would fade over time, so I discussed it with mother and we decided to embroider one instead." Upon hearing that, she broke into a satisfied smile. "Tam Ni is always so thoughtful. I just didn't expect your embroidery skills to have reached such a level. I like this embroidered piece very much." Then she turned and gave an order. "Tui Lan Tui Quan, hurry and bring this image of the Bodhisattva to the family hall, to be enshrined. Make sure there are no mistakes." She then handed Thien Tam a set of earrings and said, "These jade pendants were the first piece of jewelry that your grandfather gave to me. I am giving them to you now. Remember to take care of them carefully." Thien Tam spoke solemnly. "Grandmother, these jade pendants carry great meaning for Tam Ni." She turned to look at her mother beside her. She smiled and said, "One must not refuse a gift from an elder." Tam Ni quickly thanked your grandmother. Hearing that, Thien Tam obediently accepted the earrings. Then she bowed. "Tam Ni thanks grandmother for her kind favor." Old Madame Hawk smiled. "Good child, go back to your seat. I see you are getting along well with the young ladies from the minister's family and the duke's residence. Remember to entertain them carefully. Do not neglect your etiquette." She nodded. "Tam Ni will remember." Thien Vu stood to one side, gritting her teeth and thinking, how hateful. Both were images of Guan Yin Buddha, so why did grandmother prefer that wretched girl's? What kind of trick did she use to make the old madam give away her token of love from grandfather? Thien Tam returned to her seat. Seeing the joyful expression on her face, Don Lang thought, she is that happy just from a pair of jade pendants? This little girl is truly easy to please. Lady Mo's health is gradually improving. The little girl is favored by old Madame Hoak more and more each day. It would definitely be much better if I could bring the little girl back to the manor soon. I could protect her more. Pity she is still too young. Sensing his eyes fixed on her, she asked awkwardly, "Are you sick? Why do you keep staring at me?" He replied, "Because you are beautiful, little girl." Hearing that, she immediately scolded, "Lunatic." Thien Tam stood up abruptly. Seeing this, Don Lang asked in surprise, "Where are you going?" She turned to leave and replied, "A guest should act like a guest. Don't meddle in things that don't concern you." At this, Don Lang burst out laughing. The little girl certainly has a fiery temper. Thien Tam walked outside and sat by the lotus pond, thinking, that man really made me angry. I can't delay any longer. I must find an opportunity to talk about dissolving the marriage contract with mother. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps rang out, startling her. It turned out the newcomer was Nuoc Thu. She asked, "The old madam told you, Tam Ni, to entertain the guests. Why did you run out here? Aren't you afraid I'll tell the old madame?" Thien Tam said coldly. "I advise Aunt Nuoc to watch her words. Is Tam Ni a name you are fit to? Call does the word of my maternal grandmother hold no weight with you?" The woman laughed coldly, approached her and asked, "If it weren't for that sickly woman, fearing my pregnancy would affect her status, then why would she invite the grand princess here?" Thien Tam stood up in anger. "I see your audacity is growing by the day. As a lowly concubine, you dare to slander the primary wife. What do you think that relying on the child in your womb allows you to disregard the head of the household?" Hearing this, she burst out laughing and asked, "So what if I disregard Tham Mo Thu?" Suddenly her face turned cold, and her eyes filled with murderous intent. "Did you really think that sickly thing could recover? The way she looks now is just a brief rally before the end. She will die very soon. Once she is dead, I will be the legitimate primary wife of the general's manor. Then you and that brother of yours, that cursed man, will be sent to be buried with her." Hearing this, Thien Tam was furious. She slapped her hard. "You insolent creature!" Holding her face and gritting her teeth, she hissed, "You wretched girl, you dare to hit me!" Thien Tam shot back. "So what if I hit you? You are just a lowly concubine, yet you dare to curse my mother. I shall take these words to grandmother and father, and see how they deal with a treacherous heart like yours." Upon hearing this, Nuoc Thu immediately lunged forward and grabbed her throat. Pulling her down to the ground, she snarled, "You damned bitch! I'll strangle you to death right now, and then let's see how you file a complaint." Thien Tam gritted her teeth, thinking to herself, "Dreadful, she really intends to kill me." She fumbled around on the ground. Her fingers touched a stone as she thought, "I cannot die. Mother and brother are waiting for me. I absolutely cannot die such a meaningless death." She immediately used that stone to strike Nuoc Thu's head, knocking her over. At the same time, blood began to flow from the woman's lower body. When she felt the pool of blood, she thought, "You little bitch, this time you are truly dead." Thean Tom stood up and asked, "That pregnancy, you were probably going to lose it anyway. Weren't you?" Grabbing her dress tightly, she replied, "What if it was? Now the entire general's manor will believe it was your fault. It was you who harmed my child, so all the consequences will be borne by you alone." Hearing this, she cursed, "You want to die." At that moment, someone shouted, "Stop!" Thean Tam turned her head and saw old Madame Hoc arriving with Hoc Thu Then and her mother. Thean Tam fell silent at the sight. Thien Vu, standing behind, cried out in panic, "Auntie is injured." As soon as Nuoc Tu saw old Madame Hoc, she immediately began to act, wailing in pain. "Old Madame, the second young lady wants to kill me. Please save the child in my womb." And then she collapsed. Afterward, the doctor arrived to check her pulse. The old madam stood to one side, silent and somber. Mothu approached and stroked Thean Tom's head. She was startled to see the red marks on her neck. Old Madame Hoc asked the imperial doctor, "Is she all right?" The doctor bowed. "The pregnant woman's life is not in danger. However, I am afraid the unborn child cannot be saved." Hearing this, old Madame Hoc was deeply shaken. "My grandchild gone just like that?" Hoc Tu Tang rushed over to support his mother. "Mother, today is your birthday. Please try to stay calm. Do not let this harm your health. Take Aunt Nuoc to rest." The imperial doctor bowed. "Then I shall prepare a prescription for Aunt Nuoc." Back inside the manor, old Madame Hoc sat on her chair in a fit of rage. She struck her cane and commanded, "Kneel." Thean Tam immediately knelt down. Ban Lang watched the situation from the side, remaining silent. Mothu rushed forward, calling out, "Mother Tam Ni." Hoc Tu Tang also called out, "Madam." Old Madame Hoc questioned her, "Did you know that Aunt Nuoc was carrying your younger brother or sister?" Thean Tam replied, "I knew." Old Madame Hoc was incensed. "If you knew, why did you do such a thing?" Thien Vu stood nearby, gritting her teeth. "Grandmother, she must have been jealous of Auntie, fearing that if Auntie gave birth to a son, she would—" Old Madame Hoc slammed the table in anger and scolded, "This is no place for you." "To interrupt," startled Thien Vu cried out. Grandmother old Madame Hoc asked Tam Ni, "I want you to tell me, why did you push Aunt Nuoc down?" Thean Tam answered, "Grandmother Tam Ni did not do it on purpose." Thien Vu angrily ran over to confront Thean Tam. "You didn't do it on purpose, yet you caused Auntie to miscarry. If you had done it on purpose, wouldn't you have taken her life? We have been sisters for many years, yet I never knew that one so young could have such a wicked heart." Thean Tam remained silent. Dan Lang, observing the situation from the side, finally spoke up. "Old Madame Hoc, did you say it was the second young lady? Since when was it the eldest Mrs. turn to butt in and pressure people like that?" Thien Vu heard this and was startled. His Highness Dan Lang called out to a Tuong. A Tuong immediately appeared and replied, "Yes, Your Highness." He took out a bottle of wine and a small cup. Seeing this, old Madame Hoc asked, "What is the meaning of this, Your Highness?" Dan Lang poured the wine and said, "Old Madame Hoc, I heard that this peach blossom wine is the general's favorite, and only old Madame Hoc knows how to make it. Could it be that Madame is already very familiar with its taste?" Old Madame Hoc nodded. "Of course. This method was passed down from my ancestors. I would know it the moment its scent wafts by. However, what is Your Highness trying to say?" He replied, "Old Madame Hoc, please do not be in a hurry. I still invite you to try and see how it tastes." A Tuong brought the wine cup to her. She asked the prince, "Your Highness, today's peach blossom wine was made by my own hands. What exactly are you doubting?" Thean Tam pulled Dan Lang's sleeve and said, "This matter has nothing to do with you. You should go, don't mind things that aren't your business." Hearing that, Dan Lang frowned slightly, then smiled and asked, "You silly girl, how could I bear to leave you behind right now?" Hearing this, Thean Tom's face turned red. Dan Lang reached out and pulled her into his arms. "Second miss, my apologies." Then Thean Tom fell into his arms, her face flushing crimson. Suddenly, he gently pulled down the collar of her dress, startling her as she scolded, "You jerk!" The guests had just seen the marks on Thean Tom's neck and were extremely shocked. "What is going on? Why are there bruises on the second Miss's neck? I saw her just now and it looked normal. Could it be that she was just attacked by concubine Nuoc?" Dan Lang turned to ask Thien Vu, the eldest miss. "If I'm not mistaken, the dark bruises on the second Miss's neck were caused by that concubine of yours, weren't they?" She broke into a cold sweat. "Your Highness, you have no evidence. You cannot speak such nonsense." At this time, a servant stepped forward and said, "Your Highness, old Madame, when going to the backyard, I was the first one to arrive. I saw with my own eyes that the second miss hit the concubine first. The concubine was only protecting the child in her womb. That is why she took action. Who would have thought the second miss would get angry and push the concubine down?" Upon hearing this, Mothu immediately scolded her for being insolent. "The old madame is speaking with the ninth prince. Is it your turn to interrupt? You have no sense of hierarchy, recklessly interrupting your masters." Butler, how do you say she should be punished? The butler stepped forward and replied, reporting to Madame, for being insolent, a servant should be slapped 20 times on the mouth. The servant was stunned after hearing that. Thien Vu frowned and spoke up. Mother, I know you are worried about Tam Ni, but things are not clear yet. To show such favoritism toward Tam Ni is not convincing. Where are the guards? Mothu asked coldly. Are you saying I am biased toward her? Beach Dao just spoke up, and Mother was so quick to punish her. Is it not to silence her? So that outsiders can continue to frame the concubine? Dan Lang smiled and asked, is the eldest miss trying to twist the truth, madame? She was punished because that maid was disrespectful and undisciplined. What does that have to do with the second missy? Moreover, how much of that maid's words are true and how much are false? Who could possibly tell? However, that cup of wine is what matters. A Tuong said to old Madame Hoak, I invite you to examine it, old madame. She picked up the cup, smelled the aroma, and asked, this taste is not authentic peach blossom wine. Could something have been added? After drinking it, she was startled. It was Burning Blade liquor. Mothu said to Prince Dan Lang, Burning Blade is a strong spirit. Mother would not mix it with peach blossom wine. To serve honored guests. Dan Lang spoke softly. Princess Mothu does not need to be in such a hurry. Of course I believe. Old Madame would not do such a thing. But that doesn't mean others wouldn't do it. Hearing this, Mothu was startled, but the wine was all arranged by the butler. The old butler hurriedly knelt on the ground to explain. It wasn't me, this old servant is being wronged. I was indeed in charge of the banquet quantities, but the second Mrs. table was sent over. By someone sent by concubine Nuoc. It has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Thien Vu became furious. What nonsense are you talking about? The concubine's status is noble. Why would she interfere with the work of you servants? Dan Lang smiled and asked, why is the eldest miss so anxious as well? Call the kitchen maids here to ask, won't everything become clear immediately? Afterward, 2 kitchen maids were brought in. Old Madame Hawk spoke up. I am asking you, today who brought the wine to Tam Girl's table? If you dare to say one wrong word, you will be punished by family law. The 2 hurried to say, we did not know. We only know that the wine for the second Mrs. table was taken. By concubine Nuoc. Old Madam, please calm your anger. Concubine Nuoc went to the kitchen and said she was delivering it to the banquet hall on her way. Hearing this, Thien Vu's face darkened as she scolded. What lowly servants? How dare you make such false accusations? When did my concubine ever go to the kitchen? Surely you all secretly tampered with it to frame her. The 2 maids fearfully asked the eldest miss, we have no grudge against the second miss or concubine Nuoc. Why would we use strong liquor to harm the second miss? And why would we frame the concubine? She furiously raised her hand and shouted, how hateful you dare to speak such lies. Just as she was about to strike the 2 maids, Dan Lang gripped her wrist tightly. What is the meaning of this eldest miss? Since threats didn't work now, you want to resort to violence. She fearfully said, Your Highness, my concubine lost her unborn child because of Hog Thien Tam, and now her life is in danger. This person is as poisonous as a scorpion. Why do you have to help her like this? After hearing this, Don Long frowned and flung her away. The matter hasn't been fully investigated, yet you dare to repeatedly call others wicked. Is this the attitude of a daughter of a concubine toward the legitimate daughter? Upon hearing that, she knelt down in fear. Dan Lang said, furthermore, this prince has ears and eyes. I can distinguish right from wrong myself. There is no need for your reminders. Kneeling on the ground, she thought to herself, Hoc Tien Tam, you wench. On what basis does the 9th prince back you up like that? Right. Just then a maid rushed in to report. Old madam, concubine Nuoc has woken up. Hearing this, she immediately said, hurry, go see how she is. The group hurried to Nuoc Thu's room. As soon as she saw old Madame Hoak, she called out, Mother. Hoak Thu Than hurriedly asked the physician, Physician, the concubine is all right now, isn't she? The physician replied, General, I have just performed a thorough examination and discovered that concubine Nuoc used too much abortion-inducing medicine, which caused the unstoppable bleeding and miscarriage not the eldest Mrs. doing. Her body has been severely harmed now, and it will be difficult for her to bear children in the future. Hearing this, Nuoc Thu, old Madame Hoak, and Hoak Thu Tan were all shocked. What? Old Madame Hoak questioned the physician, Physician Luong. Are you sure there is no mistake? Concubine Nuoc finally conceived. How could she use abortion medicine? Physician Luong thought to himself. How could abortifacient medicine be used? Physician Luong thought to himself. I have practiced medicine for 25 years and understand gynecological conditions well. According to the pulse, the fetus in her womb was already dead. It should have been expelled days ago, yet it was somehow retained until today? If medicine hadn't been used today to force it out, and it were kept longer, I fear the concubine's life would also be in danger. Thien Tam then signaled to her maid. The maid hurriedly ran off. Nyuktu hurriedly sat up from the bed and said, "Old madam, you must believe me. I have been in this manner for over 17 years. Aside from Vu Ni, I finally had another child. How could I use abortion medicine on myself?" Old Madam Hawk froze for a moment after hearing that. She turned and said, "Physician Luong, explain this matter. The fetus was forced out by abortion medicine. I only speak the truth. As for why the concubine had to do such a thing, you must ask the concubine herself." Thien Vu hurriedly spoke up on Nuoc Tu's behalf. "Grandmother, the concubine has always been timid. She would even walk around an ant to avoid stepping on it. She certainly could not have committed such a cruel act against her own child. I beg grandmother to examine this clearly." Mothu smiled and asked, "Would a physician who has practiced for many years wrongfully accuse concubine Nuoc for no reason? The old madame truly should examine this clearly." Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Nuoc Thu hurriedly asked, "Madam, ever since the young miss fell into the water, you have always caused trouble for me and the eldest miss. Are you now helping an outsider to ruin my reputation?" Mothu coldly questioned her back. "Do you dare to say that the incident of Tam Ni drowning had nothing to do with you?" Hearing this, she froze and hesitated, thinking to herself, "This woman has always been weak and submissive, never daring to compete. Why is she pressuring me so much now? It's as if she has become a different person." Thien Vu hurriedly ran over to protect Nuoc Tu. "So it turns out Mother is blaming the concubine for the incident where Tam Ni fell into the water. No wonder you've been picking on her lately." Nuoc Tu sat up, let out a laugh, and said, "So Madame has long wanted to get rid of me. Sadly, I am the one who was married into the family along with you. If you punished me, others would criticize you. You fear for your reputation, yet refuse to let me stay. That's why you let the young miss push me, and then ordered the physician to slander my name, all to achieve your goal of eliminating me. Madame, you are truly heartless." She shifted all the blame onto Mothu. Mothu laughed coldly. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. You are merely a concubine who came with me. Just a concubine, yet you dare to plot against the legitimate son and daughter of the primary wife. Even dying 10,000 times would not be enough for you. Even if you die 10,000 times, it wouldn't be enough." Upon hearing this, both Thien Vu and Nuoc Tu were startled. Nuoc Tu gripped the bed sheets tightly and said, "I do not understand what Madame is talking about." Thien Tam coldly stepped forward and asked, "Oh, the concubine is still feigning ignorance. Luke, why come in here?" Luke immediately stepped inside, carrying a tray with a blood-stained handkerchief, along with a hairpin. Seeing this, everyone asked what those items were. Nuoc Tu was shocked when she saw those objects. "That hairpin, I searched the whole manor before but couldn't find it. As it turns out, it was taken by that little wench. And that handkerchief." Thien Vu turned to call her concubine. People began to gossip. "Isn't that concubine Nuoc's hairpin? Look at that handkerchief. It has the white flower embroidery. That concubine Nuoc likes the most? It really is concubine Nuoc's handkerchief. But look at its thickness. It is exactly what women use during their monthly cycle. Concubine Nuoc is pregnant. How could she have her cycle? Could it belong to the eldest miss? Right, the eldest miss hasn't had her cycle yet. How could it be the eldest miss's?" Thien Tam picked up the hairpin and asked concubine Nuoc with a smile, "Do you have nothing to explain?" Nuoc Tu and Thien Vu gritted their teeth and looked at each other upon hearing this. Thien Vu spoke up. "Hok Thien Tam, what is your intention in bringing these two things here?" Old Madam Hoak asked her Tam girl. Meanwhile, Hoak Thu Tan and Mothu stood to one side watching silently. Then Mothu stepped forward and said, "Mother must recognize this hairpin. It was bestowed upon concubine Nuoc by Mother herself." Old Madam Hawk was astonished. "This hairpin is indeed one I gave to her," Mothu continued. "Then, does Mother know that this hairpin appeared at the spot where Tam Ni fell into the water?" Hearing this, old Madame Hoak was shocked and asked, "What did you say?" Thien Tam recounted the event. "Grandmother, that day Luke Bin intentionally led me to the water's edge. As I was falling into the water, the reflection of concubine Nuoc appeared on the surface. When the servants pulled me ashore, there was a hairpin at the spot where I had fallen. I used to believe that the concubine was not that kind of person, so I didn't dare tell grandmother yet. But this person has a heart of a viper. After failing to kill me, she even turned her target toward my brother." Nuoc Tu hurriedly tried to clear her name. "No, it wasn't me. I didn't do it." Mothu said angrily, "You are still so stubborn. To Hin bring the family slave here." To Hin immediately replied, "Yes, madame." Then To Hin led in a masked slave, stepped forward and said, "Madame, I have brought the person." That person was still coughing dryly at that moment. Nuoc Tu was terrified as soon as she saw him. "I clearly ordered someone to deal with this man. How can he still be alive?" The slave knelt before old Madam Hawk. "Greetings, old Madam Hawk. I am the servant who was previously summoned by concubine Nuoc. to serve in the eldest young master's courtyard. After speaking, he continued to cough incessantly. Old Madame Huoc quickly covered her mouth and asked Mothu, "What is the meaning of this?" Mothu replied, "Mother, this question should be asked of concubine Nuoc instead." Old Madame Huoc and Huoc Thu Tang immediately turned their gazes toward Nuoc Tu. She still gritted her teeth at this moment, refusing to admit any fault. This humble concubine does not know what Madame is talking about," Mothu asked coldly. "Are you failing to understand my words again, concubine Nuoc? If you hadn't suddenly swapped in a sick person to serve Bak Ni, how could Bak Ni have fallen ill? At first I was confused as to why. You kept insisting on sending Bak Ni to the manor estate. As it turns out, you had long plotted to drive Bak Ni to his death." Upon hearing this, old Madame Huoc immediately cursed, "You poisonous woman! How dare you do such a thing?" Nuoc Tu hurriedly said, "It's not like that, old madam. Please listen to my explanation." Old Madame Huoc asked coldly, "Now that the evidence and witnesses are all here, what else do you have to explain? If you say today's incident with the hairpin might have been a maid in the manor framing you, but now that both the witness and the evidence are clear, how dare you continue to make false excuses?" She said in terror, "This humble concubine did not do it on purpose. That day by the lake, I only accidentally bumped into the two young misses. And when choosing the servant for the eldest young master, I also did not know that this man was ill." "I am being framed," Thien Tam said in a stern voice. "The concubine speaks so well. Every word serves to evade your own responsibility. But concubine Nuoc has been in this manner for many years, acting with such meticulousness. How could you make such trivial mistakes as these?" She shrieked, "That the legitimate young miss holds a grudge against me. I can understand, but I have always wished for the best for the young miss. Everyone in this manor knows it. Even if I were given 100 times more courage, I still wouldn't dare to do anything harmful to the eldest young master and the young miss." Thien Tam continued, "You truly will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. Physician, please test the blood." Upon hearing this, Physician Luong brought out a basin of water, poured a packet of powder into it, and then dropped in the handkerchief that the servant had brought. Seeing this, she cried out, "No, I won't." But she was quickly forced down by the manor servants, who used a needle to prick her finger, making her let out a cry. The drop of blood fell into the water. Immediately, the colors in the basin blended together, causing old Madame Huoc, Huoc Tu Tang, and Nuoc Tu to all be startled. Huoc Tu Tang slapped her and cursed, "You wretched creature! How dare you say you didn't harm the children of this manor? The bloodstains on this handkerchief are clearly from a miscarriage." She hurriedly knelt on the ground, weeping. "Master, please believe me, I did not harm him." "I didn't harm anyone," Huoc Tu Tang ordered. "Guards, take this poisonous woman and throw her into the dungeon." She continued to beg the old madame, "I beg you." But old Madame Huoc kicked her and cursed, "Be quiet. You will be judged in the coming days." After dealing with Nuoc Thu, old Madame Huoc was assisted away by her servants. At that moment, someone came running in hurriedly from outside. Thien Tam looked up. Thien Tam raised her head and saw that the person coming was Thien Bak. Thien Bak hugged her and asked, "How did it go? Father and mother didn't blame you, did they?" "Don't worry, brother. Now that the truth is clear, grandmother didn't make things difficult for me. It's just that this time I'm afraid concubine Nuoc won't escape so easily." In another courtyard, the door was pushed open. The servants pushed Nuoc Thu inside and barked, "Get in there." She fell to the ground. Turning her head, she saw Huoc Thu Than and Mo Thu walking toward her. She hurriedly crawled over and clung to him, pleading, "Master, Master, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I won't dare do it again." Huoc Thu Tang angrily kicked her and asked, "Wench, you know what wrong is. Then let me ask you, who is the adulterer?" She was startled. "I do not understand what Master is talking about." Huoc Thu Tang was furious. He grabbed her hair, pulling her up and cursing, "Witch! You've become addicted to pretending, haven't you? You kept telling everyone you were 2 months pregnant, but the physician just said it was 3 months. 3 months ago, I was still on inspection at the border. How could I have possibly gotten you pregnant?" She wailed, "I am wronged, Master, even if I had 10,000 hearts. Even with 10,000 livers, even if she were extremely bold, I would never dare do anything to betray you. Sister, you know me best. My courtyard is filled only with female servants. Even the dogs and cats are female. How could I ever do such a thing?" Mothu, standing behind, spoke up coldly. "You are absolutely right. I do know you best, your wicked heart and your endless schemes." Hearing this, Nuoc Thu froze and asked, "Sister," Mothu said to her, "back then you used so many tricks to seduce Thu Than just to marry into the general's manor. Now you have no shame and have been trysting with a man in the ancestral temple, even carrying a bastard child." Hearing this, she gritted her teeth and lunged forward, shouting, "How dare you slander me right in front of the master?" Mothu threw a scroll of paper at her face. She opened the scroll. As she listened to Mothu's words, she was shocked. "Tam Nuoc Tu, She opened the scroll. Hearing what Mo Thu said, Tam Nguyen Tu was startled. You say I slandered you? Then how many times did you meet that man? How long did each encounter last? The monks in the ancestral temple know everything. Now it is all here in black and white. Take a good look at what is written on this. Do you still want to hide it? Huac Tu Tang was beyond furious. He grabbed Nguyen Thu's hair tightly, forced her to the ground, and cursed. Vile woman who knows nothing of a wife's duty. Mo Thu consoled him. Master, do not be so quick to anger. Let me handle this matter. The 9th prince is still in the front courtyard. Nguyen Tu was knocked down, blood flowing from her forehead. Tears still lingered in her eyes. Huac Tu Tang snorted in anger and turned to leave. At this moment, only she and Mo Thu remained. She asked tremblingly, What do you want to do? Mo Thu asked coldly, You stole my husband, murdered my children, and even tried to poison me. What do you think I want to do? Hearing this, Nguyen Tu was startled and asked, So you knew it all along? Immediately after, 2 brawny subordinates carrying weapons stepped inside. Screams of pain instantly rang out. Thien Tam was startled when she heard the noise. Suddenly, Don Lang ran over and called out to her. Tam Nhi. She asked crossly, Your Highness, are we so familiars that you can call me directly by my first name? He smiled and asked, You once saved my life, and now I have helped you in return. Is that not familiar enough? Huac Tian Bak stepped out from inside the manor and addressed the prince. Very true. Today I was busy receiving guests in the front courtyard and could not get away. I must thank the 9th prince for protecting Tam Nhi, preventing anything from happening to her. Thien Tam hurriedly said, Brother, it's one thing for His Highness to talk nonsense, but why are you joining in? Huac Tian Bak smiled. I'm not just joining in. Today, before the banquet, Grandmother said that she would let you and Vu Nhi go to the academy to study. If you can establish a good relationship with His Highness, then in the future you won't have to fear being bullied by anyone. Hearing this, Thien Tam asked in surprise, Do you mean that the 9th prince is also at the Hamdan Academy? She thought to herself, Oh my God. Then from now on, won't I have to run into this guy every day? Dan Lang smiled and asked, Of course, Hamdan. Academy is the educational institution for the children of noble families in the capital. If I don't study there, where else could I go? She thought she had always assumed the princes had private tutors. Who would have thought they would be with the noble descendants? Isn't this publicly giving the princes a chance to form cliques? Hoke, Thien Bak advised Tam Nhi. The 9th prince is a man of vast knowledge and has profound insights into academic studies. When you first enroll, you should seek His Highness's guidance more often. She quickly waved her hands. Brother, I don't think we need to bother the 9th prince. After all, I am just a woman. For a woman, lack of talent is a virtue. Brother, you don't need to expect too much from me. Dang Lang and Huac Tian Bak were stunned after hearing that. Just then, Luke Yi ran over and called, Young Miss. She asked, What is it? Luke Y continued, Young Miss, Madame is looking for you for an urgent matter. Please follow me there quickly. Dan Lang called out her name, Tam Nhi. Luke Yi led Thien Tam away. Madame probably wants to find the young miss to discuss how to handle concubine Nuoc. Young miss needs to be careful. Thien Vu, appearing from nowhere, ran up and grabbed Thien Tam's arm, scolding, Hoke Thien Tam, you are truly wicked. You knew everything all along. Yet you just stood by and watched the concubine fall into the trap. Do you know that doing this could kill someone? She gave a cold laugh. Huac Tian Vu, you and Tam Nguyen Tu truly deserve to share the same blood. You say I'm the one harming people. If she hadn't intended to frame me for the miscarriage in the first place, then even with that handkerchief she couldn't have been convicted, but it was all Shenroku's own doing, and now she must reap what she sowed. With that, she pushed Tianwu down and continued, Tianwu, I am warning you. I am the true eldest miss of the general's manor. As long as I don't want you to live comfortably, you will suffer forever. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped death this time. If you ever dare to harbor such malicious intentions again, then Shenroku's fate today will be yours tomorrow. Hearing this, Tianwu gritted her teeth. You are not Huo Tiangxin. Huo Tiangxin is a cowardly and weak person, a fool who knows nothing. She could never possibly say such things. Who on earth are you? Tiangxin replied in a stern voice. I think you've gone mad from grief, to even let such foolish words come out of your mouth. Don't you know that the emperor is currently most averse to such superstitious talk? If you keep talking nonsense, then just wait to die. Along with your foolish concubine mother, Luki, let's go. Behind them, Tianwu gritted her teeth. Huo Tiangxin, I will absolutely never let you have a peaceful life. At Shen Mothu's courtyard, Tiangxin ran inside happily and called out, Mother. Seeing her, Mothu smiled and said, Tiangxin is here, come over here quickly. She sat down beside her mother, rested her chin on her hand, and asked, Did mother call for me because of the concubine's matter? Her mother asked her, Now that the charges have been decided, how does Tiangxin think we should handle it? She said softly, Shenrokyu has been treacherous. Reasonably speaking, she should be drowned or beaten to death. To avoid causing any further scandals, that would make everyone uneasy. Mothu pondered for a moment. It is a pity that she is still a concubine in this manner. Every one of her actions reflects upon our reputation. If we truly carry out such a punishment this time, it will bring a bad influence upon the general's manor, and even hinder your brother's future career. Tiangson nodded. Mother is right. Furthermore, the matter of her using a faked miscarriage to frame me cannot be made public today either. We must find a way to cover it up. Otherwise, if the manor is known to have such a wicked concubine, I fear outsiders will start to gossip. An incompetent father and a useless mother would have an enormous impact on the reputation of our manor. Mothu smiled, stroking Tiantam's head and praising her. You are right. Living your life, you must pay attention to the future situation. You will eventually marry off and have to manage a household. If you can always maintain this mindset and this level of awareness, then you will be able to protect yourself. She looked up and asked, so how does mother plan to handle concubine Nuak? She used medicine to destroy the fetus. Her crime is grave. For the time being, let her stay in the prayer hall to chant Buddha's name. We will make a final decision after some time has passed. Hearing this, Tiantam thought to herself, sending the concubine to the prayer hall can stop people from gossiping, claiming the concubine is heartbroken over losing her child, and voluntarily went there to seek spiritual peace. Furthermore, she can be confined there until no one is paying attention anymore to be punished. This won't arouse anyone's suspicion. She clapped her hands in praise. Mother's thinking is still the most thorough. Mothu smiled. You are still young? There are many things you still need to learn. Right now there is this task. Why don't you use it for practice? Tiantam was startled. Mother wants me to handle the matter of concubine Nuak on your behalf. She smiled and nodded, yes. Go and deliver the order in a moment. Today is a major event, and it happens to be your grandmother's birthday. I still need to go and offer my comfort. You take charge of the other matters. She patted her chest. Rest assured, Mother. Tam Nhi will certainly not disappoint you. Afterward, she went out with Luke Y. While walking on the bridge, Luke Y said, Young Miss. An old servant said she just saw Luke Bin at the eldest young Miss's place. She also heard Luke Bin crying, begging the eldest young Miss to let her return to her service. Hearing this, Tiantam asked, Oh, what did Hok Tianvu say? Luke Y replied, the eldest young Miss naturally refused. She even told Luke Bin to continue staying and serving at our place. Young Miss Tiantam chuckled. She's quite persistent, isn't she? It's just a pity that the Shen woman is losing her power and her days are numbered. Later in the courtyard, Shenrokyu asked in a panic, What did you say? Master wants to strip me of my status. Tiangson replied, Father has no time for your nonsense. Mother has given me full authority over this matter. From now on, you will stay in this prayer hall and repent for your sins. She screamed, I don't believe you. You're lying to me. Even if I was wrong this time, that fetus was already lost long ago. The doctor has testified to it. Besides, I am a concubine with an official status. Without an official order, what right do you have to punish me? Tiangson asked coldly. How can I not have the right? You dared to act recklessly outside, bringing shame upon our family name. You must pay the price for your actions. The woman asked frantically, So what if you punish me? Do you think that wench, Shenmothu, will safely remain as the madam of the general's manor? Don't you know her body is already failing? She doesn't have much longer to live. Upon hearing this, Tiangson immediately slapped her across the face. She said coldly, This slap is to teach you a lesson. If you dare mention my mother again, don't blame me for being merciless. Wokyu spat out blood and said, When were you ever merciful to me? She's going to die anyway. Tiangson slapped her again and scolded, You ungrateful creature. Luke Y, slap her mouth for me. Teach this foul-mouthed woman a proper lesson. Luke Y immediately replied, Yes. Then the sounds of continuous slapping rang out. After a while, Ruokyu collapsed on the floor. Luke Yi asked, Young Miss, could she be dead? She walked up to her and said, Lady Shen, from now on you are no longer a concubine of this manor. If you sincerely devote yourself to Buddha from now on, I will grant you a chance to live. But if you harbor any other schemes, I will leave nothing left of you. Take her to the ancestral hall. Luke Yi bowed and replied, Yes. On this side, Tianvu walked to Ruokyu's courtyard. Seeing the housekeeper sealing it, she asked him, What are you doing? Why are you sealing my concubine mother's courtyard? The housekeeper replied with a smile. The concubine has been taken to the ancestral hall and these rooms are now empty. The madame ordered me to seal it. Eldest young miss, if you have any questions, please go ask the madame. This humble servant takes his leave. Upon hearing that, Tianvu gritted her teeth and cursed, Damn it! I will never let you people bully my concubine mother. Meanwhile, in Theantam's room, she was practicing calligraphy when Luke Y pushed open the door and called out, "Young miss, old woman Huang is here." She nodded. "Let her in." Luke Y turned and said, "Come in." Old woman Huang stepped inside and bowed. "Eldest miss." Theantam nodded and said softly, "Stand up." "Has there been any movement at the prayer hall lately?" Old woman Huang replied, reporting to the eldest miss. "Yesterday when the Shen woman was taken to the prayer hall, the eldest young miss went to the old madame to plead for mercy. But the old madame refused. Furthermore, because of the gift-giving incident, she sent the eldest young miss to the prayer hall to chant scriptures for 3 days." Theantam gave a cold laugh. "Blessings and misfortunes indeed follow one another. They truly are mother and daughter. Other than this, did they say anything else?" Old woman Huang replied. "Concubine Nuok asked the eldest young miss to beg the old madam to release her. But since the eldest young miss had lost face during the birthday gifts, she turned concubine Nuok down, because concubine Nuok's courtyard is sealed. Even when the eldest young miss leaves the prayer hall, she will have to live in a small side courtyard. At that point, her life will be even worse than that of concubine Cam Tai." After hearing this, Luke Y burst out laughing in delight. "That's what they get for bullying the young miss. They must be tired of living," Theantam said. "In the entire general's manor, only Hoak, Thianvu, and Shenrokyu understand each other best. Now they are locked up together. I fear they may have other schemes. You must keep a closer eye on them. Report to me immediately if there is any news." Old woman Huang nodded. "Please rest assured, eldest miss. This old servant understands. This old servant takes her leave first." Theantam gave an affirmative grunt. "You may leave." She picked up the painting and said to Luke Yi, "Bring the painting. We are going to see grandmother." Luke Yi immediately replied, "Yes." At that moment, 2 maids were gossiping in the corridor. "Our concubine is so pitiful. Before she could even recover her health, she was sent to the prayer hall. The madame has really gone too far." The maid beside her covered her mouth and said, "Do you want to die? How dare you criticize the madame like that? Don't forget the eldest young miss's warning from now on. We must not offend the madame, you know." The servant quickly covered her own mouth. "I know. I won't dare to do it again." The other nodded. "That's good. Also, concubine Nuok has been stripped of her status. We cannot call her that anymore. If others find out, it will only harm the concubine and the eldest young miss. We should leave quickly." They hurried away, but bumped into a mama, causing a lamp to fall. The mama scolded, "Do you want to die? What's the rush? Are you in a hurry to be reincarnated?" The maid, terrified and crying, said, "This servant didn't do it on purpose. Please, mama, forgive me." The mama grabbed her hand tightly and cursed, "You little wench. I've seen how arrogant you used to be in the courtyard, riding on the coattails of the Shen woman. It's time someone taught you a lesson." She hurriedly cried out, "Mama, this servant won't dare anymore. Please let me go. I truly won't dare anymore." At that moment, Theantam and Luke Y happened to walk by. Seeing the scene, Luke Y remarked, "Now that concubine Nuok has lost power, the servants in her courtyard are also suffering. Now even the woman who sweeps the floor can bully them." Theantam remained silent upon seeing this. The old woman saw her and asked, "Young miss, where are you going?" She asked, "What are you all doing here?" The 2 servants from Mothu courtyard hurriedly begged for mercy. "Eldest miss, save this servant. Please save me." Theantam approached and asked, "Which courtyard do you 2 belong to?" Suddenly, the old woman screamed, "A monster, run quickly!" Theantam was utterly confused by this sight. Holding the scroll in her hand, Luke Y asked, "Eldest miss, what did they mean by calling out monster? Where could there be a monster?" She shook her head. "I don't know either. Never mind, let's go see grandmother." Just as the 2 of them reached the entrance of old Madame Huok's courtyard, a mama stopped them. "Eldest miss, please go back. The old madame has already retired for the night." Theantam thought to herself, "Grandmother doesn't usually go to sleep this early. Why is it so early today?" Luke I said to her. But the old madame had previously instructed the eldest miss to bring the painting she just finished tonight. If the old madam is already asleep, then could the mama please take it inside? Hearing this, the mama was startled and quickly stopped her. "You cannot—" If the old madame ordered the eldest miss to bring it personally, how would I dare to disobey her command? "Old madame? I hope the eldest miss will bring it again tomorrow." After that, she hurriedly closed the door. Seeing this, Luke Y asked, "Miss, why does it seem like this mama is very afraid of me?" She replied, "They are not afraid of you, they are afraid of me." Confused, Luke Y asked Theantam, "The miss is not some wild beast. Why would they need to be afraid of the miss?" Theantam explained, "Previously I had a weak personality and didn't dare to speak up in front of others. Now I am independent and can even handle the tasks mother assigns me. The difference between before and after is too great. It certainly provides an opportunity for others to fabricate stories. Luki hurriedly said, "But miss, you do this to protect the young master and madame. Who in this manner is so blind? To dare speak ill of the miss behind her back?" she coldly asked. "In this entire general's manner? Besides the Shen faction who has an issue with me, who else could it be?" Hearing that, Luke Y was startled. "Miss, you mean it's because of the eldest young miss? Whether it is her or not, we just need to secretly investigate Luke Bin to find out." Later, both of them went to the place where Luke Bin lived. They saw the lights were still on inside. A voice could be heard from within. "The eldest young miss instructed that you all keep spreading rumors like this. Say that the eldest miss is a monster. Her personality changed in a single night and she even learned medical arts. She must be a monster reincarnated. She will bring disaster to the general's manor in the future," Luki said angrily. "This is too much. How dare they call the miss a monster? I must go and confront them." She said she had already guessed Hok Thien Vu would cause trouble. "If you rush in now, you have no evidence. What would you use to confront them? It would only alert the enemy." Luke Y was worried, but they couldn't just let them badmouth the miss behind her back. Now that the old madame is suspicious and on guard, if the master hears this too, I fear even the madame won't be able to protect the miss. She smiled and said, "What is there to fear? I have a clear conscience. If they want to talk, let them. I want to see who can prove that I am a monster." The next day, Thien Tom sat up. Luke Y stepped inside and called out, "Young miss, the old madam has requested your presence." She rubbed her eyes. "Did grandmother only call for me?" Luke Y replied. "From what I know, the old madame also called for the eldest young miss." Thien Tam sat up and said, "The days of punishment aren't over yet, but grandmother has already summoned us. There must be other arrangements. I want to see what grandmother intends to do." Then Thien Tam entered the courtyard of old Madame Hawk. She saw Thien Vu clinging to the old madame's arm as they walked. Upon seeing Thien Tam, Thien Vu immediately flashed a smug smile and said, "I thought little sister would wake up late." "I didn't expect you to get up this early too. Had I known, I would have called for little sister to come together." Thien Tam spoke up. "Your memory is a bit poor, big sister. Ever since mother invited a tutor to teach me to read, I no longer wake up late. Next time, big sister should try not to remember it wrong, okay? If grandmother hears this, she will blame me for being inconsiderate again." Hearing this, Thien Vu could only give an awkward smile. Thien Tam paid her respects to grandmother. She took out a scroll and said, "This is the calligraphy that Tam Ni practiced the other day. I wanted to bring it for grandmother to check, but grandmother was already asleep. So Tam Ni brought it today hoping grandmother would look over it." At this moment in front of old Madame Hoke, Thien Tam's appearance was like a demon calling out to grandmother, making her feel terrified. Seeing this, Thien Vu flashed a smug smile. She took the scroll and told grandmother, "Today we have invited the master to chant scriptures. Let's not waste any more time. I will keep this for grandmother, so that grandmother can look at it later." Then the group stepped inside, where they saw a great master standing there. Thien Tam thought to herself, grandmother really believed Hoak Thien Vu's words. She even invited a master. Does she truly consider me a monster? Old Madame Hawk said, "Greetings, master." The master folded his hands. "Amitabha, please be seated, benefactors." Thien Tam glanced at him and thought, could he possibly see that I have been reborn? Old Madame Hawk said, "Master, these are my two granddaughters. They will be going to the academy in the future. Please enlighten them, master, to see what their karmic fate is like. These are the birth charts of the two children." The master folded his hands and said, "Old Madame is too kind. May I ask which young benefactor would like to go first?" Thien Vu smiled and said, "Sister Tam Ni is the legitimate daughter. The legitimate one is more honorable, so of course she should go first." Old Madame Hawk glanced at her and said, "Since Vu Ni has said so, Tam Ni, you go first." Thien Tam smiled. "Then I shall trouble you, master." The master stared intently at Thien Tam. He saw a surge of resentment crawling out from a well, which startled him. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes and opened them to look once more. Then he saw a purple light enveloping Thien Tam, which shocked him. "Just now I saw a demonic aura. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an auspicious sign. Is this not an omen? That the Dai daughter will be noble and illustrious in the future?" Seeing his expression, the old madame hurriedly asked, "Master, is there something wrong?" He folded his hands and replied, "The D daughter fell into the water, yet she is reborn one life in two worlds. This destiny is truly the first this poor monk has ever seen. I fear she has a profound destiny." Thien Tam was stunned upon hearing this. "He actually saw through me." Thien Vu glanced at her and thought to herself, with that terrified look, she definitely has a guilty conscience. She stepped forward and said with a smile, "Master sees through people like a god. Little sister Tam Ni did indeed fall into the water a few months ago. But about being reborn? One life in two worlds, how do you explain that?" The master replied, "Every life is determined by heaven. If the heavens have granted the D daughter a second life, then she must strive to cherish it. Do not let the past blind you. As long as the heart is kind, there will be a destiny of great nobility. Huck old Madame fell silent after listening. Thien Tam thought to herself, this master saw through my destiny. But he had no intention of stating it explicitly. It seems he is also a kind-hearted man. Thien Tam folded her hands and bowed. Thank you for your guidance, master. This humble girl has learned her lesson. Huck old Madame gave a relieved smile after hearing that. As long as Tam girl is well, then I am at peace. I only hope that thanks to the master's auspicious words, it would be even better if she attains great wealth and honor. Thien Vu gritted her teeth after hearing this. Yesterday I even told Hong Mai to bring 50 taels of silver to this old bald donkey, to have him expose Huck Thien Tam as a monster. Why did it turn out the opposite way? Why did he speak up for this little slut instead? What do you mean by a miraculous encounter and great wealth? Is this not just boosting the girl even more?